World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 53 to Chapter 97. At night. Fang Ping did not cultivate the methods of honing since it was a four-person dormitory. He took the opportunity to practice his stance. When it was time to rest, the few of them moved the two beds together and used them as bunk beds. It was rare to have such an experience. Other than Fang Ping, the others were all high school students and had not experienced university dormitory treatment. Fang Ping did not speak much that night, but the others chatted for a long time. 1st of May. The atmosphere was especially tense when they woke up in the morning. Students walked to and fro outside their rooms. Some teachers knocked on their doors. Wake up and gather downstairs. Get your IDs and admission passes. Prepare the pills. Take them now. With a series of shouts, the students began to go downstairs. Fang Ping and the others had woken up long ago. They left their rooms without waiting for the teachers to knock. They could vaguely hear someone crying as soon as they stepped out. I'm sick. My vitality is dropping fast, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, the crying came from afar. Some teachers had already gone over to comfort them. Falling sick before the physical assessment was the biggest blow to martial science candidates. When a person fell sick, their vitality would drop. They were already struggling to keep up with the standard. At this time, falling sick almost completely destroyed the candidates' hopes. This was crueler than missing the Gaokao. Martial science candidates spent too much, some families were already struggling and could not afford to repeat their studies after a year's delay, so they could only give up. The others were distressed. Wu Zhihao sighed. Falling sick at this time. It's really, he did not know what to say. There was nothing he could do but sympathize. The gathering order was still being passed down. The few of them looked back, but the crying did not stop. At this time, they could not care less about the situation. They followed the others downstairs. Downstairs. As the students went downstairs, the teachers of the various high schools shouted with loudspeakers. High school students, line up here. High school number 2, come here. High school number 5, gather. Fang Ping and the others walked to the gathering point. After a while, the teacher in charge started taking attendance. During the roll call, there was one person missing. The teacher did not say anything, but someone in the crowd pitied him. Xiaoliang from class 8 didn't come. I heard he has a bad fever. The one crying just now was Xiaoliang? What a pity. His vitality is just 110 calories, so there's a lot of hope. That's right. This is great. There's no hope this year. There will be no chance in the future. Now the admission threshold is higher year by year, and Xiaoliang's family condition is not very good, the students discussed in low voices, and the teacher in charge shouted, silence. Students, the martial sciences exam has officially begun. Whether we go to a martial arts university or not is the first dividing line in our lives, but remember, this is not the last one. In the physical examination later, we will do our best. If we pass, it is worth celebrating. If you don't pass, don't give up, you are still young, there is still hope, there is still a future. If we can't get into a martial arts university, we can attend a training class. If we can't attend a training class, we can join the army. Even if that doesn't work, we still have other paths to take. The path of martial arts was not limited to martial arts universities. After graduation, we can join a large corporation. Work hard and perform well. The corporation can also train you to become a martial artist. The road ahead is long. The teachers began to give the students chicken soup for the soul. It might not be effective for adults, but for these young students, it was still effective. A few minutes later, the teacher in charge stopped talking. Outside the hotel, Tan Jinping had appeared behind the crowd. Students, the location of the physical examination this time is auspicious Sun City's first physical examination venue 300 meters away. Now, everyone, line up and follow me. Tan Jinping did not use a loudspeaker, nor did he shout at the top of his lungs, but his voice still reached the ears of more than 1,000 students. This was the strength of a martial artist. A strong vitality burst forth from Tan Jinping's body. Even if the others were not as sensitive as Fang Ping, they could still feel the strength of the person who had shouted. The crowd was walking toward the first physical examination venue. The Tan brothers suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ping. Without saying a word, they pulled Fang Ping forward. Fang Ping was speechless. He said gloomily, "What are you guys doing?" "I have something to tell you." Tan Hao had already pulled Fang Ping to the front while he spoke. At this moment, Tan Jinping had stopped in front of the crowd and was standing at the side. There were a few students beside Tan Jinping. Although Fang Ping was not familiar with Zhou Ben and Xianxia from No. 1 high school, he was familiar with them. There were two other people, a boy and a girl. They were probably from other schools because Fang Ping was not familiar with them. By the time Fang Ping arrived, Tan Jinping had finished talking to the others. Zhou Ben and the others glanced at Fang Ping, who had been pulled over by the Tan brothers. They nodded and joined the group of students without a word. After they left, only the Tan brothers and Fang Ping were left beside Tan Jinping. Tan Jinping glanced at Fang Ping and smiled. "Fang Ping, your vitality should be above 130 calories, right?" F***ck. The one who said this was Tan Hao. Although he knew that Fang Ping's vitality was not low, his father did not say that Fang Ping's vitality was above 130 calories yesterday. Fang Ping did not deny it. He nodded. Tan Jinping saw this and smiled again. "That's good. There's something I'd like to discuss with you, Fang Ping." "Go ahead, Uncle Tan." Auspicious Sun City has a total of 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 city. As a county-level city, Sun City is also one of the best among the administrative organizations under Auspicious Sun City's jurisdiction. However, Sun City is only slightly better than the 5 counties. It's not as good as a few districts in Auspicious Sun City. Every year, how many students pass the Martial Sciences exam and how many students pass the exam? The education exam is the most important, and it's also a hard target. Tan Jinping gave a brief introduction. In summary, there was a lot of competition within Auspicious Sun City. The education exam targets of various places were the main focus. The brand of YC county-level city was coveted by many people. If it was suppressed for a few years, especially by the 5 counties, it was hard to say if it would be replaced in the future. Of course, these struggles had little to do with Fang Ping. Tan Jinping only had one reason for looking for Fang Ping. For the physical assessment this time, Rising Creek County, and Serenity District were assigned to the same checkpoint. Rising Creek County is the strongest among the 5 counties in terms of economy and education. This is especially true for Serenity District because Auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School is within the boundaries of Serenity District and is under the jurisdiction of Serenity District. This time's selection wasn't too good. Seeing Fang Ping's confusion, Tan Jinping shook his head and said, "You might know that emotions have a huge impact on a student's vitality. If you're surrounded by people who are weaker than you, then you'll be full of confidence and the results might be beyond your expectations. But if you're surrounded by people who are stronger than you, then your confidence will take a hit and you'll be nervous. Under these circumstances, you won't be able to perform as well as you should." This was the same logic as what Wang Jinyang had said about emotional outbursts. Fang Ping understood and nodded. Both Auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School and Rising Creek No. 1 High School have good seedlings, and both of them don't treat Sun City very well. They've been eyeing Sun City's higher administrative rank for many years. A prefecture-level city can't have 2 county-level cities, at least not for Auspicious Sun City. That's why I hope that you can unleash your full vitality before the assessment and overwhelm the students from this county and district. I've already instructed Zhou Ben and the others, but their vitality isn't that high after all. Even if they unleash their vitality, the effect will be limited. You're different. If you unleash your vitality, people will sense it. Fang Ping understood Tan Jinping's words. However, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Unleashing his vitality and suppressing the other students would make them nervous and disappointed. To be honest, this was not the right thing to do. As if reading Fang Ping's mind, Tan Jinping smiled faintly and said, "A martial artist must have the courage to fight." To fight. Sympathizing with your opponents and the weak is not a martial artist's style. Moreover, the strong will always be strong. If they're affected by your vitality outburst and can't unleash their full potential, there's no hope for them in the martial sciences in the first place. Do you think that people like Wu Zhihao and Tan Hao won't be able to unleash their full potential because of your influence? If that's the case, just find a random martial artist to unleash his vitality, and the students won't even need to take the assessment. Doing this is just to boost the confidence of the students from Sun City. After all, to many people, the students from auspicious Sun City are very strong. If they form this kind of thinking, they'll be affected later. Fang Ping was slightly conflicted. Tan Jinping said with some disappointment, cowering in fear and not fighting when you can. Fang Ping, it's not that I'm trying to goad you. Once you form this kind of style, being cautious and overcautious, it'll be very difficult for you to walk the path of martial arts in the future. You, the young you, need to show your ability and strength, not hide it. What are you worried about? Are you worried that you'll expose your strength, or are you worried that people will be unhappy? Tan Jinping shook his head and said, that's where you're wrong. The more useful a person is, the more they'll be valued. It's no secret that you're related to Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Wang Jinyang. So you don't have to worry at all, Fang Ping laughed dryly. He really did not have any worries. Old Wang had already said that he would take the blame. He hesitated, partly because he felt that it was not right, and partly because of something else. After some thought, Fang Ping said slightly awkwardly, Uncle Tan, I'm not worried about that. I was thinking that unleashing my vitality before the assessment will deplete my vitality. When it's time for the assessment, then Tan Jinping was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, right, I forgot about that. Don't worry, the city will compensate you. After your vitality unleashes, I'll compensate you with a vitality pill. This isn't from me alone, it's from Sun City. A vitality pill. When Tan Hao heard this, he said pitifully, Dad, didn't you say blood and chi replenishing pills? Tan Jinping glanced at him. Silly son. Zhou Ben and the others got chi replenishing pills as compensation. You two brats, I gave you blood and chi replenishing pills out of selfishness. Was Fang Ping the same? His vitality was strong, and he was about to become a martial artist. His relationship with Wang Jinyang alone was enough to compensate him with a vitality pill. If he could surpass Serenity District and Rising Stream County, they would have fewer people passing the assessment this year. If Sun City had a few more, it would be their biggest success. They did not need to be too strong. It was fine as long as others were weaker than them. It was hard to compare who was stronger, but everyone knew how to compare who was worse. With resources like Fang Ping's, why not use them? If Sun City performed well, they could go back and apply for it. Then, it would not just be 4 chi replenishing pills, 2 blood and chi replenishing pills, and 1 vitality pill. It was not impossible to make it 7 vitality pills with some slight modifications. Of course, the prerequisite was that their results were better than the other 2. Although Fang Ping did not know what Tan Jinping was planning, it had nothing to do with him, and he did not care. When he heard that he would be compensated with a vitality pill, he remembered that his wealth had been depleted recently, and that his cash was running low. Fang Ping's worries were gone. He nodded and said, okay, Uncle Tan. I'll try my best later. Tan Jinping smiled and said, this is how a martial artist should act. Fang Ping, Uncle Tan is old, but you're still young. Everyone is different. Young people should be full of fighting spirit. If not me, then who else? When you enter a martial arts university, you'll realize that keeping a low profile will only make you fall behind. Only fight. Fight, dare to fight, and can fight. It doesn't matter if you lose. You can only go further if you win. I'm just afraid that you won't dare to fight. The last few sentences touched Fang Ping's heart. Tan Jinping was not the only one who said that. The books and Wang Jinyang had said it. Reality told Fang Ping that he had to fight. Auspicious Sun No. 1 Physical Examination Center. Outside the building, the 3 student teams were clearly separated. The Physical Examination Center was very large. Thousands of people had gathered in the square outside the building, but it still didn't seem crowded. It was not time for the official physical examination yet, so the students were not allowed to enter. At this moment, the square was filled with whispers. Are they from Auspicious Sun No. 1 Middle School? It's them. I didn't expect to have a physical examination with them. The students from Auspicious Sun number 1 high school have very high vitalities. I heard that those with vitalities lower than 110 calories don't even register. No way. Hundreds of people are all above 110 calories? It's over. We're really going to be a bystander this time. Among the 3 teams, the student team from the Serenity District was a little special. 400 to 500 of them were wearing school uniforms. Unlike them, Fong Ping and the others dressed casually. The school did not have any strict requirements. As for the students of Auspicious Sun number 1 middle school, they all wore the same school uniform. At first glance, the students of Sun City and Rising Stream County looked like a ragtag army. The students of Auspicious Sun number 1 high school all appeared rather aloof and arrogant. The students were not too shrewd, and many things were displayed on their faces. As the best high school in Auspicious Sun City, the high school with the highest number of students entering martial arts universities in Auspicious Sun City every year, the students of Auspicious Sun City number 1 high school had the right to be proud. Just like Sun City number 1 high school, the students from Sun City number 1 high school would feel superior when facing students from other high schools. Even if I'm bad, it doesn't matter. My school is better than yours. I'm from number 1 middle school. This is what I have to be proud of. Of course, no one would say it out loud. You had to comprehend it. If you really wanted to praise him, he would even say modestly, actually, number 1 middle school is just SOSO. Your XX middle school is also not bad, it's pretty good. At this time, you must not take it seriously. You must continue to flatter him. If you don't continue to flatter them, they will think in their hearts, this trash really thinks that their school is very powerful. Isn't it embarrassing to compare with our number 1 middle school? The students all had the same mentality, and this mentality was actually very easy to see. While the people in the square whispered among themselves, the students of Auspicious Sun First High School tried their best to maintain their aloofness and arrogance. While the others were discussing it, the people from Auspicious Sun number 1 High School were very quiet. They were all maintaining their cold and aloof image. In reality, Fong Ping could clearly see that many of the students from Auspicious Sun number 1 High School could barely contain the joy in their eyes. A bunch of inexperienced brats. Competing with them makes me feel like I'm bullying little kids, Fong Ping muttered to himself. He could not bring himself to bully them. However, this was only Fong Ping's one-sided thinking. Zhou Ben and the others beside him had long been itching to have a go, ready to fight. They weren't the only ones. The students from Serenity District and Rising Stream County were also eager to show off their abilities. Obviously, Tan Jinping was not the only one who had such thoughts. The other party's leader also had the same thoughts. Or rather, it was an annual tradition. In front of the team, Tan Jinping and the leaders from Serenity and Rising Stream were all smiles as they chatted, as if they were old friends reuniting to celebrate. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that their smiles were somewhat hypocritical. After some hypocritical greetings, Tan Jinping turned his head and smiled. Zhou Ben, you guys should get to know the students from Serenity and Rising Stream. When we go to martial arts universities in the future, we'll all be from Auspicious Sun City, so we'll all take care of each other. The 2 warriors from Serenity and Rising Stream also said the same thing. The students who had been instructed in advance also walked out from the team. 7 people walked out from Sun City's side, 5 from Rising Creek's side, and more than 10 from Peaceful District. There was a standard for selecting these students, and 120 calories was the dividing line. These people were all students, and they hesitated for a moment. They did not know if they should go up and say a few polite words before starting, or roll up their sleeves and start right away. They did not really know how to say polite words. If they rolled up their sleeves and started right away, it would seem a little reckless. Tan Jinping and the others did not give them any pointers either. They all wore smiles on their faces as they watched the performance of these outstanding students. Most of the time, watching these inexperienced students show off and provoke them was a rare relaxing experience. Years later, if there were some great figures among them, it would be something to brag about in their old age. The few martial artists were chatting in low voices, their smiles much more sincere than before. Fong Ping glanced at Tan Jinping and the others, then at the students who had just started interacting with them, and then at the thousands of students in the plaza. This scene made Fong Ping feel like everyone was watching a monkey show, of course, the students might not think so. They looked at the people in front of them with envy, admiration, and jealousy. As celebrities of their respective schools, everyone knew what it meant when these people walked out. It meant that they were the cream of the crop. However, Fang Ping was sure that Tan Jinping and the other martial artists were just watching a monkey show. For example, when he saw a few elementary school students baring their fangs and brandishing their claws on the road, he would also laugh and watch the show. Anyway, they would not really fight. It was quite fun to watch the kids fight with their eyes wide open. At this time, Fang Ping thought about Tan Jinping's words again, asking them to use vitality outburst to overwhelm their opponents and destroy their confidence. Was this reliable? Even if aspiring martial artists had a vitality outburst, a student with around 120 calories would only look slightly stronger. As for the so-called aura and pressure, there was no such thing. If it was above 130 calories, it would cause slight pressure to the people nearby. However, it was hard to say how strong the effect would be, and the area of effect was also limited. Now that he thought about it, and looked at Tan Jinping and the others' expressions, this could not be a method used by the leaders to have fun every year, could it? It might not be purely for fun, but could it be a method of investment? After all, it was just a vitality outburst, and they were compensated with pills. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a loss. After receiving the pills, they could not help but thank them in their hearts. As Fang Ping thought about this, he looked at the outstanding students who were still trying to interact with them. These fellows, in the future, when you become successful, I wonder if you'll feel ashamed when you think back on today's scene. Fang Ping did not know if they would. However, looking at these people, who did not know how to turn against him, Fang Ping felt quite ashamed. If it were not for the vitality pills, Fang Ping would have turned around and left. After some thought, it was better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. If they continued talking like this, it would be even more embarrassing if they turned against each other later. With that in mind, Fang Ping did not delay any further. He took a step forward. The others were still introducing themselves when Fang Ping suddenly said, "Students, let's get straight to the point." Everyone was slightly stunned. Before they could react, Fang Ping suddenly gathered his vitality and used a small trick from the methods of honing, instantly releasing his vitality outburst. A vitality of more than 140 calories and a mentality of more than 170 Hz were all released. In the next moment, the outstanding students who were introducing themselves felt as if their necks were being strangled. The faces of those who were close to Fang Ping were flushed, and their eyes were still a little dazed. What's going on? Fighting just because of a disagreement? I can't breathe. These students were caught off guard. Other than the two students from Auspicious Sun No. 1 High School whose vitality was more than 130 calories, the others felt a strong sense of oppression. Not far away, the two martial artists who had been chatting happily with Tan Jinping also felt as if their necks were being strangled. What was going on? The martial artist in charge of Serenity District's team looked confused. Then, he stared at Fang Ping, then turned to glare at Tan Jinping and said through gritted teeth, "You guys went to River City No. 1 High School to poach people?" The team leader from Rising Creek County had only just reacted. He scolded in a low voice, "Old Tan, don't be so shameless. It's just a little entertainment. Does Sun City have to do this? This outburst is almost as good as a martial artist's. Vitality is at least 145 calories. Old Tan, is it worth it? How much did you spend?" The two leaders looked unfriendly as they stared at Tan Jinping fiercely. Before Tan Jinping could explain, the leader from Serenity District said hurriedly, "Student, the physical assessment is coming up. If you outburst now, it will affect your performance in the assessment." The martial artist from Rising Creek County stepped forward and said with a smile, "Student, outburst after you enter the vitality chamber. Don't waste time." The two of them had no choice but to take this seriously. Fang Ping's vitality outburst was mixed with mentality pressure. The few students whose vitality had barely reached 120 calories were about to suffocate and roll their eyes. If this went on, their performance in the assessment would definitely be affected. Their vitality that could reach 120 calories initially would drop by 1 calorie or 2 calories later. They had not expected that there would be a potential martial artist in Sun City. Normally, even if these students outburst, the effect on students whose vitality was not that different from theirs would be limited. Fang Ping's vitality was strong, close to rank 1. That was why the two martial artists were more polite when they spoke. They did not know which famous high school Sun City had poached this student from. It was only then that Tan Jinping realized. He knew that Fang Ping's vitality was not weak, but before Fang Ping's outburst, he could not sense it clearly. Now that he saw Fang Ping's vitality surging and condensing, it was obvious that he was very close to rank 1. Other than that, there seemed to be other effects. The outburst of a potential rank 1 should not have caused the faces of the people around him to turn pale. At this time, Tan Jinping did not have time to think. If he let Fang Ping continue, things would get out of hand. The two people from Serenity and Rising Creek went over. Tan Jinping also hurried forward and said loudly, "Fang Ping, it's done." As Tan Jinping spoke, Fang Ping restrained his vitality. He turned his head and glanced at the three people who were hurrying toward him. He was secretly happy. Weren't they enjoying the show just now? Were they panicking now? That was what he thought, but Fang Ping's face was blank. His expression seemed to say, "Why aren't we continuing?" The leaders' faces stiffened. They were still continuing. If they continued, there would be at least 5 of the top students whose vitality would fall below 120 cal. One had to know that 120 calories was also a watershed in the educational assessment indicators. They were not the only districts in auspicious Sun City. If things got ugly in the end, all of them would suffer. Tan Jinping had already walked over. He first glanced at the panting Zhou Ben and the others. Seeing that they were fine except for their pale faces, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he could not help but look at Fang Ping with a frighteningly complicated expression. Mother Kerr, you started fighting without saying a word. You didn't follow the script. If you had done it step by step and everyone was prepared, this situation might not have happened. Aren't you ashamed to fight your own people? Also, how did this guy's vitality reach such a high level? It's not above 130 calories, it's clearly close to rank 1. How did that guy Wang Jinyang raise this kid? He's cultivated the methods of honing. His pole standing is at least in a stable stance. Otherwise, his vitality wouldn't be this high. His vitality is condensed and his outburst is swift. This means that even if he took the pills, he would have digested them completely. It didn't cause his vitality to stagnate. A true potential martial artist can be ready to break through at any time. Although Tan Jinping was only peak rank 1, he was almost 50 years old and had been stuck at rank 1 for many years. He instantly made a judgment in his heart. Following Fang Ping's outburst, the yearly tradition was broken. A few martial artists who wanted to watch the show and amuse themselves saw the shock and fear on the faces of the elite students from the various academies, and they could not say anything about it. Although the two top students from auspicious Sun No. 1 high school with vitalities of 130 calories and above were not under much pressure, they were still a little distracted. In this state, the test results might not be satisfactory. Even Zhou Ben and Xianxia from Sun City No. 1 high school were speechless. They didn't know if they were disappointed or if they were still in a daze. Fang Ping's sudden outburst just now had affected the few of them who were right beside Fang Ping. They were no less affected than anyone else. Tan Jinping felt that he had done something stupid. He did not know how it would affect the other regions. However, people like Zhou Ben and Xianxia were Sun City's martial arts university seeds. If he was defeated by Fang Ping, it would be troublesome if he made a mistake later. Tan Jinping was speechless when he thought about how Fang Ping would trick even his own people. The kid looked honest, but in reality, he might not be. After all, Fang Ping was not a martial artist. The range of his outburst was limited. The students in the queue did not know what had happened. However, they could still see the changes in the expressions of the outstanding students from the various schools. Outside the arena, whispers could be heard again. What happened to Zhou Ben and the others? Lu Yang's face is pale. Is he sick? What happened just now? Why didn't anyone make a sound? In the crowd, Wu Zhihao touched his chin. He had also seen the scene just now. Could it be Fang Ping's doing? Wu Zhihao guessed in his heart, but he wasn't too sure. After all, a top student from auspicious Sun No. 1 high school was there just now. listening to the students' whispers, then looking at the innocent Fang Ping. Tan Jinping felt a headache coming on. He said, "Everyone, get back in line and prepare for the physical examination." After the others left absent-mindedly, Tan Jinping saw that Fang Ping was about to slip away as well. He said, "Fang Ping, wait." Fang Ping stopped in his tracks. He turned around and laughed dryly. "Uncle Tan." Tan Jinping looked at him deeply for a while and said after a while, "You did very well, it's just a little too good." Tan Jinping added in his heart, "Do you want the vitality pill now, or now?" Fang Ping's eyes lit up as he hurriedly added, "If you don't accept it now, what if you go back on your word?" Tan Jinping did not mind. He took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Fang Ping. Tan Jinping could not help but rub his temples when he saw that Fang Ping seemed to have the intention of opening it for inspection. "Why would I lie to you about this?" Fortunately, Fang Ping did not open the bottle in the end. He stuffed it into his pocket. In reality, Fang Ping did not need to open it to know whether it was real or fake. If there was really a situation where his wealth did not increase, Fang Ping was afraid that he would immediately go to Tan Jinping for an explanation. Now that he had obtained the vitality pill, everything that had happened before had come to an end. Tan Jinping wanted to say a few more words, but in the end, he didn't. He waved his hand and said, "Let's talk after the physical examination." Fang Ping nodded, turned around, and returned to the queue. After he left, the two leaders of Serenity and Rising Stream walked over and stared at Tan Jinping with unfriendly eyes. Tan Jinping felt a headache coming on. He said helplessly, "Don't look at me. I didn't know his vitality was so high. Also, he's involved with that person from Nanjiang Martial Arts University." "Who?" the two of them said subconsciously. Then, the leading warrior from Serenity raised his eyebrows and said, "Wang Jinyang?" "Yes." Alright, there was no need to say anything else. Wang Jinyang, that monster, had just won the position of vice president of Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society a few days ago. This news had already spread in the martial arts circle. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society was different from the student council of a normal university. No matter how much power the student council had, it was still controlled by the school. However, in a professional martial arts university like Nanjiang Martial Arts University, the Martial Arts Society had a lot of power. The school's management and the Martial Arts Society's power was split almost 370. This included the allocation of resources, the management of the school's industry. The Martial Arts Society was involved in all of this. Everyone could see that Wang Jinyang had won the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Society. Once Wang Jinyang took control of the Martial Arts Society, the benefits he would reap in the next 3 years, and the level he would achieve after graduation, were almost predictable. Wang Jinyang, who had achieved rank 3 in a year, was not someone they could afford to offend. Since the other party was involved with Wang Jinyang, even if his performance was beyond their expectations, there was no need to question him. However, when they thought about Fang Ping's vitality outburst and how he had suppressed almost all of Auspicious Sun City's potential martial artists, the Serenity martial artist said enviously, "Rank 1 is just around the corner. Once he enters a martial arts university, he'll definitely achieve a breakthrough in less than 3 months. There aren't many martial artist candidates in Nanjiang every year. Just based on vitality alone, I'm afraid he'll be in the top 10 in Nanjiang." In Nanjiang province, Auspicious Sun City was not the best, but it was not too far behind either. It was average. The provincial capital, River City, had martial artist candidates almost every year. Sometimes, other big cities would show up as well. When there were fewer, there would be 2 or 3 martial artists in the whole province. When there were more, there would be 7 or 8. Now, he was getting stronger every year. Based on his previous standards, it would not be too difficult for him to rank in the top 10. As he said that, the leader of Serenity asked, "How's his cultural studies?" Tan Jinping thought for a while before saying, "It's not bad. If he passes the key points, the Big 2 probably won't reject him." "Are you sure he'll enter the Big 2? The Serenity martial artist raised his eyebrows. Entering Nanjiang Martial Arts University, waiting for Wang Jinyang to leave, and taking over the Martial Arts Society might not be impossible. That's hard to say. Forget it, we don't have to worry about these things. Tan Jinping thought about it for a while, but he did not continue thinking about it. This might have something to do with Wang Jinyang's plans. It was not something a rank 1 martial artist like him should worry about. If Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society president was from Sun City for 2 consecutive terms, Sun City would benefit as well. Whether Fang Ping went to Nanjiang Martial Arts University or entered the Big Two, this matter was beyond their control. At this moment, the three of them had a vague suspicion that Fang Ping was Wang Jinyang's preparation for what was to come. As for why he did not choose from the martial arts universities, it was very simple. Wang Jinyang was only a freshman now. No matter who he supported, they would not be able to take over Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang had just finished a meeting when he suddenly sneezed, attracting many people's attention. Old Wang was a rank 3 martial artist. Had he caught a cold? Wang Jinyang could not help but rub his nose. His gaze swept across the former Martial Arts Society vice president who was following behind him. Was this guy cursing him in his heart? A martial artist's senses were very sharp. To provoke him into sneezing, there must be some malicious intent behind it. With a smile on his face, old Wang glanced meaningfully at the senior he had chased off the stage. Was he trying to make a comeback? The young man who Wang Jinyang's gaze swept across had an ugly expression on his face. Motherf *Ker, isn't it enough to take away my position as vice president? Are you trying to kill me? The young man swore in his heart. When I'm done honing my torso, I'll get my revenge sooner or later. For a moment, the atmosphere at the entrance of the Martial Arts Society was cold. Fang Ping, who had returned to the queue, did not know about what had happened at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Ignoring the complicated looks from Zhou Ben and the others, Fang Ping began to focus on his stats panel: wealth, 227,000, vitality, 147 calories, 149 calories, mentality, 170 Hz, 172 Hz. Fang Ping had been cultivating without restraint for the past few days, which had depleted his wealth quickly. He was only left with 2 million. He had just obtained a vitality pill, which increased his wealth by 70,000. This time was different from the last time. Last time, he had obtained too many pills. Fang Ping did not know how the system had calculated them, nor did he know how much each pill was worth. Now that he had obtained a vitality pill alone, Fang Ping understood that the system had estimated the vitality pill's value to be 70,000. Should I become a middleman in the future? Fang Ping muttered to himself. The system had estimated the normal vitality pill's value to be 70,000. According to the system's nature, it meant that there were ways to obtain vitality pills for 70,000. If vitality pills were sold to people without channels, they would usually be sold for 100,000. If he could resell them, he could get a vitality pill for 70,000 and then sell it. Not only could he make money, but he could also earn a lot of wealth. However, this was just a thought. First of all, he did not have such channels. Even if he did, it would be illegal to resell pills in bulk. Ordinary people could only buy pills from pharmacies. Even if Fang Ping had a lot of pills, it would be fine if he sold them in small quantities without attracting attention. If he resold them in bulk, the Department of Investigation Services would treat him to tea the next day if nothing went wrong. However, Fang Ping took this matter to heart. If he had the chance, he would give it a try. Shifting his attention away from his wealth, Fang Ping took a look at his vitality and mentality. The outburst just now did not consume too much. 2 calories vitality and 2 Hz mentality. After spending 4,000 wealth to replenish what he had consumed, the corners of Fang Ping's mouth curled up slightly. The business this time was not a loss. Not only did he earn a vitality pill, but he also earned 66,000 wealth, which at least made up for the large amount of wealth he had spent recently. Also, his vitality was now stuck at 149 calories. He did not know how many times he needed to cultivate before he could break through to 150 calories. Just as Fang Ping was calculating his gains and losses, the doors of the Physical Assessment Center officially opened. The physical assessment began, the students lined up and prepared to enter. At this moment, a group of men in police uniforms appeared out of nowhere and guarded the 2 sides of the Physical Assessment Center. Fang Ping glanced at them and heard Tan Hao beside him mumble, "Stop looking." They're from the Department of Investigation Services. Department of Investigation Services? It's okay. They're here to prevent people from taking the exam and causing trouble. In the past, there were martial artists who pretended to be students and took the exam. Fang Ping understood. As expected, when he entered, the other party checked the admission tickets one by one and verified them. There were not many people from the Department of Investigation Services. There were only 4 of them. Fang Ping also sensed that 2 of them had vitality lower than his. It seemed that the Department of Investigation Services was not entirely made up of martial artists. This was inevitable. After all, even a city like Sun City had its own Department of Investigation Services. If they were all martial artists, then all the martial artists in Sun City would not be enough. Even if auspicious Sun City was much stronger than Sun City, not all of them were martial artists. When it was Fang Ping's turn, a martial artist from the Department of Investigation Services whose vitality was no weaker than Tan Jinping sized Fang Ping up carefully. In the end, he did not say anything and allowed Fang Ping to enter the physical assessment center. The moment he stepped into the physical assessment center, Fang Ping let out a long breath. At the same time as they entered the physical assessment center. In the control room of the physical assessment center. At this moment, 7 or 8 people were gathered in the control room, half sitting and half standing. Among them were members of the Ministry of Education's inspection team, Nanjiang's inspection team, and Auspicious Sun's official representative. Seeing the students enter, the deputy leader of Nanjiang's inspection team, an old man in his 60s with black hair, tilted his head and said, "Director Jean, there are no martial artist candidates in Auspicious Sun this year, right?" Jean Kemming, the director of Auspicious Sun's Department of Education, who was standing beside the old man, was sweating profusely. He said carefully, "Director Luo, there are no martial artist candidates in Auspicious Sun this year, including this year, if I remember correctly, it's been 10 years. For a whole 10 years, there hasn't been a martial artist candidate in Auspicious Sun," the old man called Luo Ting said indifferently. Before Jean Kemming could continue, the old man sneered. 10 years ago, during such a difficult time, there were still martial artist candidates in the martial sciences exam. I didn't expect that in the past 10 years, life would get better, and the education environment would improve. But Auspicious Sun hasn't had a martial artist candidate in 10 years. Who knows where the annual funding for education is spent, Director Luo? Jean Kemming's forehead was sweating even more. The old man did not look at him. He glanced sideways at the 2 members of the inspection team. Seeing that they were staring at the monitor as if they did not hear what he said, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. Ignoring the presence of the 2, the old man continued, "This year, the inspection team in the province has a much higher standard than before. Director Chen personally led a team to inspect River City. Deputy Director Liu and I each led a team to inspect each city. Do you know why?" Jean Kemming licked his dry lips and said softly, "Governor General Zhang broke through to rank 7 Grandmaster, intending to sweep away the declining trend of martial arts in Nanjiang, so you knew?" The old man said lightly, "I thought you didn't know." Jean Kemming did not dare to continue, but the old man did not mind. He continued, "Nanjiang has 15 prefecture-level cities under its jurisdiction. Auspicious Sun is not the best, but it's not the worst either. However, Auspicious Sun's martial arts education has been in the bottom 3 for many years. Every year, Auspicious Sun wants to reform and restructure." You, Jean Kemming, patted your chest loudly. "Last year, you went to report in the province with even greater enthusiasm. This year, you promised to get rid of Auspicious Sun's worst ranking. But now, for 10 consecutive years, there had been no martial artist candidates. Not to mention martial artist candidates, not even a peak-level prospective martial artist had appeared, if it wasn't for..." The old man's gaze became much colder. He huffed softly. "If it weren't for Auspicious Sun's Wang Jinyang's outstanding performance at Nanjiang Martial Arts University last year, Auspicious Sun's Department of Education would have been completely abolished." More sweat appeared on Jean Kemming's forehead, but he heaved a sigh of relief. He was also thankful that there was still Wang Jinyang to protect Auspicious Sun City's reputation. It was a pity that Wang Jinyang's performance in the martial science exam was average. If he had become a martial artist in the martial science exam last year, Auspicious Sun would not have to face so much pressure. Just as Jean Kemming was about to heave a sigh of relief, the old man suddenly said, although Auspicious Sun City's Department of Education didn't make a big move because of Wang Jinyang, Governor-General Zhang personally went to the Department of Education before we left and made it clear that meritorious service will be rewarded and mistakes will be punished. The martial arts education in Auspicious Sun City had many drawbacks. There were no professional martial arts training classes in the high schools of the lower counties and cities. The subsidy plan for outstanding students is only in name, but it has never been implemented. The old man asked many questions in a row, causing Jean Kemming's face to turn pale. When he was done, the old man said slowly, "Don't blame the province for not giving you a chance. This time, I came over to talk to you peacefully, instead of arresting you on the spot for dereliction of duty. This means that you still have a chance. And this chance lies in the physical assessment results this time. This year, if there are more than 100 students with vitality above 120 calories in Auspicious Sun City, the province will give you time to reform. Or, if there are peak aspiring martial artists or martial artist candidates, you will also have a chance to correct. If there are none of them and you fail to meet the standards," the old man said slowly, "then Director Jean, you will be going to the catacombs next." The catacombs? Jean Kemming could not hold it in anymore. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The two members of the inspection team who had pretended not to hear their conversation earlier could not help but turn their heads to look. Especially when they looked at Jean Kemming, there was a hint of pity in their eyes. This fellow had been overseeing the Auspicious Sun City Department of Education for 5 years. In Auspicious Sun City, he was also one of the top 5 big shots. However, if someone like him who was used to enjoying life were really sent to the catacombs, would he survive, although this fellow was already a rank 3? The old man said mildly, "Enjoyment and sacrifice are equal. The same goes for rights and obligations. No one is an exception. If you, Jean Kemming, can cultivate a large number of martial artist seedlings, you will also be contributing to the country. Then you can naturally enjoy everything you deserve in Auspicious Sun City. However, you are in a high position. All you do is enjoy and don't know how to contribute. You don't even understand the principle of everyone performing their own duties. It's not easy for the country to cultivate you to rank 3. Naturally, you will have to pay the price you deserve." Deputy Luo, Jean Kemming's face was frighteningly pale. His legs were even trembling slightly as he said, "Deputy Luo, please give me another year. I promise that next year, Auspicious Sun City will not be like this." The situation this year had already been set. More than 100 students with vitality above 120 cal. Was it difficult? It could be said that it was difficult, but it was not too difficult either. For big cities, it was really not difficult to have 100 students with vitality above 120 calories. Some famous high schools could achieve this in just one high school. However, for Auspicious Sun City, it was really difficult. The first physical assessment point had already gathered Auspicious Sun No. 1 High School, Rising Stream No. 1 High School, Sun City No. 1 High School. These were the top high schools in Auspicious Sun City. Even so, there were less than 30 students with vitality above 120 calories. This time, there were a total of 3 physical assessment points. The other 2 places were much worse than here. There would not be too many students with vitality above 120 calories. In total, there would be 60 to 70 people at most. Although the old man said he would give him a chance, in reality, Jean Kemming knew that there was no chance at all. When he thought of sending a civilian martial artist who had not used martial arts for many years to the catacombs, Jean Kemming instantly felt like he had lost his parents. This was basically sending him to his death. The old man completely ignored him. Give him another year? He said the same thing every year, and he had an excuse every year. Previously, Governor-General Zhang had not broken through to rank 7. As a rank 6 Governor-General Zhang, his deterrent power to the various cities below him had not reached its peak. Considering the complexity of the local situation, the Governor-General had not made a big move. However, now that the Governor-General had broken through to rank 7, he already had the deterrent power to suppress one side. In order to sweep away the declining trend of Nanjiang's martial arts, it was necessary to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Not only an Auspicious Sun, but Jean Kemming was not the only chicken to be killed this time. He, the second-ranked deputy director of the Department of Education, had personally come to Auspicious Sun, actually prepared to take down Jean Kemming directly. As for the commander in Auspicious Sun, if he did not interfere, then so be it. If he dared to interfere, then he should not blame him for not giving face, killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Auspicious Sun's commander was also within the scope of the monkeys. Seeing that the old man was unmoved, Jean Kemming suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Deputy Luo, I want to go down and see the situation." The old man glanced at him and said lightly, "Do as you wish. There are people from the Department of Investigation Services at the Vitality Assessment Area. Also, I will always be here. If you think you can disappear under my eyes, then that's your own skill. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Jean Kemming hurriedly shook his head. Running away now would only lead to death. Even if he went to the catacombs, he might not necessarily die. However, if he ran away now, he would definitely die. He had no intention of doing so at all. Go. The old man naturally knew the reason why he went down. It was nothing more than to put in some effort to save himself. After all, Jean Kemming was a rank 3 martial artist. Although he was a mediocre official, he was not guilty of a heinous crime. Not detaining him on the spot was actually giving him a chance. However, only they knew how slim this hope was. Jean Kemming left in a hurry. In the main control room, one of the inspectors who had not spoken all this while, a refined man in his 30s who was not too old, chuckled. "I've always heard that Deputy Luo takes good care of his subordinates. I've finally seen it for myself today. It's Director Jin's fortune to have a superior like you. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to come to Nanjiang. I'm looking forward to working under you, Deputy Luo." The old man smiled. "I'm sorry. I'm also looking forward to working with the talented youths in the department. However, the chances of Jean Kemming passing the test are slim." He said this because he had guessed what Jean Kemming was going to do next. Perhaps this was the only thing he could do. However, it was not easy to reach 100 students with 120 calories and above vitality. Inside the assessment center, as the doctor said strip, the 10 people in the group began to take off their clothes. When Fong Ping was down to his underwear, he stopped. Out of the other 9 people, 7 of them stopped as well. But in the crowd, the other 2 continued to strip until they were completely naked. Seeing the 2 idiots, Tan Hao and Yang Jian, stripped naked and showing off their little brothers, the others' faces darkened. Some of them even tried to hold back their laughter. The doctor in charge of the examination was speechless. After a while, he said, "The physical surgery department only examines large scars. The main point is to prevent the scars from being too severe. If there's a vitality outburst during a breakthrough, it'll cause a serious impact. Therefore, just a rough look is enough. Also, I just said, leave your underwear." The middle-aged male doctor did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Wasn't I clear enough? Even if there's a small scar on the area covered by your underwear, it won't hurt, do you understand? These 2 idiots were naked. Are they showing off or what?" The doctor said a few words and ignored them. After a simple examination, he stamped on everyone's physical examination forms. Fong Ping looked at the 2 idiots who did not hear the rules clearly and still looked smug. He felt ashamed to be in the same group as them. "Do you think your little brothers are magnificent?" "Magnificent?" Fong Ping did not bother to mock them. He put on his clothes and hurried out of the examination room. He would not be with these 2 idiots for the next physical examination. Fong Ping saw Tan Jinping as soon as he left the examination room. When he saw Tan Jinping, Fong Ping was stunned. Were these martial artists not allowed to enter? The moment Tan Jinping saw Fong Ping, he quickly waved at him. After a while, the 2 of them found a place with fewer people and stopped for a while. Tan Jinping asked impatiently, "Student Fong Ping, can you tell me how high your vitality is?" Fong Ping glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Seeing the urgency on his face, he muttered softly, "Uncle Tan. I haven't been tested before." Although he knew that his vitality was limited, he did not know what Tan Jinping was up to since he was in such a hurry. Naturally, Fong Ping chose to hide his trump card. "You must have cultivated the methods of honing before, right?" "Yes, I have." "Then do you feel that your qi and blood are surging?" but you can't increase it anymore, Fang Ping understood right away. Tan Jinping was talking about the bottleneck of 149 calories. After some thought, Fang Ping did not answer him directly. Instead, he asked curiously, Uncle Tan, why are you asking about this? The vitality test will begin soon. We'll know how much it is once we test it. Tan Jinping saw that he didn't say anything and knew that this kid wasn't an honest person. After thinking for a while, Tan Jinping said in a low voice, let's put it this way. If your vitality has really reached a point where it can no longer be increased, then judging from the strength of your vitality just now, you should be close to your limit, or have already reached your limit. The limit I'm talking about is the limit of aspiring martial artists. You should know what that means. Are you talking about the limit between 149 calories and 150 calories? Not bad. Tan Jinping continued, I had some guesses before, but I wasn't sure. A potential martial artist with 149 calories is also known as a peak potential martial artist. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He waited for him to finish, but he did not speak. He continued to look at him. Tan Jinping had come looking for him in such a hurry and asked if he had reached the limits of an aspiring martial artist. He must have his reasons. Who? Tan Jinping felt a little helpless. This kid didn't seem like a high school student at all. After thinking for a moment, he realized that this kid had Wang Jinyang behind him. It would not be easy to fool him. With that in mind, Tan Jinping said frankly, Auspicious Sun City has not been doing well in the martial sciences examinations for the past few years. If we're still at the bottom this year, the higher-ups might hold us accountable. Earlier, Director Jean of Auspicious Sun's Department of Education approached us, hoping that we could provide information on students with vitality above 115 calories. He hoped that he could use the pills to help them break through 120 calories during the vitality assessment later. But it's too dangerous, so we don't dare to act rashly. Director Jean then mentioned the matter of extreme martial artists, and I thought of you. Tan Jinping did not elaborate, but Fang Ping understood the gist of it. If Auspicious Sun City's results in this year's martial sciences examinations continued to be poor, Auspicious Sun City's Department of Education would be held accountable. As for whether they would be dismissed or demoted, Fang Ping had no idea. In any case, it was definitely nothing good. He searched for a group of students whose vitality was close to 120 calories. Director Jean personally provided pills to help them break through to 120 calories. However, how many students had vitality close to 120 cal? Moreover, if he wanted to increase his vitality by a few cal, normal vitality pills might not even be effective. He might need to use rank 1 vitality pills. However, rank 1 vitality pills were commonly used by rank 2 martial artists. They were extremely potent. If a student with low vitality were to consume it, there was a high chance that he or she would die. Tan Jinping and the others were a little scared. They didn't really support this plan and were afraid of being implicated by Chief Jean. In the end, the topic shifted to Fang Ping. The three martial artists had seen Fang Ping's vitality outburst earlier and guessed that he was nearing his limit. Even if he did not have 149 calories, he would still have 145 calories. Fang Ping, whose vitality was extremely high, would not face too much danger if he consumed a rank 1 vitality pill. If he consumed a rank 1 vitality pill, even if his vitality was not at 149 calories, there was a possibility that he could achieve an outburst of 149 calories. The risk was much lower than looking for those students, and the chances of success were much higher too. After roughly understanding the implications, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. He laughed dryly. Uncle Tan, I don't think my vitality has reached 149 calories yet. It's okay. Your outburst was at least above 145 calories. As long as you consume a rank 1 vitality pill, the outburst test, it's too risky. Fang Ping shook his head hurriedly. Uncle Tan, don't think that I don't know. Aspiring martial artists haven't completed their bone honing. The rank 1 vitality pill's effect is too strong. You're different. Moreover, Director Jean is a rank 3 martial artist, the director of Auspicious Sun City's Department of Education. Fang Ping said lightly, rank 3 martial artist? I wonder what rank Brother Wang is. Should I call Brother Wang and ask? Tan Jinping's words earlier were a little threatening. Of course, he did not make it very clear, but Fang Ping was not stupid. Naturally, he understood. Tan Jinping's tone faltered. He had almost forgotten about this. Fang Ping was not a rootless duckweed. This guy still had Wang Jinyang standing behind him. However, when he caught a glimpse of Fang Ping's expression, Tan Jinping suddenly understood, this kid was not trying to reject him. He was making conditions. Tan Jinping did not know whether to laugh or cry at the thought. He felt like he was not talking to a high school student. Putting Jean Kemming aside, Tan Jinping was a martial artist and the deputy director of Sun City's Department of Education. If Fang Ping could do it, he would have agreed long ago. After all, he was not the one who was bleeding. Tan Jinping had been shocked by Director Jin's eagerness. Now that he had recovered, he smiled immediately. You kid, I know what you mean. You're Hao Intao's friend, so Uncle Tan will naturally side with you. However, even if you have Wang Jinyang's support, you can't go too far. After all, Director Jin's position in auspicious Sun City is not ordinary. If you help Director Jin this time, you'll definitely owe him a favor. But if the conditions are too much, not only will you lose your favor, but you'll also have a thorn in your side. Even if you don't care, your friends and relatives are all in auspicious Sun. Uncle Tan, I understand. Fang Ping interrupted. I've never interacted with Director Jin before, and I don't know the severity of the situation. You're Tan Hao and Tan Tao's father. I don't think you'd want to harm me. However, there was indeed some risk involved in this matter. If one were to take a risk, it had to be worth the risk. After all, there's hope for me to become a martial artist. It's not worth it to take a risk for such a small profit. That's true. Tan Jinping admitted that Fang Ping was right. Although he did not think that the risk was high, there was still a risk. Letting a prospective martial artist like Fang Ping, who had a 90% chance of getting into a martial arts university and had hopes of becoming a martial artist, take the risk would definitely come with a price. After pondering for a moment, Tan Jinping prompted, Director Jin previously asked US to find 30 students with vitality close to 120 calories. One normal vitality pill is the minimum guarantee. It's very likely that they'll all be given a rank 1 vitality pill. The market price of a rank 1 vitality pill was 300,000 yuan. Of course, with Director Jin's resources, he could buy it at 70% of the market price. If all of them were given rank 1 vitality pills, it would be worth more than 6 million. However, it's not necessarily a good thing to be greedy, and you'll lose your favor. On this basis, I think Director Jin won't say no if you ask for pills or cash at half the price. Tan Jinping revealed everything to Fang Ping, thinking that it was not his own money, so he did not feel bad spending it. Although he did not expect Fang Ping to help him much in the future, there was no harm in befriending him. He had said something he should not have said in a moment of desperation. This young man was quite vengeful. Telling him everything now would earn him a favor. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Was there such a good thing? This was a good thing that came knocking on his door. The vitality check was a must-do next, and he could earn some money at the same time. Of course, Fang Ping would not mind. After Tan Jinping finished, Fang Ping said immediately, Uncle Tan, I'm just a little bit away from my limit. As long as I take a rank 1 vitality pill, the chances of reaching my limit are very high. Of course, one might not be enough. If I take the risk and try 2, I'm 90% sure I'll succeed. As long as you provide me with 2 rank 1 vitality pills and 2 million in cash, I'll risk my life for this once. After all, if something happens to me, my family will lose their pillar of support. My parents aren't in good health either. The corner of Tan Jinping's mouth twitched as he listened to Fang Ping's pitiful words. You'll risk your life, but why do I feel like you're already at your limit? Fang Ping did not ask for too much, though. 2 rank 1 vitality pills and 2 million in cash. It was much cheaper than Jean Kemming's original plan. Moreover, Jean Kemming looked like he was about to jump off a building. Even if Fang Ping offered a higher price, Jean Kemming would not reject him. Thinking of this, Tan Jinping nodded. As long as you can ensure that your vitality reaches the 149 calories limit during the test, I'll agree to your conditions on behalf of Director Jin. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Tan. Oh, right. Fang Ping chuckled. Uncle Tan, you can also say that I asked for 3 rank 1 vitality pills. Just give me 2 when the time comes. Tan Jinping was stunned again. Are you really a senior high school student? You're still in the mood to think about giving me benefits at this time? Is this considered as travel expenses? Fang Ping was still smiling. He continued, Uncle Tan, tell me more about the risks I'll have to take. Also, after I get into a martial arts university, the few million won't really matter much. I think that Mr. Director will understand me, and even be grateful that I'm willing to take the risk. I won't tell Brother Wang about this. I don't want Brother Wang to worry and cause trouble. Tan Jinping's face stiffened. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. Fang Ping was using Wang Jinyang as a deterrent. He had even thrown the carrot stick at him. Jin Kemming might not hold a grudge because he was grasping at straws. Even if he did, Jin Kemming would probably give up after hearing Fang Ping's words. At that moment, Tan Jinping felt a ripple in his heart. This kid was just as he had imagined. He was not an honest person. Fang Ping was prepared to use a rank 1 vitality pill to shut him up. Even if he did not, he knew what to do. All right. The vitality test is about to begin. I'll talk to Director Jean immediately. When you arrive at the entrance of the Physical Assessment Center, I'll give you the pill on the spot. As for the money, I'll transfer it to you after the test. Also, Tan Jinping said sternly, also, you must ensure that your vitality reaches the limit. Otherwise, even with Wang Jinyang around, you'll still get into big trouble. I understand. Don't worry, Uncle Tan. Outside the Physical Assessment Center, Jin Kemming was sweating profusely. If not for the fact that he wanted to maintain his dignity in front of the others, he would have barged in himself, as the director of Auspicious Sun City's education department. As long as he did not go to the vitality test area, patrolling other areas was part of his job scope. Tan Jinping had not come out yet, but the vitality test was about to begin. Jin Kemming cursed in his heart. If he had known, he would have gathered a group of students to help him. As long as he offered enough benefits and threats, these students would not refuse even if they knew the risks. As for Fang Ping, although his subordinates in Serenity and Rising Stream had said that he was close to rank 1, who knew if he had reached the limit, just as he was considering whether to go in, Tan Jinping had already rushed out. Jin Kemming asked quickly, how did it go? Director, Tan Jinping told him what had happened in a low voice. Although he did not do exactly what Fang Ping had said, he emphasized that Fang Ping had a bright future and Wang Jinyang's support. 2 million in cash and 3 rank 1 vitality pills were Fang Ping's conditions. Jin Kemming did not care about that. As one of the top 5 giants in Auspicious Sun City, even if he was not greedy, his net worth was far more than that. He had already prepared 30 rank 1 vitality pills. Now, Fang Ping was asking for less than he had expected. After Tan Jinping had finished, Jin Kemming said immediately, as long as he can reach the limit, I guarantee that I will not discount the conditions. As for whether he could reach the limit, when he remembered that the person in the lobby was in the main control room upstairs, he did not have a future to speak of. I don't think the person that Wang Jinyang has his eyes on will disappoint me, Jin Kemming comforted himself. Wang Jinyang was young and in the same grade as him. The person that such a person had his eyes on would not be too bad. Since the other party dared to agree and state his conditions, it meant that he was confident. Jin Kemming no longer hesitated. He took a bottle of pills from the secretary and passed it to Tan Jinping. Send it over immediately. I won't show up. Okay. Tan Jinping glanced at Fang Ping, who was waiting not far away. He gestured at the bottle in his hand and walked toward Fang Ping. Soon, Fang Ping received 3 rank 1 vitality pills. He did not split the loot with Tan Jinping on the spot. Jin Kemming was outside, so he had to wait until the matter was over. With the pills in hand, Fang Ping was overjoyed. This was a free lunch from the sky. Not long after Fang Ping received the pills, the vitality assessment officially began. The students who had passed the assessment began to gather at the vitality assessment area. Jin Kemming used the excuse of patrolling the assessment area to bring Tan Jinping's subordinates into the vitality assessment area, accompanied by the Department of Investigation Services, the supervisory team and the patrol team. Director Luo, who was in the main control room upstairs, knew his purpose. According to the rules, Auspicious Sun City's local leaders were not allowed to enter the Vitality Assessment Area to prevent cheating. However, with the Department of Investigation Services, the supervisory team, and the patrol team accompanying him, no one thought that Jean Kemming was capable of cheating. Eager to save himself, Jean Kemming wanted to know the results as soon as possible, and Director Luo was willing to satisfy him. At the Vitality Assessment Area, the first batch of students entered the Vitality Chamber and the assessment began. At that moment, many people were extremely anxious. Fong Ping, who was still waiting, was relaxed and at ease. Wealth, 2896000 Vitality, 149 Cal Mentality, 172 Hz. The 3 rank 1 Vitality pills had increased his wealth by 630,000. Moreover, with the increase in wealth, Fong Ping might be able to gain a deeper understanding of the system. For example, if he gave a rank 1 Vitality pill to Tan Jinping, would the increase in wealth be deducted? This did not happen when Fong Ping gave pocket money to Fong Yuan, but it was hard to say when it came to items. At the Vitality Assessment Area. It was Fong Ping's first time seeing what a Vitality Chamber looked like. It was shaped like a small house. That was a compliment. In fact, it was almost the same as a crystal coffin. From 01 to 60, there were a total of 60 Vitality Chambers in the first assessment area. Wu Zhihao, who had just arrived, said covetously, "A Vitality Chamber costs more than $1 million. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to buy this thing." The small vitality measuring machine in Wu Zhihao's house was second-hand. As Wu Zhihao spoke, a middle-aged man in a white coat walked out of the Vitality Assessment Area. "Students. Vitality is the most important thing in the martial sciences exam. Many students are willing to pay any price to pass the Vitality Assessment. However, I have to remind everyone that you only have one life. Cherish it. Martial artists should fight, but not blindly." Many students have prepared pills for the Vitality Assessment and had a sudden outburst. This is allowed by the rules. However, you have to think this through. Some students are willing to take pills that exceed their tolerance limit just to get a temporary outburst. Every year, there are students who overestimate themselves and try it. Every year, there are deaths and injuries. Martial artists are not martial artists, nor are they boorish. Literature can bring peace to a country, but martial arts can bring peace to a country. Only those who are well-versed in both literature and martial arts are martial artists. Those who only use their strength without using their brains are thugs and boorish people, not martial artists. Therefore, according to the rules, I will remind everyone one last time. If there are any accidents during the Vitality Assessment, you will have to bear the consequences. The man in the white coat said coldly. Students who did not care about anything and took pills that exceeded their tolerance limit died in vain. The country needed a group of martial artists with brains, especially in places like martial arts universities, who knew when to give up and recognize themselves. This was the kind of person the government needed. As for casual martial artists, part of the reason they were miserable was because they only had strength and lacked the necessary wisdom. Fong Ping did not say anything, but Wu Zhihao, who was beside him, looked at him strangely. "Boorish people who don't use their brains." Wu Zhihao muttered. Those words should have been directed at Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not react immediately when he heard his muttering. Then, he thought of something and said with a dark expression, "Get lost." Hee. Wu Zhihao was overjoyed. He had finally gained the upper hand. When Fong Ping's vitality skyrocketed, wasn't it because he had taken a pill that exceeded the limit? However, Fong Ping was lucky and did not die. Now, the vitality test officially begins. Students, please enter the vitality chamber according to the number, school, name, and examinee number displayed on the screen. The number represents the number of the vitality chamber. The white-coat scientist shouted, causing the students to quieten down. Then, they all raised their heads and looked at the big screen. Number 01, Omping Experimental High School, Lizabine, 2008340501176. Number 02, Auspicious Sun First High School, Qingxuajian, 2008340510336. Number 36, Sun City Number 1 Middle School, Zhongnan. The first batch of 60 students walked out of the crowd when they saw the big screen. Zhang Nan from Class 4 was among the first batch of students to be tested. Zhang Nan's expression was tense. She was a little nervous, and there was a little despair in the depths of her eyes. She knew that the possibility of her getting into a martial arts university was very, very small, so small that she did not even have to consider it. Her vitality had not even reached 110 calories. She might not even pass the physical assessment. The moment Zhang Nan took a step forward, someone suddenly shouted, "Zhang Nan, it doesn't matter if you don't get in. Let's go to social sciences together." Fang Ping and the others turned their heads and saw Zhang Hao's face turn red. He hid in the crowd as soon as he finished shouting. Zhang Nan, who had been nervous just a moment ago, blushed. She did not even dare to look back as she rushed into the testing area. The white-coat scientist, who had disappeared to who knew where, suddenly floated out and shouted, "Keep quiet." He even glanced at Zhang Hao as he spoke, but said nothing more. This young man's vitality was not that great, but he picked a good time to pick up girls. He had a bright future ahead of him. In the central control room of the vitality testing area. When the first batch of students entered, the video of them entering the vitality chamber was quickly transmitted. Other than the video, the central control room was also connected to 60 vitality chambers. The test results would be reported immediately. At the same time, the results would also be reported directly to the relevant departments in the Education Ministry. Jean Kemming stared at the various data and information on the computer. When the first batch of students entered and the results were reported, Jean Kemming's expression was frighteningly ugly. He had given Fang Ping pills in hopes that he could reach the standard of a peak aspiring martial artist. However, he understood that he should not put all his eggs in one basket. Jean Kemming also hoped that these students would perform better. If there were 100 students with vitality above 120 calories, he would not have to rely solely on Fang Ping. However, none of the 60 students had reached 120 cal, forget 120 calories, there was not even a single student with 115 cal. Taking a deep breath, Jean Kemming asked in a low voice, "How many students are there in the first assessment area?" There were 3,895 who participated in the physical assessment. However, 25 of them were eliminated in the previous tests for injuries, vision, and bones. Now there are 3,870 left. That means there will be 65 tests? Jean Kemming mumbled. The first assessment area gathered most of the famous high schools in auspicious Sun City. Only 50 students with vitality above 120 calories could pass. In other words, out of every 4 tests, at least 3 had to be at 120 calories. Suppressing his worries, Jean Kemming did not say anything else and continued to stare at the computer. The first batch was completely wiped out. None of them had reached 120 calories. The second batch of 60 people was completely wiped out again. The third batch was the same. However, this batch produced a student with 119 calories, just one step away. The fourth batch, by the time the 6th assessment was over, the total number of students had reached 360. Jean Kemming could not hold back his anger anymore. He turned to Tan Jinping and the other 2 and said through gritted teeth, "I admit that auspicious Sun City's Department of Education did not pay enough attention to the martial arts education in the counties. But the education budget every year is not missing out on you. Take Serenity City as an example. Last year, the education budget was 280 million. Where's the money? 360 people. If the ratio was expanded to normal students, there would be at least 4,000 senior high school students. None of them had 120 calories vitality. Where did the money go, bastards?" Jean Kemming cursed. It was not that he did not know some things, but all these years, everyone had gotten used to muddling through. As long as it was not his money, he did not feel the pinch. However, he was going to be in trouble now. When he thought about how these guys were fine, Jean Kemming wanted to kill them on the spot. Tan Jinping and the other 2 were parched, but they dared not say a word in rebuttal. Where did the money go? Who the hell knew? Logically, a school like Sun City No. 1 High School should have a professional martial arts class and hired martial artists to teach. Besides that, outstanding students would be rewarded with pills. Normal pills like the blood replenishing pill and chi replenishing pill were prepared for these poor kids. Sun City did not have them. Not only Sun City, but most schools in Auspicious Sun City did not have them. Only Auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School had some. After all, it was right under their noses. If they did not pursue this matter, then so be it. If they did, who knew how big of a mess it would cause? If Fong Ping had heard all this, he might have thought through some things. Previously, Fong Ping had thought that the government was too unreliable if they did not even have a professional martial arts class despite the importance it placed on the martial sciences. They had to rely on self-study. In reality, such an establishment existed in the documents. However, it was not so easy to implement it. The more remote and backward a place was, the harder it was to implement it. It was like the 9-year free education in his past life. It had been implemented in big cities for many years, but it had only been implemented in remote mountain villages. Jean Kemming was burning with anger, but it did not stop him from continuing the assessment. Batch after batch of students entered the vitality chamber. Again and again, they were disappointed and even despaired. When it was the 10th batch, Tan Jinping suddenly said excitedly, "Director, look. Sun City No. 1 High School's Wu Zhihao has reached 120 calories. Jean Kemming quickly looked over. His mood improved slightly, and he nodded lightly. Sun City No. 1 High School is not bad, he thought of Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping. As for the Serenity District's Board of Education leader, Jean Kemming had already made up his mind. If he did not die this time, the bastards in Serenity District would all die. Auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School had spent so many resources, only to give him such an explanation, in the vitality assessment area. When Wu Zhihao walked out, he was a little exhausted. Fong Ping and the others hurried over to help him up. Yang Jian asked hurriedly, "How did it go?" I'm not sure. I tried my best," Wu Zhihao panted heavily. He lowered his voice and said, "I was just thinking that this bastard Fong Ping is too despicable. He was clearly not as good as us before, but he suddenly surpassed us." Envy, jealousy, hatred, anger, and a desire to kill him all burst out at once. "I think the results are pretty good," Yang Jian's eyes lit up. He asked quickly, "Really?" "Really?" Wu Zhihao panted. "Plus the vitality pill I just ate, I think my vitality won't be lower than 118 calories. It might even be higher." "Amazing." The others looked envious. Fong Ping, on the other hand, looked terrible. He wanted to kick this guy to death. "Why are you thinking about me when you're having an emotional outburst? Can't you think about some porn?" As they were talking, Yang Jian suddenly said, "It's my turn." Wu Zhihao encouraged him. "Go for it. Think about killing Fong Ping, get lost." Fong Ping cursed and shook the guy off. Wu Zhihao did not mind. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait for you guys outside. I did well on the spot this time. I'll treat you to a meal later." "I have to thank you. Are you going to get lost or not?" "Get lost. Get lost right now." Central Control Room. The Serenity District martial artist said in surprise, "Lu Yang is 122 calories, from Auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School. Xia Qingyi is 121 calories, from Serenity Sun City No. 1 High School. Zhao Shui is 124 calories, from Auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School." The leader of Serenity District's Board of Education smiled like an idiot. He had almost peed his pants earlier. Jean Kemming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He did not know what was going on, but the students with high vitality in Serenity were all at the back. Now, after 3 batches, there were already 6 students with 120 calories in Serenity. Until now, there were a total of 8 students with 120 calories in Serenity District. On Sun City's side, there were 4. Rising Creek had the fewest, with only 2. More than half of the students had been tested. Jean Kemming had already given up on these people. Ignoring the Serenity District leader's joy, he asked in a low voice, "Which batch is Fong Ping in?" One of the leaders of the testing center looked at the people from the Department of Investigation Services, the supervisory team, and the patrol team beside him. He did not know if he should answer. The man from the supervisory team from the Department of Education smiled and said, "That's fine. If Director Jean wants to know, then help me check." Jean Kemming smiled to express his gratitude. He glanced at the computer screen, then turned to Tan Jinping and said, Tan Tao is your son, right? Not bad. 121 calories, Tan Jinping said dryly, it's just so. He can't compare to the one in your family, Director. Jean Kemming did not continue. He waited for the testing center to check. After a while, someone said, Fong Ping from Sun City No. 1 High School is in the 46th batch. They're still testing the 31st batch. You'll have to wait for a while. Thank you. Jean Kemming thanked him and said nothing after that. Even when a genius from auspicious Sun City No. 1 High School was tested to have 132 calories, Jean Kemming did not say anything. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Tan Jinping reminded in a low voice, Director, it's Fong Ping's turn. Jean Kemming had been paying attention, so naturally, he saw it too. He squinted at the data feed and the surveillance video of Vitality Pod number 06, not even in the mood to blink. Vitality Pod number 06. As soon as Fong Ping entered, he felt that the space was too small and cramped. Fong Ping scanned the place from top to bottom. He also saw the surveillance cameras. After some thought, he took out a pill from his pocket, covered it with his palm, and swallowed it in one gulp. What he swallowed was not the 3 rank 1 vitality pills, but the normal vitality pill that Tan Jinping had given him earlier. He had said that he had almost reached his limit. There were surveillance cameras on the spot, as well as in the physical assessment center outside. If the director checked the surveillance afterward and saw that he had not swallowed the pill, would he not be lying? Although he had achieved his goal, Fong Ping understood the minds of those in power. They would still be unhappy. Now that he had consumed a normal vitality pill, even if the director knew that it was not a rank 1 vitality pill, he would still feel much better. At least Fong Ping had given him face. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Fong Ping felt a wave of vitality spreading from his stomach. This feeling. Fong Ping's eyes lit up. This vitality force is different. The vitality force contained in the pill was similar to the vitality force condensed by the methods of honing. In other words, the vitality force in the pill was much more condensed than the one provided by the system. There was no need to purify it. No wonder, Fong Ping was deep in thought. The vitality force provided by the system was a little weak. It was not very effective in breaking through bottlenecks. Perhaps he could use the pill to break through his 150 calories vitality. Fong Ping did not dwell on it. He waited for a while, and suddenly, with a roar, his vitality began to surge. Central control room. Jean Kemming clenched his fists and stared at the computer screen. His heart was in his throat as he watched the numbers flicker. 5 seconds later, Jean Kemming suddenly swung his fist. There was a series of explosions in the air. Good. Director Jean. A few people beside him suddenly stood up. The inspectors frowned and said, Control yourself. Jean Kemming, a rank 3 martial artist, could destroy the central control room if he did not control himself. Jean Kemming nodded quickly. His face was full of smiles and relief. He did not care about being scolded at this moment. 149 calories. He really is a peak aspiring martial artist. Fong Ping, very good. Very good. Jean Kemming wanted to laugh out loud. He did not have to go to the catacombs anymore. The others were surprised too. The staff in charge of the data transmission muttered, it seemed to be jumping toward 150 calories just now. Unfortunately, it still stopped at 149 calories. This meant that Fong Ping had not really broken through his limit. Outside the physical examination center. At this time, many of the students who had finished their tests did not leave. As soon as Fong Ping came out, Wu Zhihao rushed forward and asked, How was it? Who knows? We won't be able to see the results. That's true. Wu Zhihao was a little nervous as he replied, We still have to wait until the day after tomorrow to find out. I'm so nervous that I'm dying. Fong Ping ignored him. He looked around before asking, Where's Zhang Hao and the rest? I'm going back to the hotel first. Wu Zhihao sighed softly and said, Zhang Hao and the others probably can't pass. They're a little disappointed. Fong Ping did not say anything else. If this had happened to him, he would have been disappointed too. After chatting for a while, Fong Ping was about to leave when someone behind him shouted, Student Fong Ping. Fang Ping turned his head and saw Tan Jinping walking toward him. After a while. In the corner. Tan Jinping said with a smile, "You sure are open-minded. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose the money later?" Fang Ping said nonchalantly, "How is that possible? Someone as important as Director Jean would surely pay me less than this bit of money. Moreover, Uncle Tan is still here, so of course I don't have to worry." "You brat." Interesting, Tan Jinping couldn't help but laugh. Then, with a faint smile, he said, "Looks like you're not surprised at all that you've reached your limit." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "How could that be? I'm still very surprised. I didn't expect that I could reach 149 calories, ha ha ha." Tan Jinping immediately laughed out loud. This kid wasn't going to lie at all. Looking at Fang Ping's expression, it was obvious that he was not surprised that his vitality had reached 149 calories. His confidence meant that he had already reached his limit. Thinking of this, Tan Jinping sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As for the follow-up, I'll handle it. It's not convenient for Director Jean to make an appearance. Alright, I'll have to trouble Uncle Tan then. As Fang Ping said that, he took out a bottle from his pocket. It was the same bottle that he had used to store the normal vitality pills. "Uncle Tan, this is yours." Tan Jinping glanced at him and said with a smile, "You're not stingy. Don't you regret it?" "How could that be? If it weren't for Uncle Tan, I wouldn't have gotten anything." "This is how it should be," Tan Jinping laughed again. He didn't bother with pleasantries and directly took the bottle. When it was time to be humble, when it was time to be hypocritical, and when it was time to be hypocritical, there was no need to be hypocritical. The two of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping noticed Wu Zhihao looking at him from a short distance away. He thought for a moment and asked, "Uncle Tan, do you know the vitality of Wu Zhihao and the others?" Wu Zhihao, Tan Jinping had been watching for a long time and had a deep impression of Wu Zhihao. This was the first student whose vitality had reached 120 calories, not bad. 120 calories. The standard for a martial arts university shouldn't be a problem. 120 calories? Fang Ping was a little surprised. That's quite high. "Uncle Tan, can you tell me about the others? You still care about this?" Tan Jinping chuckled and said, "There were too many people, and I didn't remember many. First high school's Zhou Bin had 128 calories, Xianxia had 122 calories, and Wu Zhihao had 120 calories. All in all, Sun City had performed well this year. Number 1 high school had produced 6 students who were above 120 calories. There was one from number 2 high school, and another from a township high school. There are a total of 8 of them with vitality above 120 calories. Sun City had produced a total of 8 students with vitality of more than 120 calories. It had to be said that this result had exceeded Tan Jinping's expectations. Of course, Fang Ping was an exception. Wu Zhihao, on the other hand, was also an exception. Coupled with the fact that his vitality was getting higher every year, there were 8 of them in this year's batch. Martial arts universities have no problem with vitality above 120 calories. It's hard to say if it's lower than 120 calories this year. However, NMAU might recruit more students this year, so there's hope for 116 to 119 calories. Tan Jinping did not mind talking to Fang Ping a little more. He analyzed, it depends on the situation. Also, if you do well in cultural studies, you'll get preferential treatment too. If your vitality is above 116 calories, it wouldn't be strange if you do well in cultural studies. This year, there might be more than 10 people in Sun City who can enter martial arts universities. Tan Jinping said happily, "It's more than last year. It's beyond my expectations. There were only 9 in Sun City last year, and there were more this year." Although Director Jean did not seem too satisfied, it was good that there was improvement. As for the districts and counties in Serenity, judging from Director Jin's attitude, they might be in trouble. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Fang Ping and the others. The two of them chatted a little more. Fang Ping saw Tan Jinping raise his hand to look at the time and said immediately, "Uncle Tan, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first." "Okay. I'll look for you when Director Jean is done." As soon as Tan Jinping left, Fang Ping quickly checked his wealth. When he saw that his wealth had not changed, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. The pills had been given away, but his wealth was still there. This was a good thing. He did not know, though, how would the money be calculated if he sold the pills. Would it be to compensate for the difference in price, or would it be to maintain his original wealth? He could try these next. However, Fong Ping guessed that it was more likely to be compensated for the difference in price. After all, in doing business, most of the time, the difference in price was earned. If this was not included, then it would be too difficult to increase his wealth. Back in the crowd, Wu Zhihao asked anxiously, "Fong Ping, what did Director Tan say?" Fong Ping chuckled. "What can he say? He said something about vitality." "Really? How much do I have?" Wu Zhihao was so anxious that he was scratching his head. Compared to finding out the day after tomorrow, it would not be so torturous now. "You?" Fong Ping shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity for you, ah? How could it be?" Wu Zhihao said dejectedly, "I think I'm in good shape this time. I'm already above 116 calories, and it wasn't time for the physical assessment yet. I ate a vitality pill and used the emotional outburst method." Wu Zhihao felt that he should have at least 118 calories. Now that Fong Ping said it's a pity, did it mean that he had overestimated himself? Fong Ping was overjoyed to see this. "This is what you get for thinking about hacking me to death. I'll scare you to death." Seeing his dazed expression, Fong Ping laughed. "You're only 120 calories, what?" "It's true." Wu Zhihao snapped out of his daze and said in surprise, "You're not lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you? 120 calories is so weak. I'm too embarrassed to lie to you." "I'm really 120 calories?" Wu Zhihao's expression kept changing. Soon, he scolded angrily, "Bastard, what did you mean by it's a pity just now? I already said that you're too weak. You're much lower than me. Of course it's a pity, get lost." Although Wu Zhihao was shocked, he was in a good mood. He asked immediately, "How much are you?" 149 cal. "Get lost." "I'm serious." Fong Ping turned to look at him, speechless. "You don't believe me?" "Of course. Only an idiot would believe me." "Alright," Fong Ping admitted defeat. After struggling for a moment, Fong Ping asked tentatively, 125 calories? It's alright, it's alright. Not bad. It's so high, and it's even at the reward threshold, Wu Zhihao said to himself. Fong Ping's expression was a little strange. "Damn it, I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me." "I'm lying, but you believe me so easily." Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not explain further. To be honest, even if he told others that his vitality was 149 calories, not many people would believe him. At most, only a few top students would believe him. The others did not feel it, so naturally, they would not take it seriously. Then, Wu Zhihao asked the others. Fong Ping briefly told them about Zhou Ben and the others. He did not know about Yan Jian and the others, but he was sure that their vitality was below 120 calories. Wu Zhihao was happy, but he still remembered to take care of the others' feelings. When they returned to the hotel, he did not mention the results of the vitality checkup. Sun City. Lakeview Gardens. Fang Yuan had asked her father to leave her phone in the morning. She had been staring at her phone since early in the morning. It was already noon, but Fong Ping had not called back. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer and dialed Fong Ping's number. "Fong Ping, are you done with your physical assessment?" "I just finished. I'm eating now." "How are you?" "Vitality checkup, 149 calories." Fang Yuan's expression darkened. She said impatiently, "Can't you be more serious? Mom and Dad are waiting too." "How much is it?" "Oh, right, have you announced the results?" Fong Ping, who was on the other side of the phone, felt a little tired. "I'm an honest man, but you guys forced me to lie. It's fine if you don't believe me. Vitality above 120 calories is no problem for martial arts universities. Do you believe me now? Really? It couldn't be more true. You really got in?" Fang Yuan was still in disbelief. Her eyes shone with ecstasy. There are still exams after this, but I passed the physical assessment anyway. Fang Yuan did not care what he said next. To them, as long as they could pass the vitality test, the rest would not be a problem. At least, that was what Fang Yuan thought. Fang Ping was not very reliable, but Fang Yuan knew that he would not lie to her at this time. Vitality above 120 cal, the girl could not sit still when she thought of that. She hung up immediately. She had to report the good news, her parents had to report it, and her classmates had to show off. No, share the joy. Fang Yuan hung up the phone in a hurry. Fang Ping, who was eating, felt helpless. Wu Zhihao, who was sitting opposite him, said in a serious tone, "Fang Ping, you're even fooling your own sister. That's not a good habit. Get lost." Fang Ping was so angry that he wanted to punch someone. Mother **Ker, I really have 149 calories. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Fang Ping really wanted to announce the results immediately. He wanted to slap them in the face and stun them. After the physical examination, everyone entered a torturous waiting period. Jean Kemming had yet to pay the rest of the money. Tan Jinping took the time to come over and roughly said, "I won't pay the rest of the money until the official results are out." Of course, Fang Ping understood this and was not too worried. In the blink of an eye, it was the third. Fang Ping had thought that he was going to be famous this time, only now did Fang Ping realize that he had been overthinking things. Because the physical assessment wasn't the end of the college entrance examination, there wouldn't be any college entrance examination golden roll. The notification for this period was very simple. The Ministry of Education and the martial arts schools announced the standard line for the physical assessment in advance. Then, when the schools received the report cards, if they wanted to check their results, they would have to go to the teachers to check. Those who passed could move on to the next round. If not, I will leave in the afternoon. If Fang Ping wanted to make a name for himself, it would be extraordinarily difficult to do so without making a public announcement. He could only wait until the Gaokao was over. At that time, with his vitality, he could make a name for himself. However, with the martial artist candidates around, Fang Ping would not be too eye-catching. After learning the method of announcement, the few of them tidied up. When they left the room, Fang Ping was a little speechless. To think that I was prepared for people to shout 666. So, only the few of us know about this? You're throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. Wu Zhihao was even more speechless than him. Who else do you want to let know? 125 calories isn't low, but it's not even the best in school. What else do you want? Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Nothing much. I don't care if the others know or not. I just want you to know. *CKU. If I told you I was at 149 calories, you wouldn't believe me. If you don't want to look, I'll pry open your eyes and let you see clearly." As for whether or not outsiders knew about it, Fang Ping did not really care. He was just joking. As there were many people in No. 1 high school, it was not suitable for them to go to the teacher's room one by one to check their results. Therefore, No. 1 high school rented a small conference room in the hotel and asked the examinees to wait in the conference room while the teachers announced the results together. 8:30 in the morning. In the conference room, all the students had arrived. Yang Jian muttered, I must pass, or else I'll be in deep trouble." The others weren't in the mood to pay attention to him. All of them were waiting for their teacher to come over. Soon, several teachers from No. 1 middle school entered the conference room. Without any delay, the vice principal of No. 1 high school, who was in charge of leading the team, announced loudly, "Students, the standard for the physical assessment this time is beyond our expectations. It was much higher than last year. Students who failed, don't be disappointed." The teacher first gave a precaution and comforted him with a few words. When the conference room quietened down, the vice principal continued, "The Department of Education has just announced the standard vitality this time, 112 calories. So high. Are you kidding me? He could have entered a martial arts university with 112 calories last year. Isn't that asking him to die? I thought 110 calories was the limit. It's actually 112 calories. I'm done for." As soon as the standard line was announced, the students immediately made a ruckus. It was too high. Last year, the standard for the physical assessment was 108 calories. This year, it had increased by 4 calories. This was unimaginable in the past. The vice principal also knew that everyone was disappointed and angry, so he comforted them. You can't blame the students for this. It's mainly because there are too many applicants this year. Moreover, the standard of living had improved rapidly, and the average person's vitality was relatively high. As I said before, all roads lead to Rome. Even if he did not choose the path of a martial arts university, there were other paths to choose from. Next, I will announce the names of the students who passed. Everyone, prepare for the practical assessment on the 7th. Passing the physical assessment doesn't mean that you can enter a martial arts university. Many people will still be eliminated in the later stages. After saying that, the vice principal smiled and said, however, number 1 high school's results this year are also very outstanding. Among them, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao from Class 4, Zhou Ben from Class 1, and Tan Hao, Tan Tao, and Chen Jia from Class 2, have all achieved extremely outstanding results. In this martial sciences examination physical assessment, the top student in our school, and also an auspicious Sun City, is Fang Ping with a vitality of 149 calories. After a moment of silence, many people turned to look at Fang Ping. Wu Zhihao, who was sitting beside Fang Ping, was even more dumbfounded. What did the teacher say just now? Fang Ping glared at him. Who asked you not to believe my words? Were you dumbfounded now? Unfortunately, he did not get to shout 666. Everyone was shocked, but it was none of their business. There were not many who really cared. At most, they would just remember Fang Ping's name. When Fang Ping officially entered a martial arts university, the students of the next batch might worship and envy him. However, the students of the same batch would rarely feel that way. Everyone was in the same batch. The more outstanding one was, the more useless they were. At this time, it was very difficult to expect others to praise and suck up to you. Just like the Gaokao in his past life, when there was a top scorer, the people who talked about it were outsiders, the people who had nothing to do with them. The top scorer is so awesome, he actually scored so high, he's amazing. Almost all the people who talked about such things were outsiders. This batch of Gaokao students rarely said such things. The worse their results were, the less they would pay attention to it. It was heartbreaking. As for those who did exceptionally well, they would not care. They might even secretly think, he's just a little higher than me. I just made some mistakes, or else the top scorer would have been mine. The people who really talked about it were mostly the students who were not very good or very bad. This scene was also applicable at this moment. Fang Ping's 149 calories vitality might shock everyone, but they would not say anything even if they were beaten to death. Their calm expressions made Fang Ping feel that his vitality might not be 149 calories, but 119 calories. The teacher had read it wrong. It did not matter if the others did not talk about it, but Wu Zhihao was really on the verge of breaking down. Even when the vice principal read his name, 120 cal, Wu Zhihao did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he looked at Fang Ping bitterly and said, "You really didn't lie to me? What do you think? But didn't you say you had 125 calories?" Fang Ping said impatiently, "I did say I had 149 calories. Would you believe me? Damn it, I just opened my mouth and you looked like you were joking. What else can I do? But this is too high." "That's because you're too weak, I feel so hopeless." Wu Zhihao was a little dispirited. "I thought I was so awesome. Do you have to hit me like this?" After that, the names of the students who passed were announced one after another. Class 4 had exploded this year. Fang Ping had 149 calories, Wu Zhihao 120 calories, Yang Jian 116 calories, Lu Ruoqi 115 calories. Out of 8 people, 4 had passed. Fang Ping was first in the whole school, and Wu Zhihao was 6th. There were 6 students in number 1 high school who had more than 120 calories. Class 1 of the elite class was the worst. Although Zhou Ben had 128 calories, he was the only one in the class who had more than 120 calories. Class 2, including the Tan brothers, had 3. These 3 classes made up all the students in number 1 high school with 120 calories. There were quite a number of students in class 1 who had passed the physical assessment. There were 56 people in the entire number 1 high school who had more than 112 calories. It was not a low ratio. There were less than 300 candidates in number 1 high school, and more than 50 passed. There were more than 1,200 candidates in the other high schools in Sun City, and the ones who passed were about the same as number 1 high school. 1,500 students had come to take the exam, and the physical assessment alone had eliminated more than 90% of them. In order to boost morale and strike a blow to the other schools, the vice principal revealed the situation of the other schools in the end. In the entire Sun City, there were about 110 people who had passed the physical assessment this time. It was slightly more than the previous years, but number 1 high school accounted for half of them. The other schools had a higher elimination rate. When the list of those who had passed was announced, those whose names were not read were all disappointed. Some girls even started sobbing softly. I didn't even pass the physical assessment. Why would I take the martial sciences exam? My parents live frugally and hope that I can pass the martial sciences exam. How am I going to answer to them now? Sob, sob, sob. The crying made the students in the meeting room unhappy. The atmosphere was a little gloomy. The teachers were used to it. It was the same every year. The crying, the noise, the despair, they had experienced such feelings before. Some of them were pessimistic, and they even walked the path of no return. All the teachers could do was try their best to comfort them. Fong Ping and the others who had passed were not in the mood to celebrate. After the vice principal announced the end of the meeting, they did not stay any longer and left the meeting room. Fong Ping had just left the meeting room. His phone vibrated again. He picked up the call. It was still Fong Yuan. As soon as the call went through, Fong Yuan asked anxiously, "Have the results been announced?" She was even more anxious than Fong Ping. Although Fong Ping had said that he had passed the day before yesterday, Fong Yuan only found out later that the results had not been announced. How did she find out? She was just sharing her joy with her best friend when her friend called out her lie. That was because the results had not been announced on the 1st. Fong Yuan wanted to go to auspicious Sun City and hack Fong Ping to death because of this. If the results were not announced, where would the results come from? Of course, she did not want to lose face. Fong Yuan insisted that her brother had passed the vitality test. She had even arranged a fight with her friend. If she was not lying, she would pinch her friend's face 100 times until it looked like a pig's head. On the other hand, it would be even worse. She would be pinched 200 times. In the future, other than the nickname Round Face, she would also have the nickname Big Liar. That was why Fong Yuan was more concerned about Fong Ping's results than Fong Ping's parents. It's been announced. 149 calories. Fong Ping did not wait for her to speak. He said immediately, "It's true. I'm not lying. Doesn't your friend have an older sister? Who signed up for the martial sciences exam? Just ask her to ask her sister. Your brother is a famous person in number 1 high school. Although these people are jealous and envious, there's no point in lying when it comes to vitality. Don't call me anymore. You little brat, how many times have you asked me? It's true. I'll repeat it for the last time. 149 calories. Really?" Fong Yuan was stunned. Then, she said excitedly, "You're really not lying this time?" "Nope. Just go and pinch people. Just wait for me to come back and pinch your face. I won't let anyone else pinch it." Fong Yuan did not care what he said anymore. She kept giggling and hung up. Fong Ping could not help but laugh. He had not walked far when he saw Tan Jinping waving at him. As a rank 3 martial artist and one of the big shots in auspicious Sun City, Jean Kemming paid without any hesitation. 2 million was not a lot to him, but it was not a small amount either. However, considering that Fong Ping was a peak aspiring martial artist and Wang Jinyang was a martial artist of the same rank, Jean Kemming did not intend to renege on his debt. Jean Kemming paid without hesitation after the physical assessment results were out. When he received the payment notification, Fong Ping beamed like a flower and bid farewell to Tan Jinping enthusiastically. Fong Ping had earned a lot from the martial sciences exam. After splitting the loot with Wang Jinyang, Fong Ping had been eating away. His wealth had dropped from the initial 3,370,000 to almost 2 million. However, Fang Ping's wealth had reached a new high. Wealth, 4895000 vitality, 149 cow mentality, 172 hertz. For the past few days, Fang Ping had not cultivated much because the four of them were crammed into one room. He had only taken the time to practice his stance. Fang Ping's vitality recovery speed had increased because he had consumed a vitality pill previously. He had been using the pill's energy and had not used much of his wealth. Right now, his wealth was close to 5 million, it was not just his wealth. Fang Ping calculated in his heart and suddenly realized that he was rich too. Currently, he had the following belongings: 18 blood and chi replenishing pills, 8 normal vitality pills, 5 rank 1 vitality pills, 1 rank 1 bone honing pill, and 1 viscera shielding pill. Other than that, too, 39 million in cash and a duplex at Scenic Lake Gardens. According to the market price, Fang Ping's net worth was more than 7 million. Martial artists are all rich. Fang Ping sighed again. Fang Ping sighed again. His main source of wealth was Huang Ben and Jin Keming. One of them was rank 2 and the other rank 3. He did not even take their total assets. Huang Ben aside, Jin Keming's 2 million was not a big deal. Just like that, these people could easily fork out a few million. Martial artist. I'm almost there, Fang Ping sighed. If Wu Zhihao and the others had not been around and it was not convenient for him to cultivate the methods of honing, Fang Ping felt that he could have reached 150 calories. Reaching 150 calories meant that martial artists were ready. The only difference was whether it was one breakthrough or a few breakthroughs. I wonder if old Wang would be shocked if he knew the results of my vitality test. Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. He really wanted to know how Wang Jinyang would react when he found out about the results. Every martial arts university was paying close attention to the martial sciences exam. Perhaps that fellow already knew about it. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. In previous years, the martial arts universities would have placed great importance on the martial sciences physical assessment. The Martial Arts Society was the most powerful society among the martial arts students. Naturally, they would also pay attention to some of the good seedlings who might be recruited. Fang Ping guessed that Wang Jinyang might have known the result. This was inevitable in the past. However, Wang Jinyang was not in the mood to care about that. The Martial Arts Society building. In the conference hall. While the results of the physical examination were being announced, the Martial Arts Club was having a meeting. The atmosphere of the meeting was solemn and tense. The host of the meeting was not the president of the Martial Arts Club, nor was it Wang Jinyang. Instead, it was a gentle-looking man in his 40s. The refined man looked relatively thin, but his limbs were slender. Looking around, there were not many people in the conference room. After a while, the refined man said, "Other than Zhou Zhou and Fang Wenhui who couldn't return to school due to a mission, everyone else is here." After saying that, the refined man looked at a handsome guy sitting below and smiled faintly. "Shen Quan, you're graduating next month. You don't have to attend." Shen Quan had a bright smile on his face. He shook his head lightly. "Teacher Zhang, I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society. Even if I'm not, I'm from Sichuan. It's the same even if I graduate. I have to participate in this mission. Maybe when the mission is over, I'll be able to break through to rank 4 and graduate as a middle-ranked martial artist." Zhang Qingnan, the refined man, nodded slightly and did not try to persuade him. After a pause, the smile on Zhang Qingnan's face disappeared. He said solemnly, "Nanjiang Martial Arts University has 4,600 martial sciences students. Among them, 16 have reached rank 3. Other than Zhou Zhou and Fang Wenhui who aren't here, and a few seniors who have already left school, the remaining 11 are here. Everyone should understand how dangerous it is for all of you to go on a mission together." In the corner, Wang Jinyang smiled and said, "Instructor, just tell us about the mission. We're not kids anymore. We're all rank 3 martial artists. We know what to do." Zhang Qingnan glanced at him and laughed. "That's true. I'll cut to the chase then. Recently, there's been some movement at the Sichuan Catacombs entrance. The local garrison has suffered heavy casualties. Southwest Military Region, Southwest Martial Arts University, and Sichuan Martial Arts University have gathered a group of elites and are heading to the catacombs entrance to suppress the movement. However, the situation is still very bad. Southwest has no choice but to ask for help from other places. Everyone should know that the elites sent by Southwest Military Region, Southwest Martial Arts University, and Sichuan Martial Arts University are not weaklings. Even so, they still have to ask for help. This shows how dangerous the mission is. Nanjiang has also accepted the mission. Governor General Zhang will personally lead a team to Sichuan Martial Arts University. As for Nanjiang Martial Arts University, I will also lead a group of instructors and students to the Sichuan catacombs entrance to rescue them. My original plan was for the instructors to go. However, the Vice-Chancellor meant that you're all rank 3 martial artists and no longer kids. You need to shoulder the responsibility that you should. Therefore, you will also participate in this rescue mission. Of course, it's not mandatory. According to the rules, those who participate in the mission will receive a matching reward. Those who don't want to participate will sign a confidentiality agreement. You can withdraw now. None of the 11 people present made a move. Wang Jinyang spoke again. Martial artists must fight. It's a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. Instructor, they're already here. Don't keep them in suspense. Who would give up? Also, Wang Jinyang suddenly laughed. Also, if we really don't participate, Governor General Zhang will personally lead the team. How are we going to survive in Nanjiang in the future? Zhang Qingnan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "You talk too much." However, this time Governor General Zhang is personally leading the team. It's indeed an opportunity for everyone. Since no one wants to withdraw, everyone should prepare. Prepare the pills and weapons. If there's a shortage, apply for them later. Time is tight. We'll leave this afternoon. Everyone, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Your sacrifice has brought social stability and prosperity to the country. At the same time, you will also benefit from it. With the privilege of being superior to others, your relatives, friends, and family will also benefit. Nothing comes without a reason. If you don't contribute, and I don't contribute, we wouldn't be where we are now. These are all clichés. I don't want to say more. I just want to tell you that if you really sacrifice yourselves, the country will treat your family well. Teacher Zhang, can't you say something auspicious? Someone in the crowd chuckled. Hearing you say that, we're all in a bad mood. Everyone understands the logic. It's not like they're forcing us to participate. If we don't want more resources and don't want to become stronger, we can choose not to participate. We want to benefit, but we don't want to contribute. We still want to enjoy special privileges. How can there be such a good thing? Also, with you around, our safety is guaranteed, Zhang Qingnan chuckled. Of course, I'll do my best to let all the students come back with me. Then that's settled. Wang Jinyang stood up and said as he walked, I'll go back and prepare. I don't know how long it will take. I hope it's short. Otherwise, it'll cause delays. Teacher, I'll be leaving too. The crowd dispersed. Zhang Qingnan did not mind. After everyone had left, Zhang Qingnan muttered, Don't worry. I'll bring all of you back. Fang Ping was completely unaware of what was happening at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. During this period, Fang Ping had been busy with the martial sciences exams and had not been able to attend to many things. This included thinking about some major events in the past. Many things had changed because of the existence of martial artists, and Fang Ping had not had the time to think about them recently. In the afternoon, while Wang Jinyang and the others were rushing to Sichuan, Fang Ping was also seeing Zhang Hao and the others off. Compared to the calm and collected attitude of Wang Jinyang and the other elite martial artists, the students who had failed in the martial sciences exams were more tragic. The sobbing in front of the hotel did not stop. Although Zhang Hao did not cry, his face was pale. Zhang Nan's eyes were already red. He hugged Lu Ruoqi and said with reddened eyes, Ruoqi, you'll definitely pass. Yang Jian, don't drop the ball. If you do well in the other subjects, you'll definitely get into a martial arts university. Zhang Hao also wished Yang Jian well. Unlike Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao, these two had high vitalities, especially Fang Ping. Even if he did slightly worse in cultural studies, he would still be accepted by schools. Yang Jian and Lu Ruoqi, on the other hand, would not be able to get into a martial arts university unless they did extremely well in other subjects. Everyone said their goodbyes. Soon, the eliminated students boarded the bus and left slowly. The martial sciences exams had nothing to do with them anymore. Wu Zhihao watched them leave and said unhappily, "I feel terrible. Sometimes, I really don't understand why they have to be so strict. Why do they have to make the hierarchy obvious? If it wasn't so obvious, everyone wouldn't have to rush in." Fang Ping was speechless. There were some things that he did not know. Ignorance is bliss. It's not necessarily a bad thing to leave crying now. What's wrong with living a peaceful life, marrying a wife and having children, being happy and healthy? They envy the privileged classes, but they don't know that sometimes we envy them too. At the same time, in the best hotel suite in Serenity District, Chief Luo stood on the balcony and sighed. Behind him, Jean Kemming stood with his back hunched, not daring to speak. Chief Luo glanced at him and said lightly, "You're lucky this time, but this is the only time. Normal people enjoy less and give less. We're different, especially official martial artists like us. We gain more, so we have to give more. Next year, if Auspicious Sun City's martial arts education environment does not improve greatly, you should know the consequences." Also, Chief Luo paused and said, "Be careful. There are signs of earthquake in Sichuan. As one of the entrances to the catacombs, the earthquake has already spread to the ground. It's not a small problem. Some bastards like to come out and stir up trouble at this time. Rumors of the end of the world in 2012 continue to spread. Sichuan may be in big trouble. Although Nanjiang is far from Sichuan, we still have to guard against it. There will be a notice from the top soon. Although Auspicious Sun City has the military department and the Department of Investigation Services, the Department of Education cannot let their guard down. Be prepared to exterminate them at any time. If it affects normal people and disrupts social order, the consequences are not something you and I can bear." Jean Kemming paled and said quickly, "Understood." Auspicious Sun City. After the students who failed the physical assessment left, the hotel rooms became much more empty. Fang Ping and the other students who passed were finally given their own rooms. They did not have to squeeze together anymore. Fang Ping finally had the chance to cultivate the methods of honing after being given a room to himself. In the room, Fang Ping closed the door and cultivated the methods of honing while maintaining his stance. As his body swayed slightly, Fang Ping's bones crackled softly. If a martial artist was beside him, they would understand that this was the result of completing the preliminary honing of his bones. The foundation of becoming a martial artist was to complete the preliminary honing of his bones. After that, his vitality could be increased to more than 150 calories, which in turn nourished his body. Soon, he could choose to break through and become a true martial artist. Half an hour later, the methods of honing cultivation was over. Fang Ping retracted his stance and stood upright. He moved his arms and legs slightly, and a crisp sound came from his bones again. At that moment, Fang Ping could clearly feel that his bones were constantly absorbing vitality. Is this the sign of completing the preliminary honing of bones? Fang Ping remembered that the basic cultivation methods mentioned that after the preliminary honing of bones was completed, the biggest sign was that the bones could autonomously increase the speed at which they interacted with their internal and external organs. Some people called it, the bones began to breathe. Usually, human bones could also interact with the vitality in the body, just like breathing. However, most people could not detect or feel this feeling. Once the preliminary honing of bones was completed, however, this bone's breathing characteristic would be more obvious, and people would be able to detect it. Completing the bone honing means that my body can now withstand a stronger vitality. Fang Ping had been stuck at 149 calories for a few days. To others, this was a short period of time. To Fang Ping, however, it was not a short period of time. In the past, it would have been enough for him to increase his vitality by 7 or 8 cal. He had consumed a vitality pill last time. Vitality pills had the effect of condensing vitality, and Fang Ping could feel that he could increase his vitality in the past few days. Now that the bone honing was complete, the data in Fang Ping's vision changed. Wealth, 4895000 vitality, 146 calories, 152 calories, mentality, 168 Hz, 175 Hz, Fang Ping was surprised. This cultivation did not consume much vitality, but the upper limit had increased a lot. He had thought that it would be the same as usual. It was very likely that it would only increase by 1 calorie. Unexpectedly, the upper limit had increased by 3 calories compared to before. After completing the initial tempering of his bones, the amount of blood energy he could contain was much greater than before. Does that mean I can choose to break through at any time? As long as his vitality reached 150 calories and his bone honing was complete, he could take the pill to trigger a vitality outburst, allowing his vitality to flow through more meridians. If a rank 1 chose to hone their upper limbs, they would have to clear the meridians in both arms. If he wanted to temper his lower limbs, he would have to clear the meridians in his legs and feet. Previously, the methods of honing only allowed one to clear the main meridians and undergo the initial tempering. The breakthrough was to clear more minor meridians. This way, he could temper his bones and blood vessels more carefully and thoroughly. Similarly, the risk of clearing minor meridians was greater. This was also why Wang Jinyang and the others said that it was best to have a rank 4 martial artist to protect them when they were breaking through. I'm honing my lower limbs at rank 1, which means that I need to clear more meridians in my lower limbs when I break through. I still don't know much about this vein. It's too risky to make a breakthrough rashly. Fang Ping's understanding of himself was not deep enough. If he were to break through now, he could very well cripple himself. Moreover, he still remembered from the notes in the book that 150 calories was just a normal person's limit. His vitality limit had easily broken through 150 calories and was now at 152 calories. Naturally, Fang Ping would not choose to break through now. I can still continue to hone my bones and strengthen my vitality to feed back to my flesh. It'll be much easier to hone my body in the future. Fang Ping thought about his upcoming cultivation as he washed the dirt off his body. Besides, his vitality was strong now, and his bones were tougher than normal people's. Could it be time to practice some basic moves? Martial artists were not only strong in their vitality, but also in their combat strength. Before becoming a martial artist, very few people would choose to cultivate moves, focusing on increasing their vitality and nourishing their bones and flesh. Time was tight for aspiring martial artists at this time. Increasing their vitality, honing their bones, nourishing their flesh, cultivating pole standing, taking cultural classes, these things alone were enough to keep them busy. Not many people had the time to cultivate offensive techniques while they were still aspiring martial artists. Fang Ping was different. His vitality increased quickly, and he did not have to accumulate it slowly like the others. Among the books that Wang Jinyang had given him last time were basic fist techniques, basic leg techniques, and summary of cold weapons. These were books that involved actual combat. However, these techniques were troublesome to cultivate without guidance. The reason why Fang Ping wanted to cultivate basic moves at this time had something to do with Wang Bin. For many students, society was still relatively stable, and there was no opportunity for them to fight. Fang Ping was worried, though. What if he met someone like Huang Bin again? Vitality alone was not enough. Without actual combat ability, no matter how high his vitality was, he would still be beaten up. Right now, his vitality was very high, and his pole standing also had some methods to fight his enemies. However, pole standing was not mainly offensive, so his methods were limited. As he thought about this, Fang Ping knew that he could not rush things. He had to take it one step at a time. After some thought, Fang Ping decided to give old Wang a call. He had a lot of things to consult. Without old Wang's guidance, he dared not act rashly. A few minutes later, Fang Ping hung up, speechless. He's not in the service area. Where did he go? He could not get through to Wang Jinyang's phone, which made Fang Ping feel helpless. He shook his head. Old Wang was not there, so he could only talk to Tan Jinping. At the cafe on the 3rd floor. Tan Jinping was surprised to hear Fang Ping's question. You're planning to break through after your vitality has exceeded 150 calories? Although Fang Ping did not say it explicitly, Tan Jinping was not stupid. he knew what Fang Ping was thinking. After some thought, Tan Jinping said, many people choose to break through when their vitality reaches 150 calories and they've completed the initial honing of their bones. Actually, it doesn't mean that they can't continue to cultivate their vitality. It's just not worth it. Not worth it? Fang Ping looked confused. Tan Jinping nodded. Yes, it's not worth it. Once your vitality exceeds 150 calories, if you don't choose to hone your bones, your vitality will increase very slowly, and it'll be wasted. For example, if you take a vitality pill when your vitality is at 140 calories, it might increase your vitality by 1 calorie. When your vitality is above 150 calories, if you take a vitality pill, it might only increase your vitality, but it won't increase your upper limit. When that happens, you'll need to take a rank 1 vitality pill, which is too wasteful. Also, you'll need to continue honing your bones to increase your body's upper limit. If you don't open minor vessels and rely on the main vessels to hone your bones, the results won't be very good. The best way is to take a bone honing pill to hone your bones. How much does a bone honing pill cost? Most of the time, it's not that people don't want to increase their vitality, it's that they can't. Most of the time, you need a rank 1 vitality pill and a rank 1 bone honing pill to increase your vitality above 150 calories. The market price of these two pills is 300,000 and 500,000 respectively. If you take a pill worth 800,000, you might only be able to increase your vitality by 1 to 2 calories, or 3 to 5 calories at most. How many people would dare to be so wasteful? And waste a lot of time? Seeing that Fang Ping was still deep in thought, Tan Jinping said, yes, when you're an aspiring martial artist, the higher your vitality's upper limit is, the easier it will be to cultivate in the future, and your potential will be greater than others. In comparison, however, more people are willing to break through to martial artist first. That's because the time and resources you waste as an aspiring martial artist can be used by martial artists who choose to break through. When you break through to rank 1, others may break through to rank 2. Even if your vitality is strong at rank 1 and you can fight for a long time, you're still far behind a rank 2. That's why I said it's not worth it. Fang Ping understood, but he was different from others. He could use his wealth to make up for Tan Jinping's concerns. Uncle Tan, if aspiring martial artists continue to increase their upper limit, what's the highest they can achieve under normal circumstances? Tan Jinping saw that he was not giving up, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Young people were all like that. They all felt that they were unique. If they continued to persuade him, he might even think that you were harming him and be jealous of him. Moreover, the fact that Fang Ping could reach his upper limit at this time meant that Wang Jinyang had given him a lot of support, and that he was talented and hardworking enough. Persuasion alone was useless for these kinds of people to achieve greater prospects. It varies from person to person. I don't know much about this. When I was in a martial arts training class, someone raised his vitality to the upper limit of 159 calories. That was only in a martial arts training class. In martial arts universities, some people come from rich families and have enough talent, so their vitality might be higher. However, there's a threshold after every 9, and the higher you go, the harder it gets. What's the average vitality of a rank 1 martial artist? If it's in the beginning stage of rank 1, the increase isn't that high. It mainly depends on the progress of bone honing. Like me, after I've honed my lower limbs, my vitality can reach 250 calories at its peak. For beginners, 170 to 180 is the normal range. If it reaches 200 calories and above, it'll need to reach a certain stage of bone honing. Fang Ping nodded again and asked some general questions about cultivation. Finally, Fang Ping asked about the combat techniques. Tan Jinping shook his head and reminded him, if you're not a martial artist yet, I suggest that you don't cultivate combat techniques. It's a waste of time. Moreover, it's a peaceful era now. Even if you become a martial artist, there are people who don't cultivate combat techniques at all. They only hone their bones and nurture their vitality. Fang Ping was stunned. Did Tan Jinping mean that many martial artists were just for show? However, his words were different from what Wang Jinyang had said. He and Wang Jinyang had communicated a few times. Wang Jinyang had once said that martial artists should focus on actual combat. Things like ranks were all auxiliary. If it was only based on ranks, Brother Ma would have just shown his rank when he broke through to rank 8. There was no need for him to fight Tem. Could this be the boundary caused by different perspectives? Tan Jinping had graduated from the martial arts training class and was a casual martial artist. Later, he used his identity as a martial artist to get an official position in Sun City. However, he had been stuck at rank 1 for so many years. In Sun City, he did not have the chance to fight. Even if some martial artists committed crimes, it was the Department of Investigation Service's mission. Tan Jinping might not have been lying when he said there was no need to learn combat techniques. Maybe he really thought so. Although Fang Ping listened, he did not take it seriously. He did not want to be just for show. Ever since he saw the battle scene left behind by 2 grandmasters, Fang Ping was very interested in becoming a human RPG himself. However, looking at Tan Jinping's expression, he was not interested in combat techniques. Fang Ping did not ask further. This deputy director might not know how to cultivate combat techniques. Originally, Fang Ping had thought that he could get some pointers from him. Now, he decided not to mention it. I'll ask old Wang later. In Fang Ping's eyes, Wang Jinyang was much more reliable than Tan Jinping. Not only was the guy rank 3, but he was also very indifferent when he killed people. Even if Fang Ping had not seen this kind of person's combat ability, he should know that he was not weak. Otherwise, old Wang would not have dared to go after Huang Ben alone when he was peak rank 2. After chatting with Tan Jinping for a while, Fang Ping thanked him and parted ways. Seeing that Fang Ping had paid the bill, Tan Jinping smiled and did not stand on ceremony. However, he could tell that Fang Ping did not take his words seriously. His ambition is really high. Tan Jinping sighed softly, but he was not angry. If he had reached the standard of a peak aspiring martial artist before entering a martial arts university, he would probably think even more. After returning to the hotel room, Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang again. However, he was still not in the service area. Fang Ping was a little depressed. What was old Wang doing? He actually wanted to ask how high old Wang's vitality had been when he was an aspiring martial artist, so he could have a reference standard. However, he could not get through to Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping had no choice but to ask him in a few days. He had just broken through to 152 calories anyway, so it was still early. Over the next few days, Fang Ping continued to cultivate his vitality while waiting for the practical test to arrive. At the same time, he began to read the general studies exam materials seriously. Halfway through, Fang Ping had also called old Wang a few times, but he could not get through. Fang Ping considered that old Wang might have gone to do something like chasing after Huang Ben, so he did not continue the fight. Right now, his vitality was still growing steadily. It had not reached the point where it couldn't grow anymore, so there was no need to worry about it for the time being. In the blink of an eye, as Fang Ping cultivated and read, it was the May 7th. The practical test began. Compared to the physical examination, there were much fewer people taking the practical test. There were more than 10,000 students from auspicious Sun City who had registered for the martial sciences examination. After going through the political background check and physical examination, only about 1,000 of them had made it to the practical exam. City Stadium. Although Wu Zhihao did not completely relax, he was still much more relaxed than before. While waiting for the exam, Wu Zhihao chuckled and said, "Actually, as long as your vitality isn't too low and you rely on taking medicine to replenish it, it won't be difficult for you to pass the practical test if you keep training." Yang Jian was also relatively confident. With a face full of smiles, he said, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to pass this test. But not only do you have to pass with the best results. Only then will you have a chance of getting into a martial arts university." His vitality wasn't too high, so he could only add points to other events. Martial arts universities did not simply look at one's vitality when they recruited students. Of course, vitality accounted for a higher proportion. According to past practice, vitality accounted for at least 50%, 25% for cultural subjects, 15% for specialized subjects, and 10% for practical tests. However, there was also a foundation. For example, one's vitality had to reach a certain standard. The same went for cultural classes. At this time, the better they did in other subjects, the more schools they could choose from. They were confident. Fang Ping did not feel guilty either. The practical test was not a competition of actual combat. High school students did not have such a test. The main part of the test was still about his stamina. His vitality was over 150 calories, and his stance was stable. His stamina was extraordinary. He didn't really care about the practical test. Among the students in class, Lu Ruoqi was a girl. She had a slight advantage over the boys during the practical test, but it was limited. At that moment, Lu Ruoqi was not in the mood to talk. Her vitality was the lowest, 1 calorie lower than Yang Jian's. She needed to do exceptionally well in the upcoming exams to have any hope of entering a martial arts university. However, she had always been a taciturn person, so no one cared if she spoke or not. The exam was about to begin. The first event was the 3000 m track and field test. There was a minimum requirement. The men's 3000-meter sprint had to be completed within 10 minutes. Exceeding 10 minutes would result in immediate elimination. On the other hand, the time limit for women was 12 minutes. The shorter the time taken, the better the final result, which would be added to the total score of the martial sciences exam. This requirement wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. For ordinary people, this was the standard for national third-class athletes. However, those who entered the practical assessment all had at least 112 calories vitality, which was much more abundant than the average person. Under such circumstances, as long as he kept training, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve this result. Fang Ping and the others were not the first batch to be tested, but they had watched a few rounds from the sidelines. There weren't too many people who could enter the practical test. Of course, it was not that there were none. After a few rounds, more than 300 people were tested, and there were still more than 20 people who were eliminated. Relatively speaking, it was not a small number. There weren't many who sympathized with these inferior goods. With such high vitality and passing the physical examination, it meant that there was nothing wrong with his body. As long as one's body wasn't sick, it wouldn't be difficult for them to pass the test if they continued to train. Nope, or else I'm not in a good state. Otherwise, it was purely taking drugs to get there. Although people didn't say anything about it, they were envious and jealous of those who took drugs. Now that he was eliminated, everyone was happy to see it. He even hoped that more students would be eliminated. That way, students with lower vitality would have a chance of getting into a martial arts university. Soon, it was Fang Ping and the others' turn. Yang Jian was the first to go. He might be big, but he wasn't clumsy. When the results came out, Yang Jian ran 9:08, which was the standard of a second-class athlete. The second was Fang Ping. Fang Ping's long-distance running time was not as long as Yang Jian and the others. It could also be said that he had taken drugs to get there. However, his vitality was too high, his bones were honed, and his pole standing had reached the stable stance. With this kind of all-round improvement, even if he did not train as long as the others, he still managed to run 8:25. Wu Zhihao and the others looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care about these things. He was just a little emotional. If the world records from his past life were placed in this life, they would be broken by martial artists in minutes. Even he himself could break the world record if he trained for a while longer and unleashed all his vitality while running. Not long after that, it was Wu Zhihao and the others' turn. They passed easily as well. Lu Ruoqi ran with all her might. In the end, she, a girl, actually managed to run less than 10 minutes. In reality, the girls who could enter this stage were not weak. Fang Ping realized that most of the eliminated people were boys. On the contrary, there were not many girls. After the run, Fang Ping participated in the pull-ups, sit-ups, and a few other events. To Fang Ping, these events were easy. It was the same for most of the others. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than during the physical assessment. The test that started at 9 in the morning only ended after 12 o'clock. Once out of the gymnasium, Wu Zhihao said casually, "After this, it's all about writing. It's all about the brain, not vitality, and brute force. Boorish people have an advantage in the first two stages." It's our advantage after this. Fang Ping noticed that he was looking at him as he spoke. His expression darkened. Boorish people don't like to use their brains. They like to use their fists. Do you want to try? Wu Zhihao laughed dryly. Forget it. I won't try. Cultured people use their words, not their fists. The few of them joked for a while. Wu Zhihao was in a good mood and insisted on treating them. The others did not stand on ceremony. They were all students, so they did not care about the quality of the food. They picked a small private restaurant and ordered a few dishes. The few of them chatted as they waited for the dishes to be served. At this time, the television hanging on the wall of the restaurant was broadcasting the news. Fang Ping did not pay attention to it at first, but his attention was quickly drawn. Due to the movement of the Indian Ocean Plate, the Eurasian Plate is being squeezed. Grandmaster-level martial artists have issued a warning in northwest Sichuan. In the near future, there may be an earthquake disaster in northwest Sichuan. The government has already arranged for people to evacuate. Fang Ping was stunned. He had almost forgotten about this, or rather, the appearance of martial artists made him feel that this world was different from the previous one. He had subconsciously thought that these things might not happen. He did not expect that things might not have changed, but the outcome would be completely different. Grandmaster-level powerhouses could actually warn in advance. After being stunned for a while, Fang Ping suddenly felt more relaxed. It was good to have non-humans. These non-humans could even sense the natural disasters. Evacuating in advance might cause property damage, but at least there would be no more casualties. Fang Ping was shocked, but Wu Zhihao and the others were not surprised. Yang Jian glanced at the television and said casually, "The number of earthquakes these few years seems to have increased. It's not just our country. It's the same in other countries. It's a good thing that our country's grandmasters can warn in advance. People are fine, but the economic losses are not small every time." Wu Zhihao added, "It's quite a lot, but sometimes it's not very accurate. There are times when the predictions are wrong. A few years ago, I heard that there was also a grandmaster in Magic City who predicted that there would be an earthquake. In the end, I heard that more than 20 grandmaster powerhouses went and there were no earthquakes in the end. I wonder if the grandmaster who made the wrong prediction was beaten up by the grandmasters who came to help." Wu Zhihao lowered his voice as he said the last sentence. He did not dare to say it out loud. It was fine to slander grandmasters behind their backs, as long as no one knew about it. However, this was only between close friends. It was best not to mention this kind of topic among strangers. Yang Jian heard that and chuckled. Our Sino nation's grandmasters are really responsible. Whenever there is an earthquake or other disaster, they are the first to rush to help. Sometimes when I think about it, this is probably the bearing of a grandmaster. Their awareness is not something we can compare to. That's true. Grandmasters are unpredictable. The few of them chatted casually. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. Every time there is a disaster, the grandmasters will personally go to help. Not every time, but most of the time, when there is a disaster, the grandmasters will usually go to help if they can. That's why every time there is a disaster, there are these VIPs to comfort the people. Even if there is a disaster, everyone is not too worried. When Wu Zhihao said this, he was rather proud and respectful. He admired these grandmasters' sense of social responsibility, admired their love, and was proud that these people were Sino nation's grandmasters. The few of them chatted casually. Fang Ping felt a little strange, but he did not think too much about it. He could only say that the grandmasters of this generation were indeed extraordinary. To be called grandmasters, it was clear that they did not rely solely on martial arts. While Fang Ping and the others were watching the news. Auspicious Sun City Government. In the conference room. A few of Auspicious Sun City's higher-ups were having a meeting. In the conference room, the old man sitting in the middle said slowly, "Sichuan has started to evacuate the people. This means that the situation is not too good, and they might not be able to suppress it. Even if they can suppress it, they will need to recruit many high-end martial artists to hold the fort. Every time this happens, some evil spirits will jump out to fan the flames and destroy social order." This time, Governor-General Zhang personally led a team to Sichuan and brought many elite martial artists with him. Although Nanjiang was not the main target of these people's destruction, they still had to take precautions. The Department of Investigation Services and the Public Security Bureau had taken precautions. The probability of those clowns coming to Auspicious Sun City to wreak havoc was not high, but they had to take precautions. Recently, all personnel who went out had to carry firearms. Also, the propaganda front must be strictly guarded. We must not allow these people to mislead the public and disturb the hearts of the people. It's fine with traditional media, but when it comes to the internet, although the higher-ups will monitor it and the major platforms will cooperate with the government, some of the local forums in Auspicious Sun City must also be monitored. Once we find any harmful comments, we will remove them immediately and trace the location. The Department of Investigation Services will cooperate with the Internet Surveillance Department at any time. Everyone in the conference room nodded. The old man thought for a moment and said, also, the martial sciences exams are not over yet. The general studies exams will only be held on the 10th. At this time, many of this year's outstanding candidates have gathered in Auspicious Sun City. These young people are the seeds of future martial artists. If something happens to them, it will be a greater loss than if something happens to us. The Department of Investigation Services will send some people to protect them in secret. They will withdraw after the exams are over. As for the military department, I will inform them and ask for their cooperation. The old man gave instructions and announced the end of the meeting. After everyone had left, the old man rubbed his temples. Although he knew that he should not have thought about it, the old man still hoped that those clowns would not come to Auspicious Sun City even if they wanted to wreak havoc. They should go somewhere else. Auspicious Sun City's economy and military strength were not developed. Sometimes, it was difficult for Auspicious Sun City to suppress those who wreaked havoc. As he thought about it, the old man began to grumble. Once Governor General Zhang broke through to rank 7, he became restless and restless. If Governor General Zhang did not leave this time, Nanjiang would not have to worry too much. However, not only did Governor General Zhang leave, he also took many elites with him. Even in Auspicious Sun City, many elites from the military department were transferred away. At night, in the hotel restaurant, Fang Ping was talking on his phone while eating. Fang Yuan chirped excitedly on the phone, Fang Ping, if you don't come back soon, I'll finish all the snacks at home. Also, do you still want your old textbooks? I'm going to cut out your name on the first page and sell it as your autograph. We'll split them in half after I sell them, okay? Oh, Zhang Ling said she'll introduce her sister to you. You just have to take care of her. Also, can you go home on the 10th? It's Saturday. How about I go to Ruiyang to look for you? It's so boring at home. If you don't come back soon, I won't treat you to KFC. The girl was the only one talking. Her parents only said a few words at the beginning, and the phone could not be taken away from her once it was in her hands. Fang Ping did not respond much. In fact, he could not even get a word in edgewise. Everything was said by the girl alone. When she was tired and panting, Fang Ping smiled and said, all right, I'll go home in a few days. I'll bring you good food and fun things. Good food? Fang Yuan was excited again. What good food? After that, it was Fang Yuan's whole show. By the time she was done talking to herself, Fang Ping had already finished his meal. Fang Ping smiled and said after a while, got it. Listen to your parents at home. I'm hanging up now. He did not give the girl a chance to nag anymore and quickly hung up the phone. After he hung up, Wu Zhihao teased, I think I heard something. Your sister wants to introduce you to a girlfriend? Are you jealous? I'm jealous? Wu Zhihao was speechless. Was this how a normal person would react? Shouldn't you be angry and deny it immediately when I said that? Fang Ping did not care if he was upset or not. He stood up and said, we're going to the supermarket tomorrow. Do you want to go? Why are we going to the supermarket? Buy something to take home. Study hard for the next 2 days. We'll go home straight after the general studies exams. He had been away for almost 10 days. Fang Ping wanted to finish his exams quickly and go home as soon as possible. Wu Zhihao did not object. He nodded and said, sure, let's go together tomorrow. I'll buy something too. I don't have enough socks, Fang Ping said disdainfully. Do you still have enough underwear? When this guy came, he brought a box of clothes with him to change into. He didn't wash the dirty clothes. After changing, he put them in a bag and prepared to bring them home. According to Wu Zhihao, time was precious during the exam period, so they couldn't waste it on washing clothes. They had to cherish every minute and every second. Wu Zhihao was not the only one who did this. Fang Ping despised people like that as much as he could, although he was prepared to not do the laundry for the next few days and throw it to Fang Yuan when he got home. The girl would probably happily do the laundry after receiving the benefits. Fang Ping felt that he was giving Fang Yuan a benefit in disguise. It was a great sibling bond. Wu Zhihao didn't mind his teasing. He laughed and said, "I have enough underwear. I brought 10. Shameless. I learned it from you." The two of them exchanged a few words before Wu Zhihao tilted his head and asked Yang Jian, "Are you going?" "I'm not going. I haven't finished reviewing my professional materials." "I'm so nervous." Yang Jian shook his head. His cultural knowledge was much worse than Wu Zhihao's. Even Fang Ping was better than him now. Fang Ping's professional knowledge was passable. On one hand, his mentality was strong enough, and his ability to understand and remember was strong. On the other hand, it was because Fang Ping had cultivated the methods of honing and pole standing. The professional knowledge was meant to help students deepen their understanding of martial artists. While Fang Ping cultivated, he also deepened his understanding of the professional knowledge. It was equivalent to doing practical work. Although the time was short, his professional knowledge was not worse than anyone else's. True knowledge came from practice. Most students relied on rote memorization, but Fang Ping cultivated and understood at the same time, so it was easier for him to remember. Yang Jian did not go, and Wu Zhihao did not invite Lu Ruoqi either. Lu Ruoqi was more hardworking than Yang Jian recently. She went to her room to read once they reached the hotel and did not even come out for dinner. After making arrangements with Fang Ping to go out the next morning, the few of them returned to their respective rooms. The next day. Century Lianhua Supermarket. Wu Zhihao watched as Fang Ping threw everything he saw into the shopping cart like it was free. He asked eagerly, "How much money did you bring?" Did Fang Ping strike it rich? As far as he knew, Fang Ping's family was not that rich, was it? Did Wang Jinyang even give him pocket money? What was the relationship between them? Not much, a few million. Wu Zhihao felt like he had been cheated again, and his expression was indignant. Fang Ping pursed his lips. "I already said I'm an honest man, but some people just don't believe me. I can't do anything about it." He only had 38 million left in his account, and about 10,000 in cash on hand. A few million should not be a lie, right? Wu Zhihao did not bother to ask any more. He picked what he wanted, but when he saw Fang Ping holding a bunch of snacks, he could not help but say, "It's best if we don't eat snacks now. It's not healthy. We should eat something that replenishes vitality." "It's okay. My vitality is more than 150 calories. A few snacks won't affect me." Phew. Wu Zhihao felt a little tired. What's wrong with my head? Shopping with this guy. After that, Fang Ping did not stop even when his shopping cart was full. Wu Zhihao's shopping cart was also stuffed full, and only then did he reluctantly stop. He paid at the cashier and spent more than 3,000 on the shopping cart. Wu Zhihao could not help but feel envy, jealousy, and hatred as he watched Fang Ping pay without blinking an eye. 3,000 was quite valuable in this day and age. His family was well off, but his martial sciences exam had cost him a lot. He had brought 3,000 with him this time, and he had spent almost 1,000 in the past few days. Wu Zhihao could not afford to buy so many things in one go. When he thought about what Fang Ping had said about bringing a few million, Wu Zhihao shook his head hard. I'd be an idiot if I believed him. The two of them left the supermarket with their shopping bags, but they were stopped by someone the moment they stepped out of the door. The person who stopped them was a bespectacled middle-aged man. He did not look like a bad guy, nor did he look like an idiot. However, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao were speechless when he spoke. The devil descends, and the true gods save the world. 2012, the end of the world. Only the true gods can save the world. Join us, and become our brothers. There was a hint of fanaticism in the middle-aged man's tone. Without waiting for Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao to reply, he continued, natural disasters and earthly disasters are all punishments the devil descends upon the world. Only the true gods, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao took a detour. Although such people were rare, they were not non-existent. In his past life, Fang Ping had sometimes met such people on the streets. Sometimes, one could even see the propaganda of these people on the coins. They were a group of people who were not very clear-headed. It was best not to interact with such people. If they did, there was no telling what kind of trouble they would cause if they pestered them. Fang Ping had always kept a respectful distance from such lunatics. The man behind him did not bother him either. He continued to preach about the true gods to the next passerby who exited the supermarket. Wu Zhihao was about to speak when he felt a gust of wind in front of him. Two silhouettes ran past him at lightning speed. Fang Ping had sensed it earlier than him. He held the bags in one hand and prepared to fight back with the other. However, it was not a robbery as he had imagined. The two people who ran past them ignored them completely. Soon, the middle-aged man's angry roar came from behind them. You are blaspheming the true gods. The true gods will not forgive you when they descend, sob sob sob. The middle-aged man was quickly restrained by the two men who had just rushed past him. His mouth was also gagged by one of them. Fang Ping turned his head and saw one of the tough-looking men say in a low voice, "We are the police." Did this person distribute any leaflets? If he did, don't keep them. Destroy them as soon as possible. The passers-by shook their heads when they heard that they were the police. The few passers-by who had been brainwashed by the middle-aged man laughed. This kind of person should be arrested. He's like a lunatic. He almost scared my daughter. True gods? If a true god meets a grandmaster, he'll be slapped to death. That's right. The country should abolish these religions, the passers-by discussed among themselves. They were all gloating over the middle-aged man's misfortune. No one asked which religion he was from. In this day and age, everyone worshipped martial artists and grandmasters. There were very few religious believers. Of course, not every religion was so neurotic. It was a small matter for the police to arrest someone. Soon, the crowd dispersed as the police left with the man. Fang Ping watched the police leave with the man and could not help but say, how efficient. In his past life, even if he had encountered such people, the police would not have arrested them. Even if they did, it would not have been easy to deal with them. He did not expect the police to be so responsible these days, arresting them directly. Fang Ping did not mind and continued walking to the hotel with Wu Zhihao. On the way, he encountered another arrest. The supermarket was not far from the hotel. Two people were arrested in such a short distance. Fang Ping was slightly surprised. These lunatics. Why are they so crazy? When the second man was arrested, he shouted, "The devil has descended, the true God will save the world." His fanatical attitude almost made Fang Ping think that he had encountered a suicide bomber who was not afraid of death. In Sino Nation, such fanatics were rare, right? Wu Zhihao shook his head and did not pay much attention to them. Fang Ping had originally seen them as a spectator, but when he passed by the scene of the arrest, he frowned slightly. The plain-clothed man's vitality was too high, it seemed. His vitality was higher than his. In other words, he was a martial artist, right? A martial artist arresting a preaching lunatic on the streets? Fang Ping frowned. Were auspicious sons martial artists so worthless? He did not think too deeply about it. When he returned to the hotel, Fang Ping was surprised. In the hotel lobby, there was also a man with a higher vitality than him reading the newspaper. As if he had sensed Fang Ping's vitality, the man who was reading the newspaper leaped up nimbly. When he saw Fang Ping's expression, however, the man quickly sat down as if nothing had happened. Fang Ping frowned again. After some thought, he did not stay long and went upstairs. As soon as he left, the man who was reading the newspaper said softly, "I just encountered a student whose vitality was surging. Is there anyone an auspicious son this year who has such a high vitality?" A voice came quickly from the invisible earpiece. "You're at the Sun City examinees checkpoint. I heard that there's a peak aspiring martial artist in Sun City this year, no wonder. But it feels like he's not any weaker than me. How can a peak aspiring martial artist's vitality be so strong?" The man muttered but did not say anything else. The voice in the earpiece said again, "Be serious, everyone. You'll have to work hard these few days. Things are not looking good. Many people on the streets are preaching about the end of the world. They're all a bunch of lunatics. This has never happened in Auspicious Sun before. Everyone, don't be careless. Got it?" After vomiting for a while, Fong Ping lifted his head to look at the bastard with tears in his eyes. He was not really crying. He could not hold it in when he vomited, and the tears flowed out on their own. He stared at others, and they stared back at him. Seeing Fong Ping lift his head with tears in his eyes, the square-jawed middle-aged man said apologetically, "I'm sorry for scaring you. Don't cry. It's been resolved, I'm not crying." Fong Ping denied it immediately. "You're the one who's crying. Your whole family is crying." The man did not refute him. He should not have said those words. How could a young man be so traumatized? Although it was true that he had been beaten to tears, he still had to save face. He did not have to care about normal students. However, this student in front of him, who had not even become a martial artist, had tangled with a rank 1 martial artist until now. He had a bright future ahead of him. People like him needed to be taken care of. If he said he was not crying, then he was not crying. Fong Ping was a little depressed at his expression. He did not say anything else and asked hurriedly, "Who are you?" "Department of Investigation Services." "Where are they?" Fong Ping tilted his head to look at the woman whose head had been blown off. He felt the urge to vomit again. "A bunch of lunatics who spread apocalyptic rhetoric," the man said simply. At that moment, a few more people came from behind. The man turned and said, "Bring them back." The woman had been killed with one punch. The man was lying motionless on the ground, but he was still breathing. He was probably still alive. The few people who came hurriedly began to clean up the scene. Fong Ping glanced at the woman again and turned his head slightly, not wanting to continue watching. As they cleaned up, the man apologized again, "I'm really sorry this time. How are your injuries?" "I'm fine." Just as he said that, Fong Ping felt a sharp pain in his arm. He sensed that his bones were not broken, but the pain was unbearable. Seeing Fong Ping inhale, the man said hurriedly, "Go to the hospital. We'll pay for all the expenses." Fong Ping moved his arm slightly. He did not reply, but asked, "Are the other students all right?" The man's expression turned cold. It was not directed at Fong Ping, but at the group of attackers. After some thought, the man sighed softly. A top student from Auspicious Sun No. 1 High School was stabbed with a dagger and sent to the hospital. 2 other students were injured as well. Another parent was seriously injured. At that time, the other party attacked his son, but this parent blocked the attack. Although no one died, the top student from No. 1 Middle School was seriously injured, and it was unknown if he could survive. The man continued, "This time, these lunatics only sent out normal disciples. Auspicious Sun has been conducting a strict investigation over the past few days. They didn't bring any firearms. How many martial artists have come?" Fong Ping suddenly interrupted him and asked. "One, just now," the middle-aged man answered almost every question he had. As long as it did not involve confidential information, he told Fong Ping everything. After all, Fong Ping was the victim of an attack this time, and the victim was a prospective martial artist who was fighting a martial artist head-on. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. F***ck, I've only met one martial artist, what kind of luck is this? While Fong Ping was complaining, the man lamented, "Fortunately, the other party chose to attack you." Fong Ping's expression darkened. What did that mean? So attacking me was the right thing to do? Perhaps realizing that his words were not pleasant to hear, the man changed the topic and said, "Classmate, you should go to the hospital to have a checkup. Don't leave behind any hidden dangers. As for this incident, it's over now. We'll report it to the public once we've dealt with the aftermath." Fong Ping stood up and glanced at the woman who was being dragged away. He frowned slightly and said, "It's over just like that? I don't have any intention of pursuing this matter, but I was attacked out of nowhere during an exam and almost died. You should at least give me an explanation for this, right? Classmate." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. After all, Fong Ping was not a martial artist yet. It would not do him any good to be too forceful with his words. Fong Ping interrupted him and looked at him. I know that you're from the Department of Investigation Services. You have a lot of power and strength. But I'm about to enter a martial arts university, and I have a big brother who's a rank 3 martial artist. This matter can't be settled just because of a lunatic attack, right? I saw it clearly. These two people obviously had their eyes on me. If they wanted to attack, they could have just randomly picked someone. In the end, they just had to pick me. That's not right, is it? Usually, Fong Ping would be glad to have one less thing to do. However, he had just thought it through. The woman did not say anything, but the man must have had his eyes on him since the beginning. There were so many students. It did not matter who they attacked. Why did they have to go after him? How could Fong Ping be at ease if he did not get to the bottom of this? When he heard that Fong Ping had a big brother who was a rank 3 martial artist, the man's expression changed. He said hesitantly, "Your big brother, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Wang Jinyang. Not by blood, but by blood." Fong Ping pulled out the tiger's skin again. This guy would not ask old Wang, not to mention that he could not get through to old Wang's phone recently. Wang Jinyang, the man's expression changed again. After some thought, he said, "How about this? You come with me to the Department of Investigation Services. When there's an answer, I'll talk to you in detail." Okay. Fong Ping could not care less about wasting time now. He was being hunted down for no reason, and there was even a martial artist involved. If the woman was not a dabbler but someone like Huan Ben, he would have been beaten to death a long time ago. Fong Ping did not care about other things, but he cared about his life. At the very least, he had to find out who the people who attacked him were, why they attacked him, and whether there would be a next time. Half an hour later, Auspicious Sun Department of Investigation Services. The man who had brought him back had just left, saying that he had something to take care of. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was left in the office. The office of the Deputy Director of the Department of Investigation Services. That person just now was the Deputy Director of Auspicious Sun Department of Investigation Services, Fong Ping thought in hindsight. Fong Ping did not stop him since he wanted to take care of business. He minded his own business in the office, checking on his injuries. Although the woman was a dabbler, it was true that she had started honing the bones in her upper limbs. Fong Ping had taken quite a few punches. Although he had completed the initial honing and his bones were not broken, he had suffered some serious injuries. There were many dark purple marks all over his body. Especially his arms and right leg. Both his arms and his right leg were dark purple. His vitality flowed through his arms, alleviating some of the pain. After a while, a young woman knocked on the door and entered with a cup of tea. Seeing Fong Ping's arms, she asked quickly, "Sir, do you need to go to the hospital?" "There's no need." Oh, right, he was about to ask when the man would be back when he remembered that he did not know the man's name. After a pause, Fong Ping asked, "When will your deputy director come?" "Director Zhang is currently reporting to the director." "Please wait for a while." Fong Ping nodded and asked, "Have you caught them?" "They've all been arrested and brought to justice. The students are no longer in danger." The young woman answered every question politely. She must not be an average person to be brought into the office by the director. This was the Department of Investigation Services. Average people could not enter. "Who are they?" Fong Ping asked again, seeing that she was easy to talk to. "I think they're followers of the creationists." "The creationists?" "Yes. They're a cult that preaches that the end of the world is coming and that they need a true God to create the world anew." "Then why did they attack the students?" The woman hesitated. She thought for a while before saying, "Actually, this cult has rarely been active in Nanjiang. I'm not too sure about their specific motives. However, this isn't the first time these cult members have attacked martial sciences candidates. Based on past reports, they might think that martial sciences candidates are martial artists in reserve, a privileged class in society. Attacking martial sciences candidates has a higher chance of success, so, F***ck. Fong Ping cursed. What was this? Since when did he enjoy special privileges? This was an undeserved calamity. Alright. If you're so capable, why don't you attack martial arts university students? Picking on the weak, huh? while Fang Ping was asking questions. The director's office. The director of the Department of Investigation Services was having a headache. He hung up the phone and looked at Zhang Yong. We'll have to appease the students. As for the media, we'll do what we usually do. This matter must be kept under wraps. Fortunately, no one died this time. We even killed a few of the creationists at the scene. The injured students must be appeased. Especially the student from Auspicious Sun No. 1 High School. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. His father works in the government too. If someone died, we can't escape responsibility. Next, increase the patrol intensity and interrogate the remaining cultists. See if we can dig out any information. The districts and counties will also increase the patrol intensity. When Governor General Zhang returns, this matter should be over. Zhang Yong nodded quickly. He thought for a while and said awkwardly, Director, it's fine for the others. But this time, one of the students who was attacked was a student from Sun City No. 1 High School. He was attacked by the missionary. His vitality was very high and he had a certain level of combat power. The missionary who was killed didn't have a high bone honing level. When I arrived, the two of them were still fighting. Later, I killed the missionary. I wanted to appease him and the matter would be over. But, Zhang Yong briefly explained Fang Ping's situation and added, the other party said he has a big brother, Wang Jinyang, the vice president of NMAU's Martial Arts Society. I asked Tan Jinping from Sun City. Tan Jinping also said that Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang have a close relationship. Now that Fang Ping was attacked by a martial artist and injured, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain. The director, who was slightly balding, could not help but rub his head. He said in distress, why is it related to Wang Jinyang again? Zhang Yong said dryly, it's not just Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping hasn't even become a martial artist, but he's already tangled with martial artists for a long time. If I'm not wrong, he's already completed the preliminary bone honing. Very soon, he'll become a real martial artist. It won't be easy if he doesn't give an explanation for being attacked. He's completed the bone honing? The director frowned again. This meant that Fang Ping's vitality had broken through the limit and reached 150 calories. A martial artist was close at hand. It was not a small matter if such a person was attacked. The other party was also this year's martial sciences candidates. It would not be difficult for him to enter the Big Two. A Big Two student and a big brother who was the vice president of NMAU's Martial Arts Society. The director wanted to curse too. Taking a deep breath, the director thought for a while and said, you go and negotiate with them. This time, we're in trouble. Being attacked at the entrance of the examination hall can be a big deal. If they're appeased, then that's fine. If things get out of hand, we'll have to bear the consequences. The province is trying to make an example out of them. Jean Kemming was almost fired. This time, we're in even bigger trouble. If things get out of hand, sigh, my head hurts. Zhang Yong said quickly, I know what to do. Go. Hopefully things will go smoothly. In the deputy director's office. Zhang Yong deliberated for a moment before saying slowly, this incident isn't targeted at you specifically. Right now, the Auspicious Sun City Military Department and the Department of Investigation Services have been mobilized to carry out a cleanup. Therefore, your worries about revenge are unnecessary. Of course, if you're still worried, the Department of Investigation Services can send someone to protect you in secret for a while until everything is over. Fang Ping felt that the possibility of revenge was low. Also, he did not feel comfortable with someone watching him. However, for the sake of his life and his family's safety, Fang Ping nodded. If possible, I hope that my family and I can be protected. That's not a problem. When you return to Sun City, we'll arrange it immediately. Zhang Yong could not wait for this guy to leave. His subordinates could handle the protection anyway. He did not have to worry about it. After that, Zhang Yong praised Fang Ping a few more times. Young and promising, God's favored one, limitless future. Any other high school student would have been dazed by Zhang Yong's praise. Zhang Yong was a rank 2 martial artist and the deputy director of Auspicious Sun City's Department of Investigation Services. He was considered a big shot in Auspicious Sun City. However, Fang Ping did not take him seriously. After a while, he said shyly, Director Zhang, I heard from my brother that there's a reward for helping the government arrest criminals, especially martial artists. The corner of Zhang Yong's mouth twitched. Did he just praise him for nothing? After some thought, Zhang Yong explained, there's such a thing, but there's a procedure. There are such assistance missions, but they only target martial arts university students. When the Department of Investigation Services is short of manpower and needs assistance, we cooperate with martial arts universities and issue missions together. We only negotiate with martial arts universities and not individuals. Otherwise, it would be a mess. There were many casual martial artists. If everyone could control life and death like the Department of Investigation Services, then what was the point of having the Department of Investigation Services? The Department of Investigation Services would only cooperate with martial arts universities for such matters. This included some missions from the military department. In everyone's eyes, martial arts universities were also a part of the government. Martial arts university students were in the same system as them. It just so happened that martial arts universities also hoped that their students would have more opportunities to gain experience. Both sides benefited from this cooperation, which was why Wang Jinyang and the others had the opportunity to go on missions. Fang Ping was not a martial arts university student. Even if he had assisted them this time, it was still against the rules. When Fang Ping heard this, he was immediately indignant. He rolled up his sleeves and deliberately flashed his black and purple arms in front of Zhang Yong. My injuries are too severe this time. I don't know if it will affect my future martial arts cultivation. Zhang Yong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he said, Student Fang, this is indeed against the rules. After all, a government department was not an enterprise. Some things still had to be done according to the rules. How about this? Zhang Yong considered that Fang Ping was not a big deal, so he said after a moment's deliberation, we'll apply to the higher-ups to give Fang Ping some rewards and compensation for his injuries in the name of acting bravely for a just cause. What do you think? About that, how much can it be? Fang Ping asked, feigning innocence. Zhang Yong coughed lightly. It might not be too much, but we will try our best to fight for it for you. Anyway, what he meant was that it wouldn't be a lot of money. If it was high, it would be 30 to 50,000. If it was less, it would be around 10,000 yuan. As for the hundreds of thousands or millions that Fang Ping had imagined, it was no different from a dream. When Wang Jinyang first accepted Huang Bin's mission, the reward for a peak rank 2 martial artist was only 300,000. After Huang Bin ran away, Sun City raised the price. This time, Fang Ping was only assisting. He was not the one who had captured the man, nor was he the one who had killed him. The tens of thousands was only because of Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping knew that he had nothing to gain from the way he was acting. It was not worth it to apply and do something like that just for a few 100,000 yuan, not to mention using Wang Jinyang's reputation. Fang Ping was also worried that if he made too big of a fuss, the lunatics would find out and seek revenge. If he was rewarded with a few high-grade pills or cash on the spot, he would gladly accept it. Now that he had to apply, Fang Ping could only give up on the idea. He pretended to be magnanimous and said, forget it. As a progressive youth of the new era, it's our duty to cooperate with the government and help the people. Besides, it's all thanks to Chief Zhang for saving my life this time. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously, Chief Zhang. This time, it was Zhang Yong's turn to be surprised. He had thought that this kid would be difficult to get rid of when he was haggling over the smallest details. He did not expect him to be so easy to talk to now. However, it was a good thing that Fang Ping did not pester him. Zhang Yong quickly smiled and said, Student Fang has an extraordinary temperament. When you enter a martial arts university, you'll definitely soar. Zhang Yong's polite words came out of his mouth as well. Without the entanglement of benefits, Zhang Yong was much more polite than before. He also tried his best to answer some of Fang Ping's questions. Before they parted, Zhang Yong insisted on sending Fang Ping out personally. Fang Ping did not refuse. As they walked, Fang Ping asked, Chief Zhang, is something like today a common occurrence? Not really. They're all clowns. It's rare for such a vicious incident to happen. The reason why it happened this time. Zhang Yong paused and hesitated, but he still explained, the reason why it happened this time has something to do with Governor General Zhang leading a team to Sichuan for an exchange. A portion of Nanjiang's elites went to Sichuan. These criminals thought they saw an opportunity, so they acted recklessly. Governor General Zhang went to another province? Fang Ping mumbled and did not dwell on it. Judging by Zhang Yong's expression, this was his limit. When they reached the parking lot, Fang Ping remembered his earlier doubts and asked again, Chief Zhang, you said before that martial arts universities would sometimes cooperate with these kinds of apprehension missions. Does this mean that martial arts university students all have a certain level of combat strength? Of course. But when I talked to Sun City's Chief Tan, he felt that combat techniques are dispensable. Zhang Yong snorted and said, let's put it this way. Modern martial artists are mainly divided into 3 categories. First, martial arts university students. Second, martial artists from the military department. Third, casual martial artists. Or we can add another category, martial artists with family heritage. However, these people will usually join martial arts universities. Whether it's martial arts university students or military department martial artists, they all focus on actual combat. Ranks are secondary. These two are also the mainstream of society. The third category of casual martial artists is actually not recognized by mainstream martial artists. Many people think that casual martial artists lack intelligence and the necessary combat strength. How can a martial artist be called a martial artist if he has no intelligence and combat strength? These people are worse than martial artists. Martial arts university students are well versed in both the pen and the sword. Military department martial artists may be lacking in culture, but their combat strength is definitely not weak. Only the casual martial artists were mostly useless. They only had their ranks. The Chief Tan you're talking about should be Tan Jinping, right? He came from a casual martial arts training class and doesn't understand a lot of things. You don't have to take his words too seriously. Zhang Yong did not think much of Tan Jinping. He did not even try to hide it, clearly telling Fang Ping not to take Tan Jinping too seriously. These kinds of martial artists were called martial artists, but they were just martial artists in name and enjoyed a few privileges. In mainstream martial artist circles, casual martial artists were not recognized at all unless they proved it with their strength. Fang Ping listened to him and said thoughtfully, so what you're saying is that real martial artists have absolute combat strength and not just for show, that's for sure. But are martial artists' combat strength really useful in this day and age? As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Zhang Yong sneered and said, what do you think? Didn't you feel what happened today? Although this kind of thing rarely happened, it didn't mean that it didn't happen. If you didn't have a certain amount of combat power today, do you think you could have survived? Moreover, his opponents had only just entered rank 1. Once they reached rank 3, normal firearms would be of limited threat to them. You can't possibly drive a tank every time you go out on a mission, right? Actually, there were some things that Zhang Yong did not mention, such as the catacombs. Of course, he did not know much about these things. His level was not high enough, and he was only a rank 2 at the moment. Under normal circumstances, rank 3 martial artists would be able to get some insider information. Rank 2 martial artists like them were mainly responsible for tasks within their responsibilities. Although Zhang Yong did not elaborate, Fang Ping could already feel it. How long has it been? First it was Huang Ben, then it was the attack of the cultists. Sometimes, society was not as stable as they thought. Without coming into contact with this world, being an ordinary person for the rest of his life, he might not be able to come into contact with these things for the rest of his life. Now that he had entered the martial artist circle, would he be willing to be like Tan Jinping, holing up in Sun City for the rest of his life? Sun City was too small. Tan Jinping was willing to endure hardship, but Fang Ping was not. Originally, he was still hesitant about whether he should cultivate some combat techniques to defend himself. Now, it seemed like he should. He did not know when he would need to accumulate enough vitality to break through rank 1, but it was still necessary to cultivate some combat techniques. Also, the Genesis sect had dared to attack in public today. Although Zhang Yong said that Auspicious Sun had already arranged for people to clean up the scene, the people at the scene were either dead or captured. Who knew if there would be a next time? He had been targeted this time, but what about next time? therefore, he had to be prepared for the worst. He needed to have a certain level of combat strength. Although Fang Ping did not gain anything this time, he had fought with a real martial artist and learned some information from Zhang Yong. Fang Ping did not come out empty-handed. Right now, what Fang Ping lacked was not resources, but knowledge and understanding of these things. When he returned to the hotel, Wu Zhihao and the others had already returned. They did not know that Fang Ping had been attacked. Everyone was still discussing what had happened. However, Auspicious Sun had already publicized the incident and dealt with it lightly. Moreover, no one had died, so everyone only talked about it as if it had nothing to do with them. When they found out that the criminals had been captured and some of them had been killed on the scene, they were not in the mood to talk anymore. After lunch at the hotel, the convoy from Sun City began to return to Sun City in the afternoon. Staying in the hotel for another day would cost a lot of money. Moreover, something had just happened in auspicious Sun City. No one wanted to stay here for long. Sun City was safer. After getting on the bus, Fang Ping's expression became slightly dazed as the bus gradually drove away from auspicious Sun City. Originally, he had come to auspicious Sun City purely for the exams. Gradually, however, as various things happened, especially today's attack, Fang Ping's understanding of martial artists deepened. What Tan Jinping had said to him was also completely forgotten by Fang Ping. Sun City was too small, so small that Tan Jinping and the other big shots in their eyes were not recognized by the real mainstream. Governor-General Zhang was out, the Genesis sect attacked, martial arts students helping the government with cases. These things gradually formed a line in Fang Ping's mind. He always felt that there were some things he did not understand. Soon, Fang Ping muttered in a low voice. After finishing the final cultural studies exam, he would not be far from entering a martial arts university. Sun City. The bus arrived at the school gate. The sky was already dark when the bus stopped. Fang Ping heard someone calling his name as soon as he got off. Fang Ping knew who it was from the voice alone. He turned his head and saw Fang Yuan jogging toward him. Her face was full of joy. Fang Ping, you're finally back. Fang Ping was still a little depressed after the attack in the afternoon. Now that he saw Fang Yuan, he felt much better. He pinched her round face and chuckled. Why are you here? Fang Yuan pouted and shook her head. She pushed Fang Ping's hand away and said happily, I'm here to pick you up. Fang Ping, you have no idea how famous you are now. The little girl chattered on for a while, her face full of pride. Fang Ping's vitality was 149 calories, number 1 in auspicious Sun City. Adults might not pay attention to such news, but students knew quite a lot. Number 1 high school had also publicized it. After all, Fang Ping's vitality of 149 calories was the highest in the history of Sun City number 1 high school. As long as Fang Ping did not suck too badly in his cultural classes, he would be able to get into a normal martial arts university even if he could not get into the big two. Fang Yuan's experimental junior high school was not too far from number 1 high school. Many people in experimental junior high school knew that Round Face's brother had the highest vitality in auspicious Sun City. It was almost certain that he would get into a martial arts university. Their admiration for martial arts university students was deeply ingrained in their bones. As a result, Fang Yuan was also the center of attention these days. The teachers in the school had talked to her, and they were much more enthusiastic than before. Fang Yuan could not stop smiling when she talked about this. She said excitedly, if anyone calls me Round Face now, I'll ask my brother to come and beat them up. No one dares to call me that anymore. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her threat was too much. I'm about to become a martial artist. Can I really help you beat up your classmates? The girl was excited. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He unloaded the gifts he had bought from the bus. Looking at Fang Ping carrying a few bags of various sizes, Fang Yuan's face lit up with joy. Then, she complained, you only know how to waste money. Fang Ping ignored her and greeted the others. As he carried his things home, he said with a smile, it's not a waste this time. I, your brother, have really struck it rich this time. You sold autographs? Fang Ping was speechless. He said impatiently, can you stop thinking about autographs all the time? How much is an autograph worth? Can't you set your sights higher? I'm a prospective martial artist, and my vitality isn't any weaker than an average martial artist's. Do I need to rely on selling autographs to survive? After teasing the girl, Fang Ping chuckled. There's a place called Scenic Lake Gardens next to your experimental high school. Do you know about it? I know, I have a classmate who lives there. The neighborhood is very beautiful, Fang Yuan said enviously. Lakeview Gardens was an old residential area with dilapidated houses and small spaces. Scenic Lake Gardens was a new residential area. Its appearance alone was 10 times better than Lakeview Gardens. It's good that you know. Your brother's blood vitality is the best in the city. Auspicious Sun City and Sun City have given me many rewards. Reward? Fang Yuan asked curiously, what reward? Sun City rewarded a house in Scenic Lake Gardens, what? Fang Yuan was stunned. There was a house as a reward. Fang Yuan had heard that the city would reward the top scorer every year. However, under normal circumstances, even the top scorer would be rewarded with cash, and not much. The Gaokao was not over yet, and her brother was already rewarded with a house. Fang Ping saw that she could not close her mouth. He smiled happily and said, "What's wrong? Have you gone silly from happiness? Tomorrow weekend, I'll bring you to see the new house. Scenic Lake Gardens is close to your school. When you move to the new house, you'll be able to sleep in." Fang Yuan said dumbly, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Ping said teasingly, "You didn't believe me when I said my vitality was 149 calories, now that I've rewarded you with a house, you still don't believe me? Why don't we make a bet? Whoever loses will pinch the other's face 100 times. Fang Yuan was not willing to bet with him. Although she still found it hard to believe, she thought that it might be true. At that thought, Fang Yuan said excitedly, "Fang Ping, you've really been rewarded with a house? Shall we go and see it now? Is it big? Are there many rooms? Is the living room big?" The little girl immediately turned into a million whys and pestered Fang Ping with questions. Fang Ping felt a headache coming on, but he did not bother to answer. This time, he could use the opportunity to tell his parents about the house and give them some money for their living expenses. Huang Bin's money was stolen money, so it was not convenient to tell them. This time was different. Jean Kemming's 2 million was considered a semi-public reward. Tan Jinping knew about this too. If his parents had doubts, Fang Ping could ask Tan Jinping to be his witness. Although Tan Jinping was not trying to curry favor with Fang Ping, he would not refuse such a small request from Fang Ping. Especially now, others might not know, but as the leader of the team in Sun City, Tan Jinping knew that Fang Ping had been attacked. He also knew that Fang Ping had been fighting with an official martial artist for a long time. Before this, Fang Ping's vitality was 149 calories. He was a peak aspiring martial artist. Now that he could fight with a martial artist, it was obvious that he had honed his bones and broken through his limit. Fang Ping could now be seen as a half-step martial artist. As long as there was a chance and a rank 4 martial artist to protect him, Fang Ping could choose to break through and become a martial artist. With Fang Ping's talent, Tan Jinping felt that he could succeed in one try and become a martial artist on the same level as him. At this time, Tan Jinping would be happy to help Fang Ping play dumb. When he reached home, Fang Mingrong was not home yet. Li Yueying was preparing dinner. Fang Yuan told her about the house as soon as she got home. This time, Li Yueying was also stunned. Sun City rewarded her son with a house just for taking an exam. Very soon, the mother and daughter were the ones who kept asking questions instead of Fang Yuan. When his father came home, the whole family was asking questions. Fang Ping could not remember how many times he had to explain. In the end, he could only say, "Director Tan of the Department of Education is in charge. I have his number." "Mom. Dad, why don't I call him and you can ask him yourself?" Li Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Fang Mingrong laughed dryly. They had been ordinary people their whole lives. They would not dare to call the deputy director of the Department of Education. Not to mention that the other party was a martial artist. Their son said it confidently. Even if they found it unbelievable, they could only choose to believe him. Fang Ping sighed in relief when they stopped asking questions. He said softly, "Mom, Dad, don't tell anyone about this. The reward is extra, and the city didn't make it public. If people find out, they'll get jealous. It won't be worth it if the city takes back the house. Fang Mingrong said seriously, that's true. Don't worry, your mom and I won't tell anyone. Yuan, you should keep your mouth shut too. Fang Yuan was a little gloomy. She mumbled, I was going to tell my classmates. Fang Ping, does that mean we can't move into the new house? Fang Ping said teasingly, of course we can, but I've thought about it. You can keep your mouth shut. Mom, Dad, and I will move in. You can stay here alone and watch the house. No. Fang Yuan pouted and said coquettishly, brother, let me go. I won't tell my classmates, okay? Both Fang Mingrong and his wife were smiling. They ignored Fang Yuan and asked about the details of the house. Fang Ping gave them a brief explanation. When they learned that the house had been renovated and they could move in at any time, they decided to apply for leave the next day to look at the house. If Fang Ping had not just returned, they would have gone to take a look. They could not wait. His parents and Fang Yuan were overjoyed when they saw them discussing the house. Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, Mom, Dad, I'm not done yet. The house was only a reward from Sun City. Auspicious Sun also rewarded me, not with a house, but with cash. Auspicious Sun rewarded you too? Li Yueying was surprised. Fang Mingrong said emotionally, I knew that warriors are different from us in the past, but you're not a warrior yet, and you're already like this. If you become a warrior. Fang Mingrong estimated the house in scenic Lake Gardens to be worth 700,000 or 800,000 after hearing his son's description. That was more than what they could earn in their entire lives. Now, Auspicious Sun had rewarded them too. This made Fang Mingrong happy and proud, but also disappointed. His son had not graduated yet. He was still a high school student, but he was already more capable than him. As his father, he did not know if he should feel inferior. The couple had forgotten to ask how much the house was worth, but the money grubber Fang Yuan did not. She asked quickly, brother, how much did Auspicious Sun reward you? Fang Ping glanced at her and said exasperatedly, now that you're older, you brat, all you care about is money. Brother, Fang Yuan tugged at his arm and said coquettishly, I'm just happy for you. Besides, your money is my money, and my money is your money. At most, I'll use all my savings to buy you guys a meal at KFC tomorrow. You sure know how to calculate. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. If I eat your KFC, then my money will become your money. What a clever little calculation. Fang Ping did not want to argue with the brat. He coughed softly and said, Auspicious Sun rewarded me with 400,000. I'll keep 100,000 for myself to use when I get to a martial arts university. Leave the rest to Mom. We don't have to be so thrifty in the future. As for Dad, working in the ceramics factory isn't a good job either. It's bad for your health if you work there for too long. I had talked to Chief Tan before, and he said that the Education Bureau was still lacking a guard. There wasn't much work to do, and it was just to register the incoming and outgoing information. He would start work at 8:30 a.m. and get off work at 6 o'clock p.m. He would have one day off every week and would be paid 5,000 yuan a month. Dad, if you don't mind, you can go to work in a few days. Fang Ping dared not say too much. If he really said a few million, his parents' hearts might not be able to take it. Moreover, he had to leave some money behind. Martial artists consumed a lot of money. Although he had the system, he still needed wealth. After he was admitted to a martial arts university, Fang Ping wanted to try his hand at starting a business. He could not always hope to meet a sucker every time. As soon as he said this, the people in the room were stunned again. The reward was 400,000 yuan, how could the money come so easily, and, to work in the Education Bureau, the Ministry of Education was not a government office. It was one of the most powerful organizations in Sun City. Even if it was just a guard, there would be countless people fighting for the job. If one's family had nothing to do with it, who would go to the Education Bureau to be a guard? His son actually had a relationship with the director of the Education Bureau. Fang Mingrong was even more shocked and in disbelief than when he first found out about the house. He was just an ordinary worker who worked his ass off in the ceramics factory. He could earn more than 3,000 yuan a month with only 2 days off every month. If he became a guard now, he would only have to sit in the house and register his information. He could earn 5,000 yuan a month. The main issue was not the high salary. If he went to the education bureau, even if he was just a guard, he would be considered half an official. How could he, Fang Mingrong, be treated like an official? Fang Mingrong could not believe it. Even Li Yueying was shocked. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, did not think as much as her parents. The only thing on the girl's mind was the 400,000 yuan reward. So many snacks, I can watch a movie now, thoughts flooded Fang Yuan's mind. When she looked at Fang Ping again, he was no longer Fang Ping. He was clearly a moving treasure trove shining with golden light. Fang Ping had only been gone for 10 days. No one had expected such a change. There was too much good news. His parents could not digest it all at once. Fang Yuan even happily invited Fang Ping to lunch the next day. Fang Ping would spend all of his money, and the two of them would share Fang Ping's money. As for how big the gap between the two of them was, the girl automatically ignored it. That night, Fang Mingrong and his wife did not sleep well. They chatted softly until late at night. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, slept soundly. She had a sweet smile on her face as she slept. No one knew what kind of sweet dreams she was having. As for Fang Ping, after cultivating the methods of honing once, he picked up the fundamental leg techniques and flipped through it. He planned to hone his lower limbs when he reached rank 1. Leg techniques were more suitable for him. However, there were some differences between combat techniques and cultivation methods. The methods of honing did not require him to enter the martial artist realm. He only needed to focus on cultivating a few main meridians. Combat techniques, on the other hand, were much more complicated. They included techniques to exert force. These were not things that could be understood with just books. Without the guidance of an instructor, cultivating it would not be very effective. Fang Ping called old Wang again that night, but he still could not get through. Fang Ping was a little depressed. Where did this guy go, or did he change his phone number? Among the people he knew, apart from Wang Jingyang, there was no one else who could give him pointers. He was not familiar with Zhang Yong, and Tan Jinping did not cultivate combat techniques. Did old Wang find out that my vitality is so high that he's been affected, so he's not picking up the phone? The next day. May 11th, Sunday. Scenic Lake Gardens. The moment they entered the house, everyone except for Fang Ping was overjoyed and shocked. Upstairs and downstairs, a huge living room, a sunny balcony, and brand new renovations. After living in the old house for decades, they were used to the dark and damp first floor. Now that they had moved into a new house, even if the renovations were average, Fang Mingrong and his wife found it magnificent and luxurious. Fang Yuan was so excited that she almost went crazy. She rolled on the sofa the moment she entered the house. Then, she got up and ran upstairs. Fang Mingrong could not hide the smile on his face when he saw his daughter's excitement. He turned to Fang Ping and said, "These furniture, they're all cheap stuff." They came with the renovations. Fang Ping did not mention that he had bought them. He accompanied his parents into the living room and said with a smile, "You can throw them away and get new ones." He knew that he was wasting his breath. He did not think that he would have an excuse to ask his parents to move in so soon. The new furniture was useless to him. As he expected, Li Yueying rebuked him immediately, "They're all new furniture. Why are you throwing them away? These are good." As she spoke, Li Yueying looked around downstairs and muttered, "How nice. The lighting is good, and the place is spacious." After mumbling for a while, everyone went upstairs. Fang Yuan had already chosen a room upstairs. When she saw her parents, she said happily, "Fang Ping, I want this room." There were 2 bedrooms, a gym, and a study upstairs. They were not small. The new bedroom was much bigger than the old house, but it was empty at the moment. The last time Fang Ping bought furniture, it was just a simple move. He bought a small sofa bed and placed it in the study. Li Yueying entered the room and scolded her daughter, "What room do you want? We're not going to move into the new house." Fang Yuan was stunned. Her face was full of grievance. Fang Ping was also stunned for a while. Then, he smiled and said, "Mom, you're not thinking of saving it for me as a wedding house, are you? I want to go to a martial arts university. I'm not a martial artist yet, and I'm already rewarded with a house." Do you think I'll lack a house after I go to a martial arts university and become a martial artist? No matter how weak the martial artists in Sun City are, they won't live in a house like this. When I graduate, I'll be living in a villa. Besides, it's hard to say if we'll even be able to return to Sun City. Fang Ping knew what his mother was thinking the moment she opened her mouth. It was such a big house, and it was a new house. Of course, it was reserved for his son's wedding. Even now, Li Yueying still had not recovered from the shock. Fang Ping was no longer the mediocre senior high school student, but a martial arts reserve. This time, it was Li Yueying's turn to be stunned. Fang Yuan said coquettishly, "That's right. Fang Ping's going to get into a martial arts university soon. Martial artists are rich, Mom, let's move in, okay, this place is also very close to our school." Her daughter was acting coquettishly, but her son said that he would not lack a house in the future. Li Yueying had no choice but to turn to look at Fang Mingrong. Before this, Fang Mingrong had the same thought as Li Yueying. But now, when Fang Ping spoke, Fang Mingrong realized that Fang Ping was different from him. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Mom, Dad, don't worry. Today is Mother's Day. I didn't prepare a gift for Mom, so I'll give this house to her as a Mother's Day present. Dad, don't be jealous. When it's Father's Day, I'll give you a present too." This child. With a smile on his face, Fang Mingrong no longer hesitated. He looked at his wife and said, "Since Ping Ping has said so, let's just stay here. When we have time, we'll buy some furniture and daily necessities. We'll move in after some time." "Dad, can we move in now?" Fang Yuan turned on her coquettish mode again. All she wanted was to move into the big house now. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Since our family is all here today, we'll buy all the furniture we need later. If we buy everything today, we can move in tomorrow. There's nothing much to move from the old house. Just some clothes will do, how can we be so casual?" Li Yueying hurriedly stopped him. "We have to pick a good day to move in, and we have to inform our relatives to attend the wedding. How can we just move in like that? Also, once we move in, we'll have to tidy up the house and rent it out." Seeing that his mother did not agree, Fang Ping did not try to persuade her. He had already told his parents about the house. They could do whatever they wanted with it. Fang Yuan's expression was one of despair. All she wanted was to move in now, but her parents needed many days to prepare. She was in despair. In the end, the whole family came to a consensus. They would look at the furniture that day and buy everything they needed. When they left the house, Fang Yuan pulled Fang Ping to the back and said expectantly, "Brother, it's Mother's Day today. You said you gave the new house to Mom. You have to give Dad a gift on Father's Day too. What gift are you going to give me on younger sister's day?" Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Younger sister my ass, what younger sister's day? As if she knew that Fang Ping did not understand, Fang Yuan said seriously, "It's Children's Day. You can also celebrate it as younger sister's day." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was speechless. Does that mean there's still older brother's day? Yes, there is. It's May 4th Youth Day. It's such a pity that you weren't home during the festival. I prepared a gift for you, but I didn't get to give it to you. Haha. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Naughty brats were so annoying. In the morning, the whole family went to the furniture city. Unlike Fang Ping, who bought things casually, his parents went to shop after shop and asked about the price again and again. They ran up and down the furniture city 7 or 8 times, but they still could not decide which shop to buy. Other than his parents, who were dazzled by the sight, Fang Yuan also ran with them seriously. She mainly looked at the furniture in her room and did not find it tiring at all. However, Fang Ping could already hear his parents making arrangements in low voices. There were 2 bedrooms upstairs, one for Fang Ping, and another for them. As for Fang Yuan, she would stay in the small bedroom downstairs. Fang Ping was secretly amused when he heard this. He did not tell Fang Yuan, who was jumping with joy. He really wanted to know what the girl's expression would be like when she was told that she would stay in the small bedroom after choosing the furniture. Of course, Fang Ping did not care which room he stayed in. After he entered university, he would not spend too much time at home. The morning passed by quickly. During lunch, Li Yueying prepared to go home and cook. In the end, Fang Yuan volunteered to treat Li Yueying to a meal as a Mother's Day gift. Fang Ping could not help but admire this girl. They had agreed yesterday that she would treat him to a meal, but now she was treating it as a Mother's Day gift. It was only because Father's Day was not here yet. Otherwise, this girl's meal could be treated as a few gifts. After lunch, Fang Yuan's little vault was almost emptied. After paying the bill, the girl looked at Fang Ping pitifully. She looked as if she was going to depend on him from now on. Fang Ping wanted to pinch her cheeks to make them rounder. His parents still had to look at the furniture in the afternoon, so Fang Ping did not accompany them. He went to the bank and applied for another card, transferring 300,000 to it. He still had a little more than 2 million left in his card. Fang Ping planned to keep the money for his future business. His previous source of funds had been rootless duckweed. It was impossible for fools like Huang Ben and Jean Kemming to give him money every single time. Fang Ping might not even be able to use his savings until he reached rank 2. Martial artists spent a lot of money. Fang Ping had experienced this deeply. People like Wang Jinyang had no choice but to accept missions to earn money to buy cultivation resources for themselves. Although Fang Ping had wealth to replace it, he had to earn it by earning money. While Fang Ping and his family were decorating their new house, Sichuan, Wang Jinyang, whom Fang Ping had been talking about for days, dragged his exhausted body to a military base in Sichuan. Wang Jinyang was no longer as calm and collected as he usually was. His hair was a mess, his clothes torn, and his body stained with dried blood. There were other people beside him. The rank 5 Zhang Qingnan had led the team from NMAU that day. NMAU had 16 instructors and 11 students. Including Zhang Qingnan, there were 28 people in total. At this moment, there were less than 20 people scattered around, either sitting or standing. The clean and gentle Zhang Qingnan was now covered in dirt, his right hand hanging limply by his side. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked around. Zhang Qingnan said hoarsely, "Our mission is over. Tonight, the 9 Grandmasters will launch the final attack and completely suppress the strange movements at the Sichuan entrance. Students, you can go back and have a good rest. Instructor Liu, you'll lead the team back to school later. Qingnan, you're not going back?" Instructor Liu, who had been called, asked hurriedly. Zhang Qingnan shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "After the final attack tonight, the catacombs entrance will be forcefully closed. I want to bring Shenquan back." Instructor, Wang Jinyang's voice was hoarse, his eyes red. "The president doesn't want you to put yourself in danger and enter the catacombs again. I know you're blaming yourself, but this isn't your responsibility. We were too careless and didn't listen to your instructions. We went in too deep and caused the president to be trapped in the catacombs. However, the catacombs entrance is extremely dangerous now. You're not a grandmaster. If you go in again," Zhang Qingnan said in a low voice, "say no more. I'm the person in charge of NMAU's mission this time. It's my responsibility for not taking care of all of you. There were 28 of us when we came. Now that we're leaving, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, I'll take everyone with me." Instructor Qingnan, Zhang Qingnan's expression turned serious. He said softly, "Instructor Liu, you'll lead the team back to school now. Once I find Shenquan, I'll go back immediately." Instructor Wang and the others, Zhang Qingnan gritted his teeth and said in a mournful voice, "Make arrangements for their funeral. Apologize to their families on my behalf." Instructor Liu clenched his fists and looked at Zhang Qingnan deeply. Then, he said in a low voice, "Let's go. Instructor, go. Go back. Things have gone beyond our capabilities. Staying here won't help. Send Instructor Wang and the others home." Instructor Liu hesitated no more. He turned and got into the car. Seeing that the others were still standing, he shouted, "Get in. Do you want to stay here and destroy the Martial Arts University's foundation? When we're strong enough, we'll come back for revenge. If we become grandmasters and reopen this door, we'll pay with blood. It's better than dying now." Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth, his body trembling. After a while, he said sternly, "Go." This was no longer a place they could stay. Only when they broke through to Grandmaster could they come back for revenge. following Wang Jinyang's steps, the members of the martial arts society followed. Wang Jinyang turned to look at Zhang Qingnan and said loudly, "Instructor, I'll wait for you at school. If you don't come back, I'll marry your daughter." "You little brat, Nini is only 10. Do you think I won't break your legs?" Zhang Qingnan scolded him with a smile and waved his left hand. "Let's go. When I find Shen Quan, we'll go back to school together." May 12, in the wee hours of the morning, Sichuan earthquake. That night, Fang Ping did not notice anything unusual. It was only when he went to school at dawn that he heard the news from his classmates' discussions. Due to the Grandmaster's early warning, the masses evacuated in time. There were not many casualties among the masses. Only a small number of people who could not bear to leave their homes were affected. Although there were not many casualties, property damage was heavy. When Fang Ping heard that there were not many casualties and that the area affected was not as extensive as in his past life, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the two worlds were indeed different. Although there were many similarities, most of them were not. It could not be copied from the other world. As expected, the earthquake this time was the same as before. When the reporters rushed to the site, there were already Grandmaster powerhouses guarding the area, rescuing the people who stayed behind. The army rushed to the disaster area and began to clean up the collapsed buildings, preparing for post-disaster reconstruction. With Grandmasters guarding the area and the army providing disaster relief, the people were at peace. Even though the affected areas were severely damaged, the people who suffered from the disaster were optimistic and enthusiastic about the post-disaster reconstruction work. After the earthquake, there were some rumors spreading all over the country. Statements like "the devil has descended" were not uncommon. However, the government took strict measures to deal with these rumors. Other than some influence in some areas, it did not cause unrest among the people. Ordinary people who were used to a peaceful life and whose lives were getting better, most of them scoffed at these rumors. Although most people did not feel anything out of the ordinary, including the earthquake, because of the timely rescue, there were not many people who talked about it. However, Fang Ping faintly sensed something different. After the earthquake, the atmosphere in Sun City seemed to be much more tense than before. Police could often be seen patrolling the streets and alleys, much more frequently than before. There were not many martial artists in Sun City. Fang Ping even met a martial artist he did not know at the school gate. It was not until May 15, when the Nanjiang governor returned to Nanjiang after the exchange with Sichuan ended, that the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. The next time Fang Ping contacted Wang Jinyang was on May 17. The call was from Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping had not been able to contact old Wang before, so he sent him a text and did not call again. Wang Jinyang sounded tired on the phone. After picking up the call, Wang Jinyang explained briefly, "I've been doing missions outside for the past few days, so it's not convenient to bring my phone with me." After explaining why he did not receive any calls, Wang Jinyang asked, "You said in your text that you want to cultivate combat techniques? Scenic lake gardens." Fang Ping avoided Fang Yuan, who was happily decorating the room. He walked to the window and said, "Yeah. Didn't Brother Wang say that actual combat is the priority? That's why I want to cultivate combat techniques, but I have no one to guide me." Wang Jinyang frowned slightly and said, "Of course you have to cultivate combat techniques." "Senior," said Wang Jinyang, "Ping is an aspiring martial artist. I don't recommend that you practice combat techniques now, lest you delay your breakthrough to a martial artist. It's not too late to cultivate combat techniques after I become a martial artist and enter a martial arts university." When Fang Ping heard this, he knew that he probably did not know the results of his physical assessment. After some thought, Fang Ping replied, "Brother Wang, during the physical assessment, my vitality had reached 149 calories. 2 days ago, I have has broken and of hua completed of. I have of. Wang begin. Of Wang of. I Wang of Wang of the of. Of Wang of a Ping. Wang Jinyang was impatient. He had too many things to deal with. Zhang Qingnan had not returned yet, which worried him. The president was trapped in the catacombs. Although he was not the president of the Martial Arts Society yet, he was already the acting president to deal with the society's affairs. He had seen Fang Ping's text before. Compared to other things, Fang Ping's was a small matter. Moreover, this guy was too ambitious. He was thinking of cultivating combat techniques now. That was why he called Fang Ping back today, when he was almost done with everything else. He said a few words patiently, hoping to dispel Fang Ping's idea. Wang Jinyang was stunned when he heard that he had completed of. He asked incredulously, "Did you say you've completed a bone honing?" How long had it been since he met Fang Ping? At the beginning of April, he had met Fang Ping for the first time. At the train station, Fang Ping's vitality was not more than 120 calories. Even when he took a pill by mistake, it was only around 120 calories. Only a little more than a month had passed. In a little more than a month, Fang Ping told himself that he had broken through the limit of his vitality and completed of the bone honing. He was ready to cultivate combat techniques. Wang Jinyang thought of himself as someone who had seen the world. It was not that he had not seen geniuses. He was one. When he first entered martial arts university, his vitality was not high. It was around 120 calories, similar to Fang Ping after he took a pill by mistake. From 120 calories to 150 calories, it took Wang Jinyang 3 months. Even with all the resources and opportunities, just this speed alone caused countless people to be shocked, and they felt that they were far inferior to him. He had taken a long time to break through to rank 1. Wang Jinyang had only broken through to rank 1 when the first semester of his freshman year was about to end. The real improvement came after rank 1. Breaking through rank 2 from rank 1 and rank 3 from rank 2, Wang Jinyang had set the record for the fastest breakthrough in Nanjiang Martial Arts University. The cultivation of an aspiring martial artist's vitality was actually a skill. It could not be rushed or sped up. It was different from bone honing. As long as you had enough resources and a strong enough vitality, the speed of bone honing could be increased. As for the improvement of vitality, due to the limitations of the body, even if there were enough resources, it had to be done slowly to avoid harming the body. Now, Fang Ping was telling him that he had completed the cultivation of vitality. Fang Ping heard the surprise in his voice and felt proud. He smiled quickly. "I just finished. It's all thanks to you, Brother Wang. If you hadn't given me the cultivation method and the pill last time," Wang Jinyang interrupted him. "Don't mention that. So, you've really broken through your vitality limit and honed your bones?" "Yes. Now that your vitality has reached 150 calories and you've completed your bone honing, you can look for an opportunity to break through to martial artist. Of course, the risk of completing an inhuman transformation for the first time is not small. If you can wait, then wait until you've entered martial arts university before breaking through. If you want to become a martial artist now, it's not impossible. For people like us, there are risks, but it's not as big as you think. Anyway, you're brave and not afraid of death. It's not impossible for you to break through on your own." Fang Ping's expression darkened. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by "I'm brave and not afraid of death"? Wang Jinyang did not care what he was thinking. He said quickly, "But now you're thinking about combat techniques instead of breaking through to martial artist. I think you've read what I said in the book. 150 calories is the limit for normal people, but it's not the limit we're after. At the aspiring martial artist stage, the higher your vitality is, the more helpful it will be for you in the future. Why can I complete the honing of my limbs so quickly? It's because my basic vitality is high. When I was an aspiring martial artist, I completed the twice honing in order to increase my vitality and body strength." "Twice honing?" "Yes. Most aspiring martial artists can only do it once, and then they can't continue anymore. I completed the twice honing, and it was a full body honing. That's why my speed of honing my limbs is faster than others. Plus, my vitality is stronger than theirs, so I broke through faster too. Not only my limbs, but I'm also faster than others in honing my torso bones at rank 3. Are there any conditions for twice honing? I feel like my bone honing speed is already extremely slow. Take pills. Bone honing pills." Wang Jinyang continued, "Bone honing pills can speed up your bone honing speed. Also, if you have money on hand, you can buy some body strengthening elixir. Bathing in it can increase your body's strength. Bone honing pills, body strengthening elixir, and vitality pills are used to hone your bones, strengthen your body, and replenish your vitality, respectively. If you work together, you'll be able to increase your vitality above 150 calories faster. When you've met all the requirements, you'll naturally go through the twice honing process. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, "Where can I buy body-strengthening elixir? Also, Brother Wang, what's the approximate vitality of a twice-honed person?" Body-strengthening elixir can't be bought in Sun City because not many people use it. Although body-strengthening elixir could increase one's body strength, it was not that the average aspiring martial artist's body strength could not keep up, but their vitality could not. Normal daily training was enough to support the increase in their vitality. Those who really use it are usually those who want to nurture a higher vitality. These people have increased their vitality to the limit, and their body strength to the limit as well. At this time, they can only use body-strengthening elixir to increase their body strength and adapt to a higher vitality. After saying that, Wang Jinyang thought for a while and said, "How about this? I'll exchange some from the school and send it to you, but you'll have to pay for it. It's not cheap. I've been spending a lot of money on cultivation lately." Old Wang was a little embarrassed when he said this. Last time, he felt that he owed Fang Ping a favor. If it were any other time, he would have given it away. Now, however, he was really out of money. He had just broken through to rank 3 not long ago. He had just entered rank 3, and he had used up all his resources to buy some pills. He had received quite a lot of rewards from this mission, but he still had to keep some resources in reserve, not to mention that he had to cultivate. Zhang Qingnan had not returned yet. Martial arts universities were different from the sects of the past, and there was no teacher who belonged to a specific person. Zhang Qingnan was Wang Jinyang's cultivation instructor. His methods of honing, pole standing, and combat techniques were all taught by Zhang Qingnan. Others aside, he had to take good care of Zhang Qingnan. That was why, even though Wang Jinyang was a little embarrassed to talk about money now, he still had to make it clear to Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not think too much about it. His relationship with Wang Jinyang stemmed from a deal. Wang Jinyang's constant guidance on cultivation had already exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping said immediately, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Wang. How much would it cost to buy the body-strengthening elixir to satisfy my cultivation needs? It's not too expensive. After all, not many people use it. It's cheaper if I exchange it from the school. I'll buy 3 bottles for you first. You can pay me 500,000. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you later." Fang Ping was straightforward. Increasing his vitality was not a problem. What troubled Fang Ping was the strength of his body and bones. Bones could be honed faster with vitality. However, the strength of his body could only be slowly nurtured by vitality and increased through training. As he spoke, Fang Ping thought of the previous topic and asked again, "Brother Wang, what's the level of vitality needed to start twice honing?" 180 calories. Of course, this is only my experience. I'm not sure about others. Cultivation isn't the same. It varies from person to person. You'll know when you reach that point. Wang Jinyang did not elaborate further. In the end, he said, regarding the cultivation of combat techniques, it's not something that can be explained in a few words. How about this? I'll send you some combat technique cultivation videos, including the ones taught by martial arts university instructors, as well as some of my personal opinions. After saying that, Wang Jinyang reminded him, other things like the methods of honing and pole standing aren't secrets, but remember not to spread these combat technique cultivation videos. What are combat techniques? To put it bluntly, it's the art of killing. A high vitality and a high rank do not necessarily have destructive power. However, when combat techniques are cultivated to a certain level, they will definitely have powerful destructive power. This is not to be spread. Now that your vitality and bone honing have reached a certain level, it's inevitable that you'll be admitted into a martial arts university. That's why I made an exception and taught you in advance. I know, Brother Wang. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Okay, that's it then. Wang Jinyang did not ask how Fang Ping's vitality had increased so quickly. Everyone had their own opportunities. He, Wang Jinyang, had achieved 3 ranks in a year. In the eyes of outsiders, he was also a monster. Fang Ping's rapid vitality increase might have been due to other benefits, or perhaps he was really a genius. There was no need to ask about these things. Wang Jinyang did not ask about Fang Ping's secrets, and Fang Ping did not ask about them either. For example, what mission did Wang Jinyang carry out this time, or how high had his vitality reached when he was an aspiring martial artist? At the very least, it was at 180 cal, according to Tan Zhenping. When they had just become martial artists, their vitality was only at 170 to 180 calories. In other words, when Wang Jinyang was an aspiring martial artist, his vitality was no lower than when they had become martial artists. Fang Ping found it hard to imagine how Wang Jinyang could increase his vitality to more than 180 calories in such a short time without the help of the system. The higher one's vitality, the harder it was to increase. Fang Ping knew this very well. On the 3rd of May, Fang Ping's vitality reached 152 calories. With the help of the system's cheat, Fang Ping's vitality had only reached 160 calories after half a month. After half a month, Fang Ping's vitality and mentality had improved significantly. Wealth, 465000 vitality, 160 cal mentality, 179 Hz. 2 days later, Fang Ping received the body-strengthening elixir and the instructional disc from Wang Jinyang. This time, it was not as casual as the last time. The delivery staff checked Fang Ping's identity thoroughly, including his ID and phone number. After that, he carefully handed the package to Fang Ping. There were 3 bottles of body-strengthening elixir. The bottles were made of transparent, man-made crystal, and each bottle was about 100 milliliters. There was a detailed instruction manual attached. In reality, it was just a few words. When bathing, just pour it into water with the water ratio. Of course, it could not be used while bathing. It could be applied externally as well, but it was difficult to apply it evenly on the entire body. Bathing was more suitable. Rather than a liquid, it was more like a glue. 1 bottle could be used 10 times. There was no time limit. If he felt that his body could not keep up with his vitality, he could use it. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to the body-strengthening elixir. Right now, Fang Ping was still interested in the combat techniques cultivation instructions. 2 days ago, Wang Jinyang said he wanted to send the discs. Fang Ping bought a computer for this purpose. Scenic Lake Gardens. These few days, Fang Ping and Fang Yuan had already moved into the new house before his parents officially moved in. The siblings only went home for dinner, and they slept here at night. Li Yueying came to clean the place in the afternoon when she was free. She had not officially moved in yet. Li Yueying could not do anything about her son and daughter moving in before they moved in. Fang Ping said that there were fitness equipment in the new house. He wanted to cultivate here. Her daughter said that she was afraid of being alone when Fang Ping was not home. She moved in with Fang Ping and took care of her brother. Fang Ping's words were believable. Fang Yuan said that she would take care of Fang Ping. Anyway, neither Li Yueying nor Fang Ping felt it. In the study upstairs, he inserted the disc and turned on the player. Soon, a few video programs appeared on the screen. Basic punching technique cultivation guidance video, basic leg technique cultivation guidance video, saber technique specialization, staff technique specialization, and overview of personal cultivation difficulties. There were more than 10 video programs in total. Other than the videos, there was also a handwritten note from Wang Jinyang. Fist and leg techniques can be cultivated. No guidance from a real person. Do not touch cold weapons. Just observe, Wang Jinyang. If he cultivated fist and leg techniques, even if they were ineffective, it would be difficult to hurt himself. However, if he was not careful with a cold weapon, he could easily hurt himself. Fang Ping understood this principle. Moreover, he did not have the means to do so at the moment. Professional cold weapons were difficult to buy in Sun City, and it would be difficult for him to put them to use if he cultivated indoors. The first thing Fang Ping opened was the cultivation video for basic leg techniques. Clicking on the video, a man in his 30s or 40s with a gentle appearance appeared on the screen. The location should be similar to a training room. The man had a gentle expression on his face. He was wearing a tight-fitting training suit, which made his limbs look slender. At the beginning of the video, the man said in a gentle voice, the cultivation of leg techniques must first be steady. If he couldn't stand steadily, he would fall with a push and retreat with a kick. His leg technique was just for show. Only by standing firm could he run fast, kick accurately, and hit hard. If one's pole standing is not stable, no matter how good one's leg technique is, it can only be used as a performance routine. The man enunciated his words clearly. He did not instruct Xianxia on how to practice it right from the start. Instead, he explained the basics of the leg technique in detail. The stable stance of pole standing was the foundation of many combat techniques. Stable stance did not just mean what it said. Being able to achieve a stable stance also meant that one's body's coordination could be well controlled. It was not to the extent that one's kick would miss and instead cause one's fall. Martial arts combat techniques were different from traditional martial arts routines. Martial arts routines focused on performance and aesthetics. Combat techniques, on the other hand, focused on explosive force and lethality. Gathering strength, explosive force, and attacking vital points, these were the core contents of various combat techniques. The man in the video explained the profound in simple terms. Fang Ping had read the Cultivation manual before. Now that he was listening, many of the areas that he did not understand before were easily resolved. He felt that he had gained a lot. As the man spoke, he demonstrated some simple movements, then slowly broke them down and explained them. The more Fang Ping listened, the more he felt that the man who filmed the video was very good. At least, the explanation of basic combat techniques was something that even a beginner like Fang Ping could understand. According to Wang Jinyang, this video came from one of Nanjiang Martial Arts University's instructors. The instructors in martial arts universities all had some skill. Fang Ping had stared at the video for more than an hour without realizing it. At the end of the video, Fang Ping saw for the first time that the man connected the separated movements. He took a step forward with his left foot and kicked the sandbag in front of him with his right leg. Before Fang Ping could react, the sandbag that was suspended in the air exploded with a bang. Iron sand splattered from the hole. Gathering strength and explosive force need to be practiced diligently and mastered by oneself. Martial artists have abundant vitality, far better than ordinary people. However, if you don't know how to gather strength and not explosive force, you'll only be slightly healthier than ordinary people. You won't be able to fight. The signs of success in cultivating basic leg techniques are very obvious. As the saying goes, beating someone up is like hanging a painting. Sending someone flying with a kick is not what we martial artists pursue. With success in leg techniques, every move and stance is focused on one point. This is what many students call explosive force. When an enemy is pushed back or sent flying, the force will be diverted midway. When 100% of the force is used on the enemy, only 50% of the force will be used. Everyone can see that when I kicked the sandbag, it exploded the moment I hit it. If it were a human body, it would be the same. When you're kicked, the force will be at its maximum and explode immediately. Fang Ping did not pay attention to it before, but now he quickly rewound the video. As expected, the moment the man kicked the sandbag, the point of contact between the sandbag and his right leg exploded. The sandbag did not sway too much. If the sandbag was replaced with a human chest, it would mean that if someone was kicked, they would not be sent flying. Instead, their chest would explode on the spot. Gathering strength, explosive force. Fang Ping mumbled. He frowned slightly and said, and sticking. When you're exerting force, stick to your opponent and not give them a chance to retreat and divert the force. As he spoke, Fang Ping recalled the content of the video. He stood up and moved his legs slowly. After a while, Fang Ping staggered and shook his head. If you use too much force, your body won't be stable enough. If you miss, you'll injure yourself and give your opponent the chance. He then thought back to his fight with the woman from before. Saying it was a fight was an exaggeration. In reality, the two of them were fighting on the streets, punching and kicking randomly. Fang Ping did not know any techniques for gathering strength and explosive force, and neither did the woman. Although the woman was a rank 1 martial artist, Fang Ping could guarantee that she had either never learned combat techniques or was a dabbler. If it was the man in the video who was also rank 1, Fang Ping had no doubt that he could break his bones with just a punch or a kick. Martial artists are different from each other. If I learned how to use leg techniques, a peak rank 1 vitality martial artist like Tan Jinping would probably be beaten up. At this moment, Fang Ping had a clearer understanding of what Zhang Yong meant by different. Martial artists from martial arts universities, martial artists from the military, casual martial artists, the three of them were very different. Fang Ping had seen martial artists from the military before. Zhang Yong was one of them. He killed the woman with a light punch. She did not even have time to react. Although it had something to do with Zhang Yong being rank 2, when he thought about it carefully, his punch was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even if the woman was also rank 2, she might not have had the chance to react. Over at the martial arts universities, the man in the video's kick was also very powerful. If the sandbag had exploded, the effect would have been similar if it had been a person. The woman was probably a casual martial artist. Her combat strength was terrible. Even Fang Ping, a hothead who did not know any martial arts, could fight with her for so long. This showed how strong she was. As for Tan Jinping, although Fang Ping did not see him fight, he could guess a little. As he thought about this, Fang Ping continued watching the video. This time, he adjusted his posture as he watched, concentrating his vitality for an outburst. The rich vitality force that was originally all over his body was now concentrated in his legs, and the effect was very obvious. Fang Ping felt that his legs were much heavier. When he outburst, the power was also much stronger. 2 hours later. Just as Fang Ping was about to start all over again excitedly, Fang Yuan shoved the door open with force. The little girl glanced around the room and said angrily, "Fang Ping, look at what you've done." Fang Ping's mind was much clearer now, and he finally had time to look around the room. He had been watching the video in the study earlier. In just a short while, the study had become a mess. He had kicked the bookcase he had just bought. Cracks had appeared on the side, and there were some broken wood shavings on the floor. The sofa bed he had bought a few days ago was also dented in the middle, probably because the support frame had been broken. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. He had not noticed this earlier. Fang Yuan caught him in the act. He coughed dryly and said, "The quality of the furniture is a little bad. I said I wanted to buy something better, but Mom and Dad insisted on buying cheap stuff like this. Forget it. I'll go pick a better set in 2 days." Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. She was speechless. Can't you get a refund if the quality is bad? You broke it just because the quality is bad? If Mom finds out, she'll scold you. The little girl was actually a little distressed. It was a new house and new furniture, but her brother did not know how to cherish them. She did not even dare to think about living in a house like this in the past. The little girl had been extra careful these few days, wiping the dust off the floor with a cloth. Now that she saw Fang Ping destroying the new house, she could only blame herself for being weak. Otherwise, she would have beaten Fang Ping up a long time ago. All right. I forgot. Next time, go to the gym. The space in the house is still too small. It was his first time entering a new house, and he thought it was quite big. However, it had only been a few days. Fang Ping felt that the house was still too small. He had only been practicing his punches and kicks. If he were to wield a weapon, he would not be able to use it in the gym. Fang Yuan was a little stunned when she heard Fang Ping say that the house was too small. The little girl felt like she had come to heaven after moving in. There were 2 floors above and 1 below, and the place was extremely spacious. She had shown off the big house to a few of her friends, and everyone was envious. Her own brother, on the other hand, actually thought that the house was too small. Fang Yuan felt that she did not understand Fang Ping anymore. Ever since Fang Ping decided to take the martial sciences exams, he seemed to have changed completely. Just as she thought about how Fang Ping had changed, Fang Yuan felt her cheeks being pinched by Fang Ping again. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes hard. She didn't change her head at all. After joking around with Fang Yuan for a while, it was getting late. Fang Ping was drenched in sweat after trying out his combat techniques. He was about to take a shower when he suddenly thought of the body-strengthening elixir. After cultivating, his whole body would be relaxed. It was the perfect time to use the body-strengthening elixir. At that thought, Fang Ping picked up a bottle of body-strengthening elixir and headed for the bathroom. Fang Yuan could not help muttering when she saw him bringing a bottle of crystal-colored stuff into the bathroom. Fang Ping was showing off more than he used to. In the past, Fang Ping had never used makeup or body wash. Now that she wanted to take a bath, she even specially bought new toiletries. Just by looking at the packaging, one could tell that it was not cheap. Fang Ping fiddled with the crystal bottle in his hand as he entered the bathroom. Wang Jinyang had charged him 500,000 yuan for the 3 bottles. Fang Ping did not understand the prices of goods, nor did he know how much Wang Jinyang had spent on them. However, Fang Ping knew one thing. Old Wang did not cheat him. Not only did he not cheat him, he even gave him a friendship discount. Sometimes, Fang Ping felt that he could be an appraiser himself. Before this, Fang Ping's interface data was wealth, 460600 vitality, 162 cal mentality, 180 Hz. At this moment, the data changed. Wealth, 470600 vitality, 155 calories, 162 calories, mentality, 176 Hz, 180 Hz. His wealth had increased by 100,000. According to Fang Ping's understanding of the system, his purchase of the body-strengthening elixir had earned him a profit of 100,000. He spent 500,000 yuan on the 3 bottles of body-strengthening potion, while the system estimated it to be 600,000 yuan. In the past, elixirs were generally valued at 2/3 of the market price. The market price of 3 bottles of body-strengthening potion would probably reach 900,000 yuan, or 300,000 yuan per bottle. Wang Jinyang only charged him 500,000, which was even lower than the system's estimate. Looking at the changes in the data, Fang Ping chuckled. As expected, the difference will be made up. Previously, he had thought of reselling medicinal pills, but he never had the chance to do so. This time, Fang Ping finally understood that the system would compensate for the difference in price. Moreover, it would only compensate for the difference in price. There would be no deduction of wealth. In other words, if he made a loss in business, he would only lose money, not wealth. However, once he earned it, he would earn both money and wealth points. Selling pills was a good way to earn money. If Wang Jinyang had the connections, he could buy more. However, Fang Ping knew that things were not that simple. Wang Jinyang had exchanged the body-strengthening elixir from the university. Even if Fang Ping did not know the specifics, he could guess that there was a price to pay. For example, everyone had a fixed quota, or they needed to consume something else, such as points. Otherwise, the martial arts university students might as well just go and resell pills. The school would not be so stupid. Unless I need it myself, I won't bother Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Old Wang had helped him a lot recently, from guiding him in his cultivation to helping him buy medicine now. Because of Huang Bin, the little bit of affection he had accumulated had long since been used up. If Wang Jinyang continued to help him, Fang Ping would owe old Wang a favor. Had it been any other time, Fang Ping would not have bothered to trouble Wang Jinyang so shamelessly. However, Fang Ping was too unfamiliar with martial arts and could not find anyone else to help him. At this moment, he could only ask old Wang for help. An hour later, Fang Ping walked out of the bathroom. Outside the door, Fang Yuan had just finished tidying up the study. She could not help muttering, "Fang Ping, you're getting more and more narcissistic. It was fine if he bought his own cosmetics, but it took him an hour to take a shower. You used to take care of it in 10 minutes. As she spoke, the little girl could not help but pinch Fang Ping's arm. She was speechless. It looks a little smoother. Fang Ping, are you going to start taking care of your skin? Fang Ping was speechless. He laughed. What are you talking about? Can't you see that I'm cultivating? That wasn't cosmetics just now. It's medicine for cultivation. Fang Yuan gave him a look that said, do you think I'm so gullible? She did not know who used medicine to cultivate in the shower. Fang Ping ignored her and stared at the panel for a while. Wealth, 470600 vitality, 156 calories, 163 calories, mentality, 177 Hz, 180 Hz. After using the body-strengthening elixir, Fang Ping could not feel his body's toughness increase after his skin had absorbed and digested it. After all, Fang Ping still could not control his body down to the smallest detail with such a small increase. However, his vitality limit had increased by 1 calorie, which proved that the body-strengthening elixir was quite effective. After looking at it for a while, Fang Ping started adding vitality and mentality. Soon, the data changed again. Wealth, for 7,000,000 vitality, 162 calories, 163 calories, mentality, 177 Hz, 180 Hz. Fang Ping was getting more and more familiar with the use of the system. The human body produced vitality all the time, and his mentality could recover slowly when he rested. If he went to sleep now, his vitality and mentality should be restored to their peak when he woke up the next morning. If that was the case, Fang Ping would not waste his wealth to maximize it. It would not be good if he maximized it. If he maintained his peak at all times, Fang Ping would not be able to sleep, and his vitality would be frighteningly high. In the following days, Fang Ping revised for cultural studies in the day. At night, he cultivated pole standing, the methods of honing, and combat techniques. Although his mentality of more than 180 Hz did not increase Fang Ping's combat strength, it made his mind more agile, his memory faster, and his comprehension more powerful. Fang Ping had taken cultural studies before. In his past life, his results in cultural studies were not bad either. Although many years had passed, revising was much easier than when he first started. With the support of his exuberant mentality, Fang Ping's results in a mock exam in class were quite good at the end of May. Out of a total of 750 points, Fang Ping scored 610 points. Last year, the national benchmark was 593 points. The mock exam's difficulty was about the same as last year's Gaokao. Fang Ping scored 610 points, which meant that he had exceeded the benchmark by almost 20 points. With this kind of result, he could get into a good university even if he only applied to a liberal arts university. If he took the martial sciences exam, if his vitality barely met the admission requirements, Fang Ping would be able to get into a martial arts university. Combined with his test result of 149 calories, he should have no problem getting into the Big Two. When the mock exam results were announced, some people were happy, while others were sad. Yang Jian, who was sitting in the front row, had a sour expression on his face. He looked at Fang Ping with resentment. He scored 580 points in the mock exam, which was not bad at all. However, according to this standard, he did not even reach the benchmark, and his vitality was only 116 calories during the vitality test. Under these circumstances, the chances of being admitted were slim. Yang Jian was resentful, but Chen Fan, who was sitting next to him, was not. Ever since Fang Ping applied for martial sciences and achieved good results in the physical assessment and practical test, Chen Fan had been working even harder. This time, Chen Fan did well too. He scored 625 points, slightly higher than Fang Ping. In the past, Chen Fan would have been satisfied. Now, however, Fang Ping was almost certain to get into a martial arts university. Chen Fan knew that he had no hope of becoming a martial artist, but he did not want to be left too far behind by the other member of the ordinary duo. Fang Ping, Wu Zhihao, and the others were all multitasking, but he was single-minded. As a result, his cultural studies were only slightly better than Fang Ping's, and even worse than Wu Zhihao's. Wu Zhihao scored 648 points in the mock exam, second in class. The first in class, and also a martial sciences candidate, Lu Ruoqi scored 660 points. These martial sciences candidates had much harder tasks than them, but they could still do so well. This made Chen Fan feel very frustrated. Fang Ping could see through Chen Fan's thoughts. When the results were out, he purposely expressed his envy, complaining that he did not score as high as Fang Ping despite staying up late every day. At that moment, Fang Ping did not dare to tell Chen Fan that he never studied for cultural studies at night. If Chen Fan found out, Fang Ping was afraid that he would want to go to the rooftop. When school was over, Wu Zhihao put a hand on Fang Ping's shoulder, beaming. He said happily, "You're officially on holiday starting tomorrow. How about going out for a couple of days to relax?" His vitality was 120 calories, and his score in the mock exam was more than 50 points higher than the benchmark. With this kind of result, getting into a martial arts university was a sure thing. As long as he did not perform badly during the exam, getting into a martial arts university would not be a problem. Naturally, Wu Zhihao was much more relaxed now. Hearing that he wanted to go out to play, Yang Jian said bitterly before Fang Ping could say anything, "Have you considered how I feel? I can't do anything during the holidays. All I can do is read and do questions." Fang Ping also refused. "Tomorrow is Children's Day. I have to celebrate it with my kids, so I don't have time to go out." Pfft, Wu Zhihao almost choked to death. He then laughed and said, "Your kids are talking about your sister, right, Fang Ping? Your sister is so funny." Fang Ping glanced at him and said exasperatedly, "You're not close. You know if she's funny or not." "I'm not close, but there's someone else who is. My neighbor's kid is in year 9 of experimental middle school. I've heard about your sister. I heard that your sister is selling your autographed photo in experimental middle school. My neighbor bought one too." I almost died of laughter. "Get lost. She stopped selling it a long time ago." Fang Ping cursed. He had known about this a long time ago. Fang Yuan, that brat, had taken Fang Ping's ID photo from his gaokao and pasted Fang Ping's autograph on his book. Then, she had gone to school to sell it. Fang Ping had not known about it at first, but the brat had bought a lot of snacks to bribe Fang Ping with the intention of sharing the loot. Fang Ping did not think much of it at first, but when he found more snacks in her room, he felt that something was wrong. After questioning her, he found out that it was Fang Yuan's doing. Fang Ping almost died of anger. He had thought that Fang Yuan was joking and did not take it seriously. When he returned to his old house, he saw that there was a hole in his old book where his name was written on the first page. After asking, he found out that the brat had already sold 8 autographed photos at 100 yuan each. Fang Ping was furious. How ugly was her ID photo? Even if she wanted to sell it, couldn't she have changed it to a different photo? His illustrious reputation had been completely ruined by this lass. Fang Ping was too embarrassed to tell others about this, but now even Wu Zhihao knew about it. Wu Zhihao laughed maniacally. Yang Jian and the others were also hearing about this for the first time. They hurriedly asked about it, and when they knew the whole story, they all laughed so hard that they bent over backwards. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He could not be bothered with them. Scenic Lake Gardens. When Fang Ping arrived at Scenic Lake Gardens, he happened to see Fang Yuan at the entrance. When he remembered how Wu Zhihao and the others had made fun of him, he yelled angrily, "Fang Yuan!" Fang Yuan quickly turned around. Then, with a nervous expression, she whispered to a female classmate beside her, "My brother is back. You should go back first. Your brother is so imposing." Fang Ping's embarrassment turned into anger. The female classmate saw it as a martial artist's dignity. She was nervous, but she also looked at him with admiration. She looked at Fang Ping reluctantly, but she remembered Fang Yuan saying that his brother was very fierce. The girl stole a glance at Fang Ping before running away. Before she left, she did not forget what she had to do. She whispered, "Fang Yuan, don't forget, I know, I know." Fang Yuan quickly interrupted her and waved at the girl. When her classmate was far away, Fang Yuan smiled and waved at Fang Ping. "Brother, are you done with school?" Fang Ping walked over and glanced at the girl who had left. His expression was as dark as iron. "What did you do this time?" He paused and asked, "Are you still selling autographs?" "No." Fang Yuan shook her head quickly and denied it firmly. "You're not allowed to sell them." "I wouldn't dare." "Really?" Fang Ping did not quite believe her. It was obvious that the girl and her classmate had a little secret. Now that Fang Ping's vitality was 170 calories and his mentality was approaching 200 hertz, he had sharp ears and eyes. He could hear the two girls' whispers clearly. "Really?" Fang Yuan raised her hand quickly. First, she held up 3 fingers. After some thought, she held up her pinky and said firmly, "I swear." "As if I'd believe you. You didn't do anything wrong. Why would you call me brother when you see me?" "Brother, don't accuse me wrongly." Fang Yuan looked aggrieved. "You're so hard to please. If I don't call you brother, you say I'm impolite. If I call you brother, you say I did something wrong." The girl immediately returned to normal after her pitiful explanation. She changed the topic. "Brother, are you guys on holiday for grade 12? "Yes, that's great. Brother, let's go out and play tomorrow, okay? It's a holiday tomorrow. We'll see. Fang Ping had a feeling that this girl was up to no good. He glanced at her suspiciously a few times, but did not ask any more questions. As they walked toward the district, Fang Ping said, "Summer vacation is coming soon, right?" "Yes, the holidays start at the end of June. Study well during this period of time. Don't go crazy here and there all day. After I finish my exams, I'll start teaching you how to stand." "Stance?" Fang Yuan immediately asked excitedly, "Can I?" Fang Ping nodded. "You can. Pole standing is considered a solemn silence skill. It doesn't put too much strain on the body. As long as your vitality can keep up, there won't be any problems." He had also consulted Wang Jinyang and Tan Jinping about this matter, and both of them said that there was no problem. Practicing martial arts at a young age was not necessarily a good thing. It could easily harm the body. Before one's body was fully grown, they would start practicing martial arts. Due to the excessive consumption of energy and blood, they would not be able to replenish their qi and blood. In the end, they would develop into deformities and dwarfs. However, as long as his vitality could keep up, pole standing would not be a problem even if he did not cultivate combat techniques or the methods of honing. Fang Ping still had a lot of blood and qi replenishing pills and vitality pills that he had no use for himself. If he were to sell them, it would be difficult for him to find a buyer in such a short time. While he was still at home, he should build Fang Yuan's foundation so that she could at least learn pole standing. Fang Yuan's face lit up when she heard Fang Ping say that she could practice martial arts. In this era, martial artists were respected. Regardless of gender or age, there was no one who did not want to become a martial artist. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to, but she was still young, and her family was not rich. Fang Ping did not take the path of martial sciences, so naturally, she did not think that she would develop in that direction. Now that Fang Ping said that he would teach her pole standing, the girl's smile became even rounder. She could not wait for the summer vacation to start. Seeing that she was so happy, Fang Ping said coldly, "Before I teach you, tell me, what bad things did you discuss with your classmates?" "Brother, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. I won't teach you if you don't." Fang Ping. Fang Yuan was annoyed and conflicted. After a while, she said reluctantly, "We didn't discuss bad things. Don't you have a lot of old clothes?" Fine, she did not have to say it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He said, "That's enough. Selling autographs is one thing, but now you're selling clothes. In a few days, are you going to sell me out as well? You little brat, why do you need so much money? If you don't have money, just ask me for it. If you do this again, I'll beat you up. I'm not selling clothes. I'm selling feelings, shut up." Fang Ping scolded. He said in distress, "Next time, you're not allowed to sell anything." Fang Yuan pouted and said unhappily, "Why wouldn't I do it when there's money to be made? Look, the autographs I sold last time were worth a month's salary. They're all old clothes. Just sign them and sell them. Why do you need to worry about our family?" Fang Ping said impatiently, "Mom insists on working. I can't stop her. Is it a problem of money? Don't worry about this. When I'm done with my exams, I'll make arrangements. Don't cause trouble." Fang Mingrong had not gone to the Department of Education yet, but he had told the boss that he would quit after this month. He would go to the Department of Education as a security guard. The boss of the ceramics factory was very polite. Before the month was over, he had already paid his salary a few days ago. Not only did he pay his salary, but he also insisted on compensating for his nutrition expenses. Fang Mingrong could not refuse. If he did not want the boss to complain, he had no choice but to accept it. Old Fang's son had ranked first in the vitality assessment in auspicious Sun City. It was a sure thing for him to get into a martial arts university. This news had spread long ago, and the boss of the ceramics factory did not want to offend a martial arts university student over such a small matter. As for Li Yueying, Fang Ping had talked to her a few times, but she said that the work was not tiring. Besides, she was doing well. If she left suddenly, the boss would have no one to do the work. If she delayed someone else, she should at least wait until someone else found a replacement. His mother insisted, so Fang Ping could not say anything else. He could only wait for a while. The siblings chatted as they walked. When they reached home, Li Yueying had already prepared dinner. Fang Ping's parents had moved in 2 days ago. They had planned to treat their relatives and friends to a meal. However, they thought about it. Fang Ping's gaokao would be in a few days, and he would have to drink after the exam. It would not be appropriate to eat twice in a row. Therefore, Fang Mingrong decided not to treat them for the time being. He would wait until the gaokao banquet was held. As soon as he entered the house, Fang Ping greeted his mother. "Mom, keep an eye on Fang Yuan these few days. Don't let her fool around. This girl sold my photos last time, and now she's going to sell my clothes. It's fine if she sells coats, but it's embarrassing if she sells underwear and panties. Anyway, help me keep an eye on her." Li Yueying could not help but be stunned when she heard this. Then, she said in exasperation and amusement, Yuan, don't fool around." Fang Yuan glared at Fang Ping angrily and said weakly, "I know." Fang Ping said it many times. "Your brother is going to a martial arts university soon. Don't fool around," Li Yueying also warned her. In Li Yueying's eyes, martial arts university students were all unreachable. She did not even dare to think about it in the past. Now that her son was going to a martial arts university, she could not let her daughter fool around and embarrass her son. Although Fang Ping said it was embarrassing, he did not take these children's fooling around seriously. However, Fang Yuan was still young. At this age, Fang Ping did not want her to get too involved in money matters. Fang Yuan was still immature mentally. At this stage, playing and studying were the most important things. Fang Ping did not want her to get involved in other things. After informing his mother, Fang Ping ignored Fang Yuan's resentful gaze and went straight upstairs. In the gym, Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang again. As soon as the call went through, Fang Ping went straight to the point. "Brother Wang, I feel that my pole standing has slowed down recently. It's been quite some time since I broke through to the stable stance. But I still don't have a clue about the stable stance." Wang Jinyang, old Wang was speechless. "It's been quite some time since you broke through to the stable stance? It's only been less than 2 months since you got your hands on the cultivation methods. In less than 2 months, you've mastered pole standing, combat techniques, and even your vitality has broken through the limit. You still have the cheek to say that it's been quite some time?" Wang Jinyang rubbed his temples and asked, "How's your cultivation of combat techniques going?" "I've only cultivated the basic leg techniques so far. I feel that it's alright. I can use both force gathering and explosive force proficiently. The main thing is that I don't really know how to use the stickiness. When I kick, it's a straight line. I can't make the sandbag move according to my rhythm." Mastering the basic leg techniques and sticking to the opponent was a sign. It was difficult to make the opponent follow one's rhythm in a small space. Wang Jinyang rubbed his temples again. After a while, he said, "There's no need to rush the problem of the stickiness. If you can gather force and explode it, it means that you already have some combat power. The stickiness is used against opponents of similar strength. You can't stick to those who are stronger than you, and you don't have to stick to those who are weaker. These problems will be difficult to solve if you cultivate alone. At the end of the day, it's still related to pole standing. Once your pole standing has broken through to the stable stance, you'll have greater control over your body and your enemies. At that point, you'll find it much easier to use the stickiness." As for your breakthrough, Wang Jinyang paused. "If you were in a martial arts university, you'd have access to auxiliary equipment that would make it easier to break through. But you don't have such equipment now. How about this? Buy a skateboard and practice your stance on it. When you can stand on the same level as the ground, you'll be close to the stable stance. The main thing about pole standing is control. Control the body's center of gravity, and control the bones and muscles in your body. Let your body move according to your thoughts instead of your body doing the movements and reflecting them to your brain." Wang Jinyang gave his suggestion and briefly explained the general situation of the stable stance. At the end, Wang Jinyang could not help but ask, "You'll have your cultural studies exam soon. After that, you'll have to fill in your application forms. With your situation, if your cultural studies are okay, you can apply for the Big 2. Do you have any ideas now?" Fang Ping, this guy, was improving too fast. In less than 2 months, his vitality, bones, and body strength had all broken through the limits of a normal person. Now, even his pole standing was breaking through to the second realm. In terms of combat techniques, Wang Jinyang had not seen Fang Ping's leg techniques before, but he could gather and explode force at will. This meant that Fang Ping had the combat strength of a true martial artist. When he returned to Sun City in April, Wang Jinyang did not expect Fang Ping to change so much. At that time, he had strongly suggested Fang Ping apply for Nanjiang Martial Arts University because he wanted to take care of Fang Ping. After all, he had some status in the university. However, at this time, Wang Jinyang felt that Nanjiang Martial Arts University might not be a good choice for Fang Ping. Actually, Fang Ping had thought about this recently. When Wang Jinyang asked, Fang Ping said immediately, "Brother Wang, I haven't thought about it yet. After all, I don't know much about the martial arts universities. When I'm done with my cultural studies exams and my results are out, I'll have to trouble you to give me a detailed introduction. That's not a problem. I might go back to Sun City during the summer holidays. When your results are out, I'll tell you the details if I'm around. You can decide after that. Don't rush to fill in your application forms. If I don't go back, give me a call, okay? Thank you, Brother Wang. Don't mention it." Wang Jinyang said politely. In the end, he could not hold back his curiosity, so he coughed and said, "Well, Fang Ping, if you don't mind, can you tell me how much your vitality is now?" The more he knew about Fang Ping, the more Wang Jinyang felt that he was hiding his vitality well. He was also quite interested in how much Fang Ping's vitality was now. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment. Considering that once Wang Jinyang returned to Sun City, he would be able to get a rough idea if they met. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "I should be close to the standard of a twice-honed." Lao Wang chuckled and hung up the phone without saying a word, MMP. At the beginning of April, around 110 calories. Not long after, he mistakenly consumed a pill. Around 120 calories. At the beginning of May, he tested his vitality again. 149 calories. It was not June yet. Tomorrow would be June. Now, this guy was telling him that his pole standing was about to break through to the firm stance, his vitality was close to 180 calories, his basic leg techniques were almost fully mastered, and he was preparing for his cultural studies exams. Was he even human, practicing and learning martial arts 24 hours a day? Although Wang Jinyang's guess was not true, it was not far from it. Fang Ping did not practice martial arts non-stop, but whenever his vitality and mentality dropped, he would use his wealth to replenish them. Everyone else would need a recovery period. Fang Ping's 1 hour of cultivation was equivalent to a few days of cultivation for others. Sometimes, he would cultivate for 5 to 6 hours a day, which was equivalent to half a month or even a month for others. His improvement was obvious every day. It had been about 50 days since he started cultivating. The results of these 50 days were equivalent to a year or two of cultivation for others. Fang Ping's progress was not exaggerated. Wang Jinyang had cultivated in a martial arts university for less than half a year, and his results were even more exaggerated than Fang Ping's. Old Wang thought that Fang Ping was not human, and Fang Ping thought that old Wang was terrifying. Fang Ping did not think that he could break through rank 3 in less than a year. Both of them felt that the other was different. They had to continue working hard, but they did not consider their progress. If others found out, they would curse. The 1st of June was Children's Day. Of course, it was also Fang Yuan's younger sister's day. Early in the morning, Fang Yuan pestered Fang Ping to celebrate the festival with her. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, Fang Ping was very clear about this girl's thoughts. It was a festival, after all. Gifts were needed. Fang Ping had prepared a gift for her. As expected, when Fang Yuan asked for a gift, Fang Ping handed her a jelly bean. Fang Yuan's smile faded as she stared at the jelly bean in Fang Ping's hand. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "This is the gift you prepared?" "Yes." "Aren't these the chocolate beans I gave you a few days ago?" Fang Yuan was even angrier now. "When I give you a bag, it's a whole bag. When you give me one, it's just one pill." She would have accepted it even if you had given her a whole bag. Who gave her a snack and only one pill? Fang Ping grinned. These aren't normal chocolate beans. They taste really good. Do you think I lack money? I do. But why did I only give you one? Because you're stingy. Fang Yuan retorted irritably. She had never seen a blood and qi replenishing pill before. Naturally, she did not know that the chocolate bean in her eyes was a blood and qi replenishing pill. One blood and qi replenishing pill cost 30,000 in the market. Fang Yuan could only use blood and qi replenishing pills now. Normal vitality pills were too effective. In fact, some families used qi replenishing pills or blood replenishing pills to build their children's foundation. Blood and qi replenishing pills could not be used at this time without a certain family background. It was more like the day before Gaokao. Fang Ping had a total of 18 blood and qi replenishing pills. They were effective for students with vitality below 150 calories. For Fang Ping and the other official martial artists, however, the blood and qi replenishing pills were used for daily vitality replenishment. Taking blood and qi replenishing pills could no longer increase their vitality limit. Still, it was quite effective for Fang Yuan to build her foundation and nourish her vitality. Fang Ping did not explain Fang Yuan's complaints. The girl was very stingy. If she had known that it was a blood and qi replenishing pill, she would have urged Fang Ping to sell it. She would have been heartbroken if she had known that she had spent tens of thousands. Despite her complaints and dissatisfaction, the girl still raised her head and asked, "Is it really that good?" "Yes." "Miser." After cursing again, Fang Yuan picked up the chocolate bean and tossed it into her mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls and swallowing, Fang Yuan was even more dissatisfied. She said angrily, "It doesn't taste good at all." Fang Ping did not mind. He looked at her with a smile. After watching for a while, he didn't find it strange that she didn't have any reaction. The medicinal effect of the medicinal pill was not instantaneous. There was a process of absorption and digestion. Moreover, the effects of the blood and qi replenishing pill were not too strong. Even if Fang Yuan sensed something unusual, he might not care. However, Fang Yuan was still young, and her vitality was not high. Taking the blood and qi replenishing pill at this age would still have side effects. The after effects were quickly manifested. During lunch, Fang Ping decided to reward his sister by treating her to KFC. He ordered a table full of food, but Fang Yuan could only stare at it. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Fang Ping, I really want to eat, but why don't I have any appetite? Did you piss me off this morning?" She really wanted to eat now, but her stomach felt bloated and she had no appetite at all. She had finally gotten Fang Ping to treat her, but all she could do was watch him eat. Fang Yuan was so angry that she was about to cry. Fang Ping snickered inwardly. "This is what you get for selling my stuff every day and trying to take advantage of my little stash." Fang Yuan's vitality was not high enough. After taking the blood and qi replenishing pill, the medicinal effect had spread, and she did not expend any of her vitality. Why would she feel hungry? When she had enough vitality, she would feel like a normal person who had eaten too much. She would not be able to eat anything, no matter how delicious it was. Fortunately, Fang Yuan did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, she would have scratched him to death. This guy was doing it on purpose. Fang Ping knew the after effects of taking the blood and qi replenishing pill. It was not really an after effect. People like Fang Ping would digest it quickly after taking it, but Fang Yuan might have to wait a few days. The girl would not have a good appetite for the next few days. It was fun to watch his sister make a fool of herself, but he could not bully her all the time. In the afternoon, Fang Ping found his conscience. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he brought the girl to the amusement park. Sun City's amusement park did not have any large-scale facilities, but there were some small ones. After playing for the whole afternoon, Fang Yuan's resentment finally dissipated a lot. When she returned home at night, however, she found that her mother had made a lot of delicious food, and she had no appetite. Fang Yuan almost broke down. He complained to Li Yueying incessantly, "Fang Ping sealed my hunger point." Fang Ping almost burst out laughing when he heard that. Hunger point? This girl was really good at coming up with new terms. Li Yueying did not believe her, of course. When she saw that her daughter was not eating, she said angrily, "It's all because she ate too many snacks. Ping Ping, don't give her money to buy snacks in the future. Confiscate all the snacks in her room. How is she going to grow if she only eats snacks and doesn't eat?" Li Yueying was angry, and Fang Mingrong also chimed in to confiscate the snacks. Their daughter was eating snacks now, and she did not even want to eat rice. How could that be? The couple denounced their daughter. Fang Ping held his bowl and almost buried his face in it. He was afraid that he would burst out laughing. Fang Yuan was going to complain about him, but she suffered a double loss. Even her food reserves were confiscated. The girl's head was drooping, and she looked wronged. She was doubting herself. She did not know why she did not want to eat. She complained about Fang Ping because she subconsciously thought that Fang Ping was the only one who would set her up. However, Fang Ping did not do anything to her, did he? No one had ever said that a martial artist could make someone not eat. However, looking at the table of dishes in front of her, she had no appetite. She was not hungry, and she was not sick. Could it be that she ate too many snacks? Fang Yuan thought so herself, and she felt even more frustrated. Fang Yuan's refusal to eat became the focus of the couple's attention for the next few days. Every time they ate, Li Yueying would stare at her daughter fiercely, forcing her to eat one bite at a time. Fang Ping laughed every time he saw Fang Yuan's wronged expression. For the next few days, the girls' meals were like death's door. It was not until 3 days later that the side effects of the blood and qi replenishing pill disappeared, and Fang Yuan regained her appetite. Now, his parents realized that they had found the cause. It was all because of the snacks. Their daughter's appetite had returned after not eating snacks for 3 days. What else could it be other than that? Even Fang Yuan herself was certain that this was the reason. The whole family did not think too much about it. If it were a family with martial artists, they would have been exposed long ago, and Fang Yuan would have come to settle the score with Fang Ping. Their daughter's problem was solved. Next up was Fang Ping's Cao. Fang Ping was not that nervous yet, but his parents were so nervous that they could not sleep. Fang Mingrong had just started work at the Education Bureau and was too embarrassed to ask for leave. Li Yueying, on the other hand, applied for a week's leave to take care of Fang Ping at home. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th of June. Early in the morning of the 7th, the whole Fang family set out to escort Fang Ping to school for the exam. Fang Ping was not assigned to Sun City No. 1 High School, but coincidentally, he was assigned to Experimental Junior High School, which was Fang Yuan's school. On the way there, he saw parents bringing their children to the exam venue from time to time. However, in most families, the father or the mother came alone. It was rare to see someone like Fang Ping, who came with both his parents and his younger sister. Fang Ping looked at his family's nervous faces and felt helpless, but also a little touched. When he reached the entrance of the exam venue, Fang Mingrong had to go to work, so he left first. His mother and Fang Yuan refused to leave. Fang Ping looked at the crowd outside the school and could not help but think of the attack in auspicious Sun City. The Fang Ping of today was not afraid of anything even if he was attacked again. His cultivation of the basic leg techniques had reached a certain stage. Fang Ping felt that if he were to compete with the woman from last time, he would most likely win. Of course, that woman had turned into ashes long ago, and Fang Ping would not have the chance to prove himself again. He was not afraid, but his mother and Fang Yuan could not. After a long period of persuasion, Fang Ping finally allowed Fang Yuan to bring his mother home. Scenic Lake Gardens was actually very close to Experimental Junior High School, so there was no need for him to accompany them outside the school gates. Fang Ping only entered the exam venue after his mother and Fang Yuan had left. The last stage. Fang Ping mumbled outside the exam venue. The 5 final stages of martial sciences. Fang Ping had been hearing this phrase since he was reborn a few days ago. Now, he had passed all the previous stages. As long as his cultural studies results were not too bad, entering a martial arts university would not be a problem. Although Fang Ping's vitality was extremely high now, it did not mean that he could not go to a martial arts university. He was not even a rank 1 martial artist, and Wang Jinyang, a rank 3 martial artist, still refused to leave the school. Martial arts universities had their own benefits. Fang Ping needed resources, teachers, and secret manuals of cultivation methods. On the path of martial arts, it was wishful thinking to go far on one's own without guidance. If Fang Ping had not met Wang Jinyang, he would not have made it this far, even if the system cheated. Even if he could obtain the methods of honing, pole standing, and combat techniques, he would have gone astray a long time ago if he had relied on himself. Other than that, martial arts universities had many secrets. People like Wang Jinyang seemed to know a lot. On the other hand, Fang Ping had continued to communicate with Tan Jinping a few times because of his father. Tan Jinping was not young, but his knowledge was limited. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Ping entered the exam venue and waited for the teacher to hand out the papers. Martial Arts University. That was the only word Fang Ping could think of. At the same time, Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang had officially taken over as the president of the Nanjiang Martial Arts Society. He had originally planned to take over next year after Shen Quan had graduated. Now, however, Shen Quan was trapped in the catacombs, and Zhang Qingnan had not returned yet. The 9 grandmasters had sealed the entrance to the catacombs. Before Governor-General Zhang left, he had searched the vicinity of the entrance, but he could not find any trace of Zhang Qingnan or Shen Quan. Governor-General Zhang had many things to do, so he could not keep searching. It was the same for the other grandmasters. Everyone was busy, and the entrance to the catacombs was sealed, so entry was restricted. Unless he, Wang Jinyang, became a grandmaster himself, it would be difficult for others to continue searching. Grandmaster. The moment he took over as the president of the Martial Arts Society, these 2 words were on Wang Jinyang's mind. He did not have much contact with Shen Quan, but the president of the Martial Arts Society had taken good care of him after he joined the Martial Arts Society. Not to mention that Zhang Qingnan was his mentor. The Gaokao was held on the 7th, language was tested in the morning and mathematics was tested in the afternoon. The 8th, politics, history, and geography were tested in the morning, and physics and chemistry were tested in the afternoon. Yes, English was not tested. Fang Ping and the others still studied English, but it was in the same category as music and art. They only needed to grasp the basics, so there was no need to test them specifically. Language, mathematics, politics, history, and geography were all 150 points, while physics and chemistry were 300 points. Judging from the scores, the government actually placed a lot of emphasis on science subjects. The division of civil and martial arts was just a general division of subjects. The liberal arts that people usually talked about was equivalent to liberal arts plus science in his past life, or rather, there was no division of subjects in cultural studies at all. Actually, this was normal. Civil and martial arts were already divided into subjects, so there was no need to further divide them in cultural studies. Fang Ping had a relatively easy time with the cultural studies exam. His mentality was advancing toward 200 Hz, almost double that of a normal person. Doubling his mental power didn't just mean that his memory and comprehension were doubled. This kind of increase wasn't calculated in this way. If it was calculated that way, Fang Ping's vitality was not as strong as that of 2 normal teenagers combined. However, if Fang Ping were to fight them now, it would be like torturing vegetables. He could even kill one of them with a kick. Since his memory and comprehension were much stronger than a normal person's, Fang Ping did not find the exam too difficult. He had done the same type of questions once, so he could remember them no matter how many times they were changed. The Gaokao officially ended in the afternoon of the 8th. Fang Ping received a call from Wu Zhihao as soon as he got home. "Where are you?" "I just got home, oh my god." Wu Zhihao's tone was one of disbelief. He said in surprise, "You're home after the Gaokao." It was as if Fang Ping's return was an unforgivable sin. Before Fang Ping could speak, Wu Zhihao said immediately, "We're all at number 1 high school. We're going to relax tonight, eat, drink, and be merry. My treat." These people had been restricted for many years. The martial sciences candidates were even worse off. They had paid a huge price for the martial sciences exam. Not everyone was like Fang Ping, whose vitality had skyrocketed in such a short time. Wu Zhihao and the rest usually avoided snacks, drinks, roadside stalls, and did not smoke or drink in order to increase their vitality and maintain nutrient absorption. In short, several years passed like a day, and his days could be said to be miserable. Now that the martial sciences examination had officially ended, all that was left was to wait for the results. Everyone wanted to indulge themselves for a while. Fang Ping could not understand such hardships, but he did not reject Wu Zhihao's invitation. He smiled and said, "Sure, I'll go over later." "Hurry up, everyone is waiting. We won't be able to sleep tonight." Wu Zhihao let out an unrestrained roar. Fang Ping could already hear someone beside him roaring as if venting. 15 minutes later. Fang Ping saw Wu Zhihao and the others at the school gate. There were not only martial science examinees, but also social science examinees. There were about a dozen of them. Other than the students from class 4, there were also groups of students from other classes waiting at the entrance or chatting. As soon as he saw Fang Ping, Zhang Hao laughed loudly. "Fang Ping, you didn't come out to indulge yourself after the exam. Instead, you went home to be a mama's boy. Aren't you embarrassed?" Fang Ping was amused. "Indulge? What was there to indulge in Sun City? Don't tell me you're going to take Zhang Nan with you to find a girl to vent." Scram. Zhang Hao blushed and glanced cautiously at Zhang Nan beside him. No matter how carefree these people usually were, they were still high school students. How could they be so mature? This was not the time to compare to the future. Their experiences were also different from those of martial arts university students. High school students were young and inexperienced. As soon as Fang Ping said that, Zhang Hao's face turned red. The others were not much better off. Wu Zhihao looked embarrassed too. Lu Ruoqi, who did not speak much, looked at Fang Ping as if he was a hooligan. She did not know that Fang Ping was such a pervert. Yes, pervert. The so-called indulgence was eating, breaking the rules, drinking a little, and singing. Fang Ping was thinking about finding a girl. If that was not perverted, what was? Seeing everyone looking at him, Fang Ping sighed. What a bunch of immature youngsters. In a few years, even middle school students would be more open-minded than them. Everyone had wanted to tease Fang Ping, but now they were stuck. Plus, with the girls around, the boys were too embarrassed to discuss such things with a pervert like Fang Ping. Wu Zhihao waved his hand and said loudly, "Come on, let's go eat barbecue first. No drinks tonight. Let's drink. After we're done, let's go sing. This is the only time we've had a drink in secret. Let's drink to our heart's content today. It's my treat." The others did not stand on ceremony and agreed. Everyone laughed and walked toward the pedestrian street. There were many barbecue stalls there. A group of hotheads who had never drunk before ordered 5 cases of beer and 2 bottles of white wine. Before the barbecue was even served, the boys tried to be heroes and drank first as a sign of respect. Fang Ping watched Zhang Hao drink almost 2 ounces of white wine in one gulp. He was a little worried about the return trip. This group of hotheads did not eat and had never drunk before. They drank everything in one gulp, but they looked arrogant. Fang Ping was willing to bet that no more than 3 of them would be able to go back standing. Fang Ping was already considering whether he should send them back or open a KTV room and throw them there to sleep until the next morning. Zhang Hao did not care about that. The alcohol had not kicked in yet, so he was excited. As he drank, he shouted loudly, "We've been classmates for 3 years in high school, but we've never had a gathering. You do your thing, and I do mine. Now that the exams are over, we'll go our separate ways. Some will go to martial arts universities, some to famous social sciences universities, and some to normal universities. A few years later, when we graduate, the difference will be like heaven and earth. Who knows if we'll be able to meet again then? Let's take this opportunity to eat and drink to our heart's content. We won't stop until we're drunk." His words caused a ripple in many people's hearts. They might be young, but they were not stupid. Among them, Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao were almost certain to go to martial arts universities and become martial artists in the future. Lu Ruoqi, Chen Fan, and the others could not go to martial arts universities, but getting into a famous social sciences university was not too difficult. Even if they were ordinary people, they would have a bright future. Zhang Hao, Zhang Nan, and the others with slightly worse grades were also confident of getting into a key university. If they were any worse, they could only go to a normal university or even a trashy one. Would everyone be the same in a few years? Of course not. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, The person who answered first was none other than the usually quiet Lu Ruoqi. Lu Ruoqi raised her glass full of beer and lost her composure. "I'll drink with you guys. It's been 6 years. Since junior high, my family has been hoping that I can get into martial sciences. For that, we sold our house and borrowed money. In the end, I still disappointed them. It's okay. Even if I can't get into a martial arts university, I believe that ordinary people can also make a name for themselves." This girl, who was usually quiet and aloof, opened her heart at this moment. It was not that she did not want to talk or pretend to be aloof. It was just that the pressure was too great. It was so great that she did not dare to make friends, she had to study hard and train hard. She did not dare to waste a single second under the eager gazes of her family. However, her vitality was only 115 calories. Her chances of getting into a martial arts university were slim. Lu Ruoqi's eyes reddened when she thought about how she had struggled for so many years, shouldering her family's high hopes and failing the martial sciences exam. "Ruoqi," Zhang Nan chuckled. "I believe in you. You can do it." As she said that, Zhang Nan raised her glass and drank. Since the two girls had drunk, the other boys did not want to be outdone. They picked up their glasses and drained them in one gulp, regardless of whether it was white or beer. Even Fang Ping did not pretend to be dumb. It would be embarrassing if he did not drink when the girls were already drinking. When the barbecue was served, everyone was even more excited. They clinked glasses with each other without stopping. Sitting beside Fang Ping was Chen Fan, one of the original members of the ordinary duo. In everyone's eyes, he was taciturn. Tonight, he let go of all his burdens and drank to his heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinking, some of the hotheads had already passed out. Chen Fan's glasses were crooked. He raised his glass and grinned at Fang Ping. "Fang Ping, I'm so jealous of you. You said you were going to take the martial sciences exam, and you did it. You actually passed. Say, if you become a martial artist, will I regret it for the rest of my life? Sometimes, I think, why don't I take the exam? I'm not worse than you. If you can pass, why can't I? Fang Ping, don't you think so?" Fang Ping helped him up and nodded with a smile. "Of course. You're smarter than me. If you take the exam, you'll definitely pass." "You think so too?" "Yes, it's fine. It's not like I can't become a martial artist when I go to university. If I can't, I'll just marry a wife, have a son, and let my son get into a martial arts university. People like us are tormented by money. If we're rich, we won't have to worry about not getting into a martial arts university. If you earn a lot of money, it'll be the same if your son becomes a martial artist." You're right. Chen Fan burped and grinned. "I just don't have money at home. I don't have the money to buy pills and supplements, otherwise, I could have taken the exam too. If I was like this, my son wouldn't be like this." "Ha ha ha, Chen Fan, you're thinking about your son now? You're thinking so far ahead." Someone beside him laughed and shook his head. "Actually, I think it's good that he can't get into a martial arts university. At least it's not that dangerous. I heard that martial arts universities train like crazy. Every year, martial arts university students die during training. They really do. There's a martial arts university student from my grandfather's side. He's in his 3rd year. I heard that his results are excellent and he gets bonuses every year. He hasn't graduated from a martial arts university, but he built a villa in his hometown. His parents drive luxurious cars. Even the city leaders go to his house for New Year's greetings. And then, he died. I heard that the end of semester training was too dangerous. He died just like that. The school and the government compensated him with a few million, but he's already dead. What's the use of money?" This person was also a member of class 4. He was one of the 8 people who applied for martial sciences. He was not too eye-catching, though, so he was ignored by everyone. Fang Ping could tell that he was not trying to scare them, nor was he jealous of Fang Ping and Wu Zhihao for being able to get into a martial arts university. He was afraid, he was really scared and timid. His lips were trembling when he said those words. A living person had died just like that. He actually knew that person. He had gone to his house to play when he was young. When he found out that he had died in a martial arts university, this person had developed a sense of fear toward martial arts universities. His results were not bad at first, and his vitality was not low either. However, he was fearful and did not look forward to going to a martial arts university. He muddled along for a few years. When he did not pass the standard vitality checkup, others were upset, but he was relieved. He had too much to drink now, so he spoke his mind. Isn't it good to be a normal person? There's nothing bad about it. Normal people were not slaves. They could open a small company, work in a business, or even work in a government agency. As the saying went, be an official, but go to the city. How many normal people could become a city-level official or above? If they really had the chance, they could just go to a martial arts training class and work hard. It would still be the same. Be an official, but go to the city was actually the same thing. If one could really do business to that extent, who was not a smart person, how could a smart person not find a loophole? If he wanted to become a martial artist, he could just throw money at it. If he wanted to find a reliable martial artist to rely on, he could still throw money at it. If he wanted to live a safe and stable life, how much worse was that than going to a martial arts university? It was not like these things had never happened before, so he was not that disappointed about not being able to get into a martial arts university. After he said that, the others seemed to be in a much better mood. Chen Fan smirked and patted Fang Ping's shoulder. Fang Ping, don't be stupid. If worst comes to worst, you can drop out of school. If you really want to die, don't do it. Of course. Would I do something like that? Fang Ping laughed and raised his glass to drink with everyone. After eating the barbecue and drinking, the half-drunk group insisted on going to karaoke. Among them, Fang Ping was probably the only sober one. He could not dissuade them, so he flagged down 3 cars and dragged them to the KTV. There were many people at the KTV tonight, mostly senior 3 students. As soon as they entered the private room, a few of them who were not good with alcohol went into a drunken frenzy, shouting into their microphones. They sang, they danced, some cried, some laughed. After sobering up, they were still the obedient children in the eyes of their parents, the future hope of their families. However, in their drunken stupor, this group of teenagers vented the stress and frustration in their hearts. Fang Ping's feelings were complicated. He did not know if he should comfort them or say something else. In the end, Fang Ping did not say anything and took on the role of logistics. Living in this world, there were all kinds of pressure and depression. No one could live an easy life. Did Fang Ping have it easy? Actually, he did not have it easy either. Did Wu Zhihao, who could also go to a martial arts university, have it easy? If he had it easy, this guy would not have been rolling around on the floor drunk. Everyone opened their hearts at today's gathering because they knew that this might be the only gathering where they could talk and treat each other equally. Could it still be like this in the future? They did not know, and neither did Fang Ping. It was not until late at night that everyone ended the party. Outside the KTV, many parents were waiting under the streetlights. Some were supporting their children, while others were carrying their drunken, nonsensical children home. They had their own difficulties. Fang Mingrong, who was standing on one side of the street, looked concerned. Seeing that his son was still sober, he smiled and said nothing. The father and son walked home quietly, one in front and one behind. As they walked, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Dad, they say that teenagers don't know what it's like to worry, but now I realize that even teenagers can worry. Does this mean that we've all grown up? Fang Mingrong grinned. Yes, we've all grown up. After going to university, we're no longer following our parents around everywhere. That's good. Dad, I don't have to worry about you. The words "don't have to worry about you" calmed Fang Ping's fluctuating emotions. After high school, they would be leaving their parents' side. These senior 3 students, including himself, could all say that they had grown up. A new world was opening up for him. Even though he had such experiences in his past life, in this life, how mysterious and different was the world of martial artists. At this moment, Fang Ping was looking forward to it. In the world of martial artists, the efficiency of government agencies seemed to be much faster. In the middle of June, less than 10 days after the exams ended, the results of the cultural studies exams were released. Scenic Lake Gardens. Fang Yuan was anxious for him as she watched Fang Ping type in his ID slowly. She urged him from behind, "Fang Ping, can't you hurry up?" "What's the hurry?" Fang Ping was unhurried. It took him a while to confirm the information. When he entered the query page, Fang Ping glanced at it and said in an unsurprised tone, "It's about the same as what I expected. Chinese, 120 points. Mathematics, 131 points. Politics, History and Geography, 112 points. Physics and Chemistry, 264 points. Total score 627 points." Since Fang Ping was not a liberal arts student in his past life, and there were some changes in politics and history, Fang Ping did not score too high. The other subjects, on the other hand, did quite well, meeting Fang Ping's expectations. His total score was 627 points, 32 points higher than the benchmark announced yesterday. The news had announced that the Ministry of Education had set the benchmark at 595 points this year. 627 points. Fang Yuan moved her face closer to the computer. When she saw the score, she was pleasantly surprised. Although Fang Ping's cultural studies were not too bad, he had been hovering around the benchmark. She did not expect his Gaokao score to exceed 30 points. "Fang Ping, you've gotten into a martial arts university." Fang Yuan's face lit up with joy as she shouted loudly. Everyone had said that Fang Ping's admission to a martial arts university was almost guaranteed, that he would definitely make it. However, that was all uncertain. If he had flunked his cultural studies exams, he would only be a casual martial artist, no matter how high his vitality was. Now, Fang Ping's score for cultural studies had reached 627 points. This meant that Fang Ping's admission to a martial arts university was guaranteed. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Before Fang Ping could react, she turned and ran out. She said as she ran, "I'm going to tell Mom and Dad." "Slow down," Fang Ping shouted, but Fang Yuan had already gone downstairs. This girl could be so silly sometimes. Couldn't she have just called them to tell them? Fang Yuan was obviously excited though. Those who did not know would have thought that she was taking the Gaokao. Fang Ping shook his head as Fang Yuan ran off. He had not finished checking the information. He was a martial sciences candidate. Apart from his cultural studies results, there were other subjects as well. Fang Ping opened another query portal. Very quickly, the results of the martial sciences examinations were entered. Name, Fang Ping. Vitality, 149. Cal Professional Courses, 85 points, out of 100. Actual test, 98 points, out of 100. During the physical assessment, other items were not included. Only the level of vitality was recorded. Because if he could get his vitality tested, it meant that he had passed all the other physical assessment tests. Fang Ping glanced at it and was satisfied. Needless to say, his vitality was high, and his pole standing had broken through to the stable stance realm at that time, so his actual results would not be that low. As for the professional courses, Fang Ping had only been exposed to them for a short period of time. Getting 85 marks was considered pretty good. Every martial arts school would update their official website at the same time the college entrance examination scores were released today, announcing their recruitment criteria. Martial arts universities had a higher degree of autonomy when it came to recruiting students. The admission standards of each martial arts university were determined by the martial arts university itself and published on the official website. In this way, there was also an advantage. The examinees could be more clear about the scope of their application. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to check out the other martial arts universities. Instead, he opened Nanjiang Martial Arts University's official website. Nanjiang Province Martial Arts University's 2008 admission standards: vitality, 116 calories and above, 116 calories inclusive, same for others, cultural studies, 605 and above, professional courses, 80 and above, actual test, 80 and above. These are the minimum standards for each subject. In 2008, it is estimated that 1,200 students will be admitted nationwide. Note 1, vitality of 130 calories and above. Other subjects may be slightly lower than the admission standard. Note 2, cultural studies, 680 and above. Other subjects may be slightly lower than the admission standard. Note 3, candidates will be admitted based on their vitality, cultural studies, professional courses, and actual test scores. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's admission standards were clear at a glance. As expected, their results were much higher than last year's. Last year, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's minimum vitality was 112 calories. This year, the minimum was 116 calories. As for the cultural studies, 680 and above, the standard could be lowered appropriately. It was not that simple. Some of the people who scored 680 in cultural studies would not apply to Nanjiang Martial Arts University at all. Some of them were social sciences candidates who would not be able to apply no matter how high their scores were. There were also some who met the vitality standard and might not apply to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. There were very few students who scored 680 and above with a vitality lower than 116 calories. It was so rare that all the major martial arts universities would give them special treatment. The whole world revered martial arts, but that did not mean they would restrain literature. This could be seen from the fact that martial arts universities generally required their cultural studies scores to be higher than the key score. Nanjiang Martial Arts University was a professional martial arts university. It also recruited more students, with a national enrollment of 1,200. Fang Ping then looked at the other two universities in Nanjiang province that had martial arts departments. There were 3 martial arts universities in Nanjiang province. Nanjiang Martial Arts University specialized in martial arts and did not recruit social sciences students. The other 2 universities had martial arts departments and recruited social sciences students at the same time. Nanjiang University of Science and Technology's admission standards were similar to Nanjiang Martial Arts University's, but the requirements for cultural studies were higher, at 610 and above. They also recruited fewer students, with a total of 200 students. The last one was Nanjiang University. Their vitality was 1 calorie higher than Nanjiang Martial Arts University's, at 117 calories. They also had to score 610 and above in cultural studies. They recruited fewer students than Nanjiang University of Science and Technology, with a total of 150 students. The 3 martial arts universities in Nanjiang province recruited a total of 1,550 students. 3 martial arts universities in a province was actually quite a lot. Many provinces only had 1 martial arts university in their province, and it was not a professional one. They recruited 1 to 200 students along the way. Without a strong leader to help fight for resources in such a barren province, martial artists would have to leave due to the lack of resources. Every year, they could only pay a high price to keep a few seated candidates. Among the 3 universities in Nanjiang, Nanjiang Martial Arts University's requirements are the lowest. After all, they recruit more students. Fang Ping compared the standards of the 3 universities. If he could apply, Wu Zhihao should have no problem too. Yang Jian, the other one who met the requirements in class, had a vitality of 116 calories, but cultural studies, Fang Ping was worried for Yang Jian. Could this guy reach the minimum standard of 605 in cultural studies? If their vitality was the same, cultural studies would be compared first, followed by general studies, and finally the practical results. Fang Ping believed that there would be many students applying to Nanjiang Martial Arts University with 116 calories. There would definitely be more than 1,200. If their vitality was the same, their final score in cultural studies might be higher than 605. Lu Ruoqi was a little disappointed. With 115 calories, it was not possible for her to score 680. She could not apply to the 3 martial arts universities in Nanjiang. As for the other martial arts universities in the country, Fang Ping did not know if there were any martial arts universities with an admission score lower than 116 calories. Nanjiang Martial Arts University did not have high admission standards among martial arts universities. Normal martial arts universities did not have much difference in their vitality requirements, but it did not mean that there was no chance. After looking at the admission standards of Nanjiang's local martial arts universities, Fang Ping could not help but open Magic City Martial Arts University's official website. Vitality, 130 calories and above, 130 calories inclusive, cultural studies, 620 and above general studies, 90 and above practical tests, 90 and above. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed when he saw the information. According to this standard, his general studies score of 85 was not even the minimum for Magic City Martial Arts University. However, like Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University also had an attached note. Note 1, Vitality of 149 calories and above, inclusive. The requirements for other subjects may be lowered. Admission based on discretion. One note was enough to make Fang Ping feel the difference between a famous martial arts university. They could give you special treatment, but you had to be outstanding enough. What did 149 calories vitality mean? A peak aspiring martial artist. In all of auspicious Sun City, Fang Ping was the only one who had reached this standard in recent years. A student who was considered a top-notch talent in Nanjiang would only be given a little preferential treatment in Magic City Martial Arts University. Note 2, scores above 700 in cultural studies, vitality not lower than 120 calories, inclusive. In principle, admission is granted. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched again. How many people could meet this requirement? Martial science exam candidates were multitasking. Although they did not neglect their cultural studies and their results were not bad, 700 points and above was enough to be the province's top scholar, right? Magic City Martial Arts University, Fang Ping met the requirements of Note 1. It mentioned admission based on discretion. Fang Ping only lacked general studies, and the difference was not too big. If he really wanted to apply, it should not be a problem. The other famous university, Capital City Martial Arts University, had similar standards as Magic City Martial Arts University. However, the vitality requirement was 2 calories higher than Magic City Martial Arts University, with a minimum of 132 calories. The requirements were still the same. Fang Ping should be able to apply to Capital City Martial Arts University. Fang Ping was a little conflicted now. He had been struggling with this question since the vitality assessment. Should he go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University and be the head of the chicken? This title always made Fang Ping think. Or should he go to the Big Two and be the tail of the chicken? Of course, his vitality was 149 calories. Even among the Big Two, he was not at the bottom. In fact, his current vitality was more than 149 calories. The new martial artists in the Big Two might not be stronger than him. Even if he went to the Big Two, he would not be too scared. How big is the gap between martial arts universities? This was the question Fang Ping had been thinking about. With his results, staying in Nanjiang would definitely be rewarded handsomely. If the gap between the Big Two and Nanjiang Martial Arts University was not too big, staying in Nanjiang might not be a bad thing. At least he would have a lot of resources from the start. However, if the gap was too big, it would not be worth it to stay for the resources in front of him. Old Wang said that he might return to Sun City the day after tomorrow. I'll ask Old Wang for his opinion then. Fang Ping did not know much about this, so he could only ask Wang Jinyang. He did not continue to struggle because Fang Ping's phone was already vibrating. Without looking, Fang Ping knew that it was a classmate from his class. It was most likely Wu Zhihao. As expected, once the call was connected, Fang Ping heard Wu Zhihao say excitedly, "Fang Ping, how many points did you get in cultural studies?" "I got 645 points. I'm having a headache now. I don't know which university I should apply to." "I checked. I have 120 calories vitality. There are 30 to 40 martial arts universities I can choose from," Fang Ping grinned. "Is that so? Congratulations." "Right, I got 627 points too. I'm wondering if I should go to the Big Two now. What do you think?" Cough, cough, Wu Zhihao cursed under his breath. He should not have called Fang Ping to show off. He should have found someone else. Unfortunately, he was too embarrassed to show off to those who did not get into martial arts universities. Fang Ping was the only one in class who could be sure that he did. After thinking for a while, Wu Zhihao made his choice. He would go show off to the Tan brothers. Their cultural studies scores were average. They were definitely not as high as his, and they would definitely not be able to get into the Big Two. However, a normal martial arts university should be fine. Showing off to them would not only satisfy his desire to show off, but it would also not hurt them. Thinking of this, Wu Zhihao did not want to waste any more time talking to Fang Ping. He hung up immediately. Wu Zhihao hung up too quickly. Fang Ping did not even have time to ask about Yang Jian's results. After some thought, Fang Ping still did not call Yang Jian's house to ask. Yang Jian did not have a cell phone. If Fang Ping called his house to ask about it, a narrow-minded person would think that he was showing off. As for Lu Ruoqi, Fang Ping naturally did not know much about her. He did not spend much time with the girls in class. He stopped thinking about other people's matters and sent a short text to Old Wang, 627 points in cultural studies, begging for guidance. The next day, June 15th. In a tea house near Scenic Lake Gardens. When Fang Ping arrived, Wang Jinyang had arrived slightly earlier than him. Wang Jinyang was the one who chose to meet at the tea house. From the location of their meeting, it could be seen that Wang Jinyang's personality was relatively mild. He wasn't as jumpy as other young people. Fang Ping was not surprised to see Wang Jinyang. However, Fang Ping was surprised to see a girl who was even younger than Fang Yuan sitting next to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang brought his sister along. He didn't seem to have mentioned that he had a sister. The little girl's eyes were big and her skin was fair, but she lacked some intelligence. She didn't look around and just stared at the teacup in a daze. Fang Ping glanced at him, then smiled and greeted, "Brother Wang." "Sit." Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. When he saw Fang Ping looking at the little girl, pain flashed across his eyes. He said softly, "Nini, my instructor's daughter." "Oh, hello, Nini." Fang Ping was a little surprised that old Wang had brought his teacher's daughter with him. He didn't think that she was a high school or university teacher, but he subconsciously thought that she was the daughter of Wang Jinyang's local teacher in Sun City. The little girl called Nini lifted her head and glanced at Fang Ping, then he continued to look at the teacup without making a sound. Naturally, Fang Ping would not argue with a child. He smiled and did not continue. However, he thought to himself that this little girl was not as sensible as his round plump. Wang Jinyang did not blame her. He gently patted the little girl's head and said gently, "Senior brother, talk to him for a while. This guy has a younger sister who is a few years older than you. Let's go play with her when we have time." Nini, who had been silent all this while, raised her head again and said in a clear voice, "No, I want to go home." "Nini, be good. Master's wife will be busy these few days, so she asked me to bring you out to relax. If you go back now, won't I be scolded?" Wang Jinyang's expression remained gentle as he comforted her. The little girl lowered her head and stopped talking. Wang Jinyang let out an almost inaudible sigh. He did not continue to ignore Fang Ping. He turned his head and smiled. "Sorry for the inconvenience." It's fine, Fang Ping was starting to understand now. This girl seemed to be the daughter of Wang Jinyang's martial arts university teacher. Who would have thought? Fang Ping thought to himself, old Wang's flattery has even brought the teacher's daughter along. It looks like old Wang and this teacher have a good relationship. A martial arts university instructor should also be a martial arts powerhouse, right? Was this the reason why Lao Wang had improved so quickly? While Fang Ping was thinking, Wang Jinyang suddenly stared at him and smiled faintly. "Interesting. You've completed twice honing?" As soon as he said that, the girl beside him could not help but raise her head. Obviously, this girl knew what twice honed meant. Fang Ping said humbly, "It was a coincidence. I finished it recently. It's all thanks to the body-strengthening elixir that Brother Wang sent me. This is your own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. There is no need to be overly modest." Wang Jinyang shook his head, but his eyes were sharp as he said, "In early April, when we first met, you were actually very mediocre." Wang Jinyang had no qualms about using the word mediocre to describe Fang Ping at that time. "It's only been 2 months, and you've actually completed the twice honing. I have to say, Fang Ping, you've surprised me. After the incident with Huang Ben, I knew that you wouldn't continue to be mediocre. I thought that you might only be able to show off after you enter a martial arts university, or even after you've graduated. Still, you've exceeded my expectations. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must look at you in a different light." Ever since Fang Ping had killed Huang Ben, Wang Jinyang had felt that this high school junior would one day make a name for himself. However, he had not expected Fang Ping to complete the twice honing in just 2 months. When he had completed the twice honing, his vitality had reached 180 calories. Even if there were some differences between them, the difference between them would not be too big. Fang Ping had probably honed around 180 calories as well, so his vitality should be over 180 calories now. This kind of person was even rarer than a rank 1 martial artist. Not everyone could go through the twice honing process. Among the more than 4,000 students in Nanjiang Martial Arts University, Wang Jinyang knew that there were less than 5 people who had gone through it. Moreover, these people had used the university's resources and spent a lot of time to complete the twice honing process after entering the university. He was considered one of the faster ones, completing it in the first semester of his freshman year. 2 of them had waited until their junior year to complete the twice honing process. It was a waste of time and effort. If it were not for the fact that they had hopes of completing the twice honing process, the university would not have provided them with any more resources. Wang Jinyang looked calm on the surface, but deep down, he was arrogant. There were not many people in the whole of Nanjiang Martial Arts University who could receive such praise from him. Nini, who was beside him, seemed to know the senior brother a little. She looked at Fang Ping again. She had not spoken to Fang Ping before, so the little girl was slightly hesitant. However, she still asked, You completed the twice honing process in 2 months? Before Fang Ping could answer, Wang Jinyang laughed and said, Probably. This guy is actually half a senior brother to you, Nini. Or should I say, a junior brother? His methods of honing and pole standing can be considered to have been cultivated under my guidance. If you really think about it, you can call me martial nephew. As he said this, Wang Jinyang gave Fang Ping an apologetic look. He was not bragging, nor was he insulting anyone. It was just that ever since his teacher was trapped in the catacombs and announced to the public that he was missing, his daughter had been depressed. It was rare to find a topic of interest, so Wang Jinyang could only tease the little girl about Fang Ping. As expected, when she heard the words martial nephew, the little girl wanted to laugh, but she lowered her head in embarrassment. Fang Ping did not mind. After all, what Wang Jinyang said was the truth. His pole standing, methods of honing, and combat techniques were all taught by Wang Jinyang. He could also see that Wang Jinyang was trying to make this child happier. Seeing this, he took the opportunity to smile and say, Brother Wang is right. Then should I call Nini martial uncle or martial aunt? The little girl could not hold it in anymore. She giggled, then quickly covered her mouth and lowered her head, not daring to look at the 2 of them. Wang Jinyang was overjoyed. He secretly gave Fang Ping a thumbs up to express his gratitude. Seeing the little girl lower her head in embarrassment, Wang Jinyang did not tease her anymore. He went back to the topic at hand. Now that you've completed the twice honing, are you going to break through now, or continue to nurture your vitality? Brother Wang, can I continue honing after the twice honing? Yes. Wang Jinyang gave an affirmative answer, but he said, There are still people who have honed their bones thrice. But you should have felt it. The higher our vitality, the greater the burden on our bodies. When you're a prospective martial artist, having a high vitality is helpful for future breakthroughs. But that doesn't mean it's good to be infinitely high. Going too far is as bad as falling short. If you can reach thrice honing, then do it. But once you feel the pressure on your body, you can't force it. Also, the help of thrice honing is limited. I haven't done it myself, so I haven't experienced it firsthand. But I know a thrice honed guy from Magic City Martial Arts University. This guy used to be a genius, but he insisted on staying as a prospective martial artist for the sake of thrice honing. His classmates had already broken through to rank 2, but he was still a prospective martial artist. When he completed the thrice honing, he thought he would soon catch up to his classmates. However, reality proved that his speed of honing was slightly faster than others, but there was a limit to it. Compared to the initial investment, it was not worth it. Everyone's ultimate goal in the early stages of martial arts was to complete the honing of the entire body. Whether it's honing after becoming a martial artist or during the prospective martial artist period, it's all the same. Don't suppress just for the sake of suppressing. The more one suppressed in martial arts, the stronger one would become. Suppressing forcefully was a waste of time and money. So what if one dominated the prospective martial artist realm? The twice-honed Wang Jinyang could achieve rank 4 in a year. Perhaps he could achieve rank 4 soon. By the time he achieved rank 4, those guys who had forcefully honed their bones twice or thrice honed might still be prospective martial artists. If they were one step behind, would they really be able to catch up to him? They could do it as long as it did not affect their future. If it did, they had to let go when it was time. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wang. I understand. I won't force myself to do it. Fang Ping thanked him. Wang Jinyang's reminder was meaningful. At least it made Fang Ping understand that the more he suppressed, the stronger he would become. Wang Jinyang also reminded him that if a prospective martial artist's vitality was too high and he could not control it, it would be more dangerous during a breakthrough. If he felt that his vitality was too strong and he could not control it, he must not continue cultivating and honing. The two of them talked about cultivation issues. Fang Ping was just about to ask about his university choice when Wang Jinyang suddenly said, "There's no need to rush the registration. Let's have a cup of tea. We'll go to the city stadium later." Huh? Fang Ping was confused. Why would he go to the stadium at this time? To see how your combat technique cultivation is going. Wang Jinyang explained, then added, "It has something to do with your next choice." Combat techniques have something to do with the university I choose? Fang Ping seemed to have some concept in his mind, but he was clueless and did not really understand what it meant. Wang Jinyang did not explain further. Famous martial arts universities had their advantages, and normal martial arts universities had their advantages too. At least, some extremely difficult missions would not appear in normal martial arts universities. The big two had more resources, strong teachers, and more opportunities. However, any gains had to be made with effort. Fang Ping might be a genius in cultivation, but he might not be a genius in combat. It was not that there were no such people. If he were to recommend Fang Ping to the big two without any talent in combat, the faster he cultivated, the faster he would die. His rank was high, but he did not have the combat strength of someone of the same rank. It was fine for such people to work peacefully as clerks, but if they really went to the catacombs, they would be the first to die. Wang Jinyang drank his tea calmly. Even though Fang Ping had a stomach full of questions, he could only drink his tea with him. Nini, who was beside him, was young, but she knew a lot. She probably knew what was going to happen next. Her originally lifeless expression regained its liveliness. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Fang Ping sympathetically. Fang Ping was drinking his tea, so he did not notice the scene. Wang Jinyang saw it, though. He rubbed her head and made a should gesture with his finger. City gymnasium. In the fitness room. Bang, with a dull thud, Fang Ping came into close contact with the ground again. Wang Jinyang, who had thrown Fang Ping out with one hand, shouted coldly, "Didn't you eat? Even women are stronger than you are. You've cultivated combat techniques to the point where you're limp and tickling me? Whether it's leg techniques or fist techniques, they're all created for killing. Speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness are the basic requirements. Your leg techniques are limp and weak, and your movements aren't decisive enough. You're already dead before your leg is out." Fang Ping rubbed his butt and limped to his feet. He said helplessly, "Brother Wang, you don't have to be so ruthless, do you?" The usually easygoing Wang Jinyang's eyes turned cold as he scolded, "Whether it's sparring or actual combat, combat techniques are meant to be used in battle. What's the point of practicing combat techniques if you don't have the will to fight and are ruthless?" Fang Ping did not say anything else. He took a deep breath and jogged to assist. When he was in front of Wang Jinyang, his left leg shot out and his right leg straightened, whipping out. Bang, Wang Jinyang blocked his whipping leg with one arm, his other hand reaching out and grabbing Fang Ping's neck. "Did you lose your hands just because you've cultivated leg techniques? Can't you block? Your midsection is wide open. If someone blocks or dodges your leg attack, they can kill you easily. The vital parts of your upper body are completely defenseless. Your hands become a burden. Don't you want to train your leg techniques to turn you into a deformed person? Your hands are just decorations." Wang Jinyang did not hold back as he spoke, causing Fang Ping's face to turn red. When Fang Ping struggled violently, Wang Jinyang shook his hand and flung him a few meters away. Fang Ping staggered but did not fall. He rubbed his neck and panted. "Do martial arts university students have many opportunities for actual combat?" If you're willing to be ordinary, you can hide in the back for the rest of your life. Wang Jinyang said lightly, if you're not willing to be ordinary, then there will be many opportunities like this, so many that you'll be afraid. It's the same for any martial arts university. The ordinary ones are nameless. Of course, there's a guarantee of safety. Once they graduate, they usually have the strength of rank 1 or 2. Go to a company or the government to do a clerical job, and you can also live a life of wealth. This is what many people pursue. I'm not willing to be mediocre, I want to stand out, I want to walk further on the path of martial arts, I want to become stronger. Then you better be prepared. Every year, there would be deaths in martial arts universities, and those who died were all elite students, not mediocre students. Martial artists must fight, and these people died on the path of fighting. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Even if I wanted to fight, I haven't entered a martial arts university yet. I've only just started cultivating combat techniques, so I don't have any actual combat experience. Brother Wang, aren't you being too ruthless? Experience doesn't come for free. Wang Jinyang coughed and thought to himself, I'm doing this for your own good, lest you get too proud. Fang Ping was not entirely wrong. Experience did not come out of thin air. He hadn't spent much time practicing combat techniques, so he didn't usually have the chance to use them. At this time, there would naturally be many loopholes, but as long as one really experienced a few missions, they would quickly become proficient. In reality, Fang Ping's leg technique's foundational cultivation was passable. His combat strength was not too low because of his high vitality. Still, it was to avoid Fang Ping getting too proud. Of course, Wang Jinyang would not say this out loud. He said righteously, when you fight with the enemy, they won't give you the chance to practice your moves. Do you expect those slayers to feed you moves? It's better to put in more effort than to lose your life while carrying out a mission. Fang Ping was speechless. He thought about it carefully and found that it made sense. Seeing that Fang Ping had accepted his fate, Wang Jinyang regained his smile and said, of course, you're not too bad yourself. After all, you haven't been cultivating for long, and you've been practicing behind closed doors. The combat techniques test ends here, but your leg cultivation still went awry. Wang Jinyang gave him a few pointers, especially on the problem of his hands. Leg techniques never existed alone. The cultivation of leg techniques was to make the legs more lethal, but it did not mean that the hands were useless. Fang Ping had been misled. When he cultivated leg techniques, he had completely abandoned the instincts of his hands. Old Wang's pointers made Fang Ping realize his mistake, and he quickly thanked him. Nini, who was watching from the side, looked at Fang Ping sympathetically. She knew that he would be miserable, but she did not expect him to be so stupid. He had been beaten up by his senior, and he still thanked her. How stupid! Fang Ping did not know that he was being looked down upon. After the combat techniques test ended, they walked to the resting area and sat down. You still have your combat instincts. Once they sat down, Wang Jinyang first affirmed Fang Ping, then said, no matter which martial arts university you apply for, with your talent, you'll definitely succeed very quickly. When your rank goes up, it means that you'll come into contact with more things. When that time comes, you'll have to face more dangers. At that time, actual combat will also become an essential subject. You're conflicted about whether to apply for the martial arts university in Nanjiang province or the Big Two in Magic City and Capital City. Am I right? Fang Ping nodded. The reason you're conflicted is because of Nanjiang's rewards this year. Without these rewards, people like you wouldn't hesitate at all. Or rather, no one would hesitate to choose the Big Two. Famous universities are famous because they're much better than normal martial arts universities. Fang Ping asked immediately, Brother Wang, what's the difference between the two? And how big? First, resources. Wang Jinyang went straight to the point. The Big Two are martial arts universities mainly supported by the government. The amount of resources and money allocated to them every year is astronomical. Not only that, but there are also many powerhouses and high-ranking officials from the Big Two. Some are businessmen, some are politicians, and some are in the military. These alumni will also support their alma mater after they become famous. Every year, a large amount of wealth flows from their hands and is returned to the school. Therefore, compared to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, the Big Two will have more resources. Let me give you an example. At Nanjiang Martial Arts University, when you break through from a potential martial artist to rank 1, you can apply for a rank 1 vitality pill for free. You can apply for a rank 1 bone honing pill at half price. The market price of a rank 1 bone honing pill is 500,000. At half price, it's 250,000. Of course, you can use other methods to offset the money. Nanjiang Martial Arts University uses the GPA system. If you do well in exams, you'll be rewarded with merit points. If you cultivate quickly, you'll be rewarded with merit points too. In short, GPA can be used like money, but some resources can only be exchanged with GPA. Money may not be the same as GPA. Fang Ping understood this very well. This was a common model. This was not what Fang Ping was interested in. He asked quickly, "What about the big two?" Wang Jinyang chuckled. When a potential martial artist breaks through to rank 1, the bone honing pill and vitality pill are standard. Do you know what that means? All for free? That's right. Fang Ping was speechless when he heard that. They really are rich. The market price of a rank 1 vitality pill was 300,000. The market price of a rank 1 bone honing pill was 500,000. The total was 800,000. These full-time martial arts universities had more than 1,000 new students every year. If all of them were free, it would be equivalent to giving away more than 800 million in one go. Of course, that was the market price. The cost would not be that high. Nanjiang Martial Arts University took 250,000. Even if they lost money, it would be a small loss. The students still had to bear about half of the cost. Magic City Martial Arts University and Capital City Martial Arts University were free. Fang Ping immediately realized the difference. Wang Jinyang laughed. This is just the beginning. After rank 1, schools like Nanjiang Martial Arts University will exchange resources at 50% of the market price. For example, a normal vitality pill will cost us $50,000 or the corresponding GPA. There's a limit too. In Magic City Martial Arts University, a normal vitality pill only costs 30,000. Of course, there's a limit too. We exchange at 50%, while they exchange at 30%. Actually, that's half of the cost price. There's such a big difference? Fang Ping exclaimed again. A difference of 20% was not a small number. Martial artists' pills were frighteningly expensive. With such a big difference, it was too much of a bias. Wang Jinyang shrugged and said helplessly, martial arts universities have external businesses. There are martial arts training classes, normal businesses, and even pill manufacturing. The big two also have a hand in this. Other schools don't have this ability. Martial arts pill manufacturing is a real profiteering industry. At the same time, this is also a privilege of the government. Naturally, the big two can't compete with other schools if they have a hand in this. Say, under these circumstances, how expensive can the big two's pills be? The cost price we're talking about is the factory price. The cost price they're talking about is the actual cost of the materials. The big two were involved in pill manufacturing, and pills were one of the most important resources for martial arts cultivation. With this foundation, it was understandable that the big two's pills were cheap. Wang Jinyang did not elaborate on this and continued, other than the difference in resources, there's also the difference in the strength of the instructors. To most people, there's no difference. The minimum requirement for Nanjiang Martial Arts University's instructors is to be rank 3. Most of them are instructors for new students. Rank 4 instructors are responsible for guiding the cultivation of standard students. There are also some rank 5 instructors. These are the highest ranks of instructors in Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Rank 6 instructors are all school leaders. They don't teach directly, and there are very few of them. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's vice-chancellor is a rank 7 grandmaster. He's also a leading figure in Nanjiang's martial arts world, Wang Jinyang said with a smile. No matter what rank the instructor is, it doesn't matter if you can only cultivate to rank 1 or 2 before you graduate. Even rank 3 doesn't make a difference. However, if you want to cultivate to rank 4 and become a middle-ranked martial artist, the instructor's guidance is very important. However, if you can really cultivate to rank 4, there will also be powerhouses to guide you. Wang Jinyang was talking about himself. As long as he achieved upper rank 3 and completed the honing of his torso, the vice-chancellor aside, a few rank 6 school leaders would definitely come forward to guide him. In this aspect, the Big Two are slightly better than normal schools. Their instructors are required to be at rank 4. Rank 5 and rank 6 instructors are not uncommon. Nanjiang Martial Arts University currently only has one Grandmaster level powerhouse. Magic City Martial Arts University has 4 Grandmasters. Moreover, one of them is rank 8, maybe even rank 9 Grandmaster. This is also their strong capital. You have to understand that many provinces' governors are not Grandmasters. Some provinces' governors are even rank 5. Of course, there aren't many of them. Most of them are rank 6. Magic City and Capital City have so many high-ranked powerhouses. Their status is not comparable to that of normal schools. Resources, instructors, status. Fang Ping muttered. From the looks of it, the gap between famous schools and normal martial arts universities was huge. Wang Jinyang did not finish his sentence. He continued, the last point is the workload. Workload? Yes. For normal people, it doesn't matter how many missions a martial arts university has. Some students haven't carried out a mission for a few years in university. However, for elite students, it's necessary to carry out missions if they want to go further and obtain more wealth and resources. As for us, there are very few missions to choose from. For example, the mission to capture Huangben was provided by Sun City. However, this kind of situation is rare. Nanjiang is more peaceful. Sometimes, we face a lack of suitable missions. The Big Two are different. One is in Capital City, the other is in Magic City. There are so many missions that you can choose at will. The rewards are also much better. As long as you have the ability, you can exchange for everything you want. After he finished, Fang Ping said with some emotion, what you said, in summary, is that mediocre people are the same wherever they go. Outstanding people should go to the Big Two. Is that what you mean? You can say that. Wang Jinyang laughed. If your vitality is around 130 calories, I really don't recommend you to go to the Big Two. Mediocre people going to the Big Two is just a waste of time. However, you completed the twice honing in a very short time. Then I suggest you go to the Big Two. It'll be better that way. It really did not matter where the week went, especially the students around 130 calories. They might as well go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, where they would be more valued. However, Fang Ping's vitality was above 180 calories. He would become a rank 1 martial artist very soon. Rank 2 and rank 3 were not too far away. In normal martial arts universities, rank 3 was already the limit. There would be one in the middle ranks after a few years. That was why normal martial arts universities would not aim to teach middle-ranked martial artists. In the Big Two, there would be some middle-ranked graduates every year. Wang Jinyang saw that he was deep in thought. He thought for a while and said, of course, I have to remind you that it's more dangerous. There are more missions in the Big Two, which means that the chances of a life-and-death battle are higher. In the metropolis, some bandits don't commit crimes, but if they dare to stay in the metropolis after committing crimes, you can imagine that they're not weak. As he said that, Wang Jinyang added in his heart, Magic City and Capital City are one of the biggest catacombs. The catacombs are the riskiest. Those who were not rank 3 were not qualified to know about the catacombs. Wang Jinyang did not mention it to Fang Ping. As the gateway to the catacombs, once Magic City and Capital City students reached rank 3, they would be exposed to more catacombs missions. Unlike Nanjiang, which was not the entrance to the catacombs, Nanjiang students rarely participated in catacombs matters. Last time, the earthquake in Tiannam province was obvious. The local authorities could not suppress it, so they asked for help. Magic City and Capital City rarely asked for outside help. It was usually handled by the local organizations. When there was a strange movement in the Magic City catacombs, more than 20 grandmasters were mobilized. It was obvious how dangerous it was. If Fang Ping had not achieved rank 3 in school, everything would be fine. Once he achieved rank 3, he would be qualified to participate, and the danger would increase. You choose for yourself. I can't give you more advice on this. After all, it's your choice. However, I still want to fight for Nanjiang Martial Arts University. With your current conditions, I can help you fight for free resources for those below rank 3. As the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts Society, Wang Jinyang finally made his offer. For those below rank 3, if a prospective martial artist broke through rank 1, a rank 1 to rank 2, and a rank 2 to rank 3, they would all be provided with free resources. After breaking through rank 3, the normal resources would be restored. This treatment was not bad. In reality, this was Wang Jinyang's offer, not the school. Nanjiang Martial Arts University would not make such a big offer. A martial artist's breakthrough to rank 3 would require at least 10 million in resources. For a prospective martial artist, investing more than 10 million in one go was not worth it for normal martial arts universities. Old Wang was in charge of the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society could participate in the school's resource allocation. This was the backdoor he had opened for Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping was really at a loss. If Old Wang did not say the last sentence, he would not be at a loss. However, he did. When Fang Ping thought about giving up 10 million in resources if he went to the Big Two, his heart ached terribly. Fang Ping's expression was complicated. After a long time, he said weakly, "If I go to the Big Two, will the province reward me with a few million as encouragement for the province's outstanding talents?" Haha. Lao Wang smiled but did not answer. His answer was obviously no. Fang Ping pondered for a moment before asking his last question. "Brother Wang, you said that all resources below rank 3 will be provided. Can you provide them all at once?" "Impossible." Wang Jinyang shook his head and said, "Although it's for all, there's still a limit. It was impossible to get as many resources as you wanted. You could only supply resources according to the requirements of ordinary martial artists. In addition, if you are unable to break through in a realm and are unable to advance for a long time, this treatment may be cancelled." Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Jinyang chuckled. "You have a choice now?" "Something like that." Fang Ping sighed softly. "If Nanjiang Martial Arts University is willing to provide me with resources worth tens of millions in one go, then needless to say, I will choose Nanjiang Martial Arts University." What Fang Ping lacked was the accumulation in the early stages. In the later stages, when he had the strength and time, these would not be a problem. If Nanjiang Martial Arts University provided him with so many resources at once, his wealth would exceed 10 million, and he would have accumulated a large number of pills. In that case, there was no need for him to strive for anything in the early stages. He could just slowly grind his way up to rank 3. After rank 3, Fang Ping did not think that he would be the same as he was now. However, Nanjiang Martial Arts University could only supply them in batches. This was not in line with Fang Ping's original intentions. Since that was the case, 2 was naturally the better choice. Fang Ping actually felt that it was a pity. Old Wang had a lot of say in Nanjiang Martial Arts University. With Old Wang looking after him, it could save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, most of Wu Zhihao and the others would be applying to Nanjiang Martial Arts University too. It would be livelier with more acquaintances. However, Fang Ping was tempted by the 2 major advantages. Fang Ping's dream of becoming a middleman had not been shattered. He might not have the chance to do this at Nanjiang Martial Arts University, but he might have a chance at the Big Two. As soon as Fang Ping said that, Wang Jinyang knew his choice. In fact, the fact that Wang Jinyang was able to point out the 2 advantages fairly also represented Wang Jinyang's own preference. The Big Two were more suitable for Fang Ping. The condition he offered was just to leave behind a promising talent for Nanjiang's local martial arts world. Now that Fang Ping had made his choice, Wang Jinyang did not try to persuade him otherwise. The path of martial arts depended on oneself. Sorcery or imperial capital? Let's go to Sorcery City. The business atmosphere is more important, while the political atmosphere in imperial capital is more important. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. Magic City Martial Arts University is a good choice. The environment is fairer than Imperial City, Fang Ping was slightly puzzled. Wang Jinyang chuckled. To put it simply, there are more martial arts families and official families in Imperial City. There are more powerhouses there. Many of capital city martial arts university instructors come from these families. Shanghai was different. It welcomed all kinds of people. For small fry like us, in Shanghai, there are some things that we can rely on our own hard work to achieve. In the imperial capital, there were many things that could be done with simple effort. A strong business atmosphere also means that there are more experts in business. You know, experts in business are generally easier to talk to. Fang Ping really wanted to say that he really did not know. However, when he thought about the ways of businessmen, perhaps it was just as Wang Jinyang had said, they would be easier to communicate with. Moreover, Magic City's strong business atmosphere meant that Fang Ping could do more. Seeing that Wang Jinyang was not displeased, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "Brother Wang, I didn't choose NMAU, I'm fine." Wang Jinyang didn't mind. He smiled and said, "It's normal for water to flow to higher places. If it were me, I would have also chosen the two big ones if I had met the two big ones. However, since you've chosen this path, then show some results. Don't embarrass me. As for me, I can be considered half a martial arts mentor to you. If you embarrass yourself, I'll embarrass myself too." Of course, in Magic City Martial Arts University, there's no need to mention me, old Wang reminded him without batting an eyelid. At the beginning of this year, a certain someone had gone to Magic City Martial Arts University for a one-day trip. Old Wang did not bother with the juniors and seniors. The freshmen and sophomores, those below rank 2, were practically all defeated. It was not that Magic City Martial Arts University did not have rank 2 martial artists among the freshmen and sophomores. They even had rank 3 martial artists, however, old Wang was only peak rank 1 back then. When normal martial arts university students came knocking, who would have the nerve to fight? After all, this was one of the 2 top martial arts institutions in Sino Nation. They all thought that any peak rank 1 martial artist would be enough to teach this guy a lesson. Naturally, the result was a tragedy. There was even a thrice-honed rank 1 martial artist who fought, but he was beaten until he doubted his life. In the end, it was still a rank 2 martial artist who fought and beat someone up. However, this time, Magic City Martial Arts University had lost a lot of face. Now, these people were all sophomores and juniors. Seniors rarely stayed on campus. These students were the mainstream of martial arts universities. Wang Jinyang was afraid that Fang Ping would cry if Fang Ping mentioned old Wang. Of course, Wang Jinyang also thought that Fang Ping would not mention him. In his opinion, Fang Ping would not have much to do with Nanjiang after going to Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang thought this way, but he did not know that Fang Ping had already used his tiger skin a few times. Going to Magic City might not bring up Wang Jinyang, but if there was, Fang Ping would not let it go. Fang Ping had made his choice. The purpose of this meeting was achieved. Before Wang Jinyang left, he thought for a while and said, "Cultivate well when you go to Magic City. Maybe we'll meet again soon." Fang Ping asked suspiciously, "You're going to Magic City to carry out a mission?" "Maybe." Wang Jinyang smiled but did not say anything else. Going to Shanghai or the imperial capital to gain experience was something that many martial artists would do. However, as the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts Society and the representative of Nanjiang's martial arts students, if he went to Magic City, it would not just be a simple sightseeing. Governor General Zhang had broken through to rank 7 and wanted to revitalize Nanjiang's martial arts. Nanjiang would do a lot of things after this. As the president of a martial arts society, Wang Jinyang would definitely be involved. Of course, Fang Ping was not qualified to participate in this at this time. Wang Jinyang left, and he left decisively. Fang Ping did not know if his choice was right or wrong, but going to Magic City Martial Arts University was a choice he had made after weighing the pros and cons. He could actually feel that Wang Jinyang still wanted him to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Of course, old Wang did not say it out loud. He had made the conditions on behalf of the school and did not express his personal opinion. If old Wang really said that he wanted Fang Ping to go to Nanjiang Martial Arts University, even if Fang Ping hesitated, he would probably choose to stay. Just as Wang Jinyang said, he was half a mentor to Fang Ping. In Fang Ping's eyes, Wang Jinyang was more than half a mentor. His martial arts enlightenment was single-handedly taught by this rank 3 prodigy martial artist. Combat techniques, pole standing, and honing methods. These 3 were the entirety of his martial arts enlightenment, and all of them came from Wang Jingyang. Outside the gym, Nini listened to their conversation. Now that they had left the gym, the young lady could not help but ask in a low voice, "Why don't you let him go to NMAU?" Wang Jingyang held her hand, smiling as they walked. "Why do you want him to go?" Didn't you say you wanted to look for my dad? He's improved so fast, he can help. This kind of thing can't be forced." Wang Jingyang shook his head and said softly, "He has his path, and I have mine. I'll look for the instructor. When the time is right, I'll find some helpers too. But that doesn't mean I'll force anyone to accept it. What I need are like-minded comrades, not martial arts prodigies who are unwilling to accept it. Moreover, the current him is still too weak." Having said that, Wang Jingyang lowered his head to look at Nini and said gently, "Don't worry, I'll definitely find the instructor." My dad. Is he?" The little girl's eyes were a little red. Just because she was young did not mean she was stupid, nor did it mean she knew nothing. Her father had gone to Tiannan to carry out a mission. The students he had brought along had all returned, and so had the uncles who had gone with him. However, her father had not returned. Her uncle said that her father had simply gone missing. Her father's students said the same thing, and her mother had told her the same thing. However, could he really come back after going missing like that? The student her father was most proud of, the young man before her, had told her that he would definitely find her father. However, Nini knew that he was just comforting her. Her father, a rank 5, had gone missing. Could a rank 3 senior do it? When Nanjiang Martial Arts University's vice-chancellor, her amiable grandfather, had visited her and her mother at home, Nini had begged him to find her father. However, her amiable grandfather had brushed her off this time. Yes, brushed her off. The little girl was not stupid. Born into a family like this, with a rank 5 father, the things she had experienced and the world she had seen were far beyond Fang Ping's. Whether he was speaking the truth or not, she could feel it. When she found out that Fang Ping had completed twice honing in 2 months and was even more talented than her senior, the little girl had actually hoped that her senior would ask him to keep him. She could see that the big brother just now trusted her senior. If her senior had asked, he could have kept him at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. It would not take long for him to break through to rank 3 or even rank 4, it was a pity that her senior did not do so. Wang Jingyang murmured, "Don't worry. Teacher will be fine. I just can't find him for now. When I break through to rank 4, I will look for him. If rank 4 isn't enough, then rank 5, if rank 5 was not enough, then Grandmaster." However, he could not say this. Grandmaster was too difficult. If he said it now, it would not help. Instead, it would make Nini feel even more hopeless. Only Grandmaster had hope. How long would that take? At that time, would he really be able to survive? Actually, most people had already made this judgment when Zhang Qingnan was trapped in the catacombs. Saying that he was missing was just to comfort a young girl. Fang Ping did not know about Wang Jingyang and Nini's conversation. He did not know about Zhang Qingnan either. He also did not know that the instructor with long limbs in the combat techniques video that he had cultivated was Zhang Qingnan. Since he had made his choice, Fang Ping did not think about Nanjiang's reward anymore. Every time he thought about it, about the wads of cash slipping away from his hands, Fang Ping still could not hide the pain in his heart. "I hope Magic City Martial Arts University won't disappoint me," Fang Ping murmured. Then, he calculated the current wealth in his hands. It was time to make a detailed plan during the holidays. After confirming where he would go to school, he should also think about how to not spend his money when he went to Magic City. The pills, cash, and wealth he had on hand might not last long. P.S. There are actually people fighting over the school they chose. How desperate. Would I put the first and second male students in the same school? Wouldn't that be stealing my limelight? June 18th, fill in the application form. It was only then that Fang Ping found out about Yang Jian and the others' results. Yang Jian did quite well in his cultural studies, but he did not reach the minimum standard of 605 points. He scored 597 points. This result was considered pretty good compared to Yang Jian's usual results. He was 8 points short, and his vitality was barely up to the mark. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Yang Jian could not fill in the form. It was the same for Lu Ruoqi. She did quite well in the cultural class, scoring 653 points higher than Wu Zhihao by 8 points. Like Yang Jian, he was unable to enroll in Nanjiang's local martial arts university. Originally, the two of them would have been extremely disappointed in such a situation where they were just a little bit away from reaching the goal. However, when Fang Ping arrived at school, he did not see any disappointment on their faces. Instead, they were in a good mood. Without waiting for Fang Ping to ask, Yang Jian explained excitedly, "When the results came out and I saw Nanjiang Martial Arts University's admission standards, I lost all hope. The difference of 8 points was simply asking for his life. I'm not even prepared to look at other schools because Nanjiang Martial Arts University used to have the lowest requirements when recruiting students in Nanjiang province. But then Ruoqi called me." Lu Ruoqi took the initiative to answer. She usually did not show any emotions on her face, but at that moment, she also smiled. "I called Yang Jian because I saw Tiannan Martial Arts University's recruitment notice. Tiannan Martial Arts University's enrollment this year was slightly lower than other schools. He could sign up as long as his vitality reached 115 calories and he scored 595 marks in his cultural studies. I've just reached 115 calories, and my cultural studies grades are pretty good. If I apply to Tiannan Martial Arts University, I have a high chance of being accepted." Lu Ruoqi really couldn't stay calm at this time. As she spoke, she revealed a bright smile. This girl was not ugly. She trained all year round and had a good figure. When she smiled, the men beside her couldn't help but stare at her. When Lu Ruoqi sensed that the people around her had quietened down, she glanced at them and said, "That's enough." Wu Zhihao retracted his gaze and sighed, "You look good when you smile. If I had known it would be like this, I would have made the first move." "Great, now those bastards from Tiannan Martial Arts University have it easy." There were not many girls in martial arts universities. Even if there were, most of them were average-looking. A girl who was really good at both the pen and the sword, and was also good-looking, this kind of resource was too hard to come by. In the past, Lu Ruoqi was a quiet person. It wasn't that no one had thought of hitting on her, but when they saw her personality, they all gave up. Who knew that now that the pressure in his heart was gone, the other party's personality had changed quite a bit. Unfortunately, everyone had graduated and immediately went their separate ways. It was not easy to have a long-distance relationship. As soon as Wu Zhihao finished speaking, Yang Jian smiled sheepishly and said, "I've also signed up for Tiannan Martial Arts University. Although my cultural studies are a little worse, only 2 marks higher, my vitality is higher by 1 calorie, so my chances are high too. I'll go to Tiannan Martial Arts University to take care of Ruoqi." MMP. Everyone present cursed in their hearts. They had forgotten about this matter. Lu Ruoqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She did not respond to Yang Jian's words. They were in a good mood, and Fang Ping was happy for them. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone beside him frowned slightly and hesitated before saying, "Ruoqi, Yang Jian, Tiannan Martial Arts University." The one who spoke was the boy who said that a martial arts university student from his maternal grandfather's house had died on the day the Gaokao ended. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the boy thought for a moment and said, "I've also seen Tiannan Martial Arts University's enrollment expansion." "You've seen the expansion, but you probably haven't seen any other news." "What?" Yang Jian asked hurriedly. He was only focused on laughing foolishly. Where would he have the time to see anything else? Tiannan Martial Arts University's enrollment expansion this time and lowered their standards is said to be because of the earthquake from before. Tiannan Martial Arts University organized student rescue teams. In the end, many students lost their lives in the earthquake. This is not the first time Tiannan Martial Arts University has expanded their enrollment. You know, because of what happened before, I'm more concerned about these things. I often pay attention to the news of students dying in martial arts universities around the country. Tiannan Martial Arts University is very dangerous. Every year, students die. 5 years ago, Tiannan Martial Arts University also expanded their enrollment once because too many students died. It's the same this year. As the boy spoke, he lowered his voice and said, I suspect that it's not just because of the training. There must be other risks that lead to such a high mortality rate. In short, Tiannan Martial Arts University is much more dangerous than Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Other than Tiannan Martial Arts University, a few other martial arts universities are the same. The mortality rate is very high. As soon as these words were said, the previously lively atmosphere quieted down in an instant. There were some things that people did not pay attention to. After all, these schools were too far away from them. Before this, everyone's attention was always on Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Furthermore, these news would not be announced through official announcements. They would only be spread through some small channels on the internet. Unless they were especially interested in this, most people would not pay attention to these things. This student called Lu Tao also paid attention to these news because something had happened to the people around him. Now that he knew that Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian were applying for Tiannan Martial Arts University, although Lu Tao was a little hesitant, he still told them the news. Lu Tao, what other risks are you talking about? Wu Zhihao asked hurriedly. He had a good relationship with a few martial science students in his class. Now that Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian had both applied to Tiannan Martial Arts University, if it was really too dangerous, then they had to think carefully. Lu Tao shook his head and said, I'm just guessing. I don't really know if there are other situations. But in recent years, many students from Tiannan Martial Arts University have died. Ruoqi, Yang Jian. Before Wu Zhihao could finish, Lu Ruoqi suddenly said, Don't try to persuade me. It's not easy for martial arts universities to expand their enrollment. I won't give up no matter how dangerous it is. Moreover, martial artists must fight. I can't just watch this opportunity disappear right in front of my eyes. Yang Jian, who was used to playing dumb, was now serious for once. He said in a low voice, Ruoqi is right. The opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't seize it, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Fang Ping did not try to persuade him, but he had some other thoughts in mind. Was the high death rate in Tiannan Martial Arts University because the missions were difficult, or because the students were weak, or were there lunatics like the ones who had attacked him before? When he was at the Department of Investigation Services in Auspicious Sun, he had heard from the people there that the base of those lunatics was not in Nanjiang, but somewhere else. If their base was in Tiannan, then the high death rate could be explained. The other martial arts universities with high death rates that Lu Tao mentioned might be in the same situation. According to Wang Jinyang, the Big Two were actually very dangerous. It was only because the students of the Big Two were strong, and so were the instructors and school leaders. Even if there were some dangers, they might be ignored or resolved. Lu Tao did not mention the Big Two. He did not know if the news was blocked, or if the death rate of the Big Two was not as high as the other martial arts universities. Seeing that the others had stopped talking, Fang Ping smiled and said, Danger is everywhere, so don't worry too much. As long as you're strong enough, you can resolve any danger you encounter. So, what we need to do is to keep improving ourselves so that we're strong enough to deal with these dangers. Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian finally had a chance. How could they give it up? If it were Fang Ping, he would also grab at the last straw. He would not give up even if he saw someone die, let alone just hearing about it. Lu Tao did not say anything after hearing that. After all, these were only his guesses. Among the martial sciences candidates, Fang Ping's first choice was Magic City Martial Arts University, and his second choice was Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Because of Wang Jinyang's reminder, Wu Zhihao applied for Nanjiang Martial Arts University, and his second choice was a normal martial arts university in Magic City. Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian applied for Tiannan Martial Arts University, and their second choice was a liberal arts university. The others did not meet the requirements, so they applied for liberal arts universities. Fang Ping's deskmate, Chen Fan, did well this time. He scored 632 points higher than Fang Ping by 5 points. His first choice was East Sino Nation Normal University, and his second choice was Nanjiang University. Both universities had martial sciences faculties. East Sino Nation Normal University was also located in Magic City. Many students preferred universities in Magic City and Capital City. Lu Anghua, the homeroom teacher, was all smiles when he filled in his choice. He was in a normal class, but his results this year were shockingly good. Even he himself was shocked. Fang Ping applied for Magic City Martial Arts University, one of the top 2 martial arts institutions in Sino Nation. Wu Zhihao applied for Nanjiang Martial Arts University, and the other 2 applied for Tiannan Martial Arts University. If they were all accepted, there would be 4 of them going to martial arts universities in one go. After all, there were only 5 martial arts university students in Sun City No. 1 high school last year. This year, however, Class 4, a normal class, might have 4 of them, and one of them was from the Big 2. How could Lu Anhua not be happy? The most famous student in No. 1 high school, Zhou Ben, had no chance of getting into the Big 2 because his vitality had not reached 130 calories, so he could only apply for other martial arts universities. Class 1's results were not as good as Class 4's. Class 2 was still okay. Because of the Tam brothers, there were a few who could go to martial arts universities. If No. 1 high school was lucky this year, there might be about 10 students who would go to martial arts universities. There might even be more than 10, because of Tiannan Martial Arts University's enrollment expansion. Many students who did not meet the requirements applied for Tiannan Martial Arts University. If the acceptance rate was higher, there might be 12 or 13 students. This would have been unimaginable in previous years. After filling in the choice, they could only wait for the notification. Now, however, they were very efficient. The results would usually be out by the end of June. Everyone had a wild party last time, so there was no need for a gathering this time. They agreed to exchange the news when the acceptance letter was out, and everyone went their separate ways. End of June. Fang Ping received the acceptance letter from Magic City Martial Arts University. Although he was a few points behind in general studies, his vitality was as high as 149 calories during the test, so Fang Ping was accepted. At the same time, Wu Zhihao and the others also had their own results. Wu Zhihao, the Tam brothers, Zhou Ben, and Xianxia all applied for Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Lu Ruoqi, Yang Jian, and 3 other students from other classes were accepted by Tiannan Martial Arts University. This time, Tiannan Martial Arts University accepted a lot of students, which was beyond Fang Ping's expectations. A total of 11 students from Sun City No. 1 high school were accepted into martial arts universities. The whole of Sun City was in an uproar. Other than Sun City No. 1 high school, there were also students from other schools who were accepted into martial arts universities. Among them, Nanjiang Martial Arts University and Tiannan Martial Arts University had the most students, with a total of 8. In Sun City, a total of 19 students were accepted into martial arts universities in year 08. This was the highest number ever. Among them, Tiannan Martial Arts University alone had accepted 8 people from Sun City. Otherwise, there would not be so many. Based on this ratio, Tiannan Martial Arts University had accepted about 300 people from Nanjiang province. There might be more nationwide, which surprised many people. When Fang Ping found out about this, he could not help but wonder if they were recruiting cannon fodder. Did Tiannan Martial Arts University have the resources to cultivate so many students at once, or could it be that the number of students who died in the earthquake was higher than what Lu Tao had said? If there were not so many deaths, how could they have recruited so many people? Fang Ping was puzzled. He secretly remembered the name Tiannan Martial Arts University in his heart. After all, Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian had been accepted. Since the new book is on the shelves, I'll say a few words as per usual. Old Eagle is very miserable, very miserable. Recently, his whole body has been uncomfortable, and his head feels like it's going to split open. Toothache, headache, eye pain, uncles, aunties, big brothers, big sisters, little brothers and little sisters, please subscribe, or else I'll die. End of acting miserable. But my body really isn't feeling too well. Maybe it's because of my old age and the hot weather. Tomorrow at noon, I'll go on the shelves at least 3 chapters. I'll do my best. We're good at keeping up the pace. We should be able to keep updating, not procrastinating, and only updating. If a brother asks about adding chapters, I'll add 3 chapters for the alliance leader and 1 chapter for the sect leader. That's it for now. Friendly reminder, I might owe you for now, but I'll definitely pay you back. My body really isn't that good. I didn't act miserable this time, yep, that's all. I hope that everyone can support me tomorrow. Those who have monthly votes, please vote. Since Fang Ping had decided to go to Magic City earlier, the wedding banquet for the Gaokao was scheduled earlier, on the 6th. The 5th of July. Sun City Bus Station. Auntie, Uncle. Fang Ping waved at Li Yuqin's family, who had just gotten off the bus. The Fang family's social structure was simple. His father was an only child, but he was not really an only child. Fang Ping had heard from his father that he had an older sister, but she died of illness when she was young. Fang Ping's grandparents did not have any more children. His mother only had 2 siblings. Li Yueying was the older sister, and Li Yuqin was the younger sister. The Li family was also Sun City locals, but Fang Ping's aunt had married into a neighboring city. His uncle's family was average, and everyone was busy making a living. Even if transportation was good, they would not see each other more than a few times a year. This time, his aunt's family had come because her nephew had gotten into a martial arts university, and it was Magic City Martial Arts University. This was even more joyous than a wedding. Li Yuqin had taken 3 days off to come one day early to help. Fang Ping waved his hand. Before Li Yuqin could respond, 2 teenagers shouted, "Brother Ping Ping, Sister Yuan Yuan." Fang Ping felt bad when he heard them call him that. Brother Ping was acceptable, Brother Fang was acceptable, and cousin was also acceptable. But they had to call him Brother Ping Ping, which made Fang Ping's heart clench. The ones who called him Brother Ping Ping were none other than his aunt's 2 children. The girl was Lu Wen, 1 year younger than Fang Yuan. She was 13 this year, and had just finished her first year of junior high. The boy was Lu Wu, 12 years old, and would be entering junior high in the second half of the year. Although they did not see each other often, Fang Ping was the eldest in the family. Although he did not have much money in the past, he was not stingy with his money every time the 2 kids came over. He would buy food for them whenever he had some pocket money. They did not have many relatives, so their relationship was better. The siblings liked to pester Fang Ping every time they came. Of course, they liked it, but Fang Yuan did not. The 2 of them tried to steal her brother every time they came. The 3 of them were about the same age, so it was normal for them to fight. The 2 children were all smiles as they ran toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping hurried forward while Fang Yuan followed behind him lazily. She seemed to be in low spirits. As soon as everyone met, Lu Wen and Lu Wu started chattering. Fang Ping smiled and nodded in response. Then, he said to Fang Yuan, "You play with Wen Wen and little Wu. I'll talk to auntie and uncle." Fang Yuan puffed up her cheeks. Even though she was a little unwilling, she still had to be polite since her aunt and her family were here as guests. The little girl reluctantly moved closer to her cousins and spoke before they could speak. "You're not allowed to call me Sister Yuan Yuan." Lu Wu had a confused look on his face as he asked, "Why? Your sister Yuan Yuan? Anyway, you're not allowed to call me that. Otherwise, you can call me Big Sister." "But that's how I call my sister." "If I call you, won't it be messy?" Lu Wu looked like a tiger, but his logic was clear. If both of them called her sister, wouldn't it be a mess? Fang Yuan was speechless. She said in frustration, "Forget it. Just call me whatever you want." "Yeah, I knew it. Sister Yuan Yuan, your face seems to have become rounder again." Before Lu Wu could finish, Fang Yuan covered his mouth and said angrily, "Don't say it." Sob sob, really, Lu Wen had entered junior high after all. Girls matured faster, so she knew what Fang Yuan meant. Still, she grinned and said, "Yes, I've become rounder. Sister Yuan Yuan, should we call me Sister Yuan Yuan next time?" "Lu Wen. I'm going to beat you up." Fang Yuan chased after Lu Wen angrily. Fang Ping's uncle, Lu Anhua, was all smiles when he saw the 3 kids playing around. Yuan Yuan, Wen Wen, and little Wu are still as close as ever. They haven't seen each other for a while, but they're so friendly the moment they see each other. Clearly, in the eyes of the adults, the kids playing around was a sign that they were close. Fang Yuan did not hear that, or she would have died of grievance. Who would be close to these 2 rascals, especially Lu Wen? Fang Yuan had long wanted to beat her until her face bloomed. Fang Ping could guess what Fang Yuan was thinking. He wanted to laugh, but he nodded anyway. It's not bad. They're about the same age, after all. As he spoke, Fang Ping quickly took the bags from his uncle and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I told you not to buy anything. Why did you bring so many things? My dad has quit smoking. It's a waste to buy them, what do you know, kid?" Li Yuqin interrupted him rudely. Your mom can really do it. She didn't even tell me that she's buying a house. She only said that she's buying a house when I'm coming. What's wrong? Your aunt can't even afford a red packet? Those are two different things. Buying a house is buying a house, and going to university is going to university. She's my only sister. If I'd known that she'd buy a house, I would have come the last time. Li Yuqin was not even 40 years old, but her words were quite fierce and tough. Fang Ping did not mind. His aunt had always been like that. He smiled when he heard that. How could I not inform you when there's a happy occasion at home? Isn't this a reward from the city when I got into a martial arts university? They just happened to be together. I knew you'd have a bright future, Ping Ping. Li Yuqin's face was full of confidence. She had said before that Fang Ping had a bright future and was destined to become a high-ranking official. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to hurt his aunt's feelings either. That was what she had said in his past life. In the end, he did not have a secure job even when he was 30 years old. Lu Anhua, who was standing beside him, smiled. Ping Ping has had a bright future since he was young. He knew that you got into a martial arts university, and the best one at that. When your aunt said that at the front door, the whole neighborhood was in an uproar. Now, when your aunt goes out, she raises her head higher than before. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Yuqin was displeased. Don't talk about me. Aren't you the same? When I passed by your factory, your manager saw me and kept asking me if my nephew got into a martial arts university. He was so attentive. If you didn't say it, how would your manager know? Lu Anhua was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and did not reply. Fang Ping laughed and quickly changed the topic. Aunt, uncle, let's go home first. We'll talk when we get there. Alright, Wen. Stop pestering your sister Yuan. Let's go. Lu Wen, who was not far away, was about to cry. Who was pestering Round Face? It was Round Face who did not want to give up. He wanted to chase after her and beat her up. What was with her mother's gaze? Putting aside the grudges between the kids, the bus stop was not too far from Scenic Lake Gardens. They walked and chatted, and arrived at Scenic Lake Gardens in about 10 minutes. Fang Mingrong did not take the day off, so he was not at home. Li Yueying, on the other hand, was at home preparing lunch. When she saw her sister and brother-in-law enter, she quickly greeted them. Then, she took out all the snacks she had confiscated from Fang Yuan and fed them to the kids. Fang Yuan's face turned green. Those are all mine. She had worked so hard to sell Fang Ping's autograph and earn some money, but now it was all going to benefit these two brats. Fang Ping's mother accompanied her aunt to look at the house while Fang Ping sat downstairs and watched the show. Fang Yuan's expression was extremely rich. One moment, her heart ached. The next, she remembered that these two brats were younger than her. She did not care if they ate. Besides, she did not know why, but she had lost her appetite since last night. However, when she remembered that she had bought them with her hard-earned money, she felt a little reluctant to give up. Seeing that Lu Wen and Lu Wu were eating happily, she wanted to eat some too. However, after chewing a few times, she did not want to swallow a chip. Tears welled up in Fang Yuan's eyes. Why is it like this? I obviously like to eat this kind of food the most. Fang Ping admired his sister's rich expression. He could not help but want to laugh, so he quickly went upstairs to look for his mother. Upstairs. Li Yuqin was sighing. When she saw Fang Ping come upstairs, she smiled brightly. Ping Ping has really made it big. He's only 18 years old, but he's already earned such a big house for his family. I heard that you went to Magic City Martial Arts University. Once you graduate and enter the government, you'll at least be a county director. Lu Omping immediately retorted, that's only for normal martial arts universities. Magic City Martial Arts University is the best university. He'll at least be a deputy commander. Really? Li Yuqin was not angry that her husband had refuted her. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. I heard it from our manager. Luanhua did not know whether it was true or not, so he said it with a lack of confidence. Li Yueying, who was beside them, was also overjoyed. She quickly said, anything is fine. Let Ping Ping teach Little Wu in the future. Little Wu can also apply for a martial arts university. I think he's very strong. He'll definitely have no problem getting into a martial arts university. Sis, remember what you said. Li Yuqin said happily, let Ping Ping teach Little Wu. This child worships Ping Ping. The two sisters started chatting again. Fong Ping had no choice but to accompany his uncle. When it was time for lunch, Fong Ping could not hold it in anymore. He laughed until his stomach hurt. Fong Yuan stared at the table full of dishes. She had no appetite. Her mother, who was upstairs, did not know what was going on. She scolded, you can't eat too many snacks. I only took them out because Wenwen and Little Wu were here. Give in to your siblings. Let them eat. You eat less. Fong Yuan felt wronged. I only ate one chip, okay? Mom, you can't bully me like that. When Fong Ping could not even hold his bowl anymore, Fong Yuan finally realized what was going on. She said pitifully, Fong Ping, did you do this? Mom, Fong Ping is bullying me. I already said that he must be the one who hit my hunger acupoint. You still don't believe me. The adults did not believe her, but Lu Wu did not see his cousin eating snacks just now. His eyes lit up. He said hurriedly, Sister Yuan, what's the hunger acupoint? Can you skip eating just because you ordered it? Can you order it for my sister? She's always stealing my food. Lu Wu, shut up. Lu Wen scolded. She looked at Fong Ping fearfully. She was afraid that her cousin would hit her hunger acupoint. Fong Yuan did not steal their snacks this time. It was as if she was a completely different person. If her acupoint was hit by her cousin, she would end up like Fong Yuan. It would be too tragic. The little fellows all believed it, but Li Yueying obviously did not believe it. Li Yuqin was skeptical, but when she saw her nephew shake his head, she did not believe him anymore. Now, everyone was convinced that Fong Yuan had lost her appetite because she had eaten too many snacks. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, looked at the table full of dishes in despair. She glared at Fong Ping indignantly. It was fine if it happened once, but it happened twice. Fong Ping ignored Fong Yuan's resentment. He was doing it for his sister's sake. The blood and qi replenishing pills were good. Could normal people eat them? This was his concern for his sister, so Fong Ping did not feel guilty at all. The girl should be grateful to him for knowing the inside story. Fong Yuan's distress aside, Fong Ping was soon troubled as well. Lu Wen was fine, but Lu Wu kept pestering him to teach him martial arts, such as sealing points. Brother Ping Ping, how do I seal the not hungry point? Can I really not eat after I seal it? Like Sister Yuan? I really want to do it for my sister. Brother Ping Ping, why don't you teach me? This brat kept asking questions, even in front of Fong Yuan. Did he not see the girl's face turning green again? In the end, he wanted to let the child experience the not hungry point. Fong Ping broke a blood and qi replenishing pill into 2 pieces. Lu Wen and Lu Wu ate half of it without noticing. When night fell, there were 2 more people in the audience. The 3 children stared at each other. None of them wanted to eat. At that moment, Li Yueying and the others noticed that something was wrong. One was fine, but 3 gluttons who could usually finish a table full of dishes refused to eat. Everyone looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping said perfunctorily, I'm just helping them build their foundation. It's fine. Fong Ping, it's really you. Fong Yuan finally cleared her name. She looked at her mother with an aggrieved expression. Mom, I've told you so many times, but you don't believe me. Listen, it's Fong Ping who did it. Lu Wen was also terrified. Brother Ping Ping, I won't eat snacks next time. Can you release my not hungry point? Me too. Lu Wu added hurriedly, afraid that Fong Ping would forget him. The children were anxious. If they did not want to eat in the future, what fun would there be in life? Fong Mingrong looked at Fong Ping inquiringly. Fong Ping chuckled. It's really fine. I'll be fine in a day or two. I don't eat because my vitality is full and I don't have an appetite. It's good to train and digest it. Now that Fang Ping had been admitted to Magic City Martial Arts University, even if he was still a junior, his words held authority in the eyes of the two families. Since he said so, it must be fine. Moreover, they were his younger siblings. Fang Ping had no reason to harm them. This time, the four elders didn't care anymore and let them be. Ignoring the dissatisfaction of the little fellows, everyone continued to eat and drink as if they didn't see anything. After dinner, Fang Ping sent the three little ones to the gym to train. To put it nicely, it was to unseal their pressure points. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was discussing with his parents and uncle about treating them to dinner the next day. Fang Mingrong appeared a little uneasy. He consulted his son and said, when Chief Tan left today, he said that he would come tomorrow. Ping Ping, do you think Chief Tan is not satisfied? I didn't invite him, but he took the initiative and said no. Fang. Fang Ping smiled and comforted him. Courtesy demands reciprocity. When Tan Tao and the others are holding a banquet, we'll go too. Brother-in-law, the director Tan you mentioned, is he the director of your Ministry of Education? Lu Anhua could not help but ask. During the meal, Lu Anhua found out that his brother-in-law was no longer working at the ceramics factory. He had gone to the education bureau to be a guard. It sounded like the security wasn't that great, and some people felt that their social status was too low. But this was not a factory guard, he was a guard from the education bureau. Lu Anhua was extremely envious. Now that he heard that even the bureau chief would be attending the wedding banquet, he was even more envious. Fang Mingrong explained, it's the deputy bureau chief. Ping Ping asked Bureau Chief Tan for help, so I went to the education bureau to be a guard. Ping Ping is amazing. He even has connections with the director of the Ministry of Education. Lu Anhua sighed again. Having a promising son and daughter was more useful than working hard for a lifetime. And Hua, Wenwen and Little Wu will also have to walk the path of martial sciences in the future. Fang Mingrong said emotionally, my family wasn't well-to-do before, and Ping Ping almost held me back. It was this child who requested to take the martial sciences exam himself, and that's why I'm where I am now. If there's any trouble at home, your sister and I are living a much better life now. If there's anything, just say it. Your sister only has Yuqin, and I don't have any siblings. Don't treat yourselves as outsiders. The brothers-in-law had a good relationship with each other. Their statuses were similar, and neither of them looked down on the other. Fang Mingrong didn't have any siblings, and Li Yuqin was a woman, so she could only argue with Lu Anhua. Fang Ping was happy to see that his family was getting along well. Sometimes, family matters were more difficult to deal with than outside matters. If there were more useless relatives, it would be troublesome. Everyone chatted until late at night. Fang Yuan and the other two were arranged to stay in a room. When Fang Ping woke up that night, he went into Fang Yuan's room to take a look. The girl might have been dreaming. She seemed to have said something. Fang Ping did not hear it clearly, but he guessed that it was something along the lines of unsealing my acupuncture point. Fang Ping wanted to laugh, but he felt a little regretful. He would be going to university soon, and he would not have many chances to enjoy such relaxation. Wang Jinyang's and Lu Tao's words echoed in his mind from time to time. The more outstanding one was, the more dangerous it was. Every year, many elite students from martial arts universities across the country lost their lives. Fang Ping did not know if that day would come for him. Fang Ping did not think he could not reach rank 3. What kind of danger was it that even someone like Wang Jinyang would change his tone when he talked about it? Also, although Fang Ping did not mention the group of lunatics from last time, it did not mean that the matter was over. Would he meet them when he went to Magic City? Mediocre people did not have to worry about such things. Fang Ping was not willing to be mediocre, though. He had to control his own fate. I don't know if teaching you martial arts is the right thing to do, Fang Ping muttered in a low voice. He had taught her square stance and fed her blood and chi-replenishing pills. His intentions were clear. He hoped that the girl could become a martial artist. Was that really okay? Fortunately, Fang Yuan was still young. There was still time. Maybe everything would be different in a few years. The next day, Fong Ping's Gaokao banquet was held at Sun City Hotel. Many people came to the banquet, some he knew, and some he did not. Tan Jinping brought Tan Tao and Tan Hao along. Wu Zhihao's father brought Wu Zhihao along. High school teachers, his father's former colleagues and boss, his mother's employer, even many people from the Department of Education were there. Fong Mingrong was only a doorman. If a normal doorman had a happy event, they would definitely not come. However, Fong Mingrong had a son who had gotten into Magic City Martial Arts University, so he was not a normal doorman. Almost everyone who knew the news was there. Tan Jinping was not only there to attend the banquet. He had also brought a reward from the city, as Sun City's martial sciences champion this year and the only student accepted by the Big Two. Sun City's Department of Education had given him a reward of 100,000. Although no one from Auspicious Sun came, Tan Jinping said that Director Jean had called and asked Tan Jinping to congratulate him. He had also asked Tan Jinping to send a red packet. Fong Ping did not know if it was Jean Kemming's idea or Tan Jinping's, but he still accepted the red packet. In the end, when the banquet was over, Fong Ping sent Tan Jinping out. When they left the hotel, the two of them had a tacit understanding. Fong Ping smiled and asked Tan Jinping, "Take care of your parents." Tan Jinping agreed readily. He also pointed at the Tan brothers not far away and asked Fong Ping to take care of them. Asking Fong Ping to take care of them was fake, but asking Old Wang to take care of them was real. Fong Ping had gone to Magic City Martial Arts University, but Wang Jinyang was still at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. He was the president of Nanjiang Martial Arts Society. If Wang Jinyang took care of them, the two sons would have a much better life. In exchange, he would also take care of Fong Ping's parents. In Sun City, Tan Jinping still had some influence. As long as he did not offend a few people, he could settle the rest. As for the few people he really could not afford to offend, they would not cause trouble for two normal people because Fong Ping was a Magic City Martial Arts University student. The banquet ended. Tan Jinping got into his car and looked at his honest eldest son. He sighed softly. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Although his two sons had been admitted to martial arts universities and were about to become martial arts university students, compared to Fong Ping, their ways of dealing with people were much worse. Fong Ping was smart and knew when to give up. From the conditions he had given Jean Kemming, it could be seen that he was quite good at judging the situation. Taking benefits from others did not make him unhappy. Instead, Director Jean was somewhat grateful to Fong Ping. The red packet this time was indeed ordered by Jean Kemming. This was what he was capable of. Fong Ping understood what he meant before he even opened his mouth. Asking him to take care of his parents was just giving him a way out. Fong Ping was a Magic City Martial Arts University student. Who would be stupid enough to cause trouble for his parents? On the other hand, Tan Jinping, a rank 1 martial artist, did not have the face to ask a rank 3 martial artist to take care of his son. Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping's good relationship might not be purely because of talent. There were many geniuses. Although Fong Ping was good, there were also martial arts candidates. Wang Jinyang was also a genius, so why would he look at Fong Ping in a different light? If Fong Ping only had talent, Wang Jinyang might not have crossed paths with him. Also, as the leader of the Education Bureau and a higher-up in the city, Tan Jinping vaguely knew something. Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang had crossed paths when Wang Jinyang returned to Sun City to arrest Huang Bin. Later, information showed that Huang Bin happened to be renting a room above Fong Ping's house. Wang Jinyang, who had returned from the Tsang Mountains without any success, suddenly brought Huang Bin's corpse to the Department of Investigation Services. After the autopsy, although Huang Bin had died from a heavy blow, there were still many minor injuries and signs that he had taken drugs. Did Wang Jinyang need to do this to deal with Huang Bin? Who else could it be other than Wang Jinyang? Tan Jinping did not think too much about it, and the Department of Investigation Services did not pursue the matter. The thought would not disappear completely, though. Huang Bin, a peak rank 2 martial artist, died at the hands of a kid who's not even a martial artist. Wang Jinyang wiped the traces after the incident. Huang Bin's belongings were divided between the two of them. Wang Jinyang didn't provide Fong Ping's cultivation resources as a peak aspiring martial artist. Wang Jinyang didn't even have enough for himself. When all of this was strung together, some things became very clear. Although Fang Ping appeared harmless, he was also a ruthless fellow. He did not lack intelligence and was experienced. This kind of person might not be any worse than Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping, who had entered Magic City Martial Arts University, might even do better than Wang Jinyang. With these messy thoughts in mind, Tan Jinping sighed and suddenly said, Tao, you should interact more with this classmate of yours. Tan Hao and Tan Tao nodded hurriedly. They knew it even if their father did not say it. Fang Ping did not know what Tan Jinping was thinking. Fang Ping was not surprised that someone had guessed Huang Bin's identity. If he was a nobody, of course, it would not be exposed. However, he had been admitted to a martial arts university and appeared to be close to Wang Jinyang. It was easy to guess what had happened. Right now, Fang Ping was not worried about people finding out. One was the president of NMAU Martial Arts Society and a rank 3 martial artist. The other was a Magic City Martial Arts University freshman who was close to the martial artist realm. Sun City aside, even if Auspicious Sun knew that they had pocketed Huang Bin's belongings, they would not say anything. As for the victims who had been robbed by Huang Bin, some of them had died, and those who were not did not need to be bothered. The pills and resources that Huang Bin had robbed were obtained through illegal means. It was fine to do it in the dark, but it could not be made public. Those people did not dare to say anything. They had to swallow their bitterness. In July, Fang Ping attended a few of his classmates' wedding banquets one after another. Other than that, Fang Ping cultivated on his own and guided his sister in her cultivation. Fang Yuan finally knew why she did not eat. Fang Ping did not plan to keep the blood and chi replenishing pills a secret. After he left, he still had to let his sister use the remaining blood and chi replenishing pills. If he did not make things clear, the girl would easily get into trouble if she took them carelessly. When she found out that it was because of the blood and chi replenishing pills, Fang Yuan's gaze was so complicated that it could kill. On one hand, she had found the culprit who had caused her to not eat. On the other hand, Fang Ping had given her such expensive pills. It was such a waste. Fang Ping had tricked her into eating pills that cost tens of thousands of yuan each. When she thought about how Fang Ping had given Lu Wen and Lu Wu each a blood and chi replenishing pill before they left, Fang Yuan wanted to barge into her aunt's house and snatch the pills back. Fang Ping spent July with Fang Yuan's nagging. At the end of July, Fang Ping was about to set off. He wanted to go to Magic City in advance to find ways to earn money and familiarize himself with the situation. At the train station. Before he left, Fang Yuan cried her heart out. She usually called him Fang Ping, but that did not mean she hated her brother. Her lack of respect was a sign of intimacy. Fang Ping would leave good food for her to eat, let her play with the fun stuff first, and when someone bullied him, Fang Ping would beat them up indignantly. Fang Ping tricked her into eating pills that cost tens of thousands of yuan each, treating them like chocolate beans. Now that Fang Ping was going to Magic City, he might not come back for months. His classmates said that martial arts university students were very busy. They might not even be able to go home during the winter and summer holidays. Fang Yuan, who had never been apart from Fang Ping since they were young, missed him terribly when he took his exams for more than 10 days. Now, he would be gone for months. When Fang Yuan sent him to the train station, her eyes were swollen from crying. She grabbed Fang Ping's shirt and refused to let go. Finally, after Fang Ping made countless promises and his parents dissuaded her, Fang Yuan reluctantly let go. When Fang Ping got into the car, the girl choked. Remember to go home during the holidays, and call me. Tell me when you find a girlfriend." Fang Ping pinched her face hard. For the first time, Fang Yuan wished that her brother could pinch her face a little longer. "I'm leaving. Be a good girl at home." Fang Ping waved his hand and said goodbye to his parents. Under their worried and reluctant gazes, he stepped into the car. "Fang Ping. Take care of yourself." The little girl shouted loudly, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Magic City was huge. Of course, the area under Magic City's jurisdiction was not that big. It was much smaller than the area under River City's jurisdiction. The reason why it created such a huge illusion was because there were too many buildings and too many people. A car ride could make you dizzy. Here, taking a subway or taking a bus could take up to a few hours. A small city like Sun City would not have such an illusion. It went straight, and the car was fast. Taking Sun City's bus for the same distance could save more than half the time. From the train station to Magic City Martial Arts University, Fang Ping changed trains twice and took a bus once before he reached Magic City Martial Arts University. It took Fang Ping more than 2 hours to travel a distance of less than 40 kilometers. It was different from the administrative divisions that Fang Ping knew. Maybe martial artists were more efficient in management. Magic City's administrative divisions were not that many, and they were not that complicated. The entire Magic City area was divided into 6 districts. The north was the North Stability District. The west was the West District. The south was the South Contribution District. The east was the East Pudong District. There was also the Business District in the middle, Wanhui District. There was also the seashore area in the southeast, which was specially divided into a university town. Magic City Martial Arts University was located in the university town. In other words, other than a few liberal arts schools, all martial arts schools in Magic City were concentrated in the university town. The university town was also huge. It occupied almost all of the Nanhui district in Fang Ping's memory. The entire university town occupied almost 800 square kilometers. Magic City Martial Arts University, on the other hand, was the best institution in the university city. As the most prestigious institution, the school's land area was shocking, not to mention its results. 30,000 mu, this was the information Fang Ping found online. 30,000 mu, 20 square kilometers. This was Magic City Martial Arts University. A school with students, teachers, family members, and staff only had a population of about 10,000. Each person occupied 2,000 square meters. When Fang Ping got off the bus, his first feeling was shock. He had seen many schools. He had also been to many universities. However, Magic City Martial Arts University's main gate was almost 100 meters wide. Was this still a gate? A family sedan could fit 50 cars side by side. Do martial arts university students drive aircraft carriers? Standing in front of the school gate, Fang Ping could not help but mutter. 100 meters wide gate was not impossible to drive an aircraft carrier. Fang Ping could not understand Magic City Martial Arts University's aesthetic standards. However, the school was large. It was not completely unacceptable to have such a gate. With a gate that was 100 meters wide, its height was naturally not low either. The gate was at least 10 meters tall. Above the gatehouse, for words were carved in flamboyant calligraphy, Magic City Martial Arts University. The words were also huge. Fang Ping felt like he was a dwarf in a country of giants. Standing in front of such a school's gate, one would involuntarily feel a sense of insignificance. Just as Fang Ping was in a daze, someone behind him said with a chuckle, "Shocked?" Fang Ping had sensed someone behind him earlier, but he did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, it was not that there was no one at the entrance of Magic City Martial Arts University. Many people regretted coming to Magic City but not visiting Magic City Martial Arts University. Even if they couldn't enter, it didn't stop them from admiring the most prestigious institution in China. Just by looking at the school gate, many people felt that this trip was not in vain. Fang Ping turned his head around and saw a young man about his age standing behind him on his left. Different from Wang Jinyang's calm smile, the young man's was a little flamboyant and cynical. What caught Fang Ping's attention was not his face or his smile, but the sheathless Changdao in his hand. What caught Fang Ping's attention was not his face or his smile, but the sheathless Changdao in the young man's hand. The dark-colored blade made people involuntarily feel a sense of coldness. This made Fang Ping feel a little out of place. A modern youth wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants was holding a broadsword more than a meter long in his hand. Seeing Fang Ping look at the Changdao in his hand, the young man suddenly waved it and laughed. Scared? Fang Ping frowned slightly and did not reply. He did not know the person in front of him. He was just looking at the school gate. Who knew if talking to him would cause trouble? The young man did not mind. Seeing Fang Ping's indifference, he leveled the Changdao with the blade facing the ground. Then he laughed. Freshman? Yes. I thought so. Dragging his suitcase and standing at the gate like he's never seen the world. He's most likely a freshman. And a Magic City Martial Arts University freshman, right? The young man seemed pleased with himself, proud of his deduction. Fong Ping was speechless. Judging from his tone and words, he was not here to cause trouble. After some thought, Fong Ping said calmly, "My vitality is more than 180 calories. It shouldn't be hard for you to guess that I'm a Magic City Martial Arts University freshman, right?" "Haha, that's true." The young man laughed. "The other martial arts universities can't compare to MCMAU. A twice-honed freshman can only come to MCMAU. Believe me, you've made the right choice." The young man was strong and had good eyesight to be able to tell that Fong Ping was twice-honed and not a rank 1 martial artist. A twice-honed prospective martial artist's vitality was not much different from a beginner rank 1 martial artist's. Fong Ping usually judged others by their vitality. It was the same at the train station. The young man in front of him did not just look at vitality. This made Fong Ping curious, but he did not ask. "May I know who you are, senior?" Fong Ping saw that although his tone was arrogant, it was not too annoying. Plus, he knew nothing about Magic City Martial Arts University, so he started to strike up a conversation. "Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry, third-year student Qin Fengqing." Qin Fengqing introduced himself and asked, "What about you?" "Fong Ping, first year." "You're early?" "I'm here to see in advance. I've always wanted to go to a martial arts university." "That's true, but it's rare to come a month early. Admission hasn't started yet, so I might not be able to arrange accommodation for you." Qin Fengqing said casually and returned to the previous topic. "Do you feel very small when you see the school gate?" "A little." "That's right. When MCMAU was built, it was built this way so that students could learn to recognize themselves. We're small. This is just a school gate. If we feel small when we stand in front of the gate, what about when we enter? The world behind the gate is bigger, more dangerous, and more interesting." His words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Fong Ping remembered it but did not ask. Instead, he asked about a topic he was interested in. "Senior, you didn't go home for the summer?" "Go home?" Qin Fengqing laughed. "Now that you've become a martial artist, you should be prepared to be away from your family for a long time. Time is precious, but school time is even more so. There's no holiday here. If you don't want to fall behind, you have to work hard, even harder. In school, you still have the school's support and resources. Once you graduate, you'll have to rely on yourself. That's why you can't slack off at any time in a martial arts university. Junior, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Time, especially school time, is very precious. Don't waste your next 4 years of golden time." "Thank you for the reminder, senior." Fong Ping thanked him and asked curiously, "Senior Qin, did you just come back from outside the university?" "Yes, I just came back from a trip. I happened to see a cute new student, so I chatted a little to relax." "Too bad, it's not a girl." Qin Fengqing spoke bluntly, sighing with regret. If it was a female junior, he could make himself look more handsome. Of course, the prerequisite was that the female junior had to be good-looking. Magic City Martial Arts University was huge, but there were not many students. There were only about 1,000 students in each batch, about 6,000 students. 80% of them were men, and only 20% were women. Among the 1,000 or so girls, less than a third of them were good-looking. Among this third, there were seniors who were often not in school, some of them were taken, and some of them were on missions outside all year round. The number of girls who stayed in school who passed the test was very few. Everyone said that Magic City was full of beautiful girls, but Qin Fengqing felt that he had almost given up on women. Fortunately, new students were about to enter school. He wondered if there were any beautiful female juniors he could admire in this batch. Fong Ping could not help but laugh. "With your strength, I don't think you'll be short of women." "Of course." Qin Fengqing laughed. "Also, you're wrong. I don't rely on my strength. I rely on my face." "Cough, stop coughing." "I'm serious." Qin Fengqing said seriously, "In terms of strength, MCMAU students are all very strong. However, most of them look ugly, so we rarely rely on our strength to pick up girls." We rely on our faces. Senior Qin, you're really handsome. Fang Ping flattered him shamelessly. This senior was very strong. Fang Ping could not tell how strong he was. It was similar to facing Wang Jinyang. He was either rank 2 or rank 3. Also, because the saber in his hand was unsheathed, Fang Ping could tell that it was not a saber for decoration, but a real weapon for combat. Qin Fengqing heard that and laughed. You have a good eye. Interesting. In the past, there were more hotheads among the new students. They think they're so great just because they're the top scorer in the city or province. When they enter MCMAU, they'll understand that seniors are to be respected. They can't pick up senior sisters either. Only junior sisters belong to seniors. Cough, cough, Fang Ping choked. He could not help but laugh. Senior Qin, you're very funny. I didn't expect to meet you on my first visit to Magic City Martial Arts University. It's an honor. It's not funny. It's the truth. Qin Fengqing laughed. He took out his phone and looked at the time. He said, when I meet a newcomer like you, as a senior, I should bring you around to familiarize you with the environment. However, I still have to submit my mission. I don't have time to accompany you. Go to the school reception yourself. Although you came early, the school probably won't mind this little trouble. See if they can let you check in early. Alright, I'm leaving. We'll talk again when we have the chance. There were not many students in MCMAU. It was not like they would not meet again. Of course, it was fine if they did not meet again. He was not a beauty, so Qin Fengqing was not in the mood to leave his phone number. Fang Ping was not dissatisfied. He was not your father. Why would he not do something proper to help you? At least Qin Fengqing had given him some useful information. He could go to the reception and have a look. Fang Ping did not care whether he stayed in school or not. However, going to Magic City Martial Arts University could satisfy his curiosity in advance. Also, he had met a strong senior as soon as he arrived at Magic City Martial Arts University. This made Fang Ping even more interested in Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang, a rank 3 martial artist, could carry the fort at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. What about Qin Fengqing? He was either a rank 2 or a rank 3. Either way, he was much stronger than Fang Ping. Fang Ping had no way of knowing his status in the school. However, Fang Ping did not think that any random MCMAU student he met was a big shot. He might be at the bottom. Qin Fengqing, who had already entered the school, had an urge to sneeze. He rubbed his nose and mumbled, that guy's accent sounded familiar. Where did he get his accent from? He thought about it but could not figure it out. Qin Fengqing did not dwell on it. As for Fang Ping, he was just a passerby. He had met him coincidentally on his way back to school. They had chatted casually. Who cared where he was from? Holding a saber in one hand and a heavy bag in the other, Qin Fengqing said contentedly, I should be able to finish honing my torso with some bone honing pills this time. When I'm done honing my torso, I'll level Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Nanjiang. Magic City was huge. Of course, the area under Magic City's jurisdiction was not that big. It was much smaller than the area under River City's jurisdiction. The reason why it created such a huge illusion was because there were too many buildings and too many people. A car ride could make you dizzy. Here, taking a subway or taking a bus could take up to a few hours. A small city like Sun City would not have such an illusion. It went straight, and the car was fast. Taking Sun City's bus for the same distance could save more than half the time. From the train station to Magic City Martial Arts University, Fang Ping changed trains twice and took a bus once before he reached Magic City Martial Arts University. The straight distance was less than 40 kilometers, but Fang Ping spent more than 2 hours. This was different from the administrative divisions that Fang Ping knew. Perhaps martial artists were more efficient in management. Magic City's administrative divisions were not that many, and they were not that complicated. The entire Magic City's jurisdiction was divided into 6 districts. To the north was the North Stability District. To the west was the West District. To the south was the South Contribution District. To the east was the East Pudong District. There was also the business district in the middle, Wanhui district. There was also the university town in the southeast, which was specially divided as a separate administrative division. Magic City Martial Arts University was located in the university town. In other words, other than a few liberal arts schools, all martial arts schools in Magic City were concentrated in the university town. The university town was also very large, occupying almost all of the Nanhui district's territory in Fang Ping's memory. The entire university town occupied close to 800 square kilometers. Magic City Martial Arts University was the university town's most prestigious institution, second to none. As the most prestigious institution, the school's land area was shocking, not to mention its results. 30,000 mu, this was the information Fang Ping found online. 30,000 mu, 20 square kilometers. This was Magic City Martial Arts University. A school with students, teachers, family members, and staff only had a population of 10,000, and each person occupied 2,000 square meters. When Fang Ping got off the bus, his first feeling was shock. He had seen many schools. He had also been to many universities. However, Magic City Martial Arts University's main gate was close to 100 meters wide. Was this still a gate? A family sedan could fit 50 cars side by side. Do martial arts university students drive aircraft carriers? Standing in front of the school gate, Fang Ping could not help but mutter. With a width of 100 meters, it was not impossible to drive an aircraft carrier. Fang Ping could not understand Magic City Martial Arts University's aesthetic standards for such a wide door. However, the school was large, so opening such a gate wasn't completely unacceptable. With a gate that was 100 meters wide, its height was naturally not low either. The gate was at least 10 meters tall. Above the gatehouse, 4 words were carved in flamboyant calligraphy, Magic City Martial Arts University. The font was huge too. This made Fang Ping feel like he was a dwarf in the giant nation. Standing in front of such a school gate, one could not help but feel small. Just as Fang Ping was in a daze, someone behind him said with a laugh, "Shocked, right?" Fang Ping had sensed someone behind him earlier, but he did not pay much attention to it. At this moment, it was not that there was no one at the entrance of Magic City Martial Arts University. In fact, there were quite a few of them. Many people regretted coming to Magic City but not visiting Magic City Martial Arts University. Even if they couldn't enter, it didn't stop them from admiring the most prestigious institution in China. Just by looking at the school gate, many people felt that this trip was not in vain. Fang Ping turned his head and saw a young man about his age standing behind him on his left. The young man had delicate features, slightly long hair, and a smile on his face. Unlike Wang Jinyang's carefree smile, the young man's smile was a little flamboyant, a little cynical. What caught Fang Ping's attention was neither his appearance nor his smile, but the sheathless Changdao in the young man's hand. The dark-colored blade made people involuntarily feel a sense of coldness. This made Fang Ping feel a little out of place. A modern young man in a t-shirt and sweatpants was holding a Changdao more than a meter long in his hand. Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at the Changdao in his hand, the young man suddenly brandished it and laughed. "Are you afraid?" Fang Ping frowned slightly and did not reply. He did not know the person in front of him. He was just here to look at the school gate. Who knew if talking to him would cause trouble? The young man did not mind. Seeing that Fang Ping was unmoved, he casually leveled the Changdao, the blade facing the ground. Then he laughed. "Freshman?" "Yes. I'm guessing." Dragging a suitcase, standing at the gate in a daze, as if he's never seen the world before, he's most likely a freshman. And a Magic City Martial Arts University freshman, right? The young man seemed a little pleased with himself, proud of his deduction. Fang Ping was a little speechless. Judging from his tone and words, he was not looking for trouble. After some thought, Fang Ping said calmly, "My vitality is more than 180 calories. It shouldn't be hard to guess that I'm a Magic City Martial Arts University freshman, right?" "Haha, that's true." The young man suddenly laughed. "How can the other martial arts universities compare to MCMAU? A twice-honed freshman can only come to MCMAU. Believe me, you've made the right choice." The young man was strong and had good eyesight to be able to tell that Fang Ping was twice honed and not a rank 1 martial artist at a glance. A twice-honed prospective martial artist's vitality was not much different from a beginner rank 1 martial artist's. Usually, Fang Ping judged other people's strength by their vitality. It was the same at the train station. The young man in front of him obviously did not just look at vitality. This made Fang Ping curious, but he did not ask. "May I know who you are, senior?" Fang Ping saw that although his tone was arrogant, it was not too annoying. Plus, he knew nothing about Magic City Martial Arts University, so he started to strike up a conversation. Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry, third-year student Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing introduced himself and asked in return, "What about you?" Fang Ping, first-year student. "You're here so early?" "I'm here to see in advance. I've always wanted to go to a martial arts university." "That's true, but it's rare to come a month early. Admission hasn't started yet, so I might not be able to arrange accommodation for you." Qin Fengqing said casually, then changed the topic. "Do you feel very small when you see the school gates?" "A little." "That's right. When MCMAU was built, it was built this way so that the students could learn to recognize themselves. We're very small. This is just a school gate. If we feel small when we stand in front of the gate, what about when we enter? The world behind the gate is wider, more dangerous, and more interesting." His words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Fang Ping remembered it but did not ask. Instead, he asked about the topic he was interested in. "Senior, you didn't go home for the summer?" "Go home?" Qin Fengqing laughed. "Once you become a martial artist, you should be prepared to be away from your family for a long time. Time is precious, but school time is even more so. There's no holiday here. If you don't want to fall behind, you have to work hard, even harder. In school, you still have the school's support and resources. Once you graduate, you have to rely on yourself. That's why you can't slack off at any time in a martial arts university. Junior, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Time, especially school time, is very precious. Don't waste your next 4 years of golden time." "Thank you for the reminder, senior." Fang Ping thanked him, then asked curiously, "Senior Qin, did you just come back from outside the university?" "Yes, I just came back from a trip. I saw a cute new student, so I chatted a little to relax." "Too bad, it's not a girl." Qin Fengqing spoke bluntly, sighing with regret. If it was a female junior, then he could act more handsome. Of course, the prerequisite was that the female junior's looks were up to standard. Magic City Martial Arts University was huge, but there were not many students. There were only about 1,000 students in each batch, about 6,000 students. 80% of them were men, and only 20% were women. Among the 1,000 or so girls, less than a third of them were good-looking. Among this third, there were seniors who were often not in school, some of them were taken, and some of them were on missions outside all year round. The number of girls who stayed in school who passed the test was very few. Everyone said that Magic City was full of beauties, but Qin Fengqing felt that he was about to give up on women. Fortunately, new students were about to enter school. He wondered if there were any beautiful female juniors he could admire this batch. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. "With your strength, I don't think you'll be short of women." "Of course." Qin Fengqing laughed. "Also, you're wrong. I don't rely on my strength. I rely on my face." "Cough, stop coughing, I'm serious." Qin Fengqing said seriously, "In terms of strength, MCMAU students are very strong. However, most of them look ugly, so we rarely rely on our strength to pick up girls. We rely on our faces." "Senior Qin, you're really handsome." Fang Ping flattered him shamelessly. This senior was very strong. Fang Ping could not tell how strong he was. It was similar to facing Wang Jinyang. He was either rank 2 or rank 3. Also, because the saber in his hand was unsheathed, Fang Ping could tell that it was not a saber for decoration, but a real weapon for combat. Hearing that, Qin Fengqing laughed. "You have a good eye." Interesting. In the past, there were more hotheads among the new students. They think they're so great just because they're the top scorer in the city or province. When they enter MCMAU, they'll understand that seniors are to be respected, and that they can't pick up senior sisters. Only junior sisters belong to seniors. Cough, cough, Fong Ping choked. He could not help but laugh. Senior Qin, you're very funny. I didn't expect to meet you on my first visit to Magic City Martial Arts University. It's an honor. It's not funny. It's the truth. Qin Fengqing laughed. He took out his phone and looked at the time. He said, when I meet a newcomer like you, as a senior, I should bring you around to familiarize you with the environment. However, I still have to submit my mission, so I don't have time to accompany you. Go to the school reception yourself. Although you came early, the school probably won't mind this little trouble. See if they can let you check in early. Alright, I'm leaving. We'll talk again when we have the chance. There were not many students in MCMAU. It was not like they would not meet again. Of course, it was fine if they did not meet again. He was not a beauty, so Qin Fengqing was not in the mood to leave his phone number. Fong Ping was not dissatisfied. He was not your father, so why should he not do something proper to help you? At least Qin Fengqing had given him some useful information. He could go to the reception and have a look. Fong Ping did not care if he stayed in school or not, but going to Magic City Martial Arts University could satisfy his curiosity in advance. Also, he had met a senior who was not weak when he first arrived at Magic City Martial Arts University. This made Fong Ping more and more interested in Magic City Martial Arts University. Wang Jinyang, a rank 3 martial artist, could carry the fort at Nanjiang Martial Arts University. What about Qin Fengqing? He was either a rank 2 or a rank 3, much stronger than Fong Ping. Fong Ping had no way of knowing his status in the school. However, Fong Ping did not think that any random MCMAU student he met was a big shot. He might be at the bottom. Qin Fengqing, who had already entered the school, had the urge to sneeze. He rubbed his nose and mumbled, that guy's accent sounded familiar. Where did he get his accent from? He thought about it but could not figure it out. Qin Fengqing did not dwell on it anymore. As for Fong Ping, he was just a passerby. He had met him coincidentally on his way back to school and chatted casually. Who cared where he was from? With a saber in one hand and a heavy bag in the other, Qin Fengqing said contentedly, this time, I should be able to finish honing my torso with some bone honing pills. When I'm done honing my torso, I'll level Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Nanjiang. After showing his temporary martial arts license to the guard, Fong Ping was allowed to enter the school. The school was too big. Even though there were still many students who had not returned home and were scattered throughout the school, it was still difficult to bump into anyone. Seeing that it was getting late, Fong Ping did not continue strolling around. After getting the location of the reception from the guard, Fong Ping made a beeline for it. After walking around the school for 7 or 8 minutes, Fong Ping finally found the reception. It was an old 3-story building. Compared to the buildings around it, it was much more run down. Like the train station, the first floor was also a service hall. It was very spacious. However, it was very quiet inside. It was not time for new students to register, so the reception was usually responsible for receiving visiting parents. Some students were not on campus due to missions, so they were the ones who received the visiting parents. Martial arts universities were rich and imposing. When parents came, the school would take care of the students' food and lodging. This was also a form of recognition for martial arts university students. Knock knock knock, Fong Ping knocked lightly on the glass door. The sound of knocking was very clear in the spacious hall. Come in. After the knock, a middle-aged woman who had been dozing off behind her work desk quickly stood up and answered. When Fong Ping entered, the woman saw him dragging his suitcase. She was slightly surprised. A new student? If he was not a new student, there was no need for him to come to the reception. Hello, Auntie. I'm a freshman. This is my acceptance letter. Fong Ping was very polite. He quickly took out his acceptance letter and handed it over along with his temporary martial arts license. The woman glanced at it but did not look at it closely. Instead, she said, come and register now. The school hasn't made arrangements yet. In the past, new students came in 3 to 5 days early. There's still a month before school starts. The woman frowned slightly, feeling a little awkward. When a new student came to the reception, it was natural that they wanted to make arrangements. However, the accommodation arrangements had not been made yet, so it was not easy to make them for now. However, when they were at the train station, Chen Zichuan had said that they could look for Magic City Martial Arts University if they needed anything, and Qing Fengqing had also said that they could come to the reception. Of course, they had their reasons for saying these things. If it were a normal university, the students would, of course, make their own arrangements if they arrived so early. The school would not care. However, Magic City Martial Arts University was called a school, but it was actually a huge economic and military complex. The students of Magic City Martial Arts University were all prodigies and pillars of the future. Although the woman was in a difficult position, she still said after some thought, the accommodations haven't been arranged yet, and the registration hasn't started yet. If you don't mind, I'll arrange for you to stay at the Magic Martial Hotel outside the school. You can come back when the registration starts, and we'll make arrangements then. Fang Ping was a little surprised when he heard that. He did not expect that they would really arrange accommodation for him. This Magic Martial Hotel was obviously the school's property. Fang Ping had not found a place to stay yet. Since the school could arrange it for him, he did not have to go through the trouble of finding one himself. It was not that he was trying to save money, but he was not familiar with the area around martial arts universities. I'll stay in the university's hotel first. If it's not suitable, I'll find another place to stay. Okay, no problem. Sorry to trouble you, Auntie. You're welcome. I'll help you register. The woman was different from the receptionists in many universities. The receptionists in some universities were most afraid of trouble, and their words were more harsh. This kind of student who didn't follow the rules would always be ignored when they came knocking. However, in martial arts universities, this kind of situation rarely happened. There was no need to offend a group of students with a bright future over such a small matter. The woman began to register Fang Ping's information. At that moment, she noticed Fang Ping's martial arts license. After taking a look, the woman suddenly stared at the computer for a long time. Then, she could not help but look at Fang Ping. After confirming that it was him, the woman said in surprise, "Student Fang Ping, did you break through to a martial artist after the assessment?" "No, I'm still an aspiring martial artist." "So you're twice honed?" "Yes." Fang Ping felt a little sad. Was this the difference between a big city and a small city? In Sun City, almost no one knew about twice honing. However, when he arrived at Magic City, everyone seemed to know. Of course, this had something to do with the people Fang Ping met. Chen Zichuan and the others were in charge of receiving martial artists. Qing Fengqing was a martial arts university student, and the woman in front of him was also a martial arts university staff. It was not surprising that they knew about twice honing. Nanjiang Martial Arts University had many twice-honed students, not to mention Magic City Martial Arts University. Amazing! Hearing Fang Ping's affirmative answer, the woman gave a sincere sigh of admiration. May 1st. 149 calories vitality. July 31st. Above 180 cal, it was not easy to break through so quickly after reaching the limit in 3 months. Of course, although 3 months was difficult, it did not mean that no one could do it. Magic City Martial Arts University had no shortage of geniuses. Fang Ping did not explain. He had completed twice honing in mid-June. At the beginning of July, Fang Ping's vitality had reached 189 calories. Now that almost a month had passed, Fang Ping naturally would not stay in the same place. Wealth, 280,000,000 vitality, 196 calories, 199 calories, mentality, 197 Hz, 199 Hz. When it was 189 calories, Fang Ping's wealth was 3.2 million. Later, when he received a bonus of 100,000, it rose to 3 million. Now, his vitality had increased by 10 calories, but his mentality had not changed. Fang Ping had spent 500,000 wealth points. When it came to 199 calories and 199 Hz mentality, Fang Ping had been stuck there for 3 to 4 days. His mentality had not changed at all this month. The 200 calories limit that he had guessed before was now confirmed. If there were no accidents, as long as he could increase his vitality to 200 calories, Fong Ping would be able to go thrice honing. After the thrice honing, Fong Ping was ready to break through. I don't know how long it'll take. This hurdle won't be easy to overcome, he mumbled in his heart. From the fact that his mentality had been stuck for a month, Fong Ping knew that 200 calories was a big hurdle. Thrice-honed prospective martial artists were few and far between. Nanjiang Martial Arts University did not have one, and Magic City Martial Arts University's Wang Jinyang seemed to know of only one. One could imagine how difficult it would be. The woman sighed in admiration. As she helped Fong Ping register his information, she said, "Student Fong, if you want to break through to martial artist, you can ask the hotel to inform the school. Although school hasn't started yet, the school will arrange for instructors to protect a twice-honed prospective martial artist who is breaking through to martial artist." The difference in strength determined the difference in treatment. If Fong Ping had not been twice-honed, even if he wanted to break through to martial artist with 150 calories vitality, the school might not have made any arrangements. After all, school had not started yet. Most people would not be able to make an exception for one person and trouble the instructors. Breakthroughs were related to middle-ranked martial artists. These instructors would not come and go at their beck and call. Fong Ping was surprised when he heard that there was such an arrangement. I can do it now? Of course. You've completed your twice honing. You're one of the top students in this batch. Normal martial artist freshmen are not as valued as students like you. After knowing Fong Ping's conditions, the woman became much more enthusiastic. Once a twice-honed student broke through to martial artist, they would be able to sweep away the obstacles of the first 3 ranks. These students were highly valued and loved by the instructors. Some students who broke through to martial artist before Gaokao might not necessarily have broken through after twice honing. Even if they were rank 1 now, their progress could be surpassed by Fong Ping in the future. The woman was sure that if Fong Ping chose to break through now, instructors would come to protect him in less than an hour. Then if I'm thrice-honed, Fong Ping was just about to probe further when the woman said in surprise, "You want to be thrice-honed?" Fong Ping smiled. "I want to try, Student Fong, it's best if you don't." The woman shook her head. Thrice-honing takes too much time and it's very difficult. In the past few years, there have been less than 5 martial arts university students who have truly completed their thrice-honing. A few of them have already graduated. The only one who hasn't is student Xiaolei, who's currently a sophomore. Student Xiaolei has completed his thrice honing, but he's currently stuck at rank 2. Some of his classmates have already entered rank 3. Xiaolei, Fong Ping had heard from old Wang that there was a student at Magic City Martial Arts University who was also thrice honed. Now that the woman said that there was only one person still in school, it should be Xiaolei, right? Thrice honed, still rank 2, 1 rank lower than Wang Jinyang. No wonder old Wang said that thrice honing should not be forced. It was not necessarily a good thing as it took up too much time. The woman's advice was because she did not know that Fong Ping was only 1 step away. Fong Ping did not say anything else. He thanked her and did not bring up the topic again. Soon, the registration was over. The woman picked up the office phone on her desk and made a call. In less than 5 minutes, a commercial car stopped at the entrance of the reception area. A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit on a hot day, entered and said enthusiastically, "Sister Zhang, I'm here." "I see him." The woman replied exasperatedly and immediately said to Fong Ping, "He's the housekeeping manager of Magic Martial Hotel. Just ask him to take you there." After saying that, the woman said to the man, "Xianxia, this is Fong Ping, a freshman. The school hasn't arranged for him to stay at your place yet." "Oh, right, Fong Ping has completed his twice honing. Remember to arrange for him to stay on the 6th floor." Xianxia's eyes brightened. Magic Martial Hotel mainly catered to students' parents. Usually, it was the parents of students who stayed there. Of course, they would also receive some regular customers. However, Magic City Martial Arts University students all had their own dormitories. Very few students would stay at Magic Martial Hotel. It was the same for the new students. They would not come as early as Fong Ping. Although Magic Martial Hotel belonged to Magic City Martial Arts University, the university would not care about such a small business. People like Xianxia rarely came into contact with people from Magic City Martial Arts University. Even if they did, it was only for a short period of time. Now that Fang Ping had come a month earlier, did that not mean he would have to stay at their place for a month? Xianxia was not a martial artist. When Fang Ping arrived today, he felt that martial artists were worthless. That was because he belonged to this circle. To outsiders, martial artists were still superior. Serving a martial artist? No, although he was not one yet, serving a twice-honed potential martial artist was more important than serving a rank 1 martial artist. The 6th floor was usually used to receive true martial artists. Xianxia did not need the woman's reminder. He immediately took the initiative to lift Fang Ping's suitcase and said politely, "Mr. Fang, welcome to Magic Martial Hotel. If you have any requests, please let me know." Fang Ping was not used to his enthusiasm. He took back his suitcase and said with a smile, "Manager Li, you don't have to be so polite. I'm the one who has troubled you. Auntie, I'll leave first." "Thank you." "No problem. I'll try my best to get you a good dormitory for the dormitory allocation," the woman said with a smile. There was more to it than meets the eye. To be able to interfere with the allocation of the dormitory meant that he had some connections within the university. However, it was normal. Some of the university's employees and non-staff personnel were actually inextricably linked to the university. Family members of leaders, instructors' lovers, and even some of the students' families. Fang Ping did not think much of it. He thanked her politely and followed Xianxia out. A few minutes later, Fang Ping arrived at Magic Martial Hotel. When he saw the hotel, which was low-key on the outside but luxurious on the inside, Fang Ping found it hard to imagine that it was used to entertain the students' parents for free, rich and imposing. That was what he had been saying that day. Fang Ping could stay here for free, eat for free, use of the car for free. Fang Ping even suspected that if he had a need, could he have a free round. Looking at Xianxia's eagerness, Fang Ping felt that the possibility was very high. With Xianxia's earnest accompaniment, Fang Ping went to his room. It was a room comparable to a presidential suite. There was a gym, living room, kitchenette, living room, bedroom, bar. It had everything. "Is this really free?" Fang Ping asked a very immature question. He could not help but ask. For a room like this in Magic City, 2,000 to 3,000 a day was not too much, was it? That was on the low side. In a month, it would cost 60,000 to 70,000. Even if he could afford it, he could not afford it. If Fang Yuan found out, she would probably strangle him to death. Xianxia did not show any signs of abnormality. He said enthusiastically, "It's free. Magic Martial Hotel's main purpose is to serve the students and their parents. Mr. Fang, you're a twice-honed, so your room is slightly better than the others. But the other rooms are also very good." "That's good. Thank you, Manager Li. I'm a little tired." There was no need to say too much when sending a guest off. Xianxia immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Fang, if you need anything, just press the bell and someone will come to serve you. I won't disturb your rest anymore. Look for me if you need anything." "Alright, thank you." After sending Xianxia off, Fang Ping walked to the balcony with a view and mumbled, "I've become a privileged class just like that?" Fang Ping had not officially enrolled yet, but he could already feel the difference. As a martial arts university student and a twice-honed martial artist, he had experienced many different things. All of this was very difficult to experience in Sun City. There were too few martial artists in Sun City, and they were too far away from ordinary people. Everyone talked about martial artists, but there were only a few who had actually seen a martial artist. He turned to look at the huge room, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "It's a pity I can't take pictures. If I sent it to Fang Yuan, the girl would probably come running over immediately, because it was free food and accommodation. She just had to pay for the travel expenses. If Fang Yuan found out about this, how could she sit still?" However, Fang Ping still had things to do now. It would be troublesome if the girl came, so he could only suppress his desire to show off and think about it in the future. Leaning against the sofa, Fang Ping panted. The problems of food and accommodation were solved. The next two tasks were to earn money and complete the thrice honing. After 2008, there were not many ways to make a lot of money. The two worlds had different structures, but the general trend of development was still the same. In the next 10 years, when it came to making money, it would not be outside of real estate, the internet, smartphones, and their derivative industries. Fang Ping did not have the qualifications to do real estate. It was unrealistic. Right now, he could not even speculate in real estate. He only had slightly more than 1.6 million on hand. In a world with martial artists, it was even more difficult to get involved in real estate. Fang Ping was not qualified yet. Phone manufacturing had nothing to do with Fang Ping. Smartphones had already appeared, and others were already producing them. Fang Ping could not enter. The internet was relatively easier, and the requirements to enter were lower. As for the restrictions on martial artists, it was insignificant in Magic City. Aspiring martial artists could not cross cities. Besides, Fang Ping was enjoying the treatment of a rank 1 martial artist. There were no such restrictions. As for rank 4 martial artists and above crossing provinces, it was too early for Fang Ping. However, the internet required a certain amount of technology. It was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. In terms of online shopping, although Little Tanuki was not very famous, the scale was not small. Rumor had it that Old Ma had broken through to rank 7. Doing online shopping now was not a dead end, but it was difficult to make it big. Of course, he could find another way and do branded online shopping similar to Weipin Club. However, this was not feasible for Fang Ping. He did not have that kind of channel. Brand agents were complicated and could not be solved in a short time. Other things such as internet finance, social media, online games, search engines, online videos, without exception, none of them were suitable for Fang Ping now. Fang Ping had thought about what he should do next for a long time. After his rebirth, he had started planning. Thinking back to the tycoons who became famous after 2008 in his past life, Fang Ping realized that there were very few tycoons who rose after 2008. Among them, the more famous ones were the two who did online food delivery. Whether it was Hungry Man or Meituan, the founders of these two companies only started after 2008. In the beginning, they did not have much capital and started from scratch. In a few short years, they had accumulated a lot of wealth. Of course, it was more literal wealth. Apart from online food ordering platforms, another industry that rose after 2008 that did not require much technology and was not difficult to start was the express delivery industry. The express delivery industry was closely related to online catering platforms. The rise of the express delivery industry was inseparable from the development of online shopping. Currently, Little Tanuki's person was still in hibernation. Fang Ping knew that Little Tanuki's online shopping platform would make waves in this country very soon. Currently, Fang Ping had never thought of fighting against big and small horses. He was afraid that he would be smacked to death by grandmasters. However, he still understood the logic of following the footsteps of the big shots and taking advantage of the situation. In the future, in addition to real estate and the internet, the rich people on the list would also be ranked at the top in the field of express delivery and logistics. Especially e-commerce logistics, at that time, there were quite a number of express delivery companies in Shanghai. However, most of these companies still focused on normal express deliveries. Logistics companies mainly focused on bulk transportation. There wasn't a single company that focused on e-commerce, Fang Ping pondered for a long time. E-commerce logistics and F&B platforms were his top choices. The entry requirements were not high, and there was no need to spread out all at once. They could lay low and develop in Shanghai first, and when the conditions were right, they could spread out to the whole country at any time. Express delivery and F&B did not have to exist independently. They could complement each other. They could also be run as physical businesses, including F&B platforms. They could be run as physical economies, and there was no need to spread out too much at once. First, he could set up a few express delivery points, hire some couriers, and build a simple localized fast food ordering platform. These did not cost too much, so Fang Ping could still support them. If possible, he could talk to Little Tanuki at the Magic City office about accepting e-commerce express delivery, but this was not possible for now. Currently, Fang Ping was not a martial artist. His social status was not high enough. If he went to talk to them about cooperation, they might not even care. However, when he became a martial artist, with the identity of a Magic City Martial Arts University student, he could look for them and take the initiative to cooperate. They probably would not mind having another express delivery company to work with. Currently, all the major express delivery and logistics companies had a stronger relationship with Little Tanuki. After all, the e-commerce business was very small, and everyone was the type that did not care. However, this situation would change soon. Fong Ping had to reach an agreement with Little Tanuki before the other companies adjusted their focus and become their important business partner in Magic City. With a direction in mind, Fong Ping did not hesitate. The next day, Fong Ping borrowed the hotel's car. He did not let the other party drive and drove out of the hotel. Although he did not have a driver's license, Fong Ping was not worried. He told Li Xianxia that he did not have a driver's license, but Li Xianxia told him that he only needed to show Fong Ping's martial arts license if they found out. Although the martial arts license could not replace a driver's license, as long as there were no accidents, he would not be put in a difficult position. Of course, if anything happened, Fong Ping would be fully responsible. Having a martial arts license had this advantage. Fong Ping, who considered himself an experienced driver, naturally would not let others drive. He drove his own car and went out. Fong Ping's first choice was the university town. As one of the 6 districts in Magic City, the university town had a large population and was close to the school, making it convenient for Fong Ping to do things. Although Magic City Martial Arts University was the leader of the university town, martial arts university students were still the minority. The entire university town was mostly made up of normal students. This was also Fong Ping's target group. Ordering fast food and online shopping were things that university students could easily accept. White-collar workers and university students were the 2 types of people who were the most receptive to new things. Moreover, online shopping had been around for a few years and was no longer considered a new thing. In a metropolis like Magic City, many students had already started online shopping. In a small city like Sun City, Fong Ping doing this kind of business was no different from seeking death. In Magic City, however, it was most suitable. There were a total of 64 universities of various sizes in the university town. There were professional martial arts schools like Magic City Martial Arts University, East Sino Nation Normal University and Magic City Jiaotong University that had a martial sciences department, and there were also universities that were purely social sciences. Normal social sciences universities had the most students. There could be 20 to 30,000 students in 4 batches. Including teachers, family members, and employees, it was normal for a university to have 40 to 50,000 people. Even Magic City Martial Arts University had close to 10,000 people. The 64 universities were gathered together, resulting in the university town's total population of close to 2 million students and teachers. It was comparable to the total population of a prefecture-level city. This was still a school. Because of the concentration of schools, it was inevitable that other derivative industries were born here. The business atmosphere was also very developed. There were not many high-end commercial places because students were not the main consumers. However, there were countless normal commercial stores. According to statistics, the entire university town had a total population of more than 4.8 million. This was 10 times the population of Sun City, a university town with close to 5 million people. To Fong Ping, there was no better place to do business than this. On the 1st of August, Fong Ping drove around the university town. He also had a basic understanding of the distribution of the various universities. If the university town was considered as a whole, Magic City Martial Arts University was located in the south of the university town, near the coast. In reality, Magic City Martial Arts University covered an area of 30,000 mu. From the inside, one could really see the sea. It was just that Fong Ping did not know about it yet. There were more than 10 universities near Magic City Martial Arts University. Most of them were social sciences universities. Martial arts universities were usually located further away, perhaps because they rejected each other. The more than 10 universities had more than 300,000 students and teachers' family members. Being near Magic City Martial Arts University made it even more convenient for Fong Ping. Due to the limited funds, Fang Ping did not plan to take down the university town in one go. He would start from the south of the university town and slowly nibble away. I'll rent a slightly bigger office for the construction of the food and beverage platform, and use it as a temporary headquarters. There are more than 10 universities, and they're spread out widely. To cover all of them, I'll need to set up at least 5 distribution points. One distribution point will be responsible for the business of 3 universities. In terms of recruitment, one distribution point will be responsible for 3 universities. The standard requirement is at least 10 people or more. One office, 5 distribution points, 50 delivery employees. Maybe I can reduce it a little. Isn't 50 people a little too much? In the car, Fang Ping drove in search of a suitable location while thinking about what he should do next. The standard of living in Magic City was very high, and the wages and benefits were not low either. In Sun City, 800 yuan could be used to recruit people. In Magic City, even at this time, there were not many people who worked for low-level jobs that cost less than 3,000 yuan. Even if it was calculated at 3,000 yuan, just the salary of a delivery person would be 150,000 yuan a month. Other than that, there would be customer service, receptionists, technicians needed to build the platform, operational staff in the later stages, and the marketing department in charge of developing the market. The early stage would be simple and crude. The finance, supervision, products, research and development, logistics, and manpower could all be dispensed with. However, Fang Ping felt that they would need at least 20 people to set up the stage. Back then, Hungry Guy could have done it with just a few people, but the other party was only testing the operation in one school. Plus, Fang Ping did not want to waste too much energy on this, so he could only hire more people to satisfy his needs. These 20 people would need an average salary of 5,000 yuan. Just the salary alone would cost more than 250,000 yuan a month. Actually, the salary was not a big deal. In a pure IT industry, the employee's salary took up a large proportion. What Fang Ping wanted to do was not a pure IT industry, so the salary could only be counted as about 40% of the cost. In other words, he would need to spend more than 600,000 yuan a month. Moreover, the early stage would be even more. After all, the rent was rarely paid on a monthly basis, and quarterly payments were the shortest. There was also the deposit. Perhaps in a month, he would use up all the 1.6 million he had on hand. In the early stage, it would be difficult for these businesses to make much money. After all, he had not taken on any business, and the market needed to be developed. Should I join a delivery company? Fang Ping thought for a while. If he joined, he could quickly open up the market and take on business. Other than the additional joining fee, the return of funds would be even faster. However, if he joined, it would be difficult for him to build up his reputation. Fang Ping did not want to keep working for someone else. Whatever. I'll choose a location first. After confirming the location, I'll start recruiting people. Also, I need someone smart enough to be the CEO when I'm not around. It was easy to find other people. Magic City might be short of everything, but it was not short of people. If he went to the job market, he could find as many people as he wanted. However, those who had the ability to be the CEO depended on luck. If luck was not good, Fang Ping could only find someone slightly more reliable, and he would have to spend more energy to manage them. After a day, Fang Ping looked around the southern part of the university city a few times. After confirming the general location of the distribution point and office, the next step was to wait for the official start of work. I'll finish the preliminary preparations in a month and start advertising when school starts. I need to recoup my losses as soon as possible. I don't know if 1.6 million is enough, and I don't know if I can get a loan. At night, Fang Ping returned to the hotel and cultivated as usual. Then, he started planning and designing recruitment advertisements. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Fang Ping was not afraid of hard work. Success was not easy. He did not want to be like old Wang, who came to Magic City Martial Arts University to make a scene and run around doing missions just for a little bit of resources. He could do missions, but running around for 100 or 200,000 yuan was actually a waste of time. This was just the beginning. When his martial arts rank was higher, the consumption would be even greater. When that time came, would simply completing missions be enough to satisfy his needs, which Grandmaster did not have a large amount of social resources in their hands. Martial arts strength did not depend on talent. It also depended on other abilities, such as the ability to make money. If one could not make money, then they could work for the government. However, the government did not need simple thugs. Strength was one aspect of the governor's abilities, but they also had extremely strong management abilities. Being able to manage a province well was the reason why they were able to obtain resources. Jean Kemming, for example, lacked this ability and was almost fired. Martial arts did not exist alone. Humans needed to eat, drink, and poop, even more so for martial artists. Advancing in unison was the foundation for martial artists to become stronger and stronger. Old Wang will probably work for the government in the future, right? This thought surfaced in Fang Ping's mind. He had no such plans, which was why he was running his own business now. In the next few days, Fang Ping ran around. He negotiated the rental of the shop and the office. The shop was only 30 square meters, and it was not in a good commercial location. The landlord asked for 9,000 a month and a year's rent. The cheaper price was 100,000 a year. Fang Ping planned to set up 5 distribution points, which would cost him 500,000. The rent for the office was expensive too. Fang Ping chose an old commercial building not far from Magic City Martial Arts University. It was not in a good location, and Fang Ping did not care about it. An office of 200 square meters cost 18,000 a month, and the annual fee was cheaper too, 200,000 a year. As for the rent, after Fang Ping took out his temporary martial arts license, the companies gave him a slight discount. The annual fee was changed to half a year, but it still cost 300,000 a year. The companies also gave him a rent-free period to renovate, and the fees would officially start on September 1st. As for the renovations, Fang Ping did not plan to do much. He bought some shelves, some computers, rewired the wiring, and bought some materials. He used the excuse of joining a company to ask about the situation of a few big companies, and the total cost was about 200,000. Just the shop and materials alone would cost more than 500,000. If he wanted to open for business as soon as possible, hiring people to bring their own cars would not work. He would have to buy his own cars. 50 cars, even if it was cheaper, would still cost 200,000. The other monthly utilities, phone bills, fuel bills, and wages added up to more than 300,000 a month. Adding the registration fees, startup fees, and publicity fees, the total cost would be tens of thousands. He also had to prepare some liquid funds. By August 15th, Fang Ping had finished the initial preparations and set aside some funds for backup. Including the next month's wages and expenses, he had spent up to 1 million. This was the result of his frequent use of his provisional martial arts license. Similarly, it was also the result of not having a joining fee. With his situation, the joining fee would be at least a few 100,000 a year. Without the joining fee, Fang Ping could save some money. However, Fang Ping would be faced with a problem if he saved this money. If he chose to join, he could directly take over the existing brand system by contracting the area. However, if he did not join, although no one would give him trouble for the time being, he had to open up the market himself. Whether or not he could receive business, whether or not he could increase his reputation, it all depended on him. If he could not break even in 2 months, the money he had left would be used up, and he would enter bankruptcy. Other than the reserve funds, Fang Ping still had 500,000 left. Even if he did not use it himself, it would only last him 2 or 3 months. In fact, it would be less because he was still preparing to build the website. Perhaps by October, he would be bankrupt. On this day, Fang Ping returned exhausted once again. Xianxia was talking to someone in the hall. As soon as he saw Fang Ping, he jogged over with a face full of smiles and greeted, "Mr. Fang, you're back. Should I arrange dinner now?" Fang Ping had been staying at the hotel for half a month, and Xianxia had also been sucking up to him for half a month. His attitude had been as enthusiastic as ever. Even if he did not earn a single cent from Fang Ping. In reality, the Magic Martial Hotel did not focus on making money. It was fine as long as it could maintain its own expenses. Fang Ping glanced at him. Li Qingze was the first person he had met who had some management skills after coming to Magic City. Moreover, Li Qingze was slick in his dealings. As a housekeeping manager, he was doing very well. Even the hotel manager could not compare to him. He had some ability. These few days, Fang Ping had been having a headache about management. He had not hired anyone yet. When he did, the training and induction work alone would drive him crazy. Now that he had seen Li Qingze, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. After some thought, he said, "Manager Li, if you're not busy, why don't we have a meal and chat later?" Li Qingze was overjoyed when he heard that Fang Ping wanted to have a meal with him. After half a month of sucking up to Fang Ping, it was a pity that Fang Ping left early and returned late, so they did not meet often. Now that Fang Ping was treating him to a meal, it was obvious that his persistent efforts had paid off. Half an hour later, in the restaurant on the third floor, Li Qingze had arrived early. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, Li Qingze quickly pulled out a chair for him and said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, please have a seat. I just went to the F&B department to take a look. There's a new batch of fresh seafood. Mr. Fang, please try it later and see if it's to your liking. You're welcome." Fang Ping thanked him and did not reject Li Qingze's hospitality. He sat down as Li Qingze served him. "Have a seat, Manager Li. I've caused you trouble for the past half a month." "It's no trouble at all. This is what we should do. Magic Martial Hotel has always been catering to people like you, Mr. Fang." Li Qingze hurriedly gestured that it was what he should do, then sat down carefully. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to get down to business. He allowed Li Qingze to start the conversation and talk about some interesting anecdotes that had nothing to do with current politics. In MCMAU, the busiest time at the start of every school year is when the new students enter the university. You've just arrived in Magic City, so you might not know this. We've seen it many times. The admission of new students in martial arts universities is different from that of normal universities. You should also know that when martial arts university students are enrolled, they are not separated into schools, classes, or instructors. Fang Ping nodded and said, "I've only just found out that martial arts universities are also divided into schools. That Qin Fengqing from before was from the School of Weaponry. That's where the problem lies." Li Qingze smiled and said, "Why aren't they assigned in advance?" "That's because martial arts university students are very young. After a summer vacation, earth-shattering changes can happen. Some students have barely reached MCMAU standards. They don't know pole standing, the methods of honing, and it's impossible for them to cultivate combat techniques. Some students are already martial artists. Naturally, these students can't be put together to learn together. Teaching them according to their aptitude is MCMAU style. A few months is enough for a lot of changes to happen. If it's decided in advance, some students with a vitality of 130 calories might become martial artists in a few months. That's why a group test will only be conducted when school starts. Which school, which class, and which instructor to follow will be determined at this time." Fang Ping understood what he meant. He chuckled and said, "You're saying that there will be some differences when it comes to the assignment?" "That's for sure. How can martial arts students be the same as normal students?" Li Qingze smiled again and said, "Of course, a twice-honed prospective martial artist like you will be more popular than normal martial arts students. Mr. Fang, you can't ignore this. There's a big difference in which school, which class, and which instructor to follow." Li Qingze said seriously, "MCMAU doesn't have many schools. There are 4 in total. The School of Weaponry, the School of Tactics and Strategy, the School of Production, and the School of Social Sciences." Fang Ping was slightly surprised. "Is that how it's divided? I thought." He did not finish, but Li Qingze understood. "You're talking about martial artists who don't use weapons, right? Whether martial artists use weapons or not doesn't make much of a difference. It's up to the individual. Students who focus on actual combat will usually choose the School of Weaponry. It's called the School of Weaponry, but it doesn't matter if you learn cold weapons or not. Students from the School of Weaponry focus on actual combat. Tactics and strategy are easy to understand. Some of these students will join the military or politics, so they need to have a certain level of guidance. The school of production refers to the manufacturing field related to martial artists. Creating pills, creating weapons, and even improving cultivation methods are the main subjects of the school of production. As for the school of social sciences, Xianxia paused and said, after all, not everyone is suitable for actual combat. MCMAU doesn't force them. Some students just want to increase their ranks and obtain certain privileges. These people might choose the school of social sciences. Most of them will enter businesses or politics and become clerical workers. Xianxia's words reminded Fang Ping of many people, including people like Jean Kemming. Very quickly, Xianxia explained, the school of social sciences is also the worst school in MCMAU. The resources allocated are very little, and the instructors aren't strong. Even though they say they don't focus on actual combat techniques are compulsory courses. They're still much stronger than casual martial artists. It's just that compared to the martial artists in the school of weaponry who have truly experienced bloodshed, they're much weaker. In MCMAU, the school of weaponry also has the most resources allocated and the strongest instructors. Even if some people are really afraid of actual combat, they still want to enter the school of weaponry. That's why the allocation of classes in the school becomes a hot topic at the start of the semester. Based on strength? Fang Ping asked. Xianxia nodded. Yes. Vitality and past results are not looked at. When you enter MCMAU, strength is the main focus. When the semester starts, there's a building inside MCMAU called the Building of Practical Training. When the time comes, the Building of Practical Training will open to 4 floors. Each floor can accommodate 400 people. Each floor represents a school. You can go to whichever school you want to go to. After the students enter, the building will be closed and will open in an hour. Whoever stays on that floor will be the student of that school. So violent? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. He could not help but ask, does this mean that there's a possibility of violence in order to get the floor? Xianxia laughed dryly. There is. Of course, you can also use vitality outbursts to intimidate others. However, many people don't have high vitality, so they end up going to the school of weaponry. Every year when the building opens, there are many students with bruises and swollen faces. Isn't that a little unfair? Fang Ping asked again. Once the door closed, there would be more than 1,000 people inside. Even a student like Fang Ping who had actual combat ability could be surrounded and attacked. Xianxia did not quite agree. He explained with a smile, actually, it's still relatively fair. Those who can enter MCMAU are all smart people. If they really have the strength, no one will deliberately provoke you. There's no need to fight to the death for the 400 places. Moreover, everyone comes from all over the country. If someone can really form a team right after entering school, it's also a sign of strength. The school will also favor these kinds of students. The chances of them entering the school of tactics and strategy are higher. The school of tactics and strategy is no worse than the school of weaponry. As a subsidiary of Magic City Martial Arts University, Xianxia often received some students' parents. It was close to the school, so he was allowed to enter and leave the school. Therefore, he knew a lot about Magic City Martial Arts University, at least more than Fang Ping. Originally, Fang Ping only wanted to chat with him and start a conversation. Now, Fang Ping was interested. He was not in a hurry to talk about poaching people, but asked about the internal affairs of the school. The division of schools was the biggest event at the start of school. After that, it was the assignment of classes and instructors. Martial sciences was different from social sciences. A social sciences teacher could teach a few hundred people, while a martial sciences instructor could teach 10 or 20 people at most. If there were fewer, an instructor could only teach 5 or 6 people. Moreover, the strength of the instructors in martial arts universities was different. There were rank 4 and above, and there were also rank 6 instructors. In basic teaching, the strength of the instructor did not make a big difference. However, powerful instructors had a lot of resources. They might be running a business outside, or they might have some extraordinary connections. They could give you an extra, safe way to earn money. They might even find you pleasing to the eye and give you some gifts or investments. These were all very likely. A rank 6 instructor. His friends might be governors of various places or CEOs of multinational conglomerates. It was difficult for a rank 4 instructor to come into contact with that level. Everyone might have the same starting point and the school's allocations were the same, but in private, it was completely different. All of this would be chosen when school started. Instructors could choose the students they wanted to teach, and the students could choose the instructors they wanted to follow. This was similar to postgraduate and doctoral students applying for a social sciences university. Your instructor was a world-renowned PhD professor. There was a huge difference between them and a normal professor. For the former, the school and government would fight to give you money for your projects. For the latter, applying for a bit of research and development funding would be a headache. It was the same for martial arts universities, or rather, society as a whole. The instructors showed their value, and the students had to show their ability and value. After talking to Xianxia for a long time, Fang Ping concluded, in other words, if you want to enter the school of weaponry, you have to choose the best class and the strongest instructor. Is that what you mean? Xianxia smiled quickly. Mr. Fang's conclusion is very accurate. However, if you're interested in commanding a team, you can choose the school of tactics. The school of production sounds great, but it involves monopolized industries. This isn't something that can be broken by individual students. Under normal circumstances, they'll enter these enterprises to work. They're considered the reserves of state-owned enterprises. Fang Ping was initially interested in the school of production. He had long felt the huge profits from medicinal pills. However, he also knew that it was not that easy. As expected, Xianxia's words confirmed this point. Industries that involved martial artists' manufacturing were almost all monopolized industries. Students from the school of production could enter these industries after they graduated. It was considered a guaranteed income. However, Fang Ping was not too interested in just working for others. The school of social sciences was out of the question. The school of tactics and strategy. Fang Ping thought about it. This was more suitable for government organizations, so he was not too interested. After some consideration, the school of weaponry became his only choice. Xianxia was a smart man. Reading people's expressions was a basic skill for people like him. When Fang Ping invited him to dinner, he knew that Fang Ping wanted to talk to him about something. These days, Fang Ping left early and returned late. He was extremely busy, and Xianxia had seen it all. However, if a martial artist's private affairs were not mentioned, he should not pry. This was the experience he had gained from years of experience in society. When Fang Ping stopped talking and was about to speak, Xianxia knew that the main topic had come. Manager Li, you must have worked for many years to be a manager at Magic Martial Hotel, right? I've been at Magic Martial Hotel for 8 years. Xianxia said everything he knew with a smile. I graduated from Magic City University of Finance and Economics 8 years ago and entered Magic Martial Hotel right after. I was promoted to Magic Martial Hotel's housekeeping manager 3 years ago. His words revealed many things. He had worked for 5 years before becoming the housekeeping manager. After becoming the housekeeping manager, there were no signs of promotion for 3 years. Magic Martial Hotel was luxurious, but no matter how luxurious it was only an inconspicuous business under Magic City Martial Arts University. It was an internal business used to entertain students' parents, and its importance was very low. Fang Ping had gained some understanding of Magic Martial Hotel's personnel system in the past few days. General Manager, Deputy General Manager, Department Director, Department Manager, Senior Supervisor, Supervisor, Staff. Xianxia, who had graduated from Magic City University of Finance and Economics, had a decent education. Xianxia was not a martial artist. He had become the housekeeping manager through his own abilities. Flattery was also a skill. He had spent 8 years as a 4th-level middle manager in this insignificant internal hotel, and he was not very outstanding. Actually, Fang Ping had already determined that Xianxia did not have any background. From the first day they met, the auntie at the reception had not been very polite to him. Perhaps it was not impoliteness, but a kind of snub. That auntie was someone with a real background. To be able to hold a position in Magic City Martial Arts University, even if it was just an off-staff member, was not easy. Xianxia was also too polite to Fang Ping, a potential martial artist, as if he was afraid that Fang Ping did not know that he was flattering him. Fang Ping was not a martial artist yet. He was just one of thousands of students. All of this could explain many things. Fang Ping heard these meaningful words and did not beat around the bush. He asked directly, managerly, "How much is your annual salary?" 150,000, it's not bad, but in a big city like Shanghai, 150,000 yuan is not worth mentioning. Fang Ping asked, "How much is the department director's annual salary?" 300,000, twice as much as us. Managerly, "How long do you think you need to become a department director?" Xianxia forced a smile and said, "If we're lucky, about 3 years. If it's a little longer, there should be hope for 5 years. Although I don't have any background, I work hard and do things seriously. None of my colleagues say anything bad about me. Even the general manager approves of me. When Manager Li becomes the director, he will be almost 40 years old. How many years would it take to become a deputy general manager? Where's the general manager?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "Maybe if everything goes smoothly, you can become the general manager of a hotel when you're 50 years old." However, Magic Martial Hotel was only an insignificant part of Magic City Martial Arts University. So what if he became the general manager? I think most of the students who graduated from MCMAU would have a higher starting point than this. That's the truth. After all, martial artists are different from us, Xianxia did not deny it. After thinking for a while, he said, "That's why I'm preparing to apply for the martial arts training classes under MCMAU after a few years, when I've saved enough money, and strive to become a martial artist." How long does it take to save up for the martial arts class? In another 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years later, I'll be in my 30s. My vitality will drop drastically, and I'll barely be able to achieve rank 1. This time, Xianxia did not continue the conversation. Instead, he went straight to the point and said, "If Mr. Fang has any requests, please feel free to speak." Over the past few days, he hadn't had much interaction with Mr. Fang. But from our brief interaction, Mr. Fang gave me a very special impression. This uniqueness came from Fang Ping's maturity and experience. This was not a senior student from MCMAU. He was a young man who had just graduated from high school. However, if they did not look at his ID and his youthful looks, who would believe that Fang Ping was 18 years old? Xianxia felt that he might not even be as mature as Fang Ping when he was 28. In addition, he was twice honed and was neither arrogant nor hot-tempered. He was extremely polite even to ordinary waiters. Who would believe that such a person would not have a bright future? Oftentimes, one could see the big picture from the small. This was the main reason why Xianxia's flattery did not diminish. Fang Ping no longer played dumb. He said, "I didn't come to MCMAU just to study for 4 years. The higher the level of martial arts, the more resources are consumed and the more extravagant the expenses are. I don't want to wait until I've graduated to prepare and plan. That's why I want to start my own business these few days." After briefly explaining his situation, Fang Ping said with a sincere expression, "This is my first time in Magic City. I'm not familiar with the people and the place. You're the one I've interacted with the most, Manager Li. Right now, my company is just an empty shell, and my funds are extremely limited. You can say that a company like this is not worth joining. At least, it's not worth mentioning to someone like you who already earns 150,000 a year and has hopes of reaching 300,000 a year soon. However, I'm lacking a manager who can share my burden. Magic City Martial Arts University is about to start school. Once that happens, I'm afraid I won't have much time to waste on this. That's why I need a manager who is capable, experienced, and trustworthy enough to help me." Having said that, Fang Ping pressed his hands together. Without giving Xianxia a chance to speak, he continued, "I've only mentioned my disadvantages. Now, let's talk about my advantages. Firstly, I'm a student of MCMAU, a twice-honed potential martial artist. Very soon, I'll be able to become a rank 1 martial artist. I'm even confident that I can achieve rank 3 before my sophomore year." Xianxia nodded slightly. This was the truth, and he did not deny it. A twice-honed martial artist had hopes of achieving rank 3 within a year. Of course, it was just hope. Not everyone was like Wang Jinyang. Secondly, I'm the one who took the initiative to look for you. That means I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, then this will be the most difficult period for me. You'll be sending charcoal in the snow. Other things aside, a favor from a rank 3 martial artist in a year is still valuable. You won't deny it, right, Manager Li? I won't deny it. A favor from a rank 3 martial artist is more valuable than you think, Mr. Fong. Thirdly, it doesn't matter if the company has a future or not. No one will believe empty promises. However, I can promise you that within 3 years, I'll make sure that you become a martial artist without paying any price. There's no registration fee, and there's no need to buy pills. I think that my promise as a Magic City student should be trustworthy. It's worth it. Li Xianxia said with certainty. I wouldn't dare to take a promise from a normal martial arts university seriously, but a promise from an outstanding student from MCMAU is something I absolutely trust. This guy was too cooperative, so cooperative that Fong Ping thought he had already agreed. Unexpectedly, Li Xianxia said awkwardly, Mr. Fong, I agree with everything you've said. Just like you said, I can't be sure about the company's future, but what you've promised me now is enough for me to serve you for 3 years. What about after 3 years? After 3 years, if your company can't make it, forgive me if I have to say something harsh, yes, I'll be a martial artist by then, but I'll have to start all over again. Although I'll have a higher starting point, starting as a martial artist, I'm a little hesitant to give up a career that I've been working on for 8 years. Besides, I've never been in the express delivery company you mentioned, so I might not be able to meet your expectations. If you're dissatisfied, I won't be able to bear the responsibility. What you're worried about is the future, right? Yes. If I become a martial artist in 3 years at this stage, even if you don't pay me anything in return, I'll still be profiting. I'll use 450,000 in exchange for a martial artist. Anyone would know how to choose this deal. However, what you're buying is not just the 3 years I have now, but also the next few years of delay. The price will exceed the price of becoming a martial artist. Fong Ping chuckled. I like dealing with smart people. You're very rational. If, and I'm saying if, I become a middle-ranked martial artist in 3 years, and the school arranges for you to be the general manager of Magic Martial Hotel, do you think that's possible? Li Xianxia's eyes finally lit up. He smiled and nodded. President Fong, I'll be happy to serve you. 3 years later, if Fong Ping was willing to help him even if he became a rank 3, MCMAU would rarely reject such a request. What was a general manager of a small hotel, Fong Ping had promised him the profits for the next 3 years, and he had even prepared a backup plan for him, one that was better than he had expected. If that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? He had sucked up to Fong Ping for so many years. Had he not been looking for an opportunity like this? Actually, he had already made up his mind when Fong Ping mentioned the favor of a rank 3 martial artist and the offer of help in a time of need. He was still young. If he did not take a gamble now, would he continue like this for the rest of his life? After he became a martial artist, what was a housekeeping manager? He had only asked for a sky-high price to test his future boss's temperament. He did not expect Fong Ping to be more generous than he had expected. Also, a middle-ranked in 3 years, these words were enough to show Fong Ping's confidence. A student who had just graduated from high school and decided to start a business before entering martial arts university knew how to use his identity and value to obtain the greatest benefit with the smallest price. Such a person, even if he really failed in business, so what? After graduating from university, even if he did not start a business, he could still become a commander. Being a commander's lackey was better than working in a hotel. The words President Fong made Fong Ping laugh. Li Xianxia's change of address was faster than he had imagined, more abrupt, and not at all out of place. Then I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. No, it's to serve you. Li Xianxia insisted on using the word serve. Fong Ping might not care now, but what about in the future? Since he had already flattered him, he should do it all the way and not give up halfway. Ha ha ha, that's good. From now on, you're our company's general manager. Fong Ping wanted to say the name of the company, but he suddenly realized that he had not registered it and had forgotten about the name. Li Xianxia seemed to realize this, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Was this person really capable of doing business, following his principles? Li Xianxia said with a smile, Thank you for your support, President Fong. Although I've never done express delivery before, I'm well versed in one line. Especially what I'm doing now, it's related to food and beverage. About the online food ordering platform you mentioned earlier, I think my current identity will be of some use. Magic Martial Hotel is a business under Magic City Martial Arts University. Although my main job is the housekeeping manager, I've been doing more receptionist tasks in the past few years. Because I go out often, I'm very familiar with some of my peers in the university city. At this moment, Xianxia began to show his value. Fang Ping had sought him out because he was not familiar with Magic City. When he familiarized himself here and became a true martial artist, he would definitely be eliminated if he could not show his value as an outsider. 8 years of service in Magic Martial Hotel did not only bring him a yearly salary of 150,000. If he treated his annual salary as everything, then he would be useless. Among them, the biggest reward for people in the service industry was the connections and resources they accumulated by borrowing Magic City Martial Arts University's name. High-level management in big hotels had a frightening salary, and they were often poached. They were not poached just for the person or their management skills. Instead, they were poached because of the resources they could take with them, including customer resources and channel resources. At this moment, Fang Ping could be considered to have experienced what it was like to have a tortoise's aura and have subordinates kneel down and worship him. However, this was mostly not because of his personal charisma or ability. Xianxia's quick decision was largely due to his identity as a Magic City Martial Arts University student. At this moment, Fang Ping's thoughts were not on Xianxia. He was not even thinking about the company's name. Instead, he was thinking about Magic City Martial Arts University. He had to cherish his identity as a martial arts university student. Moreover, he had to strive for greater benefits and status in martial arts universities in the future. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society president, Wang Jinyang, could make a city commander treat him with respect. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's rank 3 martial artist, Wang Jinyang, could not do this. Fang Ping threw the matter of the express delivery company to Xianxia and did not worry about it anymore. His top priority now was to break through thrice honing. It had been 20 days since he reached his 199 calories vitality limit. Fang Ping felt that it was time to break through the limit. In the room, Fang Ping cultivated the methods of honing over and over again. In the past, he had only cultivated once a day. Just one round of honing was already exhausting, even when his mentality was full. This time, however, Fang Ping had already cultivated the methods of honing thrice. Break! Fang Ping roared in his heart. He had been stuck at the 200 mark for a long time. Ever since he had the system, he had only spent a few days on the 149 and 179 marks. He had been stuck at the 199 mark for almost a month. An hour had passed. 2 hours had passed. When Fang Ping finished honing his meridians and bones for the 6th time, the bones in his body suddenly moved. Yes, his bones were moving. His muscles were wriggling. Fang Ping, who had gone through twice honing, was overjoyed. The thrice honing had begun. Bits of black blood were squeezed out from the surface of his skin. Fang Ping dared not delay. He stood up hurriedly and took up his stance. This was also the time when the stance was the most effective. 20 minutes later, Fang Ping had turned into a black man. His entire body was covered in solidified, black blood. Fang Ping was overjoyed. I'm finally done. Thrice honed. Even old Wang can't compare to me. Ha ha ha, Fang Ping, who rarely showed joy, was genuinely happy this time. He had been stuck for too long. Fang Ping checked his stats hurriedly. Soon, new numbers appeared in front of him: wealth, 220000, vitality, 182 calories, 205 calories, mentality, 175 Hz, 209 Hz. The effects are amazing. After completing the thrice honing, his vitality limit had increased by 6 calories and his mentality limit by 10 Hz. This meant that Fang Ping's physical fitness had been greatly improved after the thrice honing. After all, it was not easy to increase so much in one go above 200 calories. Thrice honing is done. I can't wait any longer. Fang Ping made up his mind to break through and become a martial artist as soon as possible. Thrice honing had consumed a lot of his wealth and time. If he had chosen to break through rank 1 in mid-June, he might have been able to advance to rank 2 by now. Thrice honing was enough. Forget about whether he could hone his bones again. Even if he could, he would not continue. Fang Ping knew a little about the benefits of bone honing in the early stages. This would lay the foundation for honing the entire body's bones in the future. During the period of aspiring martial artists, the more times they honed their bones, the faster the honing of their limbs and torso would be. Wang Jinyang vaguely revealed that the more times he honed his bones, the greater the benefit of honing his skull in the later stages. Tempering the skull was the most difficult part of tempering the human skeleton. Rank 1 and Rank 2 honed the limbs, while Rank 3 honed the torso. Wang Jinyang did not say whether the skull was honed at Rank 4, so Fang Ping did not know. However, the skull definitely needed to be honed, and it might be at a higher level. The brain was not a small matter, but honing the bones to the brain was extremely dangerous. Now that Fang Ping had completed a thrice honing his skull in the future would benefit him immensely. From mid-April to mid-August, Fang Ping completed his thrice honing after 4 months. Recovering consumes too much wealth. I won't recover it for now. I'll rely on myself to recuperate for 2 days. I'll take a good rest during these 2 days. If you break through rank 1 after enrolling, you can still apply for resources from the school. MCMAU rank 1 provides pills for free. This way, I can save a bone honing pill and a rank 1 vitality pill. Fang Ping did not wash up. He just lay on the ground, muttering to himself. Registration would start in a little more than 10 days. Fang Ping was in such a hurry to break through. On one hand, aspiring martial artists were not martial artists, so some things were not easy to handle. For example, the express delivery company. Although twice honed was treated the same as rank 1 martial artists, they were not martial artists after all, so they did not have the deterrence of martial artists. Fang Ping was sure that once the company opened for business, trouble would come. It was not that there were no express delivery companies in the university town. He was an outsider, and he did not want to join them. He did not even give them a heads up, snatching business the moment he arrived. Would others agree? Aspiring martial artists could not intimidate these people, but martial artists, Magic City Martial Arts University martial artists, could more or less intimidate them. After all, it was only in the jurisdiction of the dozen or so universities near MCMAU. When it expanded to the entire university town, Fang Ping's strength would increase again, and he would be able to suppress these dissatisfied voices. Fang Ping did not want to make preparations when things came to a head. There were no disadvantages to being prepared for trouble in advance. Moreover, if he was thrice honed and entered a martial arts university, he could choose better instructors and be valued more. After all, there was only one thrice honed martial artist in the whole of Magic City Martial Arts University, and he had achieved it with the help of the university's abundant resources. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, "I don't know if I'm suitable to be a martial artist. After all, I'm too materialistic." Before he did anything, he liked to calculate the pros and cons clearly. He lacked the impulsiveness of some young people. People like Wang Jinyang said that he did not act like a young person, because his mentality was not that of an impulsive teenager. Forget it. I don't care about all this. I've completed the thrice honing mission. The goal of making money is still a little far away. As long as I can set up the platform, that's enough. I hope Xianxia can surprise me even more. Fang Ping let go of his worries. Today should be something to be happy about, not worried about. Right, what should I call the company? Fang Ping suddenly thought of this matter. Fang Ping Express? Fang Ping Company? That sounds terrible. Yuan Fang? Fang Yuan? Yuan Ping? Ping Yuan? The word yuan isn't good either. How about distance? Fang Ping rubbed his jet black chin and muttered, "That sounds pretty good." Naturally, one has to look far ahead when doing things. The company also has to develop toward the future. Distance Express, Distance Food and Beverage, Distance Group, let's go with this. It's just a name anyway. Fang Ping made the decision casually. He did not care too much about external appearances like names. In the next few days, Xianxia did not quit his job. Instead, he took a few days off. With the help of this old MCMAU, the efficiency increased abnormally fast. Although the manager of Magic Marshall Hotel was not a big shot, he was now working for a MCMAU student. Coupled with the university's reputation, there were not many in the university town who would not give him some face. The registration was done quickly. He did not use the express company's name. He called it Distance Limited. The scope of business was also more extensive. Food and beverage, express delivery, and IT were all included. Fong Ping did not know how Xianxia managed to do it. Xianxia was not in a hurry to hire people. Instead, he called for a renovation company to do a simple renovation of the delivery point and office. If new people arrived and saw this messy and dirty place, even a martial artists company would not be able to keep them. Moreover, hiring a day later meant saving a day's worth of wages. Knowing that Fong Ping did not have enough funds, Xianxia began to plan carefully. He could not wait to hire people on the first day, train them on the second, and officially start work on the third. He was busy until late August. Only then did he finish the preparatory work. At this moment, there were less than 3 days left until the official registration of martial arts universities. On the eve of registration, parents of students began to check into the hotel one after another. Not everyone was like Fong Ping, coming to school alone. This group of prodigies who had just finished their third year of high school had not adapted to the change in their identities. Many of them were normal people with 130 calories vitality. If they did not practice combat techniques, they were no different from normal people. Therefore, many of them were accompanied by their parents. August 30th. When they saw Fong Ping strolling down the stairs and entering the restaurant, the dishes on the table were obviously better than theirs. After observing for a few days, one of the parents finally said unhappily, "Waiter, isn't that a student of Magic City Martial Arts University too? Why does he have a better place to stay and eat better than us?" At first, no one knew if Fong Ping was a student. However, after a few days, these people knew that he was also a new student this year. They were all new students, but why did Fong Ping have a better place to stay and eat better? They all knew that the Magic Marshall Hotel was free. The school would only officially register the day after tomorrow. However, they could already arrange accommodation for him during these 2 days. Fong Ping was too lazy to move, so he stayed here. Their children did not live here, but they would come here to eat sometimes. However, this group of prodigies always felt embarrassed to eat for free. They were not as thick-skinned as Fong Ping, so most of the time they went out to eat with their parents. The parent who asked the question earlier felt that her son was too embarrassed to eat for free, so he insisted on going out to eat. Now, he ate and drank outside and spent money lavishly, spending hundreds of yuan a day. Seeing Fong Ping eat well and live well here, the woman felt it was unfair. She even cursed in her heart, "How could this guy eat here?" The waiter did not dare to offend the parents of these MCMAU students. He immediately explained, "Mr. Fong is a rank 1 martial artist, so, yes, rank 1. Because Fong Ping's martial arts license was already rank 1 during registration, Xianxia did not bother to explain to them. In front of Fong Ping, Xianxia bowed and scraped. There was no need to be so thorough with these normal employees. Martial artist. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Martial artists and aspiring martial artists were worlds apart. Everyone knew this. Although their children had also been admitted to Magic City Martial Arts University, compared to martial artists, the gap was too big. Those who could become martial artists during the Gaokao were not from ordinary families. No one would stay in a free hostel like this. Fong Ping was an exception. For so many years, Magic Martial Hotel had never entertained new martial artists, not even twice-honed ones. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia kept sucking up to Fong Ping. When the higher-ranked students came, they looked down on Xianxia. Only newcomers like Fong Ping were easier to talk to. Fong Ping heard their conversation, but he did not care. However, Fong Ping could not be bothered. He was now considering whether he should move out in the future. The food here was good, the accommodation was good, and everything was free. Other than the fact that it was more than 10 minutes away from the school, there were no other disadvantages. If he went to school and stayed in a 6-person room, Could it compare to this place? Of course, Fang Ping guessed that it might not be a 6-person room, but a 4-person room or a 2-person room. After all, martial artists' cultivation was more private. It was not suitable to live in groups. No matter how many people it was, could it be better than a presidential suite? He just did not know if it was possible. If it was possible, then it would be great. As he was thinking, Xianxia stepped into the restaurant. The waiters hurriedly greeted him, and Xianxia nodded with a face full of smiles. After a while, Xianxia stopped in front of Fang Ping and said softly, "President Fang, the renovations are almost done. Do you want to go over and take a look?" "No need. You can handle it as you see fit. I'll prepare for the next 2 days and wait for school to start in my best condition. Then about tomorrow's recruitment, you can handle it as well. There are few people in the early stages, so the personnel matters are not complicated. The finance is even simpler. It doesn't matter if I go or not. When I have some foundation, I'll go over and take a look. Also, if I don't have enough money," Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. After a while, he said, "If it's not enough, give me a call. I'll think of something." He still had some vitality pills on hand. He would see if he could sell them. "Alright, I understand." At the end, Xianxia said, "When you enter MCMAU, I'll officially resign. The procedures will be completed soon. Can I stay here any longer?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, "Of course you can, but this isn't appropriate, right? It'll be more convenient for you in school. Also, after I leave, if you stay here for a long time, you might." He did not say what might happen, but Fang Ping refused to leave. If he stayed for a long time, people might look down on him. Was that necessary? Fang Ping did not say anything more. It would depend on the situation. If it was not troublesome to stay in school and eat, he would go to school. Living outside was not the same thing. After a brief exchange, Xianxia left quickly. Fang Ping did not run around after eating. He went back to his room to continue cultivating. His pole standing seemed to be breaking through to the firm stance. If he could break through in these 2 days, he would be able to enter a martial arts university with results of thrice honing, firm stance pole standing, and minor success in leg techniques. There would probably be no one stronger than him among the new students. In the blink of an eye, it was September 1st, Magic City Martial Arts University. A large number of parents were gathered at the school gate. Although MCMAU did not recruit many new students, there were still more than 1,000 of them. There were also more than 1,000 parents. At this time, however, the parents were all blocking the gate, grumbling. "What's going on? Why aren't parents allowed to enter the school?" "That's right. I wanted to see the school environment and dormitories, but they're not letting me in. My daughter is carrying 3 suitcases by herself. I saw that the guide didn't even help carry them." The parents refused to leave either. Some complained, some waited, and some talked to their children through the gate's bars. Fang Ping had just arrived. When he heard their complaints, he found out that parents were not allowed to accompany today's registration. Fang Ping did not mind what he said. He walked toward the small door beside the school gate, minding his own business. The main gate of the martial arts university was rarely opened. There was a side gate that did. Fang Ping's approach was rather conspicuous. There was a long workbench at the side gate. Behind the workbench were students, who were there to receive the new students. Seeing Fang Ping walk over, the boys and girls behind the workbench were not sure of his identity. Because his luggage was still at the hotel, Fang Ping came almost empty-handed. Of course, that was if they ignored the crumpled admission letter in his hand. It was because they saw the admission letter that they were not sure of his identity. Regardless of whether they were new or old students, as soon as Fang Ping walked over, someone asked, "New student?" "Yes. You're right." The boy who asked the question was a little surprised. His previously expressionless face broke into a smile. "You came alone?" "Yes." Fang Ping answered. He turned his head to look at the parents and asked softly, "Are the parents not allowed to enter?" The boy snorted and snorted. "Not usually, but not now. Do you really think you came to Magic City Martial Arts University to live a comfortable life? Since you're preparing to become a martial artist, you should be mentally prepared to become one from now on. After the boy finished speaking, someone beside him interrupted, Junior, you're not bad. You didn't even bring your luggage. You can save yourself a lot of suffering. Since you've entered a martial arts university, you must first learn to be independent. You're already an adult, but you still need parents to accompany you and carry your luggage. Your vitality is for the dogs. The person who interrupted had a sharp tongue. When he mentioned the freshmen who let their parents carry their luggage, his face was full of disdain. The lowest vitality of Magic City Martial Arts University's new students was 130 calories and above. They did well in the practical test too, which meant that they did not lack training. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem for a man or a woman to carry 2 or 3 suitcases. Alright, Zhou Yun, don't talk about others. We were the same when we first arrived. The man who had spoken earlier interrupted Zhou Yun and turned to look at Feng Ping. Show me your acceptance letter. Feng Ping did not care what Zhou Yun had said earlier. It was not him anyway. He handed over the letter of acceptance. The man glanced at it, then tilted his head and said, Who's going to take this junior Feng Ping to complete the procedures? At this moment, the dozen or so people behind the workbench all lazily did not answer. The sharp-tongued Zhou Yun saw the man looking at him and couldn't help but grumble, I'm not going, it's too boring, it's fine if she's not a junior, but if she's a junior carrying a few large suitcases, I'll just watch the fun. This guy looks like a wily old fox. If there's no fun to watch, I'm not going anyway. That's right. If she's not a wily old fox, then she's been taught before. I'm not going either. Old Wei, why don't you go by yourself? Some of the students jeered, asking the man who had received Feng Ping to go by himself. Feng Ping could tell that because he did not carry a few suitcases, and because he was not a girl, these guys were not willing to send him off because there was no fun to watch and no women to watch. While they were joking, Zhou Yun, who had just said he would not send Feng Ping, suddenly brightened and said loudly, Parents, stop. Junior, come here, I'll send you off. Zhou Yun's tone was not gentle, and it scared the chubby boy who had just arrived into a daze. Among martial artists, there were not many who were fat. Most of them were clerks. Among martial science students, fat people were even rarer. That was because they often trained and cultivated, so their bodies were not too bloated. However, this student who had just arrived was indeed quite fat. He wondered if he was the type who would grow fat just by drinking water. The chubby boy was still in a daze. The others who had refused to send Feng Ping off earlier also said, Junior, come to me, I'll send you off. Don't fight with me. I'll do it. Junior, let this big sister send you off. These guys are too careless. Feng Ping's expression darkened as he watched the group of boys and girls fighting to send the chubby boy off. Damn it, am I that unwelcoming? However, he saw that the chubby boy was dragging 3 or 4 suitcases of various sizes. That was not enough. The person next to him was obviously his father, because he was a big fat boy who was also dragging 2 suitcases in his hands. At that moment, when he saw the martial arts university students welcoming his son so warmly, the chubby man who had been a little unhappy at the words parents stopped chuckled and said, Guosheng, hurry up and thank your senior brothers and sisters. The chubby boy obviously did not have many opinions of his own. When he heard his father's words, he immediately thanked them. Thank you, seniors. You're welcome. XS, right? No wonder, Zhou Yun was as sharp as ever. He clearly felt that the name suited the chubby boy quite well. It was obvious that he was overnourished. In the crowd, Old Wei, who had spoken earlier, glared at him and checked Guosheng's acceptance letter. Then, he said, Zhou Yun, send him off. Send Junior Feng Ping off too. The use of the word along made Feng Ping want to vomit blood. Just how unwelcome am I that sending someone off is just a matter of convenience? It was all thanks to the chubby boy. Otherwise, Feng Ping suspected that he would have to wait here for a while longer. Zhou Yun did not refuse since it was a matter of convenience. He smiled and said, All right. Juniors, come with me. Feng Ping had no problem with it, but Guosheng was in trouble. His father did not allow him to enter. His hands were already full, and his father's luggage could not be carried away. The chubby boy did not mind at first. Seeing that his son could not carry it, he chuckled and greeted Zhou Yun, "Student, can you help Guixing carry it? I'll treat you to a meal later." Zhou Yun said lightly, "Uncle, it's fine. The school rules state that new students have to rely on themselves. We're only responsible for guiding them. We're not allowed to help. There's no teacher here anyway." "Student, do me a favor." The chubby boy did not seem to care. He chuckled and continued to say nice things. Before he could finish, Zhou Yun frowned, and his vitality suddenly erupted. The chubby boy opposite him was actually a martial artist too, but he was only rank 1. Moreover, it seemed like he had gotten there by taking pills. It was hard to tell if he had honed his limbs or not. Although Zhou Yun was not very strong, he was still a peak rank 1. The chubby boy's expression changed under the vitality outburst. Only then did he realize that this was not his usual business partner. The students here were all God's favored ones, the elites of society. After Zhou Yun's vitality outburst, he said slowly, "If you really can't carry it, you can bring it back." The chubby boy did not dare say anything else. Only the ignorant were fearless. Now that he knew that the other was a martial artist and that his vitality was much higher than his, he did not waste any more words. He quickly took a few suitcases from his son's hands. As he took them, he said, "I won't bring any snacks now. If you want to eat, I'll buy some later." After saying that he would not bring any snacks, Fang Ping saw him take a few packages from Guixing's hands, including a huge suitcase. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Were those snacks? As reserve martial artists, martial science students rarely ate snacks because they were not nutritious and were not good for cultivating vitality. When they saw the big and small bags, they thought that there was something big. They did not expect that most of them were snacks. Even Zhou Yun was surprised and speechless. After a while, there were only 2 suitcases left beside the chubby boy. When he saw that there were so few suitcases, and that they all had wheels, Zhou Yun's interest in watching the fun faded away. When Guixing was done, Zhou Yun turned and left, saying as he walked, "Follow me." Both Fang Ping and Guixing followed him. Guixing glanced at Fang Ping. Seeing that he was empty-handed, he could not help but ask, "You're a new student too?" "Yes." "You didn't bring anything?" "I left them in the guest house." "I see. I should have left them in the guest house too. I wonder if I can bring my snacks in after registration." Guixing was obviously reluctant. Zhou Yun said without turning his head, "There's no restriction. If you want to bring them, come back and get them yourself." It was because the chubby boy could not carry them himself. Otherwise, he could have brought anything he wanted. That's good, that's good. Thank you, senior." Guixing thanked him quickly. Zhou Yun ignored him and walked some distance from the main entrance. Zhou Yun pointed at the first building they entered the school and said, "This is the school archives. Magic City Martial Arts University's founding history and the school's major events are all recorded here. The school archives have 9 floors. New students can go up to the first 3 floors, those below rank 3 can go up to the first 6 floors, and those above rank 3 can go up to the 9th floor." Guixing was shocked. "There's a restriction here too?" He did not expect that there would be a restriction on one's ability to enter the school archives. Zhou Yun pursed his lips and said mildly, "You'll have to get used to this restriction. There are many places in martial arts universities that have restrictions on one's ability. You can go almost anywhere rank 3 and above, but you can't go to places below rank 3. Aspiring martial artists can't go to many places." As he spoke, Zhou Yun asked, "What's your vitality?" 135 calories SOSO. "I'll try to enter rank 1 as a freshman." Guixing was obviously not satisfied. He said in a low voice, "I'm at 135 calories. I should be able to enter rank 1 this semester, right?" 135 cal was not too far from 150 calories. Magic City Martial Arts University was the best martial arts university. How could he not enter rank 1 in half a year? "You'll know when the time comes." Zhou Yun did not explain. It was obvious that the chubby kid had never practiced the methods of honing before. His pole standing was probably not that impressive either. He should have learned it before. After all, he had a rank 1 father. On the other hand, this guy was still thinking about snacks even though he was practicing martial arts. Zhou Yun did not have high hopes for him. Fang Ping did not say anything. Zhou Yun only remembered Fang Ping then. He tilted his head and asked, "What about you?" Fang Ping hesitated. "Should I tell the truth?" After some thought, Fang Ping felt that it was better to keep a low profile. He said softly, 180 calories, Zhou Yun's expression changed. He stopped in his tracks and said after a while, "You're twice honed?" "I guess so. I don't remember your name being twice honed among the new students. I achieved it after testing." "No wonder." Zhou Yun nodded slightly. His tone was slightly friendlier as he said, "There are 1580 new students this time. 52 of them are martial artists. There are even fewer twice honed than martial artists. There are only 9 of them. We have a list of these people. You're not on it. It looks like there are 10 twice honed students." Fang Ping was surprised. That many? Yes, too many. He remembered Wang Jinyang saying that there were not many twice-honed students in Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Magic City Martial Arts University only had new students, but there were already so many. As for the number of martial artists, Fang Ping was not too surprised. There were many martial artist candidates every year. Even in Nanjiang province, there would be 4 or 5 in a year. In the whole country, there would definitely be more than 100. These people were either applying to Magic City Martial Arts University or Capital City Martial Arts University. In reality, 52 was still a small number. Capital City might have more. After all, Nanjiang was not a developed area. Martial arts were not flourishing either. There were already 4 or 5. There were more than 30 provinces in the country. In a metropolis like Magic City, there were even more powerhouses. There should be close to 150 new martial artists in the country, right? There were indeed fewer martial artists in Magic City Martial Arts University. As the two of them chatted, Guoxing asked with a blank expression, "What's twice honed? Also, your vitality is 180 calories?" Guoxing's question made Zhou Yun frown. "Didn't your father tell you?" "No. My dad said that 150 calories vitality is enough to break through and become a martial artist." As Guoxing spoke, he looked at Fang Ping and asked, "Aren't you a martial artist?" He had heard what Zhou Yun said earlier. He was twice honed, not a martial artist, but his vitality had reached 180 calories. Guoxing felt that he had been bewildered. Zhou Yun shook his head. Either Fatty's father did not know, or he did not tell his son to avoid hurting him. It was normal for casual martial artists not to know about twice honing. In martial arts training classes, as long as you reached 150 calories vitality, you would break through. Who cared if you could continue to nurture your vitality? The purpose of martial arts training classes was to produce martial artists. Everything else had nothing to do with them. If you knew, then so be it. If you did not know, then so be it. Fang Ping smiled at the little fatty's question. You can continue to nurture your vitality above 150 calories. When you reach 150 calories, your body goes through the first bone honing. At 180 calories, you go through the second bone honing. Is that so? Guoxing looked confused. Then we all have to reach 180 calories to break through? No wonder Senior said I might not become a martial artist in my freshman year. The corner of Zhou Yun's eye twitched. You want to twice hone? He was talking about breaking through normally. He could not be bothered to explain to this guy. Sooner or later, he would know how ridiculous his words were. As for Fang Ping, Zhou Yun led the way. He was no longer ignoring him like before. Zhou Yun brought them around in a big circle, introducing them to some of the school's buildings along the way. Half an hour later, he brought the two of them to the reception. Even so, they had only toured a small part of the school. It was not easy to tour a school of 30,000 mu. When they arrived at the reception, there was no difference from the last time Fang Ping came. This time, the new students were assigned to their dormitories, so there were many people there. There was more than one staff member. More than a dozen registration counters were all working. The woman Fang Ping met last time was also busy registering students and distributing keys. At that moment, the woman had just finished registering someone. She raised her head and moved. She spotted Fong Ping immediately and greeted him with a smile. "Student Fong Ping, come here." Zhou Yun was stunned. He turned his head to look at Fong Ping and asked softly, "You know someone?" "I came to school early. It was this auntie who helped me stay in the school hotel last time." "Oh, it's good to know someone. You don't have to wait in line." Zhou Yun was happy to hear that. He led Fong Ping and Guoxing toward the hotel. "Instructor, don't we have to wait in line? It should be my turn, right?" A new student in front of the woman could not help but ask when Fong Ping and the others arrived. The woman glanced at the senior student beside him. The boy who was leading the way smiled and said, 138 calories. The woman understood and said lightly, "According to the school's rules, powerhouses go first." "Ah?" The new student was stunned. He did not expect such a reply. The woman ignored him. It was true that MCMAU students were geniuses. A vitality of 138 calories would make them geniuses among geniuses in normal martial arts universities. However, in Magic City Martial Arts University, there were many martial artist students. Who cared about these people? Not everyone needed to be courteous and flatter. So what if these students were not satisfied? This was not the woman's nonsense. This was the school's rules. Powerhouses go first. If he was unhappy, he would work hard to increase his vitality and break through ranks. If he really wanted to argue with a woman at the reception, this kind of person would not go far. The woman was not afraid of this kind of student. She did not care about the new student's mood. When Fong Ping came over, the woman said with a smile, "Student Fong Ping, did you like the hotel? If you're not satisfied, we accept complaints here." "Thank you, auntie. I'm very satisfied. I don't want to leave." "That's good." The woman smiled again and said, "I helped you take a look before. The dormitory allocation is not bad, so I didn't change it." As she spoke, she did not need to check her ID and acceptance letter like everyone else. Instead, she entered her information directly into the computer. Soon, the woman handed over a key and said, "New Students Area 1, number 86. Fong Ping hurriedly took the key, but he was a little confused. Magic City Martial Arts University's dormitory allocation seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Beside him, Zhou Yun said enviously, "You're directly assigned to the first zone. I remember when I first came last year, I was assigned to the 6th zone." The woman curled her lips and said, "You're already a senior, do you still need me to teach you? The more capable you are, the more you'll be treated. Isn't it only right that student Fong Ping is assigned to the same zone?" Zhou Yun didn't get angry. He smiled and nodded. "That's true. Auntie Zhang, can you help me with this new student as well?" As he spoke, he pointed at Guoxing, who was still in a daze. The woman didn't refuse. She took the fatty's ID and acceptance letter and keyed in the information. Then, he pursed his lips and said, "Zone 1, Room 199. TSK TSK, Zhou Yun clicked his tongue and turned to look at Guoxing. He smiled faintly and said, "How much money did your old man stuff in?" Guoxing's face flushed red. He said softly, "No, isn't this the normal allocation?" "Ha ha ha," Zhou Yun laughed. A few of the senior students beside him couldn't help but laugh too. Before Zhou Yun could speak, someone laughed and said, "Zone 1 has a total of 200 rooms. The first 100 rooms are allocated based on admission results. The next 100 rooms are allocated based on sponsorship. Do you know what sponsorship money is? I'm willing to bet that your family has sponsored at least 200,000. 200,000? I don't think his vitality is high. It's at least 300,000. Has the price of the houses in Zone 1 gone up?" Many of the senior students began to discuss unscrupulously, and the little fatty's face had long since turned red from embarrassment. It was bad enough that he went through the back door, but it had been discovered, and everyone knew about it. The woman saw them joking and said impatiently, "What are you arguing about? Money is also a resource. What's wrong with making use of resources? Besides, the sponsorship money is used on you guys in the end. This is called balancing the rich and the poor. How else would the poor students get their resources?" When she said that, everyone stopped laughing. MCMAU might be very realistic and snobbish, but it was relatively fair to its students. If you had the ability, you would get the resources. If you had no ability, they would try not to let you fall behind too much. Money could be spent on dormitory allocation. It was normal to start with 200,000. Room 100 was sponsored more than 20 million every year, sometimes as high as 40 to 50 million. What was the money used for? Just like the woman said, if it was used on MCMAU students, the school would not take the money because the school was not short of it. Of course, tens of millions was very little to martial artists, and it was even less for the average person. However, this was also a gesture to tell the rich kids that they could spend money in exchange for better treatment than others. It also told the poor students that the school would not take the money. As long as they worked hard, the money would be theirs. So what if they lived a little worse? As long as their ability improved, they could have everything. Therefore, everyone laughed and did not take it seriously when these rich kids went through the back door and used sponsorship money to get a better living environment. Some things, as long as it was done openly and transparently, the students would have a balance in their hearts. If it was done behind the scenes, people like Guoxing living in Zone 1 would have caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Zhou Yun did not tease Guoxing anymore. He got the key and said immediately, "Let's go. I'll show you around the dormitory. There's nothing else for me to do. The school will make arrangements. Auntie, I'll leave first. I'll come see you when I'm free." Fang Ping greeted the woman. Regardless of whether the woman thought highly of him because of his ability, she was very friendly to him. The woman smiled and nodded. She did not exchange pleasantries and continued to register the others. After Fang Ping and the others had left, the student who registered after Fang Ping asked unwillingly, "Teacher, how high was that student's vitality?" Even if he acknowledged that powerhouses were prioritized, he did not know Fang Ping's situation at all. Of course, he was not satisfied. Twice honed. The woman did not even raise her head. She said quickly, "Zone 3, room 268. The student who asked the question was no longer in the mood to listen to his dormitory allocation. He actually knew about twice honing, unlike Guoxing who knew nothing. He did not know how to be considered twice honed, but he knew that he had to break through 150 calories and above. MCMAU was indeed a place where geniuses gathered. It was easy to meet a genius who broke through 150 calories. The student was no longer dissatisfied. He knew how difficult it was to achieve a vitality of 138 calories. If the other party could achieve 150 calories and above, it did not matter if he was a genius or had a good family background. There was no need to be dissatisfied. "Senior Zhou, are there any differences in the dormitory allocation?" After exiting the reception area, Fang Ping started asking questions as they walked. The new students' dormitory area is divided into 4 zones. Each zone has 200 suites. Zone 1 has a single room, Zone 2 has 2 people in a room, Zone 3 has 3 people in a room, and Zone 4 has 4 people in a room. It can accommodate 2,000 people in total. Each zone will have some empty rooms for later allocation. You'll be assigned to Zone 1, which is a single room. A single room, Fang Ping was speechless. MCMAU was really rich. They had provided 800 rooms for just over 1,000 students. Zhou Yun smiled faintly. "It's normal. It doesn't cost much to build a house. Also, MCMAU students have land developers who help the school build houses for free. As for the boundaries, MCMAU is 30,000 mu in size. There are only about 6,000 students. Do you think there's a shortage of space?" They did not lack money or space. The houses were all built for free. If it were not to make the students feel inferior, it would not be a problem for all of them to be single rooms. The reason they did not do this was to motivate the students to improve themselves. The dormitory area was located on the east side of the school. It was not only the new students' area but also the dormitories of the other years. The moment they walked into the dormitory area, Fang Ping realized that his standards were too low. This was not the dormitory area he had imagined. It was a beautiful, high-end villa area. There were no high-rise dormitory buildings. They were all 2- or 3-story townhouses. On both sides of the road, there were lush trees and lush flowers. The terraced houses were built around a man-made lake, forming a circle. Fang Ping was speechless. Guixing was also dumbfounded. It feels similar to my home. The school is so rich, judging from his tone, Fatty's family was obviously rich too. That was normal. To sponsor a dormitory with 2 or 300,000, one would not be able to do so without money. Zhou Yun was satisfied with their shock. He smiled. Martial artists sometimes lead very depressing lives. If even their dormitories are cramped, they'll go crazy sooner or later. The school gives us such a dormitory environment to help us adjust our mentality and emotions. Of course, only MCMAU can do this. Even Capital City Martial Arts University is not as generous as us. Zhou Yun was obviously very proud of MCMAU. When he mentioned Capital City Martial Arts University, he tried his best to belittle them, even though he was not disdainful. As he spoke, Zhou Yun and the others walked toward the new students' area. The new students' area was located in the southeast corner of the dormitory area. The other areas were very quiet and had very few people, but the new students' area was crowded. Along the way, Fang Ping and the others met other new students who were also there to report. However, they were not familiar with each other. Unless they met a senior student that Zhou Yun was familiar with, no one chatted with each other. A few minutes later, Fang Ping reached his room. Area 1, Room 86. Room 86 was on the second floor. The new students' area was a 2-story row of rooms. The first 100 were upstairs, and the ones below were 101 to 200. The overall layout was still in the form of university dormitories and hotel rooms. There was a passageway with 50 rooms on each side. Fang Ping's room was room 85 and 87 on the left and room 15 on the opposite side. At this moment, some of the other rooms were occupied, and some were not. The rooms around Fang Ping were very quiet. No one should have arrived yet. When he opened the room, Fang Ping could not be bothered to be shocked. Although it was called a room, it was actually a complete high-end, well-furnished room. There was a bedroom, a living room, a training room, a study, a bathroom, and even a kitchen. Fang Ping roughly estimated that the entire room was not smaller than 120 square meters. This was a house for one person, it was just a new student's dormitory. MCMAU could no longer be described as rich and imposing. If the other areas had this layout, even if it was area 4 with 4 people, the living environment would not be bad. Families with 5 or 6 people would be squeezed into a house that was less than 100 square meters. In the room, there was a bed, a cabinet, a sofa. All of these things were present. It was also very clean. The only thing lacking was some daily necessities, which the students had to buy themselves. Fang Ping could not help but think about how his parents were worried about his food and accommodation, and how they urged him to unite his roommates. "Do I have roommates?" Fang Ping complained. "I'm the only one in this room. I don't have any roommates. I wonder if the people next door count." After looking around the room, Fang Ping did not care anymore. Zhou Yun walked him downstairs and left, but before he left, he gave each of them a schedule for the following days. The new students would report in the morning. They would be given a certain amount of time to buy daily necessities and say goodbye to their parents. At 3 p.m., everyone would gather at Field 1. There were 7 or 8 fields in MCMAU. Fang Ping did not look at the map carefully. There was only one task today. Gather. At 8 a.m. the next day, everyone would gather at the building of practical training. Fang Ping knew that this was for the school assignment. After that, there were no other arrangements. They would wait for the assignment to be completed before making arrangements. It was a very simple schedule. Buy some daily necessities. Also, go to the hotel and bring your luggage here. The school's living environment was not bad. It was also convenient on campus, so Fang Ping did not plan to continue staying at the hotel. Right, I seem to have forgotten something? Fang Ping suddenly remembered something. After a while, he mumbled, "Don't I have to pay school fees?" He remembered that the admission notice did not mention that it was free. If he remembered correctly, there was a 10,000 registration fee. Why did he not pay this time? Fang Ping shook his head and did not care anymore. If they did not want to pay, then so be it. Maybe MCMAU did not care about this small amount of fees and did not want them. Fang Ping was about to go out to buy daily necessities when there was a knock on his door. "Is anyone there?" I'm from the dorm next door. Obviously, someone had already settled in and was coming out to meet the new students. Although the school had not been assigned and the class instructors had not been assigned, the possibility of being assigned to the first 100 rooms in Zone 1 was very high. The first 100 rooms were based on the admission results. Fang Ping was able to enter the first 100 rooms because of his 149 calories vitality. Fang Ping even suspected that the school already knew that he was twice honed, which was why they had arranged for him to enter the first 100 rooms. Otherwise, although his vitality was not low, his results in cultural studies and general studies were average. There were 52 martial artists in Magic City Martial Arts University. 9 of them were twice honed and had a vitality of more than 150 calories. Were there no twice honed students? Based on the exam results, there was no way he could enter the top 100. As soon as the door opened, Fang Ping had the urge to punch someone. A handsome guy stood outside the door. He was not the fair-skinned type, but the kind of handsome that was full of energy and vitality. "Hello, classmate. I'm Fu Chongding from the room opposite yours. I hope I'm not disturbing you?" Fu Chongding spoke energetically, a bright smile on his face the whole time. Fang Ping felt that he should be an endorser for a toothpaste commercial with his white teeth. Fang Ping glanced at him. He looked at his face first, then frowned slightly. "Room 15? Yes, I just arrived too. Classmate, I haven't asked your name yet." Fu Chongding's smile did not falter. "Fang Ping." Fang Ping introduced himself, then stepped aside and said, "Come in and we'll talk." "Sorry to disturb you." Fu Chongding was very gentlemanly. He smiled politely and stepped into the room. The rooms were all the same, so there was nothing to see. When Fang Ping invited him to sit, Fu Chongding smiled. "Fang Ping, where are you from? From your accent, you seem to be from Nanjiang, right?" "Yes, I'm from Sun City, Nanjiang. What about you?" "I'm from Capital City." Before Fang Ping could ask, Fu Chongding said, "Capital City Martial Arts University is too close to my home, so I came to Magic City Martial Arts University." As he said that, Fu Chongding smiled. "Sun City, Nanjiang. I think I've heard of it once, right? You know Wang Jinyang. That should be his name, right? Do you know him?" Fang Ping was a little surprised. Was Old Wang that famous? Old Wang had just broken through to rank 3. In Magic City and Capital City, there should be many rank 3 students, right? Nanjiang was just an underdeveloped province. How did Old Wang get so famous? After some thought, Fang Ping nodded. "Yes, I do. He's from my high school, 1 year ahead of me." "You really know each other?" "That's right, Sun City isn't that big. It's normal for you to know each other. Geniuses knew other geniuses. That was normal." Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, "You know Wang Jinyang too?" "I've heard of him." Fu Chongding finally found a topic. He said with a smile, "Your high school senior has been in the limelight recently. He just broke through to rank 3 not long ago and has been testing his saber everywhere." "Testing his saber? You don't know?" Fu Chongding was a little surprised. He could not tell Fang Ping's vitality at the moment, but if he stayed in room 86, he would at least be at the level of a twice honed. Fu Chongding even felt that this fellow's vitality was higher than he had imagined. How could such a person have no background? How could he not know about this when he left Sun City with Wang Jinyang? Also, Sun City wasn't that big, so why were there so many monsters here? Could it be that there was another grandmaster hidden in Sun City? Fu Chongding had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he knew that it was not a good idea to speak too deeply with a mere acquaintance, so he did not ask. Instead, he took the initiative to explain. Wang Jinyang might have completed honing his torso bones. He might be trying to break through to rank 4. However, he had broken through too quickly. The students of Nanjiang Martial Arts University were no longer able to give him any pressure. Since the beginning of August, Wang Jinyang had been traveling around with his saber, challenging some peak rank 3 martial artists. A few days ago, Wang Jinyang happened to go to Capital City. Of course, I didn't go to see it. At that time I was preparing to come to Shanghai to register. He went to the capital? Yeah. Although rank 3 martial artists aren't considered too strong in capital city, they're not weak either. When he first arrived in capital city, he challenged 8 martial arts training classes in one day. These martial arts training classes all have middle-ranked martial artists in charge, and many of them are peak rank 3 martial artists. Also, martial arts training classes are usually set up by large corporations, government agencies, and martial arts universities. Wang Jinyang was very courageous. He challenged their martial arts training classes first. After that, the people behind these classes will definitely not let it go. Middle-ranked martial artists won't make a move, but the powerhouses among the peak rank 3 martial artists will definitely make a move. He challenged 8 martial arts training classes in one day. What could Fang Ping say? There was nothing he could say. Damn it, old Wang was amazing. Also, how long had it been since he broke through to rank 3? In mid-April, old Wang broke through to rank 3, and it was only September now. Breaking through to rank 4 from rank 3 was definitely a big hurdle, the kind that was very, very big. However, old Wang was now traveling around, challenging powerhouses to pressure Fang Ping. Obviously, he was facing a bottleneck and was looking for a breakthrough. It had only been 5 months, and Fang Ping could not help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. He's not in danger, is he? Fang Ping could not help but ask. Fu Chongding looked at him deeply and smiled. He's not in great danger, but he's embarrassed all the major forces. The peak rank 3 powerhouses will keep making a move. Unless he can defeat all the rank 3 powerhouses, he'll definitely suffer if he loses. However, I have to say that people like Wang Jinyang are also a role model for our generation. He was born ordinary, and the martial arts university he went to was also an ordinary martial arts university. He was able to become rank 3 in his freshman year, start challenging powerhouses everywhere in his sophomore year, and push his way north. Just talking about it is inspiring. It is inspiring. It's a pity he didn't come to the south. Before Fang Ping could finish, Fu Chongding laughed and said, "It's not like he hasn't been to the south before. I heard people say that he came to Magic City when he was peak rank 1 and defeated all the rank 1 students in Magic City. A rank 2 from East Sino Nation Normal University made a move, and in the end, he was disgraced and defeated. The other schools did not dare to let their rank 2 fight and embarrass themselves. It was not until he came to Magic City Martial Arts University that a rank 2 student made a move and injured him. Defeating all the rank 1 students in Magic City shows how domineering he is." Domineering? Fang Ping found it hard to associate the soft-spoken old Wang with domineering. It was also hard to imagine that he had defeated all the rank 1 martial artists in Magic City. His impression of old Wang was not weak, and he was a genius, but that was only relative to Nanjiang, not the whole of Sino Nation. However, he had defeated Magic City first, and now he was heading north, preparing to defeat all the rank 3 martial artists in the north. Was this something that could be described with just a little fame in Nanjiang? Fang Ping was deeply shocked. The scene of old Wang carrying a saber and pushing his way through appeared in his mind, and he could not help but feel his blood boil. Fu Chongding had been paying attention to Fang Ping. When he felt his vitality fluctuate, his pupils shrank slightly, twice honed, no, maybe even higher, 3 honed. Maybe not thrice honed, but he was definitely close to it. How did 2 young monsters come out of a rundown place like Sun City? Very quickly, Fang Ping calmed his vitality. He raised his head to look at Fu Chongding and smiled. "Classmate Fu, don't call me that. We're all classmates and neighbors. If it was a normal university, you could call me Old Fu, Old Chong, or Old Ding. Me? Old Elder? Old Ding?" The corners of Fang Ping's eyes twitched. He laughed dryly. "I'll call you Chong Ding then. You must be a martial artist now, right?" Fu Chongding did not deny it. He smiled brightly. "I'm a martial artist, but being a martial artist doesn't mean anything. I may be rank 1, but if we were to fight, I might not be stronger than you, Fang Ping. You're too humble." "What am I? I'm not even a martial artist, Fang Ping, let's not be humble." Fu Chongding suddenly laughed. "Now that we've entered a martial arts university, there's no need to hide it. This is just the beginning. There's not much meaning in differentiating between the strong and the weak. I'm here to see my new neighbor, and also to see how everyone is doing. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Originally, I was a little proud, but now I realized that I was just a frog in a well. You should know about the afternoon gathering, right? I know. Fang Ping nodded. He could tell that Fu Changding knew more than he did. He could not help but ask, the gathering is to give a speech to the new students? Or is it the start of term ceremony? Both, and neither. Fu Changding smiled. He was not in a hurry to continue. Instead, he glanced at the room and smiled. You didn't prepare any water? Let's go. I see that you haven't bought anything yet. Let's talk as we walk. I'll buy something too. He did not want to get to know the other students. There was a student in room 86 whose vitality was higher than the average twice-honed. Geniuses were not everywhere. It was enough for him to get to know Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not refuse. He closed the door and walked out with Fu Changding. As they walked, Fu Changding said, the afternoon gathering can be considered as a demonstration of our strength. Tomorrow, we'll enter the building of practical training and start choosing schools. Once we enter the building, though, everyone has to understand who they can and can't offend. The afternoon is the time for us to get to know each other. It's also the time for the instructors to observe how the students are doing, which students they're optimistic about, and who to focus on the next day. Everyone will be prepared today. Tomorrow, more than 1,000 people will be in the building. Even if there are surveillance cameras to observe, we still have to find good seedlings. So, during the afternoon gathering, show your strength to the fullest. Now is not the time to hide. A good instructor can save us a lot of time and energy. Fang Ping understood now. Simply put, they would pick out some of the best students in the afternoon. These people would be the focus of observation. Tomorrow, the instructors would observe them in depth. They would be able to see who had the talent to manage a team and who had the strongest combat ability. They would leave one night for everyone to prepare. This was probably a test of the students' ability to organize and judge. Whether someone would be able to organize a team of 10 or even 100 people in one night was a test of their ability. Judging who they could offend and who they could not offend was also very important. Li Xianxia said that there were 400 people, so there was no need for everyone to fight. However, if they did not show their strength, how would they be valued by the instructors? Fang Ping was almost certain that someone would challenge opponents of the same strength tomorrow. The choice of opponent would depend on their judgment. Defeating someone of the same strength would definitely be a bonus. If they stayed in the building and did not move just to secure a spot, even if they entered the school of weaponry, they would not be outstanding. After walking and chatting with Fu Changding, the two of them arrived at the school supermarket. Although it was called the school supermarket, it was bigger than the hypermarkets outside. It was not too expensive either. After chatting with Fang Ping along the way, Fu Changding felt that they were familiar with each other. He smiled and said, Fang Ping, are you interested in going all out tomorrow? What do you mean? This time, there are 52 rank 1 martial artists and 9 twice-honed potential martial artists. Of course, there might be people who broke through during the summer break. But there won't be too many. After all, coming to the school saves a lot of resources. Those who have twice-honed can be considered to have just entered rank 1, right? 70 rank 1 martial artists. There are so many rank 1 martial artists. It's not good to not stand out. Opportunities only favor the strong and those who are prepared. Fang Ping asked in a low voice as he picked something, what do you plan to do? I think my strength is passable, and my combat ability is not bad. Not all martial artists can fight. What about you? I'm alright. I haven't really fought before, so I'm not sure. You've cultivated combat techniques? Yes. Then there's no problem. Most of these people don't cultivate combat techniques in order to break through as martial artists. After all, the early stage is for the sake of entering the university, not for actual combat. Fu Changding knew that Fang Ping had cultivated combat techniques and was very satisfied. He said softly, how about we team up tomorrow and challenge this group of martial artists? One for you, one for me. We'll take turns. Fu Changding was very confident. He smiled and said, one person won't do. Even if we all fight one-on-one, our vitality won't be able to recover and we won't be able to hold on. If it's 2 people, it'll be no problem. We'll go round by round and defeat all of them. Even if we lose in the end, we'll be famous. We won't have to worry about the instructors looking down on us. Let me tell you, the difference in strength between MCMAU's instructors is huge. I don't care about rank 4 or rank 5. I want at least rank 6. There are strong and weak rank 6 instructors too. Some instructors are close to Grandmaster. If these peak master martial artists look up to you, you'll be shocked by the benefits. Fu Chongding said it casually, but Fong Ping was surprised. Just the 2 of us? Yes. Who asked me to look up to you first? Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could it not be so ambiguous? After thinking for a moment, Fong Ping asked, do you know about the other martial artist students? No need. Rank 1 martial artists are just SOSO at most. I'll be honest. I'm a twice-honed rank 1, and now my right leg has been honed. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have dared to talk to anyone about this. A twice-honed right leg honed. Such a person had the right to be proud. A twice-honed vitality would increase, which meant that one's explosive endurance was strong. Also, the bones in his body had been honed twice. His endurance and resistance were stronger than the average martial artists. The leg bones were more lethal than the hand bones. This way, if Fu Chongding's combat techniques were not weak and his strength was extremely strong, he would have no problem beating up a casual rank 2 martial artist. Fong Ping looked at him. After a while, he asked, how's your recovery? Pills. I brought 3 rank 1 vitality pills. I'll finish them. Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down? Room 86. This means that I wasn't too strong during the assessment, but now I can't tell how strong I am. I'm willing to take a gamble. Okay. This time, it was Fu Chongding's turn to be stunned. He laughed and said, looks like you're stronger and more confident than I thought. So, it's a deal? What if we get surrounded? No way. Everyone's proud. Martial artists aren't easy to organize. At most, there'll be 3 to 5 people in a group. If there's such a group, we'll beat them up together. Do you want to find 2 more people? No need. 2 people are enough. How can we show how special we are if there are more people? If it weren't for the fact that I don't have time to rest, it'd be better if I could take the lead alone. Fong Ping did not ask any more questions. After buying the items, he smiled faintly. Let's give it a try then. I hope you're stronger than I thought. 70 people. Taking turns will kill you. Since he and Fu Chongding had agreed to do something big together, the 2 of them had become much closer. After putting the things they bought back into the dormitory, the 2 of them went downstairs to the cafeteria without knocking on the doors of other rooms. Magic City Martial Arts University had many cafeterias. There were 3 in the dormitory area alone. Fong Ping was a newbie. His understanding of MCMAU was limited. Although Fu Chongding was also a new student, he knew a lot of things. On the way to the cafeteria, he explained, in MCMAU, accommodation is free. Food is free too. These things are not worth much. MCMAU tries its best to let the students eat well and live well. Of course, these are free because the cost is low. In MCMAU, things that did not cost money were not expensive, but things that did cost money were frighteningly expensive. Elixirs, cultivation techniques, and weapons all require a fee. Of course, it doesn't have to be money. Academic credits will do as well. When Fong Ping heard this, he asked, do I have to pay for school fees? Fu Chongding did not expect Fong Ping to care about this. He smiled and said, I'll take them in, but I'll have to wait until I've chosen my school. Each academy charges different fees, but they're all about the same, so it's not a big deal. Oh. As they spoke, the 2 of them arrived at the second canteen. MCMAU's cafeteria was also very luxurious. The layout was similar to that of the Magic Martial Hotel's dining hall. It was not the kind of simple 4-seater tables with chairs. However, there was no waiter for you to order. Instead, it adopted a self-service mode and you could order your own food. The food was good, meat and vegetables were matched, and the aroma of the bone soup could be smelled from afar. There were also fruits and milk that could be freely used. Fu Chongding explained to Fang Ping as he picked up the dishes, "These are just normal ingredients. They don't have much effect on replenishing vitality. They can only satisfy your appetite." Every cafeteria had a second floor. The second floor was a place where one could order food, including some medicinal cuisine that was very helpful in replenishing one's qi and blood. If the conditions allow it, it would be better for us to eat on the second floor. Even if a martial artist did not fight, they would expend a great deal of qi and blood during normal cultivation. It was impossible to use medicinal pills to recover every time. Most of the time, he used ingredients to supplement himself. Fang Ping suspected that Fu Chongding would have gone to the second floor if he had not ordered the dishes as soon as he entered. With one look, one could tell that this fellow did not come from an ordinary family. Of course, this was also nonsense. A twice-honed martial artist did not use any school resources. Even if the cost was not in the tens of millions, it would still be in the millions. Money was not the key. To be able to become a rank 1 martial artist, there would usually be a rank 4 or above martial artist in their family. Therefore, none of the new martial artists were easy to deal with. The two of them got their food and picked an inconspicuous place to sit down. Fu Chongding was not in the mood to eat. He looked around and sighed after a while. "There's actually another reason why I'm not going to Capital City Martial Arts University." He had long heard that there were many beauties in the South. But up until now, I haven't seen many girls, and all I've seen are, sigh. Fu Chongding was a little disappointed. It was not that there were no girls in the cafeteria, but there were not many of them. After looking around, there were barely any that caught his eye. "Looks like I can only wait for the afternoon assembly." After all, only a few people come to the cafeteria to eat now. After interacting with Fu Chongding for a while, Fang Ping realized that the latter was a little talkative. He was the only one talking, regardless of whether you responded or not. At first glance, he thought that he was an elegant young master. Now that he looked at it, it was true that his family background was not bad, but he was clearly not reserved. Of course, it also depended on the person. Soon, Fang Ping found out that Fu Chongding was not just a chatterbox. When he returned to the dormitory after eating, the door to room 85 was open. As his next-door neighbor, Fang Ping passed by and stood in the corridor to greet him. After a brief conversation with the slightly effeminate guy, he found out his name, Cui Jiayun. The other party was not too enthusiastic and was rather calm. Fang Ping said a few words and did not say anything else. Fu Chongding, who had been extremely enthusiastic to Fang Ping, also introduced himself mildly before remaining silent. He was enthusiastic to Fang Ping because he did not see through him at first glance. Cui Jiayun, on the other hand, was seen through immediately. His vitality should have exceeded 150 calories, but it was definitely not at 180 calories. It was hard to say if someone who was not twice honed could achieve that. An aspiring martial artist like this was very far away from Fu Chongding. The other party was not too enthusiastic, so naturally, Fu Chongding would not say much. 2:30 p.m. Fang Ping was tidying up his room when Fu Chongding's voice came from outside the door. "Fang Ping, it's time to assemble." "Coming." Fang Ping answered. He tidied up, opened the door, and walked out. At that moment, Fu Chongding was not the only one in the corridor. There were 100 students living upstairs, and many of them had left their rooms. They did not interact much. At most, they would gather and chat with the 2 or 3 people next door like Fu Chongding and Fang Ping. It was the first day of school, and no one was prepared, so it was impossible to make friends. Fang Ping had just come out when he heard a loud laugh from his right. "Fu Chongding, what a coincidence. You're here too." Fang Ping turned his head and saw a well-built, tall boy staring at Fu Chongding. From the tone of his voice, it did not seem like it was between friends. Fu Chongding did not seem surprised. He already knew that this person was at Magic City Martial Arts University. He tilted his head and smiled faintly. "Tang Song Ting, you didn't go to Capital City Martial Arts University, but came to Magic City Martial Arts University to be tortured?" "Haha, it's not up to you, Fu Chongding, to decide whether I'm tortured or not. Tang Songting huffed lightly and said in an unfriendly tone, "It's good that you came to Magic City Martial Arts University. I was afraid you wouldn't come. You sure talk big." Fu Chongding snorted and ignored him. He tilted his head and said to Fang Ping, "I'm a high school classmate. He's been suppressed by me for 3 years. He thinks he can turn things around just because he scored a few more points than me in his cultural studies during the Gaokao. Isn't that funny?" He did not wait for Fang Ping to reply. He strode forward and said, "Let's go. This kind of person becomes arrogant once he succeeds. There's no need to pay attention to him." His voice was not soft. It was obvious that Fu Chongding did not intend to say it as a private matter. Tang Songting, who was nearby, heard it too. His expression changed. He and Fu Chongding attended the same high school, which was also one of the most famous high schools in capital city. Fu Chongding was not lying when he said that he had suppressed him for 3 years. Capital city's high schools were different from Sun City No. 1 high school. The pressure of competition there was higher, and there were all kinds of pills as rewards. There was also a professional martial arts class. There were monthly assessments, and if the results were good, the rewards were generous. Tang Songting and Fu Chongding were the best of the best. Both of them had fallen out many times over the pills. They had really fallen out. Even for families like theirs, the rewards from the school were worth fighting for. The fact that Fu Chongding could become a rank 1 martial artist at this age, and a twice-honed martial artist at that, had a lot to do with the rewards from the high school. Tang Songting was slightly weaker than Fu Chongding, but during the Gaokao, he did better than Fu Chongding in his cultural studies and general studies. He was assigned room number 8, which was much closer to the front than Fu Chongding. Even so, Tang Songting did not think that he could suppress Fu Chongding. He might lose, but he would not lose. Seeing Fu Chongding walk past him without even looking at him, Tang Songting snorted coldly. "We'll see. I'll wait for you." Fu Chongding did not care about him at all. During the Gaokao, he had just become a martial artist and had not honed his bones. During the holidays, he had finished honing his right leg, and his left leg was almost there. As for Tang Songting, in order to become a martial artist, he had broken through in a hurry before he had reached twice honing. Even if he had also finished honing a limb, Fu Chongding would not take it too seriously. In fact, among the 52 martial artists in MCMAU this time, there were no more than 10 who were twice honed. That was for sure. Maybe even fewer, there were also very few who had completed the honing of a limb after twice honing. Fu Chongding was not afraid of anyone. The others heard the tense conversation between the two, but no one expressed their opinion. They were just there to watch the show and to keep an eye on Fu Chongding and Tang Songting. These two, one in room number 8 and the other in room number 15, were both martial artists. There was not much difference between the first 50 rooms. Everyone was a martial artist, and the exam did not test them on actual combat. The actual allocation of rooms was based on the results of cultural studies and other aspects, which did not mean much. Martial artists who scored high in cultural studies would be ranked higher. The students in room number 1 might not be stronger than the students in room number 50 in actual combat. After number 50, there were also martial artists and twice-honed students. However, these people had either broken through to martial artist not long ago, or they had not broken through to twice-honed. Although their status was similar to that of martial artists, they were still slightly weaker than martial artists in a real fight. Among the group of geniuses, everyone naturally paid attention to those who were more talented. Fang Ping stayed in room number 86, which was near the back, so not many people paid attention to him. There was no point in being high profile at this time. Other than wasting time with words, there was no benefit. If they really wanted to show off, they should be in front of the instructors and school leaders. These people controlled the school's allocation of resources and could benefit from them. There were no idiots among MCMAU students, and Tang Songting was no exception. He had provoked Fu Chongding out of habit. He and Fu Chongding had been enemies for years, and he could not help himself when he saw him. After Fu Chongding left, Tang Songting did not say anything and walked downstairs quietly. The others saw that there was no more drama to watch, so they all walked toward Field 1. Field 1. MCMAU's field was huge, and there were spectator seats. Fong Ping and the other new students had not arrived yet, but there were already many people in the spectator seats. There were teachers and students. As the new students arrived in twos and threes, someone in the spectator seats laughed softly. Last year, we were treated like monkeys. This year, we finally got to enjoy watching a monkey show. It's not bad. Shut up, you. Keep an eye out for good seedlings among the new students. See if you can recruit them into the club. The person who spoke earlier pursed his lips and pointed to a few people not far away. The people from the Martial Arts Society are here too. We won't get the good seedlings. They'll pick the leftovers. At the mention of the Martial Arts Society, everyone fell silent. Their gazes could not help but turn to the few people not far away. Not far away. Qin Fengqing was a little impatient. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. I'm honing my torso. Can't you just recruit new students? Why must I do it? Is the president afraid that I'll finish honing my torso and challenge his position? Is he purposely interrupting my honing? Sitting next to him was a pretty girl. She chuckled when she heard what he said. Tell that to the president. I asked you to come because you're the only one of the vice presidents in school. Most of the other rank 3 members aren't in school either. You've just finished your mission. You should rest for a few days. Don't cultivate all day. That's not good. Nonsense. Qin Fengqing scolded. His tone was slightly irritated. I think the president is just jealous of me. If you say so. But the president has already achieved rank 4. Are you sure the president is afraid of you? Rank 4, Qin Fengqing pouted and muttered, what's so great about rank 4? I'll achieve rank 4 soon too. Pfft. Qin Fengqing did not argue with her. His tone was still irritated. Do you know about Wang Jinyang? At the mention of Wang Jinyang, the few people from the Martial Arts Society fell silent. The girl who spoke earlier gritted her teeth and said impatiently, I know. That bastard is very arrogant now, it's best if I don't meet him. Qin Fengqing said irritably, don't brag. Don't think that he won't beat you up just because you're a woman. It's like you weren't the one who was beaten black and blue last time. Motherf asterisk cur, I was preparing to find him after I finished honing my torso. Now that guy is sweeping through the rank 3 martial artists in the north, the president is still looking for something for me to do. If I have the ability, I'll beat up Wang first and then kill the president. Cough, 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 the few people beside him coughed hurriedly, reminding old Qin not to talk nonsense. Wang Jinyang was a public enemy. It was fine if he said it. The president was a middle-ranked martial artist and the big brother of the Martial Arts Society. If the president found out, he would definitely teach Qin Fengqing a lesson in the name of learning from each other. Meanwhile, the girl who was exposed glared at him and said angrily, I'll definitely tell the president about this. Go ahead. You only know how to suck up to the president. If you weren't having an affair with the president, I'd beat you up until your face is swollen, Qin Fengqing. The girl was angry and anxious. She said shyly, who's having an affair with the president? Qin Fengqing curled his lips and said, do you really think I'm blind? TSK, I saw through the two of them flirting with each other. I don't know what's wrong with your eyes. How could you like someone as ugly as the president? Isn't he just a rank 4? Even a rank 4 can't deny the fact that he's ugly. You can't find a good-looking guy, you just have to find an ugly one, shut up. The one who said this was not the girl, nor was it anyone else. It was definitely not the president they were talking about. Instead, it was a female instructor beside him. Seeing that Qin Fengqing's words were getting more and more out of hand, the instructor scolded him and snorted softly. Qin Fengqing, since you're here, just watch quietly. If you say any more nonsense, I'll throw you out. Qin Fengqing looked embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, I'll stop. I didn't see Teacher Min here. If I knew you were here, would I have said this? Everyone knows that Teacher Min has a whole new level of respect for our president. Minyu stared at him dangerously. She said lightly, continue. Cough, cough. I have nothing to say. Qin Fengqing felt a dangerous aura. He quickly sat up straight and said solemnly, "The new students have entered." Seeing that he had changed the topic, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine if old Qin was crazily courting death. If they allowed him to continue, they might be buried with him. Field 1. Students gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Those who came alone were mostly new students from District 1. In the other dormitory areas, groups of 4 were mostly from District 4, and groups of 3 were mostly from District 3. Fang Ping walked around. After a while, he thought of an important question and asked, "How are the girls arranged?" There were only 4 dormitories for new students. "Where did the girls live?" Fu Chongding asked curiously. "You didn't see them?" "What? There are girls in District 1. Fu Chongding was shocked. "What's with that look? Or do these girls look too much like men? Zone 2, Zone 3, and Zone 4 have girls living together. Zone 1 has single rooms, and the girls live alone. Martial arts universities don't differentiate between male and female dormitories. On one hand, there are fewer people, and on the other hand, martial artists don't care about trifles. Sometimes, when there are missions, guys and girls are mixed. Usually, they discuss missions and exchange cultivation experiences. It's more convenient if they're on the same level." Fang Ping was shocked. "Is that so? I really didn't notice. If the girls in District 1 know about this, they'll probably fight you to the death." Fu Chongding was speechless. He had seen girls when he went downstairs earlier, but Fang Ping had not noticed. Although the ones he saw were average, they had breasts. What kind of lousy eyes did Fang Ping have? Fang Ping was slightly embarrassed. He really did not notice. The main reason was that there were too few girls in District 1. Moreover, it was fast to go downstairs from the second floor, so he did not pay attention. When he saw the girls downstairs, he did not expect them to live in District 1 as well. MCMAU really did not care about trifles. They actually mixed guys and girls. Young people at that age were full of hormones. Was it reliable to mix guys and girls? As Fang Ping thought about it, Fu Chongding seemed to read his mind. He chuckled. "It's a test." "What?" "A test of determination. Martial artists need to be able to withstand loneliness. It's not like you haven't cultivated before, so you should understand. Our time is tight. We have the methods of honing, pole standing, combat techniques, and cultural classes. MCMAU's cultural classes are the same as normal universities. Not only do they have them, but they have even more. You can imagine how busy we are and how tight our time is. You still have the mood to talk about love? If you spend too much time on this, you'll fall behind others in the next few years." Did he really think that having a girlfriend would give him motivation? It takes up a lot of your time, and the others are not weaker than you. When you rest, the others are working hard. As time goes on, you will naturally become the last. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Even if the school wants to test us, shouldn't they arrange for some good-looking girls? With the current situation, I'm not in the mood at all. I give it to you. You sure have guts." Most of the girls in District 1 were martial artists. One could imagine how much more effort the girls had put in compared to the boys to become martial artists. These girls were not weak and frail. If Fang Ping dared to tease them like this, he would not be surprised if he met a stronger one and got beaten black and blue. Fu Chongding thought about it and agreed. "That's true. No wonder the school isn't worried about us being obsessed with women. But it's strange. I remember that I know quite a few female geniuses, and they're all quite beautiful. Why haven't I met any of them this time? Female martial artists all came from good families. They ate well and took good care of themselves. There were many beauties in rich families, this was not a lie. Beauties were related to one's innate conditions, as well as their acquired environment. No matter how beautiful a girl was, if she did not have enough to eat and wear warm clothes, her skin would be rough, and her skin would be tanned. If she did not deal with the little pimples in time, after a long time, she would become ugly. Rich families were different. Their temperament, outlook, attire, and diet, all of these would affect them. As long as they had a good foundation, they would not be too ugly, unless their foundation was terrible. Also, rich families would marry beautiful women to improve their genes. After generations, their genes would improve as well. Fang Ping did not comment on Fu Chongding's words. This guy looked impatient earlier. Did he look like someone who had seen beautiful women before? As the two of them chatted, it was already 3 o'clock. On the rostrum, a square-faced middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "Line up." The field was full of students. There were no teachers or seniors to guide them. When the man shouted "line up," everyone was confused at first. Then, they lined up in 2s and 3s. The lines were uneven, and some students were still standing outside the line, chatting. No one reprimanded them, and no one came down to guide them. 3 minutes later. The square-faced man shouted again, "It's time to assemble. 20 credits will be deducted for those who arrive late or do not join the line. Seal the gate." As soon as the words "seal the gate" were said, a few students in training clothes quickly closed the metal mesh gate in front of the field. As for the students who were still outside the line, they all hurriedly ran into the line. At this moment, the square-faced man shouted coldly, "Stay where you are." This shout was accompanied by a suffocating pressure of qi and blood. Field 1 was huge. It was so big that thousands of people only occupied a small space in the middle. The man stood on the rostrum, more than 10 meters away from them. Those at the back were hundreds of meters away from him. Even so, when the man unleashed his vitality, the entire field seemed to be filled with a thick vitality. All the students stopped in their tracks, not daring to move. It was as if they would be smashed to pieces if they moved. So strong. Among the crowd, Fang Ping was secretly shocked. What kind of strength was this? He had seen rank 3 martial artists before. If their vitality outburst could affect the surrounding 10 meters, it would be considered good. He had not seen middle-ranked martial artists before, but according to Fang Ping's analysis, being able to affect 50 meters was already very strong. The effect mentioned here was only when one's vitality was boiling, and one could feel it. This kind of pressure, which could suppress thousands of students at once, was simply unimaginably strong. Fang Ping could even imagine that a powerhouse like this facing a regular army, just the vitality pressure alone would make many people lose their combat effectiveness, not daring to move at all. "Hello, students. Let me introduce myself. I'm Huang Jing, the Dean of the School of Weaponry." The square-faced man did not use a loudspeaker or a microphone, but his words seemed to be spoken right beside everyone's ears. The vice-chancellor is not in school, and the 2 vice-chancellors have important matters to attend to. Today, I'll be hosting the new student ceremony. Fang Ping understood what he meant. Other than the 3 vice-chancellors, the dean of the School of Weaponry had the highest position in MCMAU, possibly in terms of strength. According to Wang Jinyang, MCMAU had a total of 4 Grandmaster powerhouses. Was this dean of the School of Weaponry one of the 4 Grandmaster powerhouses? After all, according to Fang Ping's understanding, the School of Weaponry was MCMAU's most important school. The first thing I want to teach everyone after entering MCMAU is to obey the rules. Assemble at 3, that means 3. There's no room for negotiation. For those who don't show up, those who arrive late, and those who don't line up according to the rules, 20 credits will be deducted. 20 credits. That's killing us. Someone in the crowd discussed in a low voice. It was obvious that they had some understanding of MCMAU's situation. Huang Jing seemed to have heard this too. He said lightly, "Maybe some people don't understand how important MCMAU's credits are. Let me put it simply. In MCMAU, 3 credits can be exchanged for a normal vitality pill. 10 credits can be exchanged for a rank 1 vitality pill. You can think of 1 credit as 10,000 in cash, or 30,000 in the outside world. This is because MCMAU's exchange rate is about 1/3 of the market price." At this moment, even Fang Ping could not help but be shocked. Did this not mean that 20 credits could be exchanged for 2 rank 1 vitality pills? The market price was as high as 600,000. MCMAU promises that cultivation before rank 1 will be free. On the stage, Huang Jing continued, "But this is not unlimited. All new students have 50 credits, which is all the cultivation resources before rank 1. 50 credits could be exchanged for 5 rank 1 vitality pills. The market price was 1.5 million. To be able to give students 50 credits for free was definitely not a small amount. However, when he thought of some people who had been deducted 20 credits on their first day, Fang Ping could not help but look around sympathetically. There were many people who did not line up. There were at least 100 of them. Those who did not show up or were late could be seen in the tens of people standing outside the iron gates, looking as if they had lost their parents. These people lost at the starting line, unless their families were rich and did not care. In the audience seats, Qin Fengqin curled his lips. The dean is still so talkative. What's the point of explaining? Let the new students die. Shut up. Instructor Minyu scolded. Was this guy crazy? Did he think the dean could not hear him? Slandering him was one thing, but the president of the Martial Arts Society did not even mention him. Now, he even dared to slander the Grandmaster-level dean of the School of Weaponry. This was not the way to die. The others quickly distanced themselves from Qin Fengqin. Had this guy gone mad from the blow, he was less than 30 meters away from a Grandmaster, yet he dared to talk trash. He would probably be in trouble later, right? Yes, based on their understanding of Dean Huang, it was very possible. The truth was as expected. On the rostrum, Huang Jing glanced at Qin Fengqin with a meaningful look in his eyes. Very good. Recently, he had been complaining that MCMAU had been too low-key. That kid from Nanjiang Martial Arts University dared to conquer the north. It was not impossible to let Qin Fengqin try. In the audience seats, Qin Fengqin shuddered. What a strong malicious intent, the kind that was full of it. Huang Jing did not care about the students who had their credits deducted. He continued in a clear voice, MCMAU was founded not long ago. It has been 59 years since then. In these 59 years, MCMAU has produced countless students. They shed their blood and shed their lives to build the MCMAU that it is today. That's how you are now. Entering MCMAU is not for you to enjoy life, nor is it for you to be superior to others. In MCMAU, the first thing you must understand is that you will only reap what you put in. What is a martial artist? It's not bullying the weak, it's not bullying the market, it's not being a political broker. Martial artists are the protectors of this city, this country, this world. We are great, but also insignificant. It can also be said to be tragic. You don't understand now, and you don't need to understand. One day, you will understand that entering MCMAU is not the beginning of your life's peak, but the beginning of a tragedy. However, since you are not willing to be ordinary and nameless, then you should be prepared for this. Since you have entered a martial arts university, you must learn to fight to become stronger and more outstanding. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Huang Jing's voice echoed throughout the entire field. MCMAU does not have too many formalities, but it does not mean that there are no rules. The rules that should be obeyed must be obeyed. Similarly, MCMAU will also give everyone a chance to perform. When it is time to perform, learn to show yourself. The entrance ceremony is not complicated, it is very simple. Everyone get to know each other. The instructors know the students, and the students know the instructors. In MCMAU, the way to get to know each other is also very simple. As Huang Jing spoke, he turned to the side and said, on the stage, there are now 12 instructors from the 4 major schools. Everyone, let's get to know the students that you will be teaching. As soon as Huang Jing's voice fell, a man in his 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked out from behind him. As soon as the man walked out, a thick vitality force floated above his head. Vaguely, a smear of blood red could be seen. School of Weaponry, new student instructor, Tang Feng. Following that, another person walked out and said lightly, School of Weaponry, new student instructor, Luo Yichuan. School of Tactics and Strategy, new student instructor, Zhou Shiping. School of Social Sciences, new student instructor, Chu Xian. Everyone's vitality force was not restrained. When the 12 instructors' vitality force erupted, the new students below the stage all flushed red. Some even showed signs of losing their balance. The 12 instructors unleashed their vitality unscrupulously, oppressing the students. The new students who were not martial artists found it difficult to breathe and quickly retreated. As for the new students who had reached the martial artist realm or those who had honed their bones twice, they stood still with serious expressions. Fu Chongding, who was standing beside Fang Ping, said in a low voice, the instructors have introduced themselves. It's our turn now. Huang Jing had mentioned before that this was the time for the students to get to know the instructors, and it was also the time for the instructors to get to know the students and introduce themselves. As soon as Fu Chongding finished speaking, Fang Ping unleashed his vitality and walked forward against the pressure. At this moment, it was not just Fang Ping. Many others made the same choice. MCMAU new student, Zhao Lei. MCMAU new student, Yang Xiaoman. MCMAU new student, Fang Ping. MCMAU new student, Fu Chongding. A series of self-introductions rang out. Not every martial artist could withstand the pressure of 12 instructors and open their mouths. A few martial artists had just taken a step forward when they opened their mouths and began to deflate. Their vitality wavered and they had to take a few steps back to avoid embarrassing themselves. In the end, there were less than 20 students who could stand in front and introduce themselves. At this moment, everyone could feel the difference between them. In the auditorium, Qin Fengqing raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured, "Fang Ping, seems familiar." On the rostrum, a middle-aged woman behind Huang Jing chuckled. 16 martial artists who have completed a limb honed, and 2 martial artists who have honed their bones twice. What's more interesting is, there's a potential martial artist who has honed his bones thrice. Which family's descendant is he from? Fang Ping. East Lake Fang family? Liu Fang family? Huang Jing said lightly, MCMAU educates without discrimination. It doesn't matter which family he's from, if he can achieve thrice honing before enrolling, that's his own good fortune. That's different. I have a grudge against that guy from East Lake. I won't nurture a descendant for him. The woman chuckled and said softly, I'll look up the information later. It's fine as long as he's not from the East Lake old man's family. I'll pay more attention to this little guy tomorrow. The other instructors did not say anything. It was useless to say it now. They would know tomorrow. Moreover, although thrice honing was not bad, it was not very useful to rely on useless materials that were thrown at him by countless medicinal herbs. At most, it would be faster before he entered the middle ranks. MCMAU had no shortage of middle-ranked martial artists. P.S. My body is much better now. Thank you for your concern. I'll make some adjustments and strive for more updates. I'll resume normal updates in a few days. I only asked for leave yesterday. I did not intend to act pitiful or cheat anyone. I won't thank all the brothers who tipped me. In front of the field, the 19 freshmen unscrupulously unleashed their peak chi blood. The other students retreated. Some looked indignant, while others were dejected. Everyone who entered MCMAU was proud. No one would think that they were weak. Being able to enter MCMAU meant that they were geniuses, superior to others. However, at this moment, under the pressure of the 12 instructors, only these 19 students could announce their names in front of the thousands of students. In front of the crowd, Fang Ping looked around. He was still a little shocked. Including him, there were 19 people. Other than the 2 twice-honed martial artists whose vitality was slightly lower than his, the others were not weaker than him. One had to know that his vitality had already reached 209 cal. Back then, peak rank 1 Tan Zhenping only had a vitality of 250 calories when he unleashed his full strength. Tan Zhenping's lower limbs had been completely honed, and he had maintained it at rank 1 for decades. Regardless of his actual combat strength, Tan Zhenping's vitality was definitely not low among rank 1 martial artists. Although none of the 19 new students in MCMAU had reached peak rank 1, how old were they? Each of them had a vitality of more than 200 calories. Some of them had cultivated combat techniques, and their actual combat strength was much stronger than Tan Zhenping's. This was MCMAU, Fu Chongding was observing from the side. When he saw that so many people had withstood the pressure, he rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted, Fang Ping, you're an aspiring martial artist, and yet you've held out until now. I've underestimated you. Fang Ping saw him winking at him and immediately understood what he meant. He could not help but feel embarrassed and ashamed. Yes, so ashamed, seeing that Fu Chongding was so anxious that he wanted to beat someone up. Fang Ping could only say dryly, Fu Chongding, you're not simple either. You're a twice-honed martial artist. You've actually finished honing one of your limbs. Same here. Fang Ping, be honest. Are you a thrice-honed martial artist? Fu Changding, do you want to make a guess? Fang Ping, I won't guess. It's not convenient for us to fight today. Otherwise, I'd definitely show you my power. Fu Changding. Fang Ping, Fu Changding, Fang Ping. With the two's reminder, everyone knew that there were two celebrities among the grade 08 new students. One was Fang Ping, and the other was Fu Changding. One was suspected to be thrice-honed, while the other was a twice-honed martial artist who had already finished honing one of his limbs. In the auditorium, many of the older students were dumbfounded. The girl beside Qin Fengqing was also convulsing with laughter. She couldn't help but say, "These two new students are interesting. The whole school should know about them now." Whenever the two of them spoke, they would call each other's names. Was there a need to do this to a normal conversation? Everyone understood his intentions at a glance. Many people were laughing, but Qin Fengqing snorted coldly and said, "Idiot, what are you laughing at?" Enduring the vitality outburst of 12 middle-ranked martial artists, chatting with vigor, "You bunch of idiots actually have the guts to laugh." Qin Fengqing didn't care about offending anyone. Even the instructors beside him were mocked by him. A bunch of idiots, don't forget, there were only 2 new students over there. With 12 middle-ranked martial artists and other students' vitality outbursts, they were having a great time chatting. Are the other students idiots? Did they not understand? But now, out of the 17 people, how many of them could really open their mouths to chat? The 2 twice-honed aspiring martial artists were already sweating profusely. It looked like they couldn't hold on any longer. If they opened their mouths now, they would be disheartened and embarrassed. Even if the others were slightly better, there was a limit to how well they could do. Would they dare to chat freely? As soon as he said that, many people reacted immediately. Soon, someone remembered the main topic and asked immediately, "This Fang Ping, is he thrice-honed? He's not a martial artist?" When Fang Ping's vitality outburst earlier, these people thought that he was a martial artist. Now, after hearing Fu Changding's words, everyone knew that he was not. Nonsense. Qin Fengqing sneered again, then mumbled, "I remember now." He remembered now. Was this not the new student he met at the school gate a month ago? At that time, he sensed that the other party's vitality was not low. He was definitely twice-honed. However, he did not expect that the other party was not twice-honed, but thrice-honed. It was not rare to see twice-honed in MCMAU, but thrice-honed was really rare. Currently, in MCMAU, only sophomore Xiaolei was thrice-honed and was currently at peak rank 2. Qin Fengqing did not care about peak rank 2. Once Xiaolei broke through to rank 3, he would be Qin Fengqing's rival. Even now, Xiaolei could still fight with average rank 3 martial artists, winning and losing. On the rostrum, a few of the instructors showed a hint of amusement in their eyes. MCMAU did not care about the students playing petty tricks. Martial artists had to compete and try their best to show off. Both Fu Changding and Fang Ping were within the rules. Since it was within the rules, it was in line with MCMAU's style. The School of Weaponry instructor, Tang Feng, suddenly frowned. "These 2 students are playing to the gallery. We can't accept students like them." "That's right." Someone immediately agreed. "Thrice honing is nothing. We just don't want to waste time and resources to cultivate them. It's a waste of time." "That's right. These 2 new students think they're proud of themselves. In fact, this kind of playing to the gallery behavior is the most unacceptable." "That's right. These people like to cheat and take shortcuts in the future. We can't accept them." Everyone reprimanded them one after another. The woman who said that she wanted to do some research suddenly laughed. "Since all of you don't like them, I'll reluctantly accept them." "Shameless. Who said we won't accept them? We need to guide students like them." "That's right." Huang Jing felt a headache coming on. A bunch of idiots. Why did they have to show off their intelligence? If they liked them, then so be it. Why did they have to belittle them to the point of being useless? Did they think that everyone else was as stupid as them and would take their words seriously? Ignoring their argument, Huang Jing said lightly, "We're only looking at vitality now. It doesn't mean anything. Vitality can be cultivated, but some things have to depend on oneself. If we only look at vitality, then what's the point of organizing the Gaokao in the future? We might as well just end it with a physical assessment. His words reminded all the instructors that vitality was not the only factor in choosing students. IQ, strategy, and actual combat were all indispensable. Before this, no one had said who they wanted to choose. Later, they decided to choose Fang Ping and Fu Chongding because they felt that these two little fellows did not lack IQ. Although this method of expression was immature, at this moment, they could stand out. It did not matter how they did it. Out of the 19 people, the other students probably only remembered these two at the moment. The names Fang Ping and Fu Chongding had been repeated too many times. It was impossible not to remember them. While the others were discussing, Fang Ping was extremely embarrassed. Fu Chongding called out his name again, but Fang Ping refused to answer even if he was beaten to death. Thousands of students were looking at them. There were also instructors and older students around them. If he continued calling out, Fang Ping would really lose his courage. Fu Chongding actually felt that it was about time. Fang Ping did not answer, so Fu Chongding could only howl dryly, Fang Ping, Fu Chongding, will fight with you tomorrow. Shameless, many people cursed in their hearts. Fight with you? Do you really think that everyone can't tell that you're acting as a duo? When Huang Jing saw that it was about time, he said, everyone must have gotten to know each other today. Many people looked resentful. They really did not know each other. They only knew these two shameless people. They had almost forgotten the dean's name. Huang Jing ignored them and continued, if that's the case, then today's admission ceremony will end here. Tomorrow, we'll assign the schools and instructors. Students, remember today's lesson. Those who are late or fail to arrive will have 30 credits deducted, 20 credits deducted today and 30 tomorrow. Once it happened twice, they would all be deducted. Who would dare to repeat the same mistake? There were only so many resources before rank 1. Unless you earned it yourself, the free resources would be gone. After saying that, Huang Jing did not linger. He quickly turned around and left. The other instructors also remembered the students they were supposed to observe. They did not linger and left one after another. The instructors who could go on stage were not weaklings. Among them, the lowest was rank 5, and the highest was peak rank 6. As for the audience below the stage, they were a mix of good and bad. Some of the instructors were rank 4. After the people on stage left, the instructors below the stage did not wait to watch the actual battle the next day. Many people chose to leave the stage and enter the field. Student Fang Ping, I'm Li Yaohua, the instructor for new students in the School of Weaponry. I'm peak rank 4 and will soon enter rank 5. After the demonstration, Fang Ping received an invitation from the instructors. Fang Ping, who was thrice honed, was worth their investment regardless of his actual battle ability. You can choose me for the assignment of instructors tomorrow. Of course, my ability is relatively weaker than the instructors on stage just now. However, they are not just instructors for new students. Most of them already have students under their names. Some have more than 10 students under their names, and some have more than 10. I'm different. I just became an instructor at Magic City Martial Arts University last year. I've been on mission since the beginning of this year and have just returned to school. The instructor named Li Yaohua spoke very sincerely. He had not accepted any students yet. This year was also his first time accepting students. He was about to break through to rank 5, so his ability was not too weak. As the first student in his first batch, Fang Ping would have been the first disciple in the past. One could imagine the benefits he would receive. Fang Ping was actually quite touched that a middle-ranked powerhouse wanted to accept him as a student in such a sincere tone. However, being touched could not be eaten. Rank 4 was rank 4, and rank 6 was rank 6. Moreover, the instructor had not taught any students before. Fang Ping did not dare to agree. After politely declining the instructor's invitation, Li Yaohua did not force the issue even though he felt a little regretful. He continued to discuss with another twice-honed martial artist. When accepting students, everyone had to see eye to eye and accept each other wholeheartedly. Forcing someone to become a student was not only not an investment, but it would also cause trouble for oneself. The instructors did not want to do such a thankless job. Seeing that another instructor had come over, Fang Ping and Fu Chongding looked at each other and hurried out. An instructor had also been negotiating with Fu Chongding earlier. After leaving the field, Fu Chongding breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately, "We must enter the School of Weaponry. I've asked around about the School of Weaponry this year. Instructor Tang Feng is the strongest among the new instructors this year. Instructor Tang Feng is at peak rank 6. People call him Mad Lion. He's extremely violent when he fights. He's good with fists and kicks, but his weapon is slightly weaker. Instructor Luo Yichuan, who is also at peak rank 6, is also a good choice. Instructor Luo is good with spears, not hot weapons, but cold weapons. His Luo family spear is also famous in the martial arts world. Instructor Bai Ruashi, who is good with long swords, is also a good choice. Instructor Bai Ruashi is a peak rank 5, but she's so pretty. She's only in her 30s this year, and she takes good care of herself. This kind of mature and charming female instructor is simply the best in the world. It's a pity that her swordsmanship doesn't really suit me. Fu Chongding knew MCMAU's new student instructors like the back of his hand. He reported 7 to 8 of them in a row, the lowest of which was at rank 5. In the School of Weaponry, there were only 5 freshman instructors who had reached rank 6. Most of the others were rank 5, and a small portion were rank 4. Other academies, on the other hand, had more rank 4 instructors. In the School of Social Sciences, most of the instructors were rank 4. There were even a few rank 5 instructors. In the end, Fu Chongding asked, "Fang Ping, who are you going to choose?" Fang Ping pondered for a moment before saying, "Instructor Tang Feng or Instructor Su Jianzhou." "Instructor Su?" Fu Chongding was a little surprised. He said, although Instructor Su is also a rank 6, he just broke through rank 6 not long ago. He didn't show up this time either. "Why did you choose Instructor Su?" "Instructor Tang Feng is good at punching and kicking, while Instructor Su is good at saber techniques. He feels that saber techniques are easier to practice." "That's true. However, it's only relatively easy to practice. It's not that easy to master it. I'm going to choose Mentor Luo Yichuan." Fang Ping was surprised. "You're learning the spear? An inch longer, an inch stronger. It's safer to learn the spear." Fu Chongding explained, then said in a low voice, "Today, other than the 2 of us, there are 17 other people. We don't have to consider the 2 twice-honed ones. The other 15 will be our strong opponents tomorrow. However, I have to say, you hit it well. You're actually a thrice-honed." Fang Ping chuckled. "I didn't hide it, did I? That's not enough? During your Gaokao test, you definitely didn't hone your bones twice. It's only been 4 months, and you've already honed your bones thrice. That's unexpected. It's just luck." Fu Chongding laughed. "I don't care if it's luck or not. That's how martial arts are. Some walk fast, while others walk slowly. Some walk far, while others stop very quickly. I'm not envious of you being thrice-honed. If I wanted to, I could do it too. Unfortunately, it's not worth it. On the contrary, I'm very happy. It looks like we have a higher chance of winning tomorrow. As long as we defeat these people tomorrow, we can choose any instructor we want. Who knows, the dean might be tempted and come to take us in personally." Fang Ping shook his head. "The dean might not be suitable for us. He's so busy, he won't have time to teach us newbies. Being strong doesn't mean that he can teach the students well. Rank 6 is enough." "That's true," Fu Chongding nodded. He turned his head to look at the few people beside him. They were also top students who had escaped. Among them was Tang Songting. There were also 3 girls. They had never seen these 3 girls before. One of them was average-looking, while the other 2 were not bad-looking. Fu Chongding said in a low voice, "We're lucky. 1 for you, 1 for me. The one on the left that looks valiant and heroic is yours, and the one on the right is mine." "Haha." Fang Ping politely declined. It was their first time meeting, so he was not in the mood to pick up girls. Moreover, these girls looked like they wanted to eat them up. Fang Ping did not want to be tortured. On the first day of school, all the freshmen who were supposed to be famous were already famous. Among them, Fu Chongding and Fang Ping were the most prosperous. Magic City Martial Arts University Martial Arts Society. In the meeting room, President Xianxia leaned back in his chair and asked tiredly, "Are there any good seedlings?" "Yes, the quality of the new students this year is not bad. There are a total of 58 martial artists, 8 twice honed, and 1 thrice honed. Among the martial artists, there were a total of 4 people who had broken through by twice honing, and they had already finished honing one of their limbs. The quality is very high." The one who spoke was the girl who Qin Fengqing had previously mocked for having an affair with Xianxia. Qin Fengqing didn't say a word and lowered his head to look at the information. Xianxia glanced at him and said softly, "There's a thrice-honed freshman?" "Yes, his name is Fang Ping. His Gaokao results were okay, 149 calories. I didn't expect him to be thrice-honed. If it wasn't for someone revealing it, I would have thought that he had broken through to become a martial artist." Obviously, breaking through to become a martial artist was much easier than being thrice-honed. "Fools, only you can't see it." Qin Fengqing lowered his head and cursed, then continued to look at the information in his hands. After being scolded several times in a row, no matter how good her character was, she could not take it anymore. Zhou Yan said angrily, "Qin Fengqing, you saw through it from the beginning?" Of course, Qin Fengqing admitted it directly. As for the scene where he met Fang Ping in front of the gate, he would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. "Do you think we'll believe you?" Zhou Yan snorted and said angrily, "Be careful. It's fine if I can't beat you, but you scolded the president, Teacher Min, the dean, and that Wang Jinyang. One of these people will definitely take care of you." Qin Fengqing lifted his head and sneered, "Who am I afraid of?" When Wang Jinyang wiped out the Magic City rank 1, he didn't even dare to make a move. "Only I, Qin Fengqing, dare to, that's why I, Qin Fengqing, am a first-rank sophomore and a third-rank junior. I'm not talented enough, I don't have enough resources, I'm lacking in everything, but I don't lack courage." "You," Zhou Yan said angrily, "you're being unreasonable. TSK, little woman, you only know how to complain." "I, Qin Fengqing, disdain to do such a thing." "Qin Fengqing, enough." Xianxia rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Don't keep talking about these things all day. You should keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you will suffer sooner or later." "TSK, Qin Fengqing snorted disdainfully and said indifferently, "Even if you lose, you don't lose. Even if you can't win, you can still scold. Scolding is also a kind of skill." Xiangxia's face darkened. After a while, he said, "Enough of this nonsense. This time, we can recruit a few new students. The 4 twice-honed martial artists, the thrice-honed Fang Ping, and the other twice-honed martial artists can all be considered. As for the other regular rank 1 martial artists, Xianxia completely ignored them. These people were not weak now, but that was only when compared to the new students. They were insignificant in MCMAU, and they might not even be able to achieve rank 3 after graduation. On the contrary, the twice-honed prospective martial artists had a higher probability of achieving rank 3. Qin Fengqing didn't continue the conversation. He suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "I was wondering why it sounded so familiar." Right now, he was holding Fang Ping's information in his hands. Nanjiang Sun City No. 1 High School. Qin Fengqing ignored the president's recruitment and raised his head to ask, "Where is Wang Jinyang from?" Xianxia frowned and said, "What do you want? Just tell me where he's from." "You're the president, not my dad. Why do you have so many questions?" Xianxia said softly, "Qin Fengqing, stop making a scene. Do you want to try entering the combat room?" Qin Fengqing was slightly embarrassed. He said dryly, "I'm just asking where he's from. If you know, then tell me. If you don't, then forget it. Is it fun to always use rank 4 to pressure people?" A rank 4 president was not someone he could challenge. Once he entered the combat room, he would come out with a pig's head. The new students had just arrived, and the president wanted him to recruit new students. Recruiting people with a pig's head would be utterly humiliating. Xianxia snorted softly. Zhou Yan and the others were all smiles. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Now you admit defeat." Xianxia did not argue with him. After some thought, he said, "I think he's from Nanjiang Sun City." "Which high school?" I don't remember, but they're usually from number 1 high school. Nanjiang Sun City number 1 high school. Qin Fengqing's gaze changed. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll handle Fang Ping's recruitment this time. Zhou Yan said immediately, President, Fang Ping is from Nanjiang Sun City number 1 high school. Qin Fengqing can't beat Wang Jinyang, so he's going to take it out on his juniors. Shut up. Qin Fengqing said angrily, I'll go and ask about the situation. Who would bully the weak? Do you think I'll use my rank to bully people? Zhang Yu's expression darkened slightly. How did the Martial Arts Society recruit such a thing? If it were not for the fact that the other vice presidents were not around and he himself was busy, he would not have let Qin Fengqing be in charge of the recruitment. Now that he was in charge, there was no reason to replace him halfway. Exhaling softly, Zhang Yu said, You can go, but remember, don't break the Martial Arts Society's rules. If you break the rules, even if Wang Jinyang doesn't come looking for you, I won't let you go. I know. How annoying, Qin Fengqing replied impatiently. He laughed a little sloppily and walked out of the conference room with Fang Ping's information. After he left, Zhou Yan asked worriedly, President, he won't mess around, will he? He won't, Zhang Yu shook his head. Qin Fengqing still had his pride. Even if Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were from the same school, it was nothing. Even if he vented his anger on Fang Ping, this was not how he should vent his anger. Of course, if he knew that Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were not simply from the same school, then it would be hard to say. As he said that, Zhang Yu sighed softly. I'll be in closed-door cultivation soon. I won't be out much. You guys keep an eye on me. Closed-door cultivation, everyone frowned. It was not that martial artists did not go into closed-door cultivation, but they rarely did so. Most of them went on missions and cultivated and improved during the missions. Zhang Yu had not entered rank 4 for long. Suddenly going into closed-door cultivation was obviously not to break through to rank 5. Then what was the purpose of the closed-door cultivation? Zhang Yu did not explain. Back then, Wang Jinyang was defeated in Magic City. He did not lose because of his strength, but because Magic City bullied the weak. As a rank 2 martial artist, he injured the other party. Now, Wang Jinyang was rank 3 and was challenging rank 3 Northland. Perhaps he would reach rank 4 soon. He chose to challenge and break through in the Northland. Once he did, Zhang Yu suspected that he would go south to Magic City. And Magic City Martial Arts University was his first choice. Nanjiang's Governor-General Zhang had broken through to rank 7. He urgently needed to prove his strength. Not only his own strength, but also the strength of the martial arts students in the country. With Wang Jinyang as the vanguard, Governor-General Zhang could not wait for someone like him to stir up trouble. He would give him the greatest support. The president of Nanjiang Martial Arts Society had defeated the president of Magic City Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society. Not only could he take revenge, he could also make Nanjiang Martial Arts University famous. Was Zhang Yu not the best stepping stone? Now, if he fought Wang Jinyang, he would definitely win. However, it was hard to say if he faced a rank 4 Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang's trip to the Northland was not over yet. Zhang Yu planned to go into closed-door cultivation to cultivate powerful combat techniques, just in case. Qin Fengqing accepted the recruitment mission. Zhang Yu went into closed-door cultivation to prepare for Wang Jinyang's breakthrough. Naturally, Fang Ping did not know any of this. Old Wang had turned off his phone recently. Knowing that he was challenging powerhouses, Fang Ping did not continue to call to ask. Right now, Fang Ping had started his own cultivation right after he had finished his dinner. It had been more than 10 days since he had honed his bones thrice. At this time, Fang Ping's strength had improved again. Wealth, 2100000 vitality, 207 calories, 209 calories, mentality, 208 Hz, 210 Hz. His vitality and mentality had improved, but Fang Ping felt that his body had reached its limit, the limit of a thrice honed. Unless he continued to hone his bones and nourish his body, this vitality would be his limit. However, he had already used up all of the body-strengthening elixir. He did not know when he would need to hone his bones again, so he had no intention of continuing. After the assignment of mentors in the academy was completed tomorrow, he was prepared to apply for a breakthrough. At this time, Fang Ping was not cultivating anything else. He was practicing pole standing. He had just achieved a breakthrough to the firm stance 2 days ago. He was still familiarizing himself with his pole standing in case something unexpected happened the next day. His stance was solid, or at least that was what Fang Ping thought. He was already showing signs of becoming a roly-poly toy. While Fang Ping was cultivating, the second floor of Area 1 was also very quiet. Everyone was adjusting their state of mind. Fang Ping and Fu Changding had taken the lead today. Although everyone was unhappy, the fact that the two of them could still talk and laugh in that situation proved their strength. If they really wanted to impress the crowd, they would have been looked down upon long ago. Students who did not know what was going on might think that, but as the leaders of Area 1, no one would have guessed their strength. Out of the 19 people who had withstood the pressure, less than 5 of them had the energy to speak, other than Fang Ping and his team. Even these 5 people might not have been as relaxed as Fang Ping and his team. Otherwise, they would not have remained silent. Today was only a vitality competition. Tomorrow was the main event. Compared to upstairs, the people downstairs in Area 1 were much more relaxed. Many people visited each other, calling out to go out for a meal. Guixing was one of them. When little fatty Guixing asked if they wanted to invite Fang Ping along, the rest of them looked surprised. After a simple inquiry, they found out that the two of them had only met once in the morning. Everyone immediately dismissed the idea. Fu Changding was a thrice-honed potential martial artist. He would definitely not come out tonight. Did this fatty know what tomorrow meant? It did not matter to them, but to the people upstairs, it mattered a lot. Whether the instructor chose you, or you chose the instructor, or if you were left behind and had no choice but to be assigned to the instructor, the difference would be obvious tomorrow. The little fatty did not understand these things at all. This made many people sigh. F*CK, how did this guy get into Magic City Martial Arts University, at the same time? Capital City. Capital City Grand Hotel. Wang Jinyang leaned on the sofa and watched TV, his expression relaxed. Beside him, NMAU's vice-chancellor was a little anxious. He asked, Jinyang, are you confident tomorrow? I don't know. The vice-chancellor was speechless. After a while, he said, Chen Feng has been rank 3 for a long time. If he hadn't broken his left hand in the catacombs, he would have broken through to rank 4 long ago. Even so, his combat awareness, experience, and reflexes have all reached rank 4. Once his left hand recovers, he'll be rank 4 immediately. Aren't you going to prepare? No need. I need this kind of opponent. Wang Jinyang was calm and composed. He smiled and said, I'll wait a little longer. After challenging Chen Feng, I'll go to Capital City Martial Arts University. I should be about rank 4 by then. Vice-Chancellor, you won't stop me from getting rank 4 resources this time, will you? The Vice-Chancellor laughed and said, You're NMAU's face now. The Vice-Chancellor said that you get priority. Of course, you'll have to return it in the future. After all, martial arts universities have limited resources. We can't break the rules just for you. I understand. An advance payment will be enough. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, Tomorrow is the time when all the martial arts schools are divided into schools? Yes. At this time last year, you weren't too outstanding. I didn't expect, the Vice-Chancellor sighed. When Wang Jinyang first went to NMAU, he was not too outstanding either. At least, he was not too outstanding during the division. Of course, relatively speaking, he was still quite good. That was why a rank 5 instructor like Zhang Qingnan had taken a liking to him. In NMAU, a rank 5 instructor was definitely not weak. He was at the top of the hierarchy. At that time, everyone thought that Zhang Qingnan had made a mistake. However, Wang Jinyang's stamina was too strong. He reached his limit in 3 months and became twice honed in 2 months. In less than half a year, he broke through rank 1. After rank 1, he quickly reached peak and made a name for himself in Magic City. The free resources provided by the school allowed him to break through rank 2. Unexpectedly, 3 months later, Wang Jinyang had reached peak rank 2. This time, he did not use the resources provided by the school. He got enough cultivation resources from somewhere and broke through rank 3 in one go, rank 3 in a year. This was a legend in NMAU. However, since Zhang Qingnan's disappearance, Wang Jinyang seemed to have a burst of energy. Under crazy cultivation, he quickly finished honing his torso. Now, he was moving toward rank 4. If he could really break through during this time, he could barely be considered to have achieved rank 4 in a year. Such a person from NMAU was so shocking that everyone's jaws dropped. Now, even the Vice-Chancellor and Governor-General Zhang had high hopes for him. They hoped that Wang Jinyang would become another exemplary figure in Nanjiang. The Vice-Chancellor was really worried that Wang Jinyang would lose. Physical injury was a small matter, but the key was psychological. Wang Jinyang did not care much about the Vice-Chancellor's concern. He muttered, "They're divided into schools. I wonder what kind of instructor that kid will get. I'll go take a look after some time. I hope he doesn't embarrass me." Old Wang felt that Fang Ping was half a student of his. If it was too embarrassing, he would not be able to keep his face. However, he was too busy now. He did not have time to care about this. It seemed like he did not care about tomorrow's opponent, but in reality, Wang Jinyang had already rehearsed the details of tomorrow's fight. The next day, 2nd of September. After a night of recovery, Fang Ping's spirit and vitality were full. He went to the cafeteria and ate until he was 70% full. Then, he walked slowly to the building of practical combat training. Behind him, Fu Chongding was holding a wax spear without a head. He was testing it out, not saying a word. Beside him, a few martial artists were also carrying their own weapons. Someone muttered, "I wonder if I can bring this into the arena." The other normal students, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation and confusion. They could clearly feel the tension in the air, but they did not know where it came from. Guoxing saw Fang Ping. He wanted to greet him, but when he saw that Fang Ping was not looking at him, he had to give up. Little Fatty felt wronged. He said in a low voice, "MCMAU is not humane at all." At least, that was what he thought. He didn't have any roommates, nor did he have the legendary distinction between the eldest and the second eldest. He didn't see any beauties, and there wasn't anyone who would put their arms around his shoulder and share snacks with him. Fang Ping, the first student he met after school, did not seem to be as easy to talk to as he had imagined. This made Guoxing a little disappointed. "Is this MCMAU?" The building of practical training was located on the northeast side of MCMAU. It was a 9-story building. MCMAU's buildings usually had 9 as the maximum. It was not too tall, but the building of practical training took up a lot of space. Not all of it was open today. Only the first 4 floors were open. Building of practical training, 9th floor. The 9th floor was not a training floor in the conventional sense. Instead, it was a spacious hall. The hall was surrounded by large screens. They were the feedback from the surveillance cameras when the students entered the floor. Usually, few people came to the 9th floor. Now, there were almost 100 instructors and school leaders, either sitting or standing. There were less than 1,600 freshmen, but there were more than 100 martial arts instructors and dozens of cultural studies teachers. MCMAU had more than 6,000 students, but there were more than 1,000 instructors in both the social sciences and martial arts. The ratio of students to instructors was almost 5:1. This was also a characteristic of martial arts universities. Martial arts instructors did not teach many students. Huang Jing was as eye-catching as ever in the crowd. The other instructors and school leaders were all around him. While waiting for the students to enter, someone in the hall suddenly said, when the 4 schools were established, it was to prevent martial artists from focusing solely on martial arts and becoming martial artists. Now, the School of Weaponry occupies the most resources every year and selects the most outstanding students. Some students don't focus on actual combat, but on research, creation, business, and politics. The prosperity of a country depends on the prosperity of all industries, not just the supremacy of martial arts. Now, all the schools of science have deviated from their original intentions. Too many resources have been tilted toward the School of Weaponry, causing all the outstanding students to choose the School of Weaponry. Dean Huang, is this really appropriate? As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look. The person who said this was none other than the dean of the School of Social Sciences, Xianxia. Although Xianxia was not a grandmaster, he was still a peak rank 6 powerhouse. Moreover, he was also a nationally renowned research expert and political instructor. The results of MCMAU's School of Social Sciences were not bad in recent years. At least, they were among the best among the major schools of social sciences. There were 7 or 8 governors from MCMAU's School of Social Sciences alone, and 4 of them were still in office. However, it was a fact that MCMAU tilted toward the School of Weaponry every year. The resources allocated to the School of Social Sciences were decreasing, and the quality of the students was getting worse compared to the School of Weaponry. In the past, some outstanding students would choose the School of Social Sciences, but now, almost no one would do so. Xianxia could no longer sit still as he watched the annual allocation of academies. He had no choice but to speak up. Huang Jing did not bat an eyelid. He calmly said, "Are the students of the School of Weaponry pure martial artists?" Over the years, the School of Weaponry had produced all sorts of graduates. They had produced politicians who could govern a country, high-ranking officials who could manage a territory, entrepreneurs who had a successful career, and world-famous scientists, who would dare say that the students of the School of Weaponry were martial artists? Literature can rule a country, and martial arts can pacify a nation. "President Chen, you can't speak carelessly," Xianxia said in dissatisfaction. "Director Huang, don't be biased. Most of the recent graduates from the School of Weaponry have chosen the military and the Department of Investigation Services. That's because the catacombs are getting more dangerous." Huang Jing said with a serious expression, "They are serving the country. They died on the battlefield and died on the battlefield. How many people know about it? Can you guys, who only know how to enjoy a peaceful life in the rear, understand that batches of outstanding social elites are going to the front line and their young lives are coming to an end? Why are resources allocated to the School of Weaponry? Why do we have to choose the best of the best? The frontline commanders are getting fewer and fewer, and more are dying. How much do you know? Even if this is unfair to those ordinary soldiers and martial artists, you have to admit that if it weren't for the martial arts university genius martial artists holding the fort, commanding the battle, taking the risk to advance, and executing the decapitation strategy, would you still be able to enjoy the peace you're enjoying now?" Huang Jing's expression was sorrowful, and he said with a hint of anger, "Even so, a large number of elites die in the catacombs every year. Back then, to prevent the world from falling into chaos, to allow ordinary people to live and work in peace, without fear and worry about these things. Our ancestors decided not to disclose this news to ordinary people. But is this fair? More and more young talents are dying in the front line, and they don't even have the title of hero. They even have to announce to the public that they died in training or on missions. This is not fair. The weak are still questioning why martial artists should enjoy these privileges? Why? Why do you ask? Director Huang, please calm down." Xianxia said softly, "Things haven't reached that point yet. I'm not denying anyone's contributions and merits. The students of the School of Social Sciences are also contributing their efforts. Only when society is stable and the economy is developed can the country invest more funds and resources into martial arts. The students of the School of Production are innovating pills, reforming cultivation methods, and improving weapons. The students of the School of Tactics and Strategy are also acting as frontline commanders. The School of Weaponry is not unique to the School of Weaponry. The division of the 4 major schools is for everyone to perform their own duties. However, overemphasizing the importance of the School of Weaponry is unfair to the others." "Fair?" Huang Jing said lightly, "MCMAU respects the strong. If you're a grandmaster, then you can talk to me about fairness. Since you're not, then don't talk to me about fairness." "You." Xianxia was furious. "Talk to him, and he would talk to you about martial arts. Say he was a martial artist, and he would talk to you." However, Huang Jing's identity as a grandmaster suppressed the other 3 major schools to the point where they could not even lift their heads. Xianxia was furious. He huffed and said, "When the vice-chancellor comes back, I'll talk to him." "Up to you." Huang Jing did not care. He said lightly, "The school assignment assessment has begun. All schools will compete fairly. If there are any threats or intimidation, once discovered, they will be dealt with severely. I'm talking about the instructors, especially the instructors from other schools. Be careful. The instructors from the School of Social Sciences were embarrassed. It was more appropriate for the School of Weaponry to do this. The School of Social Sciences was weaker to begin with. Why would they do something like this? The square in front of the building of practical training. Tang Feng said loudly, the first floor is the School of Social Sciences. The second floor is the School of Production. The third floor is the School of Tactics and the fourth floor is the School of Weaponry. It's 7:57 now. The building closes at 8 and opens at 9. When the building opens, the students of the school will be on whichever floor you are on. Each floor can have up to 400 people. If you exceed the limit, 30 credits will be deducted from the students on that floor. The students were in an uproar when they heard this. This was obviously to encourage them to compete and fight. Otherwise, if someone insisted on squeezing into that floor, it could cause a few hundred people to have their credits deducted. 30 credits and 3 rank 1 vitality pills. Even a rich student like Fu Chongding had to treat it with caution. Fu Chongding decided to make a name for himself by popping pills. He had prepared 3 rank 1 vitality pills. Despite the uproar, no one questioned him. They did not dare to. Soon, a student asked, "Instructor, can we bring weapons?" Tang Feng glanced at the person who spoke and saw that he was holding a short blade. He pondered for a moment before saying, "You're not allowed to bring metal weapons. There are solid wood weapons on the first floor. You can use them. You're all new students. If you don't know your limits, you'll easily cause a lot of casualties." Solid wood weapons can reduce casualties. Many students understood what he meant when he said reduce casualties instead of avoid casualties. Their faces turned a little pale. Obviously, casualties were not unheard of. It was not impossible for a solid wood weapon to hit a vital spot. It was just that it was not as dangerous as a metal weapon. Tang Feng continued, "Other than the prohibition of metal weapons, everything else is up to you. You can team up or gang up on me. It's all up to you. Martial artists have to fight, but you have to act according to your capabilities. If you can't do it, it's better to keep yourself useful than to fight for a moment of pride. Every school has its own strengths and weaknesses. The School of Weaponry is not the best choice. It's best to choose what suits you." After Tang Feng finished speaking, he shouted, "Enter now." The students rushed in when they heard this. Just as the students entered the building, all the doors were closed, leaving only one main passageway guarded by a few instructors. This passageway was also an emergency passageway. The new students did not know how to control their strength. If there were casualties, the school would try their best to avoid it and rescue them immediately. As soon as he entered the building, he saw a spacious central hall. More than 1,000 students entered, but it was not too crowded. In the middle of the hall, a weapon rack was placed, filled with all kinds of solid wood weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds. Fu Chongding's waxwood pole was not a metal weapon, so he could bring it in. Once they entered the building, Fu Chongding moved closer to Fang Ping and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to use a weapon?" Fang Ping nodded. Having a weapon was better than nothing. When they were still not that strong, having a weapon in hand would make them feel more secure. Of course, if they met an evenly matched opponent and continued to use a weapon because they were not used to it, that would be a hindrance. Fang Ping did not say much. He went forward and took a wooden pole more than a meter long. At this time, he had not learned how to use a weapon. A pole was the most suitable as long as he had enough strength. As for the others, some took a weapon, some did not. Some looked around cautiously, while others looked straight ahead and walked up the stairs. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He weighed the wooden pole in his hand and tilted his head to look at Fu Chongding. "Do we start now?" "Wait." Fu Chongding shook his head. "It'll be more chaotic in the early stages. Many ants can kill an elephant. Some people don't know their limits and will definitely try to break into the fourth floor. We'll wait for a while. When those who are not strong enough realize that they can only stay on the other 3 floors, we'll go. Alright, then we'll split up first. I'll see you on the 4th floor." Fang Ping did not plan to stay with this guy. As he spoke, he took the wooden pole and went to the second floor. Seeing that Fang Ping had left, Fu Changding could not help but curse. This guy better not cause any trouble. If Fang Ping got into trouble, it would be difficult for him to handle alone. Fourth floor. Tang Songting stepped into the hall. There were already more than 10 people there. After looking around, Tang Songting walked toward a boy with a crew cut and squatted down beside him. He laughed heartily. Tang Songting. Zhao Lei. Together? Zhao Lei frowned. There's no need. Haha. Tang Songting did not say much. He got up and left. Zhao Lei stayed in room 1. He was also one of the 4 twice-honed martial artists. He was not weak. Tang Songting was prepared to team up with him to defeat Fu Changding. However, since the other did not have the intention, he did not force it. Tang Songting believed that he was not weaker than this guy. While Tang Songting continued to look for partners, on the other side, a few girls gathered together. Yang Xiaoman said heroically, "We girls have always been looked down upon. Everyone says that women are not as good as men when it comes to martial arts. But I, Yang Xiaoman, don't believe it. This time, the 3 of us will team up and show these guys that girls are not to be trifled with. Whoever dares to provoke us sisters, will beat his face until it's bloody." As she spoke, Yang Xiaoman suddenly said, "Xianxia, can you not look so weak? You think we're easy to bully? Learn from Zhao Xuemei. Put on a fierce face and scare the guys to death." Xianxia smiled innocently while Zhao Xuemei said exasperatedly, "If you say I'm ugly, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. I didn't say you're ugly. Martial artists don't need good looks. They just need strength," Yang Xiaoman explained weakly. Zhao Xuemei did not mind. She sneered. "It's okay. I don't care. Xiaoman is right. Martial artists only look at strength. Xiaoman is a twice-honed martial artist, and so is Yunqi. I heard that there are only 4 twice-honed martial artists. Although there are fewer girls, we're not weaker than the guys. Among the guys, only that Zhao Lei and Fu Changding are twice-honed martial artists. I don't care about the others. If the 3 of us team up, no one will dare to provoke us." Zhao Xuemei looked confident. Xianxia whispered, "That Fang Ping, isn't he thrice-honed?" Pfft. He's not an official martial artist. Thrice-honing only means that his breakthrough speed is faster. His actual combat ability might not be that strong. Besides, does a thrice-honed have time to cultivate combat techniques? What do you guys think? Yang Xiaoman agreed. That's right. This time, we'll be relying on actual combat ability, not just talking. He and Fu Changding are good at talking, but it's hard to say how good they'll be in actual combat. As the girls were talking, a shout came from the side. "Get lost." There were 2 doors in the hall on the 4th floor. At this moment, an official martial artist stood in front of one of the doors and shouted, "The 4th floor is not a place for you people." The person he was scolding was a group of 4 boys. Hearing the rude scolding, one of them said angrily, "Each floor can accommodate 400 people. How many people are there now? Don't go overboard." Overboard? Face the reality. The martial artist student snorted. Without another word, he held a wooden longsword in his hand and slashed at his opponent's shoulder without another word. The one who was chosen as the target was the new student who had just retorted. After all, martial artists could not be compared to regular students. This group of 4 was obviously students from the same dormitory in Area 4. Area 4 was originally made up of students who had just entered MCMAU. Their vitality was around 130 calories. Even if a few months had passed, not everyone would have a big improvement. Martial artists had strong vitality, fast movements, and great strength. They had already entered the official bone-honing stage. When the saber slashed down, the other party did not even have time to dodge. Everyone heard a crack. Ah, a blood-curdling scream attracted the attention of many people. The person who was hit was holding his shoulder, his face full of pain, and he kept screaming. "Get lost." The person who attacked did not even look at him and shouted at the others. A group of bottom feeders wanted to fight for space. Did they really think that the fourth floor was a place anyone could come? You're too much. We're all classmates. The injured student's roommate looked angry and aggrieved. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the martial artist opposite him was about to raise his saber again. This time, the few of them did not dare to shout. The other three supported the injured person and walked down the stairs with sullen and indignant faces. Look carefully. The fourth floor. Those without a vitality of 140 calories and above are not allowed to enter. The martial artist who was in charge of establishing his authority roared. Many students who were still watching from the corridor and staircase entrance felt a lingering fear. Many of the new students were even more confused. How could this be? These people actually attacked. A group of students who entered martial arts universities from modern society were like ignorant sheep entering this dangerous barbaric world. In the hall, many martial artists glanced at them and did not pay attention. Since someone was willing to clean up the mess, they were happy to be idle. Otherwise, without a threshold, they would all come later. It would be troublesome. The martial artist who was in charge of establishing his authority did not speak anymore. He found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Establishing his authority was not idle. It was to show off his strength. End of chapter 97. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.